What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Ice Emperor's artifacts suppress Advanced City 1 IE Chapter 1 people are in Impel Down, sign into Ice Teigu at the beginning. See Circle Calendar 1520, Impel Down, 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Ding. Congratulations to the completion of the host's body remodeling, the current status of the host's body. A super monster, comparable to Kaido of the Beasts. Is this what it's like to have a body again? And this body, how terrifying, is that turbulent power purely physical power? Comparable to Kaido of the Beasts, in the darkness, it was a strange voice like a ghost, but the voice revealed a sense of excitement. If anyone is here, they will see a handsome and evil boy of 16 or 17. Ling Bai, I just traveled here more than an hour ago. This is Pirate World, and it is actually the eternal hell of Impel Down, which is where the world's most terrifying criminals are held. But at that time, he came here in the form of a soul, and reshaped his physical body with the help of the system. System. Super God Sign-in System. As for the function of the system, he can sign in anywhere and get corresponding rewards. Of course, the more special places trigger the sign-in, the richer the rewards will be. System. This is the 6th floor of Impel Down, right? And is this the special check-in location? Yes, host. Then, sign in. At this moment, Ling Bai felt his blood boil. This is the world of pirates. A world where the weak prey on the strong and the strong dominate the world. The importance of strength is self-evident. Successful sign-in. Reward the world of cutting red pupils. Emperor of Ice Demon Appearance Demon's Essence, full level. Conquerors Hockey, advanced level, 6 styles, full level. The first time I signed in, it turned out to be the extremely terrifying Ice Teigu, and it was also a full level Ice Teigu. Close black lens bracket, I can use them all. In addition, there are advanced Conquerors Hockey and full level 6 styles. The powerful power in my body seems to be gushing out like a prehistoric flood. Advertisement, then, let's get started. Since it's Impel Down, then jailbreak is inevitable. With my current strength, jailbreak is not a problem, right? Ling Bai's eyes were fixed, and he looked forward. At this moment, he was in a dark place, but there was a little light in front of him. Ling Bai stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. Fire Fist Ace. When Ling Bai walked to a prison cell and saw the extremely decadent Fire Fist Ace inside, he, who was familiar with the original work, immediately understood what time it was. And, in this cell, there is another person, Haishia Jinbei. Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai, refused to participate in the Summit War, because Whitebeard was his benefactor, the benefactor of the Fishman Island, and the man he admired the most, so he refused to fight. Ling Bai didn't expect that this is before the Summit War. The Summit War that will completely change the world is about to break out. Who are you? At this time, Haishia Jinbei saw Ling Bai, and then raised his head when he heard the sound, and Fire Fist Ace also saw Ling Bai. A teenager wearing clothes that are clean from the outside world is really weird and Impel Down. Who I am? A person who is about to shake the world. Ling Bai left them an intriguing smile, then walked away, ignoring Fire Fist Ace and the others. And soon, more and more criminals in the cell also saw Ling Bai, and the originally dull and depressing 6th floor soon boiled. Hey, where is the brat? This tender meat, Lousy hasn't eaten meat for a long time. Lousy has been hungry for more than a month. Advertisement. Hey, kid, intruder, open the cell for Lousy. As long as you let Lousy out, Lousy allows you to become a member of Lousy. Little devil, let me out, I'll give you 10 million Baileys. I'll give 100 million Baileys. Damn it, kid, didn't you hear what Lousy said? At this time, the boiling 6th floor, pairs of horrifying eyes, and terrifying auras were all aimed at Ling Bai. You know, this is the 6th floor of Impel Down, a place called Eternal Hell, and the rewards for all criminals are started with 100 million Baileys. It is conceivable how vicious they are. Ordinary people might have been scared to death long ago. However, facing the clamor of countless criminals, Ling Bai was calm in his heart, and just let out a cold snort, and immediately, a terrifying freezing force was released. With Ling Bai as the center, the 10 cells on both sides were instantly frozen, and the criminals inside were also instantly frozen into ice sculptures. You know, this is the full-level Ice Teigu, and the freezing power in it can be imagined, even more fierce than Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. As for the criminals in these 10 cells, their final fate may be to be frozen to death, perhaps only the strongest can barely survive. When the other criminals saw this scene, they were stunned for an instant, followed by infinite fear. Of course, there are also some people who are not afraid, but they dare not make a sound. Therefore, the eternal hell, which was still facing the deafening sound just now, quickly suffocated. The power of freezing? Is Aokiji dead? Brat, who are you? But at this moment, this thick and fearless voice came from a certain cell. Ling Bai followed the prestige, surprised in his heart, and saw a burly man sitting with his arms folded in that prison cell. Devil's Offspring, Bullet. Chapter 2 The Appointment with Bullet, Bullet Joins. Ling Bai walked to Bullet's cell, and it really was Bullet. Looking at those terrifying ultimate eyes, Ling Bai couldn't help but shudder in his heart. He also possesses powerful power, but the difference between Ling Bai and Bullet is that Bullet is an evil ghost crawling out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. It is absolutely terrifying exist. And he, Ling Bai, is just someone who has just gained power. I have to say that even though Bullet is wearing a prison uniform and his hands and feet are bound by sea stone, he still has that terrifying aura. Worthy of being a real strong man, An outsider? Can use freezing power, is Aokiji dead? At this moment, Bullet stared at Ling Bai. Similarly, Ling Bai in front of him also made him feel very powerful, as if he was as powerful as him. This is the intuition of the strong, deadless Bullet, how about we make a deal? Ling Bai had a smile on his face. He passed by Fire Fist Ace's cell just now, and he already had an unformed plan in his heart. Now that he saw Bullet, his thoughts became firmer. What agreement? Are you sure? Are you qualified to trade with me? Bullet is an absolutely arrogant person. Of course, with his strength, he has the capital of being arrogant. As a prisoner, tell me, what is your so-called qualification? Now that he is already a strong man, Ling Bai feels that his current strength will definitely not be inferior to that of Acedes, the original owner of the Ice Teigu, and Acedes is definitely powerful, although the world of Shatong Zon Shatong is not a very strong one. But Acedes is a monster beyond dimensions. Ling Bai, who has a full-level Ice Teigu, is naturally not bad. So, scary as Bullet, he's not afraid, interesting. Bullet laughed. What is the agreement you speak of? Ling Bai. I will release you, and as a condition for my release, you will work for me for 1 year. After 1 year, you can go wherever you want. After all, you have been in prison here for 20 years. I want you for 1 year. Shouldn't be a problem. Descendants of the devil, what do you think? Free me, let me work for you for a year, what do you want to do? Let me fight for you? Bullet laughed, a little confused about Ling Bai's conditions. Ling Bai, want to control him? Advertisement, facing an unprecedented war, I need your strength. After the Summit War, the New World's power structure will be reshuffled. The original book is that Blackbeard replaced Whitebeard to rule New World and became the new Emperor of the Sea. Now, Ling Bai has come to this world. Ling Bai can't help asking himself why he replaced Whitebeard. Can't it be him, Ling Bai? He's replacing Whitebeard? Therefore, he needs a powerful force. Bullet, of course, is the right candidate. However, Bullet, as the strongest criminal in Impel Down, has not lost any strength even after being imprisoned for 20 years. He is also an awakened person with fruit ability, and his combat power may not be lost to the Pirate Emperor at all. Will he be with Ling Bai? So Ling Bai put forward the condition that Bullet work for him for a year, which tells Bullet that this is a kind of cooperation. And Ling Bai felt that with his subsequent signings, he became stronger and stronger, and even Bullet would completely convince himself. What Bullet pursues is the absolute strongest in the world, he longs for power, and he surrenders to power. An unprecedented war? Bullet was puzzled. A war that will bring down Whitebeard? The war that brought down Whitebeard? Bullet was shocked, and this was definitely the first time he was shocked in the past 20 years. Meanwhile, Bullet expressed disbelief. What is Whitebeard? Bullet's greatest wish in his life is to surpass Luo Jia to become the strongest in the world, but Luo Jia has beaten him many times, and Luo Jia has not been able to beat Whitebeard, only tied many times. In the age of the Great Pirate, Whitebeard was recognized as the strongest man in the world. That monster with the power to destroy the world, there's a war that will make him fall? A new era is coming. Bullet, do you still intend to stay in prison? Do you want to take refuge in Impel Down? Ling Bai laughed. He wouldn't give Bullet too much information. Let me out, since that man will fall, I also want to see how he falls. Since you want me to release you, I hope you will abide by the 1-year agreement. Advertisement, it is good. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai exploded the prison cell and untied all the Seastone shackles on Bullet. As for the way to unlock the Seastone, it is to use advanced armament hockey, which is often used by Rayleigh in the original book. Aren't you worried about my breaking the contract, kid? Bullet moved his body in place, while the others in the cell were trembling. You are a hero, not a villain. Also, my name is Ling Bai. After Ling Bai finished speaking, he walked towards the door of the cell. A hero? Tisk tisk, the feeling of freedom, Bullet followed. Next, a few more people will come. Naturally, the powerful forces can't just be Bullet and his. Ling Bai passed by other cells, looking for other criminals. His gesture was like walking in a pork market. And the criminals are also looking at Ling Bai, with endless longing in their eyes. They long for Ling Bai to release them. How could they be willing to stay in such a ghost place as Impel Down? They yearn for fine wine, big fish and big meat in the human world, Bailey, beauty, power, status. However, Ling Bai's strength and Bullet's terror prevented them from yelling as arrogantly as before. Xuanyu a hunter, no, evil government king, no. Jug, no, a group of weak people and the scum of scum, I don't want this kind of subordinate. Until, Ling Bai saw the figure of Klockedar in a prison cell. At this time, Klockedar also happened to look at Ling Bai. Chapter 3 Sand Crocodile, Shiryu of the Rain, Impel Down Vibration. Who are you? Being targeted by Ling Bai, Klockedar was a little uneasy. The freezing power that Ling Bai showed just now, even if it was more than 30 meters away, Klockedar could clearly feel the coldness, and now, Klockedar also found that, Deadless Bullet was actually right behind Ling Bai. Bullet, his old opponent, was inextricably fought back then, and Klockedar also became famous because of that fight with Bullet. But in the future, Bullet's growth is much stronger than that of Klockedar. This guy is directly mixed up with the Luo Jia pirates, and exists on a par with Pluton Rayleigh. But now, this arrogant guy is actually behind the mysterious boy in front of him? As for Ling Bai, this mysterious boy, Klockedar felt that he was not only mysterious, but also inexplicably powerful. Stronger than top Klockedar. That's right, that's how it feels. This shocked Klockedar, and it was impossible to ignore Ling Bai. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, Klockedar, do you desire to be free? Ling Bai laughed. Free? Klockedar was stunned. Freedom is an Impel Down, that is definitely what every prisoner desires most. Who the hell wants to be in this dark and dank place? And you must know that he, Locke, was aggrieved by a mere straw hat Luffy who found his weakness in fighting him, and was defeated by the opponent. In the end, he was even more aggrieved by Marine Smoker who caught him here. He Klockedar was finally caught Impel Down. Perhaps in the entire Impel Down, no one is more aggrieved than him. He longs for freedom. I want to be free, very good, join me, Sand Crocodile, and become a member of my power. Hearing Ling Bai's words, Klockedar hesitated for 5 seconds, and finally agreed to Ling Bai. Advertisement coming out of the cell, without the shackles of the sea stone on his body, Klockedar directly used his ability to gather a cloak with countless sands. At this moment, how can he still be a prisoner who just stepped out of the cell door? Fit monster, like enemies meeting each other, they are extremely jealous. Lockdale gave Bullet a scornful look. Interesting, Locke, didn't think we'd meet in a place like this. Bullet's height was higher than that of Klockedar, and at this moment he was directly looking down at the other party, and his eyes also showed deep disdain. Now Bullet's strength is higher than that of Klockedar, although Bullet has been in prison for 20 years, but during this time, he has never stopped exercising his body. Regressed, but strengthened. He is, infinitely approaching the strongest existence in the world. In Ling Bai's mind, he is the perfect candidate for the deputy captain. The key is to make this beast surrender. It is not so easy, so we can only talk about cooperation temporarily. 2. Peace makes money. Ling Bai laughed. Also, Magellan should have spotted us, and he should be here soon, right? Ling Bai pointed to the monitors on the wall. There are hundreds of monitors here. At this moment, all the monitor phone bugs are pointing at them. It is conceivable that their actions have already entered the monitor screen on the 3rd floor of Impel Down. However, Ling Bai wasn't afraid at all. Of course, it's impossible for Bullet and the others to have any fear. 2. Get ready for a big fight, Ling Bai laughed. I want to chop up the Straw Hat. Klockedar has not forgotten the enemy, after all, he has never been so aggrieved in his life. Since you're leaving Impel Down, take me with you. At this moment, when countless cells dared not make a sound, a low voice came from a single cell. Advertisement, Shiryu of the Rain, was suppressed by Magellan for killing too many prisoners some time ago. Bullet reminded. So it was Shiryu of the Rain who spoke at this time. Shiryu of the Rain. Ling Bai thought of Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain is powerful, needless to say, as one of the 2 trump cards of Impel Down, but now he is also a subordinate. If there is no accident, after Fire Fist Ace was executed, the next it's Shiryu of the Rain. But Shiryu of the Rain doesn't have the kind of public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Presumably executed in secret at Impel Down. Interesting. Ling Bai also took a fancy to Shiryu of the Rain's strength, and Shiryu of the Rain would not be a wrong choice as his subordinate. In the original book, he is the strongest combat force under Blackbeard's command. A swordsman approaching the great swordsman. The strength is very strong. Therefore, without any hesitation, Ling Bai released Shiryu of the Rain. Don't make small moves. With my ability, I can beat you out of shit, don't believe it. Ling Bai laughed, and at the same time, an extremely frightening cold breath and a powerful aura were released from his body. The full-level Ice Teigu is definitely powerful, and Ling Bai has a physique that is not inferior to Kaido of the Beasts, so it is even more powerful. Hopefully I made the right choice. Shiryu of the Rain shrugged. Ling Bai reminded. To be precise, you have no choice. Then, let's break out. The legendary Great Pirate Golden Lion has to break his own legs to escape. We directly, swagger, and punch through Impel Down. Let the naval headquarters and the world government be terrified. Ling Bai yelled, and even faced a monitoring phone bug at the end. Facing Ling Bai, the monitoring phone bug was afraid. And just 3 minutes ago, Magellan was alarmed by the uncomfortable diarrhea, and after learning about the horrible incident in Eternal Hell, his whole body trembled, and he quickly led a large group of people to the 6th floor. Chapter 4 Magellan's Fear and Worry, Confrontation. Impel Down is absolute. Absolutely nothing can happen, especially at this time. At this moment, Magellan was running crazily, with a solemn face and a heavy heart. Fire Fist Ace, in just 2 weeks, will be publicly executed at naval headquarters, and at this time, the world is already undercurrents, especially New World. According to the information held by naval headquarters, Whitebeard Sea the thieves are already gathering troops. The public execution of Fire Fist Ace is of great significance, and there must be no mistakes. What will happen at that time, no one can imagine or guess. Perhaps, the Whitebeard pirates will directly attack Impel Down. After all, Fire Fist Ace is in Impel Down now. So the importance of Impel Down is self-evident. The responsible Magellan was naturally worried during this period of time, but he couldn't imagine that an intruder appeared in the Eternal Hell where the most terrifying group of criminals were being held. And this intruder who didn't know how to come here, still Bullet is released. Devil's Descendant Bullet. Ex-Luogia Pirates, existence on par with Pluton Rayleigh. Also, the strongest and most terrifying criminal in Impel Down today. He is set free, with that intruder. What would happen next, Magellan couldn't imagine. If something happened to Impel Down at this time, his apology with death would not be enough to apologize. Impel Down must not have a second Golden Lion. But unbeknownst to Magellan, the invaders also unleashed Shiryu of the Rain, who was as powerful as Magellan, and the recently imprisoned Klockedar. Criminals that would make Magellan's scalp tingle. A group of people hurried to the 6th floor. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others have already left the 6th floor, and soon they will meet Magellan and others. I'll get my knife back later. Advertisement Shiryu of the Rain said that his sword, the demon sword Thunderstorm, was with him through life and death. No problem. Ling Bai rushed to the front. They were going to escape from prison, so naturally they were on a rampage. The Impel Down jailer and the jailer beast that resisted in front of them were directly swept away by Ling Bai and the others. For Ling Bai and the others, if Magellan does not come, everything is an ant. 10 minutes later, when Impel went down to the 5th floor, Ling Bai and the others finally met Magellan. Shiryu. What do you mean? Seeing that Shiryu of the Rain, who used to work with him, was standing with Ling Bai and the others at this time, Magellan couldn't believe it. What Magellan couldn't believe was that the intruder not only released Bullet, but also released the Sand Crocodile and Shiryu. How is this possible? Magellan, when will the world government attack me? Rain of Shiryu asked each other. Locked all. I don't know if it was seppuku or beheading. Shiryu, you? Magellan was speechless. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head and expressed regret. I also made great contributions to the world. Hey, the high-level executives turn their faces faster than you can pump toilet paper. Magellan, there is some regret between us. Shiryu, you. Then, go to hell. Magellan, guarantee with my life that I will never let you scumbags take half a step of Impel Down. At this time, the purple poisonous liquid on the angry Magellan surged wildly, and 4 terrifying poisonous dragons appeared behind him. Stand back, everyone, Lord Magellan is about to make a move. Sadie yelled. I really want to be the warden. No, Magellan is terrible. As the deputy warden, I should go forward and retreat with Magellan. At this moment, Hanayabal was trembling all over, and of course, so were the others. Advertisement on the opposite side, just a single Shiryu of the Rain was enough to make their hearts jump, and the addition of Bullet, the descendant of the devil, made it even more difficult for them to walk. Terrible. What kind of terrifying existence are they facing? Magellan, special paramecia, that kind of ability is very troublesome. Although his poison is not enough to kill us, it is enough for us to suffer. Shiryu of the Rain reminded, it's just a diarrhea monster, Bullet said disdainfully, in terms of strength, Magellan is no match for him. At this time, Bullet took a step forward and was about to make a shot, but was blocked by Ling Bai with his left hand. As the captain, Magellan is naturally for me to deal with. Ling Bai walked forward, but in fact, he wanted to let Bullet and the others know how strong he was. Prove that he Ling Bai is enough to control them and become their boss. Who the hell are you? Looking at Ling Bai angrily, Magellan felt uneasy. Ling Bai gave him a feeling that it was very powerful, and even had a feeling that it was as powerful as Bullet. How is this possible? He looks like just a teenager, even younger than the few supernovas in the first half of the Grand Line now. Among the younger generation, supernovas are almost the ceiling of strength, but now this intruder seems to surpass those supernovas. Magellan hopes this is an illusion. Chapter 5. What about the poison giants? Crush Magellan. But Ling Bai will use actual actions to tell Magellan fiercely that the illusion he hopes for does not exist. At this time, Ling Bai stepped forward suddenly, and his whole body shot out. His physique is very strong, which is equivalent to a novice gift package. It is equivalent to rewarding him with a monster comparable to Kaido of the Beasts from the very beginning. Physique. So the explosive power of Ling Bai's body is naturally terrifying. The ground collapsed directly. Although he is unimaginably young, his strength will definitely not be weak. As for how strong, we will wait and see. Bullet there also guessing Ling Bai's strength. Of course, there is also Ling Bai's ability. Just now Ling Bai used the power of freezing on the 6th floor. Is that Aokiji's ability? As we all know, the power of freezing, in this world, is synonymous with Aokiji. The ability of Devil Fruit is also unique. It's just that they don't know that Ling Bai is not a person with abilities. Poison Dragon. Magellan roared, and the 4 huge poisonous dragons behind him shot towards Ling Bai in an instant. The terrifying purple poison burst out a large amount of highly poisonous steam, and the poison dripping on the ground directly corroded the ground. Ice Fist, and Ling Bai, who rushed over, was even more fearless in the face of Magellan's terrifying poisonous dragon. People saw his right hand clenched into a fist, and when he punched out, the terrifying coldness released caused countless ice thorns to grow on the ground, and these countless ice thorns turned into a huge ice fist, charging towards Magellan's poisonous dragon. This freezing ability seems to be more interesting than Aokiji's ability. Bullet said that according to Shiryu's reminder, Aokiji is not dead yet, that is to say, Ling Bai's current ability is another frozen ability. Very powerful ability, or just Ling Bai itself developed to a very strong level. Boom! The huge ice fist collided with Magellan's poisonous dragon, and the ice fist broke through Magellan's 4 giant poisonous dragons in an instant, and even crushed Magellan. Not good, in this regard. Magellan's face changed in shock, and he wanted to dodge, but thinking of the subordinates behind him, Magellan had no way to dodge at all. So Magellan could only resist this ice fist that was comparable to the size of a small sea king's, but the result was beyond his imagination. He couldn't resist the punch at all. After only resisting for 3 seconds, Magellan was killed. Knocked out, and of course some of his subordinates behind him. Advertisement. The astonishing explosion sound was deafening, and Magellan was knocked into the wall more than 50 meters away, and the huge impact shattered the wall. How is this possible? Sati and Hanayabal trembled instinctively when they saw this, and the others were even more scared to pee. Strong power, it seems that to be a captain, you still need to have 2 brushes. Shiryu of the Rain expressed surprise, but Ling Bai ignored Sati and Hanayabel. To be honest, he really looked down on these people. Too weak. At this moment, Magellan stood up from the ground, very embarrassed. This guy is no ordinary person. Magellan looked serious. He just slammed his palm on the ground, and in an instant, the ground was corroded, and with Magellan as the center, a more terrifying aura erupted. A large amount of crimson venom surged, spread out on the ground, rose on Magellan's body, and gathered into a huge red skull at a speed visible to the naked eye. Poison giants. Roar. The poison giant roared. Knowing Ling Bai's strength, plus Bullet and the others, Magellan knew that he could no longer fight in a normal posture, and even facing this lineup, he could only fight to the death. As soon as the poisonous giants condensed, Magellan manipulated the giants to slap Ling Bai with a palm. As it moved, the ground was corroded and turned red. But I have to say, the speed is too slow, and at this moment, in front of Ling Bai, 4 huge thick ice walls suddenly drilled out from the ground, and finally the giant soldier's palm could only be patted on such ice walls. However, at the same time, on the ice wall, a huge icicle rushed out, directly disintegrating Magellan's giant soldier's palm and even his arm, and rushed towards Magellan like a rocket launcher. That kind of extremely fast speed and huge impact with the speed of the poison giant soldier, which is slower than the old man's, it is impossible to dodge at all, even if it is too late to defend. Boom. The results can be imagined. Magellan's poisonous giants were all under the icicle of Ling Bai, and were knocked into the air for more than 100 meters. The poisonous giant soldiers almost collapsed. Advertisement. Ling Bai's attack was no ordinary attack. Brothers, let's go. Ling Bai waved to Bullet and the others behind him, and the latter also understood. You guys, you can't go. I really want to be. No, I bet that I will resist you for the rest of my life. But at this moment, the timid Hanayabel stood up and stood in front of Bullet and the others. But the tragedy is that in the next second, before Hanayabel even knew who made the shot, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Immediately afterwards, he was sent flying, and finally hit a wall, completely passed out. At this moment, the others were almost paralyzed by fright. The body is not rusty yet, but it feels like shooting without the restraint of sea stone. It's so cool, Bullet laughed. Where's my knife? Shiryu of the Rain questioned Sati, in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Then, ignoring the others, Ling Bai and the others continued to set off. You guys, stay with me. At this point, Magellan roared loudly. Call out. In the next second, Ling Bai disappeared in place. 6 types of shaving. You've got to save some strength for the next attack, Magellan. Next time, Blackbeard will come to recruit troops, which is part of his plan after all. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai manipulated a huge ice puck and smashed it towards Magellan. At that moment, the meteorite attacked, crushed Magellan. Chapter 6 Arrogant Escape Method, a fact that Magellan cannot accept. This is a huge hockey puck, the visual shock is extremely terrifying, and of course the power is also extremely terrifying. With the size and movement speed of the poison giant soldier, he can only resist it forcefully. With an astonishing loud noise, the ice ball hit the poison giant soldier, smashing it and Magellan into the wall again. At that moment, the thick wall completely shattered. Magellan even faced the giant ice puck, and the huge impact made him vomit blood. Brothers, let's go! Ling Bai shouted, and Bullet and the others showed varying degrees of surprise at Ling Bai's attack. This kind of frozen power, can it be said that it is the superior ability of frozen fruit? Lao Sha couldn't help but wonder. In this world, devil fruit can also be divided into upper and lower ranks. For example, both are Logia, while frozen fruit is the upper rank devil fruit of snow fruit. There's no comparison. Ling Bai shook his head. To be honest, he felt that the Teigu of ice is above the frozen fruit. In addition, he can now use the big move of freezing time and space. Another point is that Ling Bai is not a person with abilities. Of course, this is Ling Bai's secret. Without Magellan's obstruction, they soon reached the 3rd floor, and then Shiryu of the Rain got his demon sword Thunderstorm. At the moment when he got Thunderstorm, Shiryu of the Rain's aura was obviously many times stronger. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai and the others had already arrived at the gate of Impel Down. As for the jailers along the way, they were simply not enough to watch. The door was blasted open by Bullet. The light flooded in instantly. Is this the sun? Bullet yelled. Fresh air? The human world? Advertisement. After 20 years in prison, Ling Bai can't understand the feeling when he sees the light of day again. However, how should we leave? Klockedar said, there are no ships here. Impel Down usually, except for escorting new criminals and transporting materials, no ships will approach here. Only countless Sea Kings are active here. In addition, this is the lair of Sea Kings. Shiryu of the Rain undoubtedly knows a lot about Impel Down. Golden Lion can escape successfully, relying on the ability of Lion Fruit. After all, he can fly. Did you hear the voice? The Magellan guy's voice? Lao Sha reminded. At this time, everyone did hear Magellan's furious roar. After all, as long as he didn't beat him to the point where he couldn't stand up, he would never stop. There is always a way. Soon, Ling Bai dragged the bodies of 3 jailers who had just been beaten to death and threw them into the sea. In an instant, smelling the smell of blood, a large number of Sea Kings rushed out. At this moment, pairs of bloodthirsty eyes fell on Ling Bai and the others. Get out with Sea Kings. After Ling Bai finished speaking, before everyone could react, at that moment, with him as the center, a terrifying Conquerors hockey erupted. The Red Conqueror's hockey field quickly enveloped a large area of the sea, releasing a huge oppressive force, and a lot of thunder and lightning rage. And as the releaser, at this moment Ling Bai is like a Shira. Sea Kings rolled their eyes within a few seconds. Conqueror's hockey. Everyone was shocked, even Bullet is also the owner of the King's qualifications. However, Ling Bai has the power to easily crush Magellan, coupled with Conqueror's hockey, it is really shocking. The next moment, Ling Bai jumped onto the head of the giant Sea Kings who didn't faint, but was trembling. Advertisement. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Bai saw endless fear in the opponent's eyes. Creatures of this level should be able to understand human words. In addition, they are afraid of powerful power. Ling Bai's Conqueror's hockey almost scared it to pieces. Interesting. Bullet and others understood what Ling Bai meant and then jumped on it. On the other side, Magellan, who was seriously injured, also reached the gate 10 seconds later. But the broken door made his scalp tingle and his body tremble. I saw that Ling Bai and the others were already standing on top of the Sea Kings, more than 100 meters away from Impel Down. At this time, Ling Bai, facing Magellan in the distance, stretched out his right hand, and in a gesture of pushing everything horizontally, he activated the huge power of the Ice Emperor to push forward. A large area of the sea was frozen in an instant. And this kind of freezing is even more terrifying than Aokiji's Ice Age. After all, Aokiji's frozen sea is not as exaggerated as Ling Bai's at this time. On the ice layer, countless huge ice cones appeared, like a forest of ice. This forest of ice finally crushed on the gate of Impel Down, making Magellan, who was so angry that Ultimate had to retreat. The temperature in front of and behind the gate of Impel Down dropped tens of degrees in an instant, and half of Impel Down was huge. The ice is frozen. A group of poor Sea Kings were either crushed to death by ice picks or frozen to death. 3 minutes later, it was finally accepted that several horrific criminals had escaped from prison. I'm out of work. A mysterious intruder capable of crushing me, taking away the Devil's Descendant Bullet, Shiryu of the Rain, and former Shichibukai Graham Klockedar. Magellan went limp. Soon, Naval Headquarters, the phone bug in the Marshal's office rang. Chapter 7 The shock and worry of Naval Headquarters, reached Sabody Land. What? An intruder, took away Bullet, Shiryu of the Rain, and Klockedar. The originally quiet Marshal's office was filled with Sengoku's unbelievable voice. Holding the power of freezing, even now the large sea area outside Impel Down is frozen. Same ability as Kuzan. After hanging up the bug, Sengoku couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, he was the only one in the whole office. However, after the emergency meeting order was issued, the 3 admirals, Suru Vice Admiral, and Vice Admiral Garp also came here. Hey, Sengoku, what is the emergency meeting for? At this time, Garp became more and more irritable because the execution time of Fire Fist Ace was getting closer. Is it about the execution, or the Whitebeard pirates? Kizaru questioned. No, what I want to say is. Everyone saw Sengoku's complexion was extremely serious. Just today, someone broke out of the heavily guarded Impel Down. Immediately afterwards, regardless of the shock of everyone, Sengoku said this in detail. And everyone's expressions turned serious in the end. No one thought that such a thing would happen. What's going on? Such a serious incident happened at this time. Akainu was very angry. The time for public execution was imminent, but there was a jailbreak incident in Impel Down at this moment, and this incident was obviously much more terrifying than that of Golden Lion. The 4 leave Impel Down, along with Shiryu the Rain, and the most terrifying criminal, Bullet. Of course, there is also a mysterious strong man who manipulates the power of ice and can crush the existence of Magellan. Advertisement. This is, without a doubt, a planned escape. And in this urgent time, there are less than 2 weeks before the public execution time. This made it difficult for everyone present to accept. Freezing ability. What's going on? Aokiji was the most surprised by Ling Bai's ability. Sengoku shook his head. I don't know, but Magellan mentioned that the opponent is very strong, and may even have Admiral's level. Admiral level. A teenager, everyone exclaimed. An angry Akainu said, a bounty needs to be issued immediately. After calming down, Crane Vice Admiral mentioned, no, let the world know that someone escaped from Impel Down at this time, let alone the so-called face of the world government and naval headquarters. The time for public execution is coming. Such an event will Marine's morale dealt a major blow. What Xiaohei said makes sense. Alas. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, expressing his helplessness. Who would have thought that such a major event would happen at such a time? It's much scarier than that time with the Golden Lion. He didn't take Ace away. At this time, Garp's psychological activities are different from others. Although he does not want to see an accident in Impel Down, Garp is even more unwilling to see Ace, whom he regards as a blood relative, be beheaded. Therefore, Garp felt helpless in his heart. After the meeting, Aokiji also left naval headquarters. He wanted to see what was going on in the frozen sea outside Impel Down. The emergence of a second powerful figure capable of manipulating freezing abilities in the world has to draw Aokiji's special attention. 1 day later, Ling Bai and others were on a pirate ship near the Sabody Archipelago. After encountering a pirate ship, Ling Bai and the others snatched it. Meanwhile, Klockedar looks at the latest paper from a passing newsbird. Advertisement. There is no news about us. Klockedar was a little surprised. This is yesterday's news, but it's all about what's going on in New World, especially the Whitebeard pirates, but there's no report about us leaving Impel Down. Klockedar expressed some regrets about this, and Bullet and Shiryu of the Rain also had this meaning. However, Ling Bai said, There is not much time for the public execution. At this time, if the Impel Down jailbreak incident is made public, it will cause a huge blow to Marines' overall morale, so Naval Headquarters will choose to hide it. Makes sense. Ling Bai, are we going to join this war? This kind of war is naturally to be participated in, otherwise, what's the use of letting you out? Also, call me captain from now on. Bullet is the vice captain, and Shiryu Ameno and Klockedar are the officers. Our pirate group is called Ling Bai Pirates. That's it, in a world where strength is the most important thing, it's no problem to divide positions by strength. An hour later, Sabody Archipelago. Ling Bai chose to disembark at the coded port where Pluton Rayleigh is located, but unfortunately Rayleigh is not here. Bullet. Pluton Rayleigh lives in seclusion here as an ordinary coder. There is such a thing? Bullet expressed surprise, but although Rayleigh was his former partner, it didn't mean that Bullet had a good relationship with him. It's interesting, I really want to meet him, tisk tisk. Chapter 8 Straw Hat Pirates. The Celestial Dragons event is coming. Sabody Archipelago, at this time, is as lively as ever. This is the end of the first half of the Grand Line. Countless pirates have to transit here, and ships without coatings cannot enter New World. Of course, what is different from the past is that during this period of time, almost all the so-called supernovas gathered in Sabody Archipelago. In addition, there are many pirates. But what is surprising is that at such a good time, Marine did not send troops to the Sabody Archipelago to destroy the supernova, and even the Marines usually stationed in the Sabody Archipelago are less. Pirates don't know that at this time, branches all over the world are selecting elite troops to go to Marineford, just to meet the very likely war. The war between Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. The Sabody Archipelago is so beautiful. At this time, Luffy and the others were shopping, but at this moment, Octopus Zauba ran over in a hurry. Luffy, Kami was captured by traffickers. Now Kami is going to be auctioned off, what should I do? Kami. How so? Everyone in Luffy's face changed in shock. They valued partners and friends more than anything else, so the group rushed to the auction house in a hurry. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others have entered the illegal area of Sabody Archipelago. I want to meet Rayleigh, tisk tisk. Bullet means to meet Rayleigh. Of course, this is not an old friend. As a member of the former Luogia pirate group, Bullet only worships Luogia in that pirate group. He doesn't care about other people, of course, as the second in command to Rayleigh, Bullet was concerned. According to Ling Bai, Rayleigh is probably in an auction house. But it was also at this time that the Straw Hats and the others appeared within K-Lock's field of vision. Straw Hat Boy. Seeing the enemy, Klockedar almost made a move. After all, the Straw Hat Boys made him extremely aggrieved. And Nico Robin actually became one of them. Seeing Nico Robin, Klockedar was even more surprised. After all, this woman who would never trust anyone became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Advertisement, Old Shaw, don't worry. Ling Bai knew that Klockedar wanted to shoot Luffy a little bit. At the same time, Luffy and the others naturally saw Klockedar. Klockedar. Everyone was shocked, especially Luffy clenched his fist and was about to attack Lao Sha, but was stopped by Nami. And Zoro and Sanji are ready to shoot. To them, Klockedar is the devil. Didn't he be caught by Marine? Robin was very puzzled. Don't be careless, the guys in front, except Klockedar, the other three feel stronger. Zoro reminded that this was his intuition, especially as a swordsman, facing Shiryu of the Rain, he felt that this tall man with a sword was a swordsman many times stronger than him. Straw Hat Boy, hum. Ling Bai smiled, giving off a harmless feeling to humans and animals. It seems that a very interesting event will happen next. Ling Bai remembered that the Celestial Dragons event would follow, and then Kizaru would sweep the supernova. Who are you? Luffy questioned, glaring at Ling Bai. Garp's grandson. Doesn't look like much. This is Bullet's evaluation of Luffy, very disdainful. Luffy, Kami-shi. That's right, Kami, we never went to save her, we can't waste time here. Everyone persuaded Luffy, and Luffy remembered that they had more important things to do, and now Kami was at stake. It is unimaginable what will happen next after being captured by human traffickers and auctioned off. It is good. Advertisement. After Luffy took a hard look at Ling Bai and the others, led by Octopus Zauba, he rushed to an auction house. Let's go too, Rayleigh is there, and besides, a very interesting thing will happen later. On the other side, the auction house where the original Celestial Dragons incident was located. At this time, Kami, who was locked in a big fish tank, was being pushed onto the auction stage. The beautiful mermaid made the audience cheer. Especially the snotty Celestial Dragons among the 3 Celestial Dragons was extremely excited. This mermaid, I want it, father, look at this mermaid, I haven't seen such a beautiful mermaid for a long time. Celestial Dragons, Charles Rose, Roswald, and female Celestial Dragons Shalulia. 3 Celestial Dragons are sitting in the front, surrounded by a group of guards. In addition, in the auction at this time, there are 2 supernova giants Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid. The auction has begun. The Celestial Dragons are excited, the mermaid Kami is bound to win, and of course no one dares to snatch them. Mermaid Kami was already trembling, but at this moment, a group of people rushed into the auction house. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. Stop, Luffy growled angrily. On the other side, at the back of the auction table, Rayleigh opened his slightly closed eyes while drinking. Uncle, I feel that you are not ordinary, I don't know you are, how can you be divine? Beside Rayleigh, the giant who was also chained asked. Chapter 9 Rayleigh and Bullet, Rayleigh's restlessness. With Luffy's roar, the plot that follows is similar to the original. After a gunshot, Luffy's fist landed on the door of Celestial Dragon's Charos, followed by the sound of an explosion from Celestial Dragons. At this moment, even Luo and Kid were stunned. I know that the Straw Hat Luffy has been in the limelight recently in the first half of the Grand Line, especially the Enies lobby, openly provoking the face and majesty of the world government. This is something that countless pirates dare not imagine, but now it is even more unexpected. Yes, Luffy actually punched the Celestial Dragons. And how hard is this punch? Just let this snotty Celestial Dragons faint. In this regard, the rampant Kid was frightened at the moment. Brainless guy. This is the Sabody Archipelago, naval headquarters is next door. Admiral is coming. Watching the Straw Hat crew fighting with the guards of Celestial Dragons, Kid's expression darkened. Wait, it's inevitable that they will all be affected. It's kind of funny, I actually hit Celestial Dragons. At this time, Ling Bai and the others came to the scene, and Bullet was surprised. Since he's Garp's grandson, maybe even if he beats Celestial Dragons, that guy will protect him. Besides, there's Drago. Reign of Shiryu said. I have to say that this background is a bit bigger. Where is self-made? It is simply that the prince came out to experience life. The scene was already in chaos. Luo saw Ling Bai and the others. He doesn't know Ling Bai and Bullet, but he knows Shiryu of the Rain and Klockedar. Undoubtedly, apart from Klockedar, the other three felt extremely terrifying to Luo. Advertisement. Descendants of the Devil. On the other hand, when Kid saw Bullet, his heart shook, his eyes widened, obviously frightened. Kid, what does the Descendant of the Devil mean? Kira, seeing that Kid's complexion was not right, was also a little confused. The former crew member of One Piece, a character who is on par with Pluton Rayleigh, after Luo Jia's death, he is said to have inherited Luo Jia's power and turned the world upside down. In the end, Buster Call was dispatched, and Garp led the team to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he is here now. Isn't he imprisoned in Impel Down? Luffy fights Celestial Dragons, and at the scene, the Straw Hat Pirates fight other Celestial Dragons. Where does Kid still pay attention to this? He was already startled by Bullet's presence. Wait, the Descendant of the Devil, Shiryu of the Rain, and the Sand Crocodile, the young man among them, is his position the leader? Kid just noticed Ling Bai, the mysterious Ling Bai, which made Kid puzzled and full of ultimate shock. They are all Impel Down people, but now they come out. Could it be that the world government let them go? But you can't, it's a jailbreak. Terrible, a guy at the level of a Descendant of the Devil has actually escaped from prison. For the Kid, Bullet is already a figure of legend. Hearing Kid's words, Supernova Kira was also shocked. At this moment, the female Celestial Dragon's Charulia pointed a gun at the mermaid Kami. Just when the Straw Hat crew was nervous, at this moment, a powerful momentum swept out from behind the auction stage. Conquerors Hockey, Celestial Dragon's Shalulia was directly stunned. Gudong. Everyone was puzzled and surprised, and didn't know what happened for a while, only Ling Bai and the others remained calm. Uncle, who the hell are you? Watching the old man free himself from the chain and free Conquerors, the little giant beside Rayleigh was shocked. I'm just an old man out of money. Advertisement. Rayleigh, who originally wanted to auction himself for money, did not expect that there was turmoil outside. At this time, I can only make a move. Rayleigh, who came out from behind the scenes, with flip-flops and a cape, gave people a mysterious and powerful feeling, just like a boss. Glancing around, Rayleigh knew what was going on. I see, it seems that things are a little serious. At this moment, everyone was looking at Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was thinking about the bomb that would split Kami's neck, but at this moment, Rayleigh found Bullet with a hideous smile on his face. Bullet. Seeing the familiar and distant faces, Rayleigh, who has always been calm, could no longer be calm at this moment. After the Luo Jia pirates disbanded, Bullet, who turned the world upside down, was caught and impelled down and imprisoned ever since, but at this moment, he was in front of him. Could Rayleigh not be intimidated? Bullet is completely a monster, a war madman, and his attachment to the so-called strongest has reached the point of being called pervert. Rayleigh, it seems that you are a little surprised to see me again, tisk tisk. Bullet sneered. With so much power, you end up not making progress? I'm a little disappointed, Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Could it be Pluton Rayleigh? It turned out to be a legendary existence, Pluton Rayleigh? Everyone, already shocked, One Piece's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. No one thought that he was here. Bullet, what the hell is going on? You shouldn't be here. The appearance of Bullet would definitely not be a good thing for this world. In the past, only Luo Jia could restrain him, but after Luo Jia died, he became a complete lunatic. Seeing Bullet, Rayleigh felt uneasy besides shocked. Chapter 10 Marine Strikes. Ding, host. I found a special check-in location, do you want to check in? Just then, the system sounded. Sign in. Sign in successfully, reward advanced swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Seems to be a Rayleigh thing. Ling Bai was a little excited, gaining new power in swordsmanship, and the Ice Teigu paired with Kendo is really good, after all, Acedes is all about knives. On the other hand, Rayleigh was very afraid of Bullet's sudden appearance. If the members of the entire Luo Jia pirate group are a group of adventurers, then Bullet is a complete heresy. Although Luo Jia subdued him and guided him to reform, after Luo Jia died, it was not the same thing. What is the problem? You know Bullet is always impelled down. Wait, Klockedar, Shiryu of the Rain are here, and who is that boy? Ling Bai gave Rayleigh the feeling that he is not a good person and he is a very strong guy. Rayleigh, just yesterday, I came out of Impel Down, this boring world, let me come and turn the world upside down. Bullet hugged Hun and looked very arrogant, but in terms of his strength, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Come out of Impel Down. Many people present who cleared the concept of Impel Down were shocked. From this point of view, Klockedar and Shiryu of the Rain all came out of Impel Down. Shock is unavoidable. After all, what is the existence of Impel Down? As a pirate, few people are unclear. Sure enough, it came out of Impel Down, although it was shocking that someone was able to come out of Impel Down, and seeing Bullet and the others, they were all unscathed. You must know that even Golden Lion has broken his own legs, and his lion fruit ability must be added to allow him to leave Impel Down, otherwise, how could he leave Impel Down? But the focus of attention now is obviously not that they left from Impel Down, but that Bullet has returned to the human world again, returning from hell. At this time, Rayleigh didn't say anything, and ignored the shock of the supernovas present at his appearance. Instead, defused the bomb in Mermaid Cammy's neck. Advertisement, it's dangerous here, you have to leave quickly. The man who inherited the will of this straw hat. Rayleigh walked in front of Luffy. The old man knew about your existence from Shanks a long time ago, and I really want to see you, but I didn't expect to see you in this form now. Rayleigh looked at Luffy with a lot of admiration. Just as Shanks inherited Luojia's will, Luojia did not misjudge Shanks, and Shanks did not misjudge Luffy. This straw hat represents the inheritance of a certain will. Uncle, are you really Luojia's partner, Pluden Rayleigh? Luffy couldn't help asking, it's not convenient here. Rayleigh knew very well that Luffy had really messed up this time, and it was worse than when they messed up Eni's lobby. The authority of the Celestial Dragons has been violated, and the authority of the Celestial Dragons is above the world government, and naturally higher than that of the Eni's lobby. So Luffy fights the Celestial Dragons, what's that like? By now, Admiral should be on the move, legendary character, Pluden Rayleigh. I didn't expect to see a living legend in a place like this. Luo and Kid, each with a sentence. Now the three giants among the supernovas are here, Luffy, Kid and Luo. The three represent the strongest three of the young generation in the first half of the Grand Line. I'm old, I don't need to mention this kind of thing again. Just then, outside, there was a rush of footsteps and the voices of those talking. Those present also knew that it was Marine who came. The Celestial Dragons were beaten here, and the Marine stationed by the Sabody Archipelago was dispatched immediately, and now, the auction house has been surrounded. At this time, Rayleigh walked towards Ling Bai and the others. Of course, this direction was the exit. I feel that your appearance will disturb the world, but I have already retired. Rayleigh looked at Ling Bai and the others. Advertisement. I don't know what your name is. I feel that you are the most dangerous here. Rayleigh stared at Ling Bai. This seemingly harmless guy is the most dangerous. Ling Bai Pirates, Captain. The introduction is concise. You can quote me if you're interested, Rayleigh. Ling Bai laughed. It's just a few days off. Rayleigh also smiled. Afterwards, Ling Bai ignored Rayleigh. After Rayleigh left, Kid and the others also set their sights on Ling Bai. Everyone Supernova, you seem to be surrounded. Ling Bai looked at the crowd, condescending and looking down. Indeed, Marine has now surrounded this place and shouted outside, meaning to let the supernovas surrender. Marine received the notice that Luffy, the supernova Straw Hat, beat Celestial Dragons, and other supernovas were also here. And Naval Headquarters, send Admiral Kizaru. It has to be said that the incident is very serious. Where is your excellency sacred? Luo asked about Ling Bai. Boy, it looks like you were very arrogant. Kid expressed disdain for Ling Bai's words. With his character, even the four emperors would directly despise him, let alone the unknown Ling Bai. Of course, Bullet, the descendant of the devil, is an existence that he is more afraid of. Me? Someone stronger than you? Ling Bai is full of confidence. With his strength, he can crush all the supernovas here. Chapter 11 Ling Bai's Scary Thoughts. 15 minutes ago, Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's office. An emergency call is made. Come to the Celestial Dragons of the Sabody Archipelago, and get hit by Luffy the Straw Hat. Garp. It's your grandson again, haha, as expected of the old man's grandson. When Garp heard this, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Of course, this kind of laughter was a kind of release of dissatisfaction with Ace's imminent execution. Besides, the entire Naval Headquarters knew that Garp hated Celestial Dragons. He dared to openly call Celestial Dragons a scum, and Celestial Dragons would not do anything to him. Garp. Sengoku roared, and then became helpless. There are too many recent incidents. Responding to the Whitebeard pirates, Impel Down Jailbreak, but the Celestial Dragons were beaten again. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling very headache about what happened recently. Sengoku, it seems that the old man is going to visit. At this moment, Kizaru stood up, and Akainu also looked up at Kizaru. Perusalino, be sure to deal with this matter. So, just like the original book, Kizaru was dispatched, and on the other hand, Senmomaru also set off with 4 pacifists. The latest super weapons developed by the world government are nightmares for many pirates. Even today's supernovas can't stand them. But at this moment, Kizaru and the others don't know what they will face in Sabody Archipelago. It's not just as simple as a supernova. 15 minutes later, the supernova Big Three, Luffy, Kid, and Luo all stepped out of the gate of the auction house and faced Marine. Before Luffy went out, he also let Zoro and the others leave from behind. In addition, there is Luo, and Ling Bai invited Luo to join him. Luo's immediate reaction to this was to refuse, but Ling Bai was not in a hurry. Outside, The battle between Supernova and Marine is on the verge of breaking out, and Marine can only be crushed all the way in the face of several ferocious supernovas. In addition, the other supernovas in Sabody Archipelago are a little uneasy. Hawkins, Arpu, Broken Monk, Bonnie. Advertisement. Straw Hat Luffy beat Celestial Dragons. Everyone just said hello, and they directly greeted Luffy's family. After all, everyone knows that if the Celestial Dragons are passive, what will happen? If not, they will all be implicated, not to mention that this is the Sabody Archipelago. Naval Headquarters is right next door. In half an hour, at most an hour, Marine Admiral will be here. As for Ling Bai and the others, they ignored the situation of the supernovas. After all, for them, the so-called supernovas were like children playing house. Although Ling Bai is about the same age as the supernovas, Ling Bai's current strength is enough to look down on them. In the auction house, when Robin and the others were about to take advantage of the turmoil outside to leave, they saw Ling Bai and the others grabbing the Celestial Dragons. What are they going to do? Robin was puzzled. Do you want to do something to the Celestial Dragons? Nami panicked. I don't know. Zoro is very afraid of Ling Bai and the others. He is not like Luffy. As long as you don't move his important people, even if you are a villain, Luffy can eat and drink with you. Zoro is not. Ling Bai them, give Zoro a very dangerous feeling. Captain, what are you going to do? Klockedar wondered. The same is true for Bullet and Shiryu of the Rain. Although they are not afraid of any Celestial Dragons, if they move Celestial Dragons, after all, they are all dressed in flirtatious clothes, which will be very troublesome. Let's have a live broadcast that will shock the world. Let the world know that we exist, and let the world government, naval headquarters, and Celestial Dragons fear us. Ling Bai has a very scary idea, that is to live broadcast beheading Celestial Dragons. Before naval headquarters publicly executes Fire Fist Ace, Ling Bai might as well give Celestial Dragons a public execution. Live on Sabody Archipelago, it's so convenient. Moreover, the journalism industry here is also the most developed in the world, and what happens at that time will almost spread throughout the world quickly. It has to be said that Ling Bai's thinking is extremely dangerous. Maybe he is the only one in the whole world who dares to think like that. Live streaming? Advertisement. Shiryu of the Rain didn't understand Ling Bai's words. And Ling Bai didn't hide it either. The three of them were surprised for a few seconds, and Bullet and Shiryu showed ferocious and crazy smiles. It looks like I met a confidant. I have to say, the captain's thoughts are terrible. However, I like it. Shiryu of the Rain smiled. Ling Bai, it seems that our cooperation has begun to become meaningful. Bullet laughed. Ling Bai. It's always been meaningful. Klockedar also can't help feeling that Ling Bai is a complete lunatic. 10 minutes later, Zon Taomaru led the pacifists to arrive, and the power of the pacifists swept everything in an instant. The pirates ran away frantically. They didn't know that they were pacifists, but the tyrant bear came and killed all directions. Few people at the scene could not be afraid. Don't let any pirates go. Jean Momomaru roared, ordering the pacifists who swept away the army. Damn it. It's Shichibukai. Seeing Tyrant Bear, Luo felt that his whole body was not well. But the Tyrant Bear at this time was too weird. It was able to release yellow light and light bombs, and the power was extremely terrifying, easily blowing up a house. At this moment, when a pacifist was about to attack Luo, a huge icicle suddenly struck from behind Luo, smashing the pacifist into pieces in an instant. Just one hit. I admire you, Trafalgar Law. Ling Bai's voice appeared behind him, and Luo was still immersed in the incident of Tyrant Bear being knocked into pieces. Chapter 12. Shiryu of the Rain makes a move. The Shichibukai Tyrant Bear turned out to be. Seeing the shattered Tyrant Bear, Luo's heart was filled with endless waves at this moment. Luo, who has been with the Grand Line for several years and has experienced the strength of Doflamingo, is probably not familiar with the strength of Shichibukai. But at this moment, the facts clearly told him that the Tyrant Bear was not only sent flying, but also crushed. What happened? Looking at Ling Bai, apart from shock, Luo felt endless questions. Who the hell is this person? Shichibukai, he's not. Ling Bai shook his head, and pointed to the pacifist who was already paralyzed not far in front of him, smoking, the latest weapon of the world government, a super weapon based on the Tyrant Bear and using Kizaru's ability as the means of attack. Pacifist. Pacifist? Not only Luo, they were also surprised by Klockedar. Ling Bai knows many things they don't. Who are you? At this time, seeing a pacifist paralyzed, Zon Taowen was frightened. After all, the pacifist is so powerful. He knows very well that even today's supernova is difficult to deal with. However, when Ling Bai appeared at this time, the pacifists are vulnerable. Zon Taowen was also dumbfounded, but at this time Zon Taowen saw the person behind Ling Bai. Klockedar. Shiryu of the Rain. There's one more. How come? Devil's Descendant, Deathless Bullet. Impel Down Jailbreak event. At this moment, Zon Taowen's eyes widened, his heart was full of turmoil, and his face was full of disbelief. Wait, there's still 3 celestial dragons in the lock's toe. Advertisement. At this time, the 3 celestial dragons behind Ling Bai all looked bruised and swollen. Just now, Ling Bai woke them up. During their fierce resistance, Ling Bai beat them up violently, and Luffy the punch to celestial dragons was obviously a child's play. Luffy just regards celestial dragons as an enemy, while Ling Bai treats celestial dragons as a human being at all. After all, as a time traveler, Ling Bai has always looked at this world from the perspective of God, that is to say, he doesn't care who the natives of this world are. After being beaten violently, the celestial dragons no longer dared to be arrogant, and their hoods were also blown off, and now they breathe the lower world air that they regard as dirty things. This situation made Zon Taowen feel his scalp go numb. Didn't Straw Hat Luffy fight celestial dragons? Zon Taowen faced it, but it was Ling Bai who dealt with celestial dragons, and celestial dragons was obviously afraid of ultimate, and couldn't believe what they had gone through, but the bruises and swollen faces already explained everything. PX.2, PX.3, attack them. Regarding this, Zon Taowen gave the order directly without caring so much, and in an instant, two identical pacifists rushed forward. Call out. But at this moment, Shiryu of the Rain made a move. His speed was as fast as ultimate, and at the moment he rushed out, he pulled out the demon sword Thunderstorm. Only two crisp sounds were heard, followed by two deafening explosions. In Luo's view, the extremely powerful pacifist exploded directly in the air. This kind of pacifist is basically vulnerable to Shiryu of the Rain. You must know that this kind of weapon can only deal with ordinary and not very powerful pirates. Shiryu of the Rain, as one of the former Impel Down trump cards, is naturally powerful. Shiryu of the Rain, you actually betrayed the world government. While Zon Taowen was shocked, he was also full of anger. But Shiryu didn't answer this. In the next second, he appeared in front of Zon Taowen, and swung a blow that he had prepared a second ago. On the demon knife, a bloodthirsty breath surged towards Zon Taowen. The pill fell off. Zon Taowen could only passively use the battle axe to defend against this, but there was a clear sound of weapon collision, followed by the sound of shattering. Advertisement: Zon Taowen's battle axe is split. You are not qualified to criticize me yet. Shiryu of the Rain had a cold tone. Boom! In the next second, Zon Taowen was blown away by the huge impact force, and his obese body flew out like a kite off the string. At this moment, Kizaru's eldest nephew Jeanmomaru, Luffy's Jeanmomaru who can crush this timeline, is crushed by Rain no Shiryu. Therefore, the gap in strength can be imagined. Ignoring the reactions of other people present, Ling Bai and the others were ready to implement the plan. Go to the main square of the Sabody Archipelago and behead the celestial dragons. That place is where the live broadcast of Summit War was watched in the original book. Ling Bai is going to do something extremely terrifying here. There has never been anyone before, and there will be no one in the future. Even if there are people, it is Ling Bai who will do it. At this time, the three celestial dragons were already trembling. Before, they were woken up by Ling Bai and relied on the authority of the celestial dragons to domineering, but Ling Bai didn't care about their authority at all, and even beat them violently. They understand that in this world, there are people who don't regard their celestial dragons as human beings at all, but as pigs and dogs that can be killed at will. The situation of the three celestial dragons is extremely tragic. On the other side, Luffy and the others, who were dealing with a pacifist, didn't know that, just at the port, with the arrival of a warship, a yellow flash penetrated the void at a desperate speed, and the next second, is the explosion that shakes the entire Sabody Archipelago. Now, Admiral Kizaru, strike, Chapter 13 The Crushed Supernova. At this moment, Ling Bai accidentally saw the Tyrant Bear. This is the real Tyrant Bear, and unlike the pacifists, he has a book in his hand. This is the Tyrant Bear itself, almost forgot about him. With the appearance of the Tyrant Bear, Ling Bai knew that the purpose of his coming here was nothing more than to save the Straw Hat crew who had caused a catastrophe. This should be what Drago asked the Tyrant Bear to do, or it was what the Tyrant Bear wanted to do. I can't let you do what you want. Ling Bai thought of Snake Princess. In the original book, Luffy was taken to Nine Snake Island by the Tyrant Shang. So, there is no doubt that Ling Bai wants to stop this matter. But Ling Bai also had an idea. What would have happened if Luffy hadn't been photographed? Ling Bai is not Luffy's licking dog. To be precise, when Ling Bai came to this world, Luffy has slowly begun to live under Ling Bai's shadow. On the other side, Kizaru strikes. With an earth-shattering explosion, countless pirates panicked and fled in all directions, but at this time Marine also started to capture a large number of pirates. It's so scary. Is it said that all the evil generations are here? Kizaru stroked his chin in surprise. Kizaru is here. The first supernova to encounter Kizaru was Hawkins, but unlike the terrified younger brothers, Hawkins was divination at this time. Boss, Kizaru is here. It turned out to be Kizaru. What should we do? The younger brothers have already been scared out of their wits. As a result of the divination, my chances of winning are 0, and my chances of being beaten are 100%, but the chances of dying and being caught are both 0. Hawkins muttered to himself. Yo, Hawkins, Kizaru is here. At this time, he raised his shining right leg and swept towards Hawkins casually, and Hawkins didn't dodge at all. In the next second, Hawkins was twisted, and then, like a cannonball, he was kicked out by Kizaru's leg. The huge impact broke a huge tree. Advertisement: in the next second, Kizaru disappeared in place. Bonnie, long time no see. The world government doesn't want to see you become a pirate. At this time, Kizaru greeted Bonnie, and the latter's expression changed, but Kizaru did not attack her, but appeared in front of Appu in an instant. Hee-hop. Naturally, Appu would not wait for Kizaru to make a shot like Hawkins, but preemptively attacked Kizaru, but the result was the same, and he was finally swept by Kizaru. Next, the monk who broke the precepts. Next, Undercover Drake. With Admiral's power, dealing with this group of supernovas who can't even armament hockey is much easier than adults bullying children. It is almost crushed by the power of crossing dimensions. The next one is the Straw Hat Boy. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm sorry. With a helpless tone, Kizaru disappeared in place. On the other side, Luffy and the others are still desperately resisting the two pacifists. But for them, it's Tyrant Bear. Especially the previous experience is still fresh in the memory. Zoro and the others are very aware of the horror of the Tyrant Bear, but at this moment, it is like a nightmare. What frightened them even more was that two Tyrant Bears appeared. Although they don't understand what's going on, they can't deal with one of them. Everyone, retreat! Luffy roared loudly. This was definitely the first time he said such words to his partners. The strength of the Tyrant Bear made them despair, and it also made Luffy become rational for the first time. He knew that such a Tyrant Bear, if they can't handle any of them, let alone two. But what he doesn't know is that such a Tyrant Bear is just the most recruiting tool of the world government, and a real Tyrant Bear can paralyze it with a single slap. And how weak is Luffy? The power of despair. When they were fleeing, a force appeared that made them desperate. Advertisement Kizaru is here. You moved celestial dragons. Kizaru looked at the crowd, as in the original book, stepped on Zoro's back and raised his right leg, about to step on it, as if he was about to kill Zoro, which made Luffy and the others fearful, while Brook and Usopp kept attacking Kizaru. But Logia's elementalization is not something they can hurt at all. This plunged the Straw Hat Pirates into a deeper level of despair. Zoro. Luffy was stunned, scared, powerless and hopeless. Master. At this moment, Zon Momomaru arrives in embarrassment. Zon Taowen. Kizaru was surprised. Zon Momomaru panicked. Bullet. Shiryu of the Rain. They're here. The four who escaped from Impel Down are all in the Sabody archipelago, and they captured the celestial dragons. What? Kizaru, who was hanging around, showed a rare look of shock on his face, but what shocked him was not the celestial dragons being taken away, but Ling Bai and the others appearing here. In this way, things will be troublesome. Kizaru was a little serious. At this moment, a figure came quickly. Pluton Rayleigh. He kicked Kizaru's shiny leg away. Take Zoro away. Rayleigh spoke to Usopp while he was locked in a leg-to-leg confrontation with Kizaru. It seems the rumors are true. Pluton Rayleigh, you are indeed in the Sabody archipelago. It's good to give the new age a way out, Kizaru. Let Luffy and the others fail to deal with the crisis, and Rayleigh had to act. Chapter 14 Blast the Tyrant Bear and confront Kizaru. At the same time, outside Impel Down, that is, the sea area frozen by Ling Bai. At this time, Aokiji looked at the frozen forest in front of him. The huge volume had almost blocked Impel Down's sight. Should I escort Fire Fist Ace in a few days to break through this ice? It seems that this ice will not melt in a short time. Aokiji reached out to touch the solid ice, his calm face turned surprise. This kind of ice is not ordinary ice, it's even harder than the ice I made. And it can be seen that the ability of the person who uses this kind of ice is very powerful. Or, he has the ability to surpass frozen fruit. Is there any more powerful freezing ability in devil fruit than frozen fruit? Countless guesses arose in Aokiji's heart. The same ability naturally shocked Aokiji a lot. For a while, Ling Bai had a strong sense of mystery in Aokiji's heart, but now the entire naval headquarters still doesn't know Ling Bai's name. Sabody Archipelago. Rayleigh had already pulled out the treasured sword at his waist, and Kizaru had also pulled out the Sky Zongyun sword, resisting each other. Pluton Rayleigh, it looks like you're struggling. Kizaru began to tease, and Rayleigh and Kizaru resisted for 5 or 6 minutes, and it was a bit difficult, probably because he had retired for too long and hadn't made a move for more than 20 years. At this time, he was facing one of the highest combat power of naval headquarters, the right-hand figure of One Piece. I can't bear it either. Moreover, Kizaru is still fighting Rayleigh in a carefree manner, and it is already clear at a glance who has the upper hand and who has the lower hand. In Sabody Archipelago, the enemies you should focus on are probably other people, not the Straw Hats, Kizaru. Rayleigh thought of Ling Bai and the others. It seemed that it was for the safety of Luffy and the others. Rayleigh wanted to use this to bring trouble. As for the jailbreak from Impel Down, although I don't know what happened, naval headquarters will not sit idly by, will it? Redhead bet one hand on the cost of the new era, and Luffy is the person that Redhead is optimistic about, inheriting the will of the Straw Hat, and Rayleigh will let Luffy and the others out of danger no matter what. Bullet them? It's really troublesome. Kizaru slammed Rayleigh away. It has to be said that after Rayleigh said this, Kizaru realized that Ling Bai and others were watching the two of them fight from a distance. Advertisement that mysterious boy, the descendant of the devil, Shiryu of the Rain, and Klockedar. A total of 4 people escaped from Impel Down, but Kizaru did not expect that they would come to Sabody Archipelago. Yes, they also caught celestial dragons. The 3 celestial dragons, with bruised noses and swollen faces, looked a little shocking, and their eyes were full of fear. After Garp's grandson moved celestial dragons, these people also wanted celestial dragons, but the latter was obviously more unscrupulous. The descendants of the devil are monsters, and it was Garp who suppressed them back then. The combat power of Shiryu of the Rain is very close to that of Admiral, and Klockedar, who is a Logia-capable user, is not bad. But the 3 of them, follow this boy? Who is this young man? After fighting with Rayleigh, Kizaru couldn't help guessing about Ling Bai. Compared with Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Pirates, Ling Bai is obviously much more terrifying. I don't know what my brother's name is. Kizaru asked Ling Bai for this sentence. The captain of the Ling Bai Pirates, whose real name is Ling Bai. Ling Bai's answer was very flat. Kizaru pointed at celestial dragons. You seem to be in trouble. Celestial dragons are not so easy to mess with. Ling Bai. So you want to be the loyal dog of the celestial dragons? Loyal dog. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. This term made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, being called a dog by others, no one can stand it. It's really troublesome for you to show up at this time. Kizaru frowned. In less than 2 weeks, there will be a public execution. It is foreseeable that naval headquarters will inevitably fight the entire Whitebeard pirate group. So at this time, it is an extremely critical time. If there is no accident with celestial dragons, it is almost impossible for the 3 admirals to leave naval headquarters at this time. After all, no one can guarantee whether the Whitebeard pirates will raid naval headquarters. Naval headquarters, dare not underestimate the power of the strongest man in the world. Advertisement at this time, he saw the movement of the tyrant bear in the distance. Wait here for me, don't let Kizaru steal the celestial dragons. After speaking, Ling Bai activated, shave, and disappeared in place. On the other side, the real tyrant bear appeared in front of the fleeing Straw Hat pirates, trying to take them to safety. At this moment, as the crew members were photographed one by one, Luffy was desperate to ultimate, dealing with tyrant bear. Even with his strength as the captain, he was crushed. The shadow in Luffy's heart, at this moment, I don't know how big it is. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Tyrant Bear is here and wants to take Luffy away, and he has already decided on the place, which is 9 Snake Island. This is what Dorag means. Not long ago, Luffy beat Celestial Dragons. Tyrant Bear notified Drago as soon as he knew about it. Call out. But at this moment, Ling Bai appeared. He was hanging in the air, about to fall to the ground. I want to go to 9 Snake Island, how about taking me by the way? Bartholomew Kuma. Hearing these words, Tyrant Shang's expressionless face changed color. Who are you? Tyrant Shang questioned, but had already started rubbing the air with his hands, ready to blow Ling Bai away. However, Ling Bai made the first move, controlling a giant icicle with his right hand and blasting the Tyrant Bear away. Chapter 15 Crushing the Tyrant Bear, Kizaru's Fear. With a loud noise, the icicle manipulated by Ling Bai rose from the ground, knocking the Tyrant Bear into the air. According to intelligence, it is already known that Ling Bai has the power of freezing, but at this time Kizaru was surprised to see Ling Bai use the ability with his own eyes. Although they are all manipulating ice, his ability is weirder than Kuzan's frozen fruit ability. It seems to be stronger. Kuzan didn't have the battle of Ling Bai, and directly caused a giant icicle to burst out of the ground. Moreover, watching the Tyrant Bear being hit hard and smashing a house, we can see the impact of this icicle. Thank you. Thinking that Ling Bai is here to help him, Luffy can't help but thank Ling Bai, but what he doesn't know is that Ling Bai is only for his own benefit, and this benefit is Snake Girl. Ignoring Luffy, Ling Bai stepped on his right foot and disappeared in place, attacking the Tyrant Bear. And the Tyrant Bear was about to stand up, but at this moment, Ling Bai slashed down in the air, bringing Armament Hockey's feet and the explosive power of Ling Bai's body. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Tyrant Shang's mechanical tone was full of anger, but Ling Bai didn't care. Compared with Luffy's attack power in the 4th gear of the original book, this kick is not too much. Boom. The sound of the explosion shook the Sabody archipelago, and in an instant, houses exploded, dust filled the air, and the Tyrant Bear fell into a large pit. What a powerful force. This guy, at this age, is not a monster. Kizaru's complexion was not very good, obviously because Ling Bai's combat performance was beyond imagination. Thinking about how to save the Celestial Dragons, but now it's clearly not going to be easy. Kizaru could clearly see that Ling Bai didn't use up all his strength at this time. Advertisement The power of Acedes, converted to this world, can be said to be as good as Marine Admiral, and Ling Bai's combat powers at this level, even except for Ultimate's Ice Teigu, Ling Bai is better than Acedes. So one can imagine how powerful Ling Bai is. With Ling Bai here, Tyrant Bear is doomed to fail. He wants to take Luffy to 9 Snake Island, but Ling Bai wants to stop him. At this time, Tyrant Bear was in the deep pit, standing up with some difficulty. Ling Bai actually knew his intentions, but Tyrant Shang didn't understand. Could it be that Ling Bai overheard his previous conversation with Dorag, or that he could read his own mental activities? Also, this boy, who looks to be about the same age as Luffy, but how could he be so powerful? Being attacked by Ling Bai, it is impossible for the tyrant to bear no pain. Why stop me? In the next second, moving at a high speed, Tyrant Bear attacked Ling Bai, and there was a bubble the size of a glass ball in his right hand. But don't think it was just an ordinary bubble, it was actually an object after Tyrant Bear compressed a large piece of air, capable of producing extremely terrifying explosive power. Naturally, Ling Bai could see it. Ling Bai was quite familiar with the strong men in the original book, and Ling Bai knew exactly what attack methods they use. The ability of the meatball fruit is really strong, the Revolutionary Army. When the Tyrant Bear was more than 1 meter away from Ling Bai, when he heard the word, Revolutionary Army, the expression of the Tyrant Bear changed again, causing waves in his heart, and even briefly forgot to attack Ling Bai. As a Revolutionary Army, only Drago and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army know about him, and this is completely a secret, but the terrible thing is, this person actually knows that he is a Revolutionary Army. Tyrant Bear felt uneasy and briefly forgot to attack Ling Bai. But it was this short 3-second pause that Ling Bai's attack landed on. Behind Ling Bai, a large number of ice arrows appeared out of thin air, and they were released just like Kizaru released the 8-foot Chonguyu big move. Such an attack is more powerful than the one used by Acedes. Advertisement bursts of attacks resounded through the space, and the Tyrant Bear, who was attacked by countless ice arrows, shook uncontrollably. Countless ice arrows exploded on him, or tore open his clothes and even his body, and his whole body. It also flew upside down again, and a large number of bloodlines appeared on the tyrant bear. Ling Bai's attack did not have a name for the move, but the full-level Ice Teigu made this attack extremely powerful. Even if it was as powerful as the tyrant bear, it would be difficult to resist. But you must know that Ling Bai did not try his best. And after this attack, the tyrant bear finally didn't dare to act rashly. His body had been torn apart, exposing his mechanical body. He wanted to stand up again after being injured, but he knelt down with both feet. This is his body transformed by Vegapunk. After Ling Bai's attack, a lot of thick smoke came out of his mechanical body, as if the machine had malfunctioned. This guy, Mr. Sengoku, what should I do with this old man? The celestial dragons are still in their possession. On the other side, Kizaru connected Sengoku's phone and told Ling Bai that they were here. He who has always been wretched and idle, now has a solemn expression. Ling Bai Pirates, Captain Ling Bai, Crew Bullet, Shiryu, Klockedar. The strength shown by the captain should be the tip of the iceberg, but it is surprisingly powerful. Crushing the Shichibukai tyrant bear is a breeze. While Sengoku was shocked, he also fell silent, because before talking to Kizaru, he had a call with Aokiji, who told Sengoku that the mysterious boy who froze a piece of sea outside Impel Down probably possesses the power of Baidong. The fruit has a stronger freezing ability. Who is this guy? Sengoku is full of fear for Ling Bai, who doesn't even know what he looks like, especially at this special moment. Their naval headquarters can't even directly dispatch high-level combat forces to deal with the Impel Down incident, and can only choose to hide. Because Whitebeard and his pirate group are more terrifying than the people who escaped from Impel Down, the public execution is of great significance to the era of great pirates. Even as long as the Whitebeard pirate group is destroyed, the era of great pirates may be over. Chapter 16. Akainu is out. Ling Bai's action. Sengoku, do I need to go? Hearing the content of the call between Kizaru and Sengoku, Akainu stood up. Although his face was calm and his tone was normal, there was already a burst of anger in his heart. Akainu, who upholds absolute justice, will not allow any pirates to run wild, especially Ling Bai, who captured the celestial dragons and openly challenged the authority of the world government. This kind of thing is unforgivable for Akainu. It is also unbearable. Sakazuki, let's go. I'm afraid Paluzolino will have trouble dealing with 2 admiral-level combat powers alone, and there is another Shiryu of the Rain whose combat power is very close to admirals. It's hard to deal with, Suru Vice Admiral said. That boy, is he called Ling Bai, right? He probably has the same level of power as our admiral. HMPH, Paluzolino and I are more than enough to deal with them. A bunch of scum. Don't even think about playing wild in the Sabody archipelago. Akainu's tone finally showed anger. Anyway, now is an important time for us to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Be careful, Sakazuki. I have my own measure, Mr. Sengoku. Is this guy a monster? Kid, who was fighting a pacifist with Luo just now, was greatly shocked by Ling Bai, who was crushing the tyrant bear at this time. The strength of Ling Bai, for him at this time, he had to admit in his heart, it was a power beyond imagination, above him. What he couldn't accept was that Ling Bai was obviously younger than him, but not only was he stronger than him, he was even much stronger, and he obviously didn't use all his strength to crush the tyrant bear. Monster. Luo was also shocked by this, even more shocked than Kid. People like this, plus Bullet and the others, don't know what kind of trouble will happen to this world. Rayleigh frowned, looking at Ling Bai's eyes in the distance with fear. At this moment he also moved quietly, preparing to take Luffy away. Father, what about the celestial dragons? Senmomomaru behind Kizaru said worriedly. In his view, it is his duty to protect celestial dragons, because she commands all pacifists, and such power is given to him by celestial dragons, and the other marines also feel the pressure. They are afraid that the celestial dragons will say that they are not well protected and they will be captured as slaves, and then their life will really be worse than death. Ling Bai, you caught celestial dragons, what do you mean? Advertisement. Kizaru said that he was working part-time, but now, although those celestial dragons didn't dare to make a sound, their eyes clearly ordered Kizaru to save them. One of Admiral's strict requirements is to protect the celestial dragons. Quickly kill these people for me, or I will let 5 elders tear you off, and put you in Impel Down. The snotty celestial dragons, Charlos, who was also the most injured, seemed to be emboldened by Kizaru at this time, and roared angrily. Boom. But at this moment, Ling Bai's kick landed on his stomach. The force was not very strong, but it almost made Charlos lose his lunchbox. The overwhelming pain. What? Charlos screamed, tears rolling down his face. Shooting celestial dragons in front of Admiral. The reporters who hid swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and at the same time did not forget to take photos frantically. This is the news of today's explosive news. Ling Bai's actions subverted their 3 views and made them realize that in this world, there are really people who dare to fight celestial dragons. What do you mean by me? Ling Bai smiled, facing Kizaru. He was not afraid at all. Bullet and the others on the side also smiled ferociously. It can be said that they met Ling Bai and it was a match made in heaven. You guys are so rampant. Kizaru was speechless. Release celestial dragons, or you'll all die. Jeanmomaru, who is dedicated to protecting the Lord, is not as easy to talk to as Kizaru. At this moment, Ling Bai squatted slightly, and his right hand covered the ground for an instant, and the huge Ice Emperor's power was released. Boom. In front of Ling Bai, a tsunami-like thick layer of ice was directly set off in an area with a radius of several hundred meters. Such an ice layer caught Kizaru and the others by surprise. Advertisement. Let's get down to business. Ling Bai turned and walked away, while Klockedar used the sand-condensed whip to drag the three celestial dragons like prisoners. Several people knew what Ling Bai was talking about. Next, what they did, it can be said, should be unprecedented. Everyone admired Ling Bai's ideas and madness. We're going to start a war later, block it while I'm doing business. Ling Bai said from the front, and the three celestial dragons were already trembling. They knew what the demon in front was going to do. Let me go, I can give you endless wealth, Charlouis peed in fright. Let me go, I would do anything, please, please. The other two celestial dragons also broke down and begged for mercy. At this time, they who have been proud to be ultimate since birth, how can they have so-called dignity? Their posture is not even as good as a dog's, but Ling Bai ignored them. What are celestial dragons? Ling Bai didn't treat them as human beings. Hey, I'm looking forward to it more and more. Shiryu of the Rain smiled ferociously. He only had endless hatred for the world government, and he was full of expectations for Ling Bai's next actions. Chapter 17. The idea that celestial dragons are pigs will be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Sabody Archipelago Square, where the Summit War was broadcast, was crowded with people at this time. But at this moment, the three big screens lit up at the same time, and everyone in the square didn't know what happened, and then, the content appeared on the three big screens at the same time. Three unhooded celestial dragons, bruised, kneeling in front of the camera. This, celestial dragons. The descendants of the gods, the celestial dragons, are kneeling on the ground. No, they seem to be forced to kneel on the ground. What's terrible is that their injuries. It is said that the Straw Hat Luffy, one of the Supernovas, beat the celestial dragons. Is the celestial dragons beaten like this? The world is crazy. It beats the celestial dragons like this, and even makes the descendants of the creator kneel on the ground. Could it be celestial dragons in disguise? I personally witnessed those celestial dragons coming to Sabody Archipelago this morning. How could it be fake? What's more, who dares to pretend to be celestial dragons? This is provoking the authority of God. In the square, people couldn't believe it, but what was in front of them was the truth. Where have people seen such a battle? Many people trembled in place. And some reporters have already started taking photos frantically. On the other side, the staff responsible for the operation of the three large screens were trembling at this moment. Ling Bai and the others hijacked this place. Although Ling Bai did not kill them, Ling Bai's current behavior made them feel that the sky was about to fall. They are provoking the authority of the gods. Celestial dragons are the gods of this world, and their ancestors created this world. Inviolable. Now, how rampant are Ling Bai and the others? At this time, Shiryu of the Rain handed Ling Bai an ordinary taidao. It was indeed just an ordinary taidao on the street, but when Ling Bai held it in his hand, it instantly gained momentum. The momentum of the sword. Shiryu of the Rain was amazed. This kind of aura is something that a master would not have. It made him feel that Ling Bai has the posture of a master of swordsmanship. Does the captain also practice swordsmanship? Advertisement? Shiryu couldn't help asking, do you believe in innateness? Ling Bai laughed. On the other side, displayed on the square screen, in addition to the celestial dragons, another boy appeared. People saw them standing behind the three trembling celestial dragons with a sword in their hands. Is he going to execute the celestial dragons? Impossible. No one dares to kill celestial dragons. Hitting celestial dragons is not the same thing as killing celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons die, the world will change. It is said that after a while, Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates will be publicly executed. Who the hell is that boy? How dare he do this to celestial dragons? Whoever he is, shoot celestial dragons. His life is counting down. Didn't Admiral come? But what is he doing now? He didn't come to rescue celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are dead and born human. Shouldn't we applaud? Shush. Don't be so loud. He pressed the sword against the back of Roswald's neck, and the coldness of the blade made his body tremble even more violently. He had been begging Ling Bai for mercy before, but even though his throat was hoarse, Ling Bai remained indifferent. Damn Admiral didn't come to rescue them either. At this moment, this demon is about to attack. Why would anyone dare to take a shot at celestial dragons? At this time, the family of three couldn't figure it out. Please let us go. Please. Before being executed, the celestial dragons did not forget their dying struggles. At this time, they also knew that they were being broadcast live, which means that they are now in a state of distress like stray dogs, being witnessed by lowly mortals, but they can no longer control that much. As long as they can survive and return to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they're still high above. Celestial dragons, are they pigs? It makes me happy, maybe I can let you go. Just then, Ling Bai asked the three celestial dragons. The square became quiet, and it seemed that everyone was suffocated, waiting for the storm to come. Celestial dragons are pigs. Advertisement, celestial dragons are pigs. Celestial dragons are pigs. Worrying about Ling Bai's unhappiness, Charos, who spoke first, still missed the dozen or so beautiful wives of Mariajoy. He didn't manage so much. Being tortured by Ling Bai made him feel like he was in hell. At this moment, he just wanted to live. As for dignity, as long as he can return to Mariajoy, he will send troops from the world government, and gouge out the eyes of everyone who sees his dog-like posture here. Those beautiful women, he will take them back as slaves. A beautiful prospect was brewing in Charles Rose's heart, and the snot was already hanging in front of him, looking extremely disgusting. That's right, celestial dragons are all pigs. Celestial dragons are pigs. Female celestial dragons Shilulia directly scolded the entire celestial dragons race in order to survive, but does she need to care so much in order to survive? Ling Bai slapped half of her teeth before. The jawbones are shattered, now her speech is slurred and her mouth is full of blood. Roswald looked at his children in astonishment. He didn't expect them to admit that celestial dragons were pigs so simply, but after struggling for 3 seconds, he said the same thing. Celestial dragons are pigs. All celestial dragons are. At this moment, the people in the square were completely suffocated. If the celestial dragons hadn't said that they were pigs, how could people believe it? It is foreseeable that after today, celestial dragons or pigs will form an inherent concept for people all over the world. Indelible. Where are they? Going to do it? Live? Possibly a public execution of the celestial dragons? The old man was stunned. At the same time, Kizaru, Zontaomaru and others who were urgently looking for Ling Bai received an emergency notification from Marine, and a storm arose in their hearts, and they immediately turned into flashes of light and rushed to their destination. At the same time, the same is true for Akainu. He is more than 10 kilometers away from Sabody Archipelago. Imminent. That Impel Down invader wants to publicly execute the celestial dragons. Crazy. Damn it. Chapter 18 Execution of Celestial Dragons, Bullet vs Kizaru. The captain is really good at making celestial dragons call their own kind pigs. I don't know what will happen if the people of Mariajoy know about this. Tisk tisk, wouldn't you actually let the celestial dragons go? Even if the captain releases the celestial dragons, Mariajoy probably won't let this embarrassing celestial dragons go back, right? Haha. I won't let it go, and of course celestial dragons won't think that the captain is just playing with them, and he will give them a happy ending in the end. Shiryu of the Rain and the others watched the performance of celestial dragons not far away. To be honest, it was very cool to see the posture of celestial dragons with their own eyes. After all, the whole world knows what celestial dragons are, and they have the highest privilege. You can do whatever you want, freer than pirates without rules. Just like people's hatred of wealth, a powerful breath is coming. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain extended his right hand to the demon sword Thunderstorm. It's time to fight, Kizaru, I'll take care of it, it's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Bullet clenched his fists tightly. Although the explosive muscles were hidden in the clothes, they could give people a sense of terrifying explosive power. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them left here. On the other side, Kizaru is moving at high speed with the 8-foot mirror. As Admiral, what he has to guarantee is to save them before Ling Bai attacks the celestial dragons. Otherwise he will be held accountable by the higher authorities, is also very troublesome, although he is not afraid. However, at this moment, a black shadow rushed over quickly and kicked Kizaru onto a big tree. With a bang, the powerful explosion broke the tree trunk which was bigger than the house. Who? Standing up from the dust, Kizaru looked forward and saw a tall and strong figure. Devil Descendant Bullet. It is Bullet. Call out. Without further ado, Kizaru threw out a flashing kick with his right foot. A football-sized light bullet pierced through the void and rushed towards Bullet, who remained in place. When the light bullet arrived, Bullet punched the light bullet hit it again. The moment the light bullets blew up a house, Bullet stepped on his right foot, the ground collapsed, and he rushed towards Kizaru at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement. Although he is a capable person, Bullet's physical skills are also quite terrifying. The man who was called the Descendant of the Devil, you who turned the new world upside down back then, did you actually surrender to a boy? Colliding with Bullet's fist and feeling the amazing power, Kizaru knew that this guy who was on par with Pluton Rayleigh was in much better shape than Rayleigh. It's just a temporary cooperation, naval headquarters won't be afraid, will it? Bullet smiled ferociously. Kizaru, you have to fight hard, otherwise I'm afraid I'll beat you to death, and I'm stronger than before. Even though I was imprisoned, I never relaxed for a day. I didn't expect that I would be able to return to the human world again. Boom. Kizaru took 3 steps back when Bullet punched him. At this moment, Zontaomaru roared Bullet's name, and was about to swing his tomahawk to attack Bullet, but the same black shadow flashed past, resisting Zontaomaru's blow, and because of the strong impact, Zontaomaru knocked Zondao. The pill shook and flew more than 10 meters. Come, Shiryu of the Rain, I won't give you another breath this time. Shiryu of the Rain rushed towards Zontaowen. A demon sword released a strange purple aura, and slashed towards Zontaowen, who met him with a battle axe, but with a loud noise, the battle axe almost broke free from Zontaowen's hands, and the area where the axe blade splits is even bigger. PX. 4. Senmomomaru yelled, knowing that he couldn't defeat Shiryu of the Rain, and immediately called the remaining pacifists to fight. Not long after, a black shadow came. It was the pacifist. Yellow flashes gathered in its mouth, and when it was about to blast a laser, a huge sand blade directly smashed its head. G-Lock doll. It's hard to imagine how you guys got together. Kizaru's expression was a little bad. Bullet tore off his shirt, clenched the fist that covered armament hockey, and charged at Kizaru, who didn't dodge, and swept his right leg towards Bullet. Boom. Advertisement. With a loud noise, the 2 men collided with their fists and feet, and a wave of air swept out, and at the same time the ground was shattered. The 3 celestial dragons, were they executed? Kizaru frowned. Probably so. After all, that man also means what he says. It's really arrogant enough to make such a mess at this time. Kizaru was a little irritable, opened and closed his hands, pulled out the Tianzongyun sword, and slashed a Bullet, who resisted with his bare hands covered with armament hockey, and the speed of both of them increased. On the other hand, as Bullet said, Ling Bai executed the celestial dragons. Ling Bai raised the heads of the three celestial dragons. They thought Ling Bai was in a happy mood and wanted to let them go. But at this moment, Ling Bai swept across with his saber, and at the same moment, three heads rose to the sky at the same time, and scarlet blood spurted out in an instant. Three headless corpses fell powerlessly to the ground. At this moment, the people in the square trembled completely, watching this scene in disbelief. Piercing the sky, what a crazy guy. Rayleigh shook his head. The last time the celestial dragons were killed was a history that had been completely erased, the era of Lox. Lox killed a lot of celestial dragons, but in the end he was as strong as him and ended badly. And the supernovas were also in shock. After all, they're so famous that they're not so rampant. Even the cruelest kid just kills civilians and sacrifices to heaven. How dare he kill celestial dragons? And it's still a live broadcast execution. Who dares to be so arrogant? Chapter 19 Akainu Strikes. Akainu gets headshot at the start. There is still about 3 kilometers away from Sabody Archipelago on a warship. Mr. Sakazuki, just now, 3 celestial dragons were publicly executed. Beheaded by that Ling Bai. Mr. Paluzolino and the others are restrained by the descendants of the Devil Bullet and others, unable to rescue the celestial dragons. Akainu looked gloomy and dropped the phone bug. You inform Marshal Sengoku. After leaving this sentence, Akainu launched the moonwalk to ultimate and rushed towards the Sabody Archipelago. The speed was very fast, and he disappeared from the sight of many marines within a few seconds. On the other side, Ling Bai dropped the sword in his hand and left here. His goal has been achieved. Public execution of celestial dragons. He should be the first person in history. I wonder if Lox has tried it. Maybe Lox is crazy, but he may not have done what Ling Bai did. It doesn't really matter though, and besides, the idea that celestial dragons are pigs should take hold soon. After all, the celestial dragons have personally admitted that they are pigs, even if they were forced by Ling Bai, but the rampant fanning by the world's news media cannot be underestimated. This is Ling Bai, openly provoking God's authority. But are celestial dragons gods? They're just a bunch of trash. Of course, it is undeniable that among the celestial dragons, there must be existences beyond imagination. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be trash. After all, Doflamingo has Conquerors hockey. Among the entire celestial dragons race, he will definitely not be an exception. Also, are redheads really celestial dragons? This guy, even the 5 elders have to find time out of their busy schedules to meet in person. And, there is the most mysterious being in the world. I am, the king of all celestial dragons. Soon, Ling Bai came to the illegal area where Bullet and the others were. Advertisement: this area has a radius of several hundred meters. Although it has only been a few minutes, it has been fragmented due to the fierce fighting, especially the fiercest battle between Bullet and Kizaru, and Lao Shaw's desert reincarnation, shot against marine. Drying out the moisture of the earth directly turns the grassland into desert ruins. Does it look like he's really dead? Kizaru was helpless. Seeing Ling Bai's appearance, he knew that the celestial dragons should be dead. At this time, he was caught in a fierce battle with Bullet. The strength of the two was almost evenly matched. It was impossible or even impossible to tell the winner for a while. Dog eats red lotus. At this moment, a roar came, accompanied by scorching airwaves. Ling Bai, who has a high-level observation hockey, noticed that before he turned around, several huge ice walls formed an impregnable fortress in the direction of the astonishing lava behemoth. Boom! Hot lava exploded in all directions, cracking the ground and distorting the air with steam. Hiding behind is nothing but a shrinking turtle. Ling Bai was not attacked, making Akainu's face distorted. Did the sneak attack insult the so-called justice and admiral demeanor? Ling Bai's tone was mocking. Sakazuki, I'll leave it to you. This guy, he's a monster, don't be careless. Kizaru yelled, but Bullet punched him in the face and sent him flying. Pirate, damn it. Akainu let out a cold snort, and vigorously urged the lava dog, which was the size of a small sea king's, trying to break through Ling Bai's defensive ice wall. At this moment, Ling Bai's palm landed on the thick ice wall, and immediately, from the other side of the ice wall, a sharp giant ice pick rushed out, hitting Akainu's head unexpectedly. With a fierce blow, Akainu's head is gone. Immediately afterwards, everything above the Shanko was brutally smashed, and the whole person was shot out. Advertisement: it doesn't do any harm to Akainu with elementalization, but it's enough for him to be embarrassed. My ice, not the Aokiji kind. Ling Bai recalled that Acedes' ability to use the Ice Teigu could not only be copied perfectly, but also he could develop new moves through imagination. The Teigu of ice is above the frozen fruit. In this regard, Ling Bai is very confident. At this time, because of the end of the execution and the sound of fierce fighting, many people rushed here. Pirates, stalking reporters, outlaws, and more. The supernovas are all on the list, but Luffy, who has lost his partner, is destined not to watch the battle. He doesn't even know that Ace is about to be publicly executed, and he is still trying to find a way to find his partner. It turned out to be Akainu. The 2 admirals are here. It goes without saying that Bullet, the descendant of the devil, even if Garp made a move back then, it was not so easy to take him down. The weird thing is, wasn't he imprisoned in Impel Down? The scary thing is, that Ling Bai, a monster that was born out of nowhere, where did it come from? Is it the same strength as Admiral? Without this kind of strength, it would be almost impossible for Akainu to escape. If you kill the celestial dragons, they will probably be executed on the spot. The extremely evil generation and many pirates were talking about it, and the fierce battle made their scalps tingle, especially the scene where Akainu was blown up just now, which happened to be seen by them. So one can imagine the shock. Chapter 20 Fight Akainu. At this time, Ling Bai crossed the ice wall ahead and saw Akainu in a panic in the distance. I have to say that when Akainu first came to Sabody Archipelago, Ling Bai got off to a good start. Hit by a giant ice pick released by Ling Bai, Akainu lost his head and finally hit a high hill, smashing the hill into pieces. Akainu, who quickly gathered a human form, exploded with a large amount of scorching steam. Anyone who is not blind can clearly see this posture, and Akainu is already furious. With one step, Akainu moved towards Ling Bai at high speed. Dark Hound. The crimson lava fist blasted towards Ling Bai, and the air exploded with scorching waves. Facing Akainu's punch, Ling Bai also used his fist, but it was a fist gathered with ice, colliding with Akainu's fist. With an astonishing crash, it was like a bomb exploding. Akainu's punch was obviously very strong, and the ferocious and ruthless expression showed that Akainu's angry punch was extremely powerful. However, shockingly, Ling Bai withstood the punch. This is not the defense of the ice wall just now, but a direct head-on confrontation. The two fists collided, and a larger air wave swept away, and formed two areas of red and white, representing the two areas of lava and ice respectively. One was scorching hot, and the ground on the other was frozen. And these two astonishing powers are evenly divided. The air in the four directions oscillates. Needless to say, Akainu is powerful. There are rumors that he is the strongest existence among the three admirals, but after all, the three have not fought against each other, but it is undeniable that Admiral is definitely the world's top combat power. Advertisement. But at this moment, the spectators saw that the boy who blatantly beheaded the celestial dragons was no less powerful than Akainu. If other people were hit by Akainu's punch, they would be thrown tens of meters, or their hands would be lost. In other words, does he have the same combat power as Admiral? In front of Ling Bai, it seems that the so-called supernova is all waste. Which sea area did this monster emerge from? Luo was a little skeptical, and Ling Bai said that his pirate group lacked a powerful doctor and asked him to think about it. The ability to freeze. Aokiji is still alive, and with this level of freezing ability, shouldn't it be devil fruit that hasn't been eaten for a few days? Rayleigh frowned, but no one knew that Ling Bai wasn't capable at all. Do you want to stop me, Akainu? Ling Bai smiled. Compared to Akainu, who was full of anger, Ling Bai seemed much calmer. Pirate, damn it. Akainu was angry and a little irritable. After all, he didn't expect that he had collided with Ling Bai, but Ling Bai caught his punch. Not surprisingly, Ling Bai's strength is really no worse than him, which made him more determined. Ling Bai's idea must be eradicated. What's more, Ling Bai has seriously provoked the ruling authority of the world government and celestial dragons, just like Locks back then. Although Akainu thought of Locks at this time, he has not yet classified Ling Bai and the opponent as the same weight. The war with the Whitebeard pirates is about to break out, and the world is changing. Are you really going to have a deathmatch with me here? Akainu, this may not be a wise idea. Naval headquarters could not have imagined that, according to the original plot, after Whitebeard died, a more terrifying Blackbeard would rise. After all, Whitebeard is only entrenched in a corner of New World, living happily with his sons, although he is the man closest to the throne of One Piece, but Whitebeard doesn't have that kind of ambition. However, Blackbeard is different. The main ship of the Blackbeard pirate group is named Xebec, and the Hive Island is used as the headquarters. The intention is obvious. He wants to become the next Locks. Advertisement ability and strength, coupled with ambition, Blackbeard is likely to become the ultimate boss. What is the meaning of Summit War? On the contrary, it pushed the era of great pirates to its peak. Justice will prevail. Akainu let out a low growl, as if some kind of powerful force had been injected into his whole body, and he shook Ling Bai away by more than 1 meter, and then he punched him again. Great eruption. Akainu roared this time, and a large amount of lava formed a huge fist in his right hand. When this fist was thrown out, it released a terrifying power like a volcanic eruption. The fist, which was the size of a truck, crushed towards Ling Bai like a meteorite. But Ling Bai waved his hand, as if giving an order. A giant ice ball appeared out of thin air, and it really hit Akainu with a meteorite. Boom. The sound was earth-shattering. Akainu's fist collided with the ice puck, and the air twisted more violently. As the puck gradually shattered, Akainu's fists continued to burst into lava. It's weirder than Kuzan's frozen fruit. That guy can't create ice balls of this level out of thin air. This kid must be dealt with here, otherwise it will be more troublesome in the future. It happens at such a critical time. Akainu's complexion became even worse. It was not easy to smash that ice puck. Chapter 21 Freeze Time and Space. Akainu's fear. Did you actually kill 3 celestial dragons? Still in the form of live broadcast, let thousands of people watch. Celestial dragons also call themselves pigs. At this moment, Sengoku was simmering with anger. Sakazuki has already fought that guy, but he doesn't have the upper hand at the moment either. You are not very young, but your combat power is already beyond imagination. While angry, the battle also became a little worried. Sengoku, I suggest that Akainu and the others retreat. The death of the celestial dragons is irreversible. We can't help but blame the above. After all, at this critical moment, the 4 on the other side, except for Klockedar who is slightly weaker, the other 3 they are all powerful. Suru Vice Admiral said with some concern. I think it should be settled after the autumn. At this time, I am worried that the admirals will be injured. On the one hand, it will damage Marines' morale, and on the other hand, it will also affect their participation in the war. Bullet and Ling Bai are monsters. Even if Sakazuki and the others can win in a short period of time, they will have to pay a huge price. Not worth it. Sengoku frowned when he heard this. What Tsuru Vice Admiral said was indeed reasonable. The opponents Kizaru and Akainu are facing now are at the same level. If they cannot have an overwhelming advantage, it will definitely be a tough battle. Therefore, Akainu and the others are likely to suffer losses and injuries. After all, there is no guarantee of victory, and when the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is about to begin, there must be no mistakes. Therefore, after thinking twice, Sengoku could only decide to settle accounts with Ling Bai and the others, and immediately ask the Marine General of the Sabody Archipelago to notify Akainu and the others. Boom. Sabody Archipelago. At this moment, Akainu finally broke through the giant puck released by Ling Bai. At this time, in Akainu's eyes, he was more afraid of Ling Bai. Looking to the other side, Akainu also saw Kizaru fighting Bullet, and Bullet has used the ability of the combined fruit. And Zon Taomaru, facing Shiryu of the Rain, could only be crushed, and his left hand was cut off by Shiryu of the Rain, and he would probably be beheaded if he continued to fight. Hateful. My heart was full of anger, and my irritability also intensified. Advertisement at this time, Ling Bai rushed over and punched out, Akainu also passively punched, and immediately there were bursts of fist collision sounds. Ling Bai's fists are covered with armament hockey, so facing Akainu is also a punch to the flesh. In the 10-minute fight, Akainu also discovered an amazing fact through fists falling on Ling Bai. The enemy in front of him has an extremely powerful physique. Physical strength like an impregnable wall, *hole. Akainu was angry. Boom. At this time, Akainu's fist landed on Ling Bai's mouth, and Ling Bai's fist landed on Akainu's face. The huge impact knocked them both away, but Ling Bai seemed to be fine, but Akainu had a nosebleed and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously embarrassed. Little devil, today, you must be permanently left in Sabody Archipelago. Akainu felt pain in many places on his face and body. At this moment, he clenched his fists. In an instant, a large amount of lava surged from his hands, forming two huge lava dogs at that moment. The surging lava entangled a large amount of lava. The flames and the lava dog rushed towards Ling Bai like a living thing and opened its bloody mouth. HMPH. Do you really think I'm a brat? Akainu. At this moment, Ling Bai's palms combined into a special gesture. Moko Potmo. Ling Bai let out a low cry, and at this moment, two giant lava dogs were about to devour Ling Bai, so Ling Bai's palms were the center, and an ice-blue transparent field expanded rapidly. It was also from this moment, in this ice-blue in the domain, time and space are frozen. Moko Botmo. The original Acedes can only be triggered once a day, but it is different here in Ling Bai, and can be used multiple times. After all, compared to Acedes, Ling Bai is a physical monster. One of the super tricks of Ice Teigu is the ability to freeze time and space. In this domain, only the user Ling Bai can move, while everything else, even the air, stops flowing. Even the thinking of the frozen person will be stopped. Advertisement in short, everything will be stopped except Ling Bai. At this time, the people watching the battle were terrified and shocked to find that Akainu's two dog-eating red lotuses stopped in midair, and the steam erupting from them also stopped, and they were completely unable to move in the air. And Akainu, expression, body, all frozen. The people watching the battle suddenly felt extremely horrified. Hey, what's going on? Kizaru and Bullet saw this and both stopped fighting. The two of them had also seen strong winds and waves before, but they were also shocked at this moment. Akainu, he's not moving. No, he can't move. At this moment, facing Ling Bai, shouldn't he be slaughtered by him? Hey, Sakazuki, what's going on? Kizaru's scalp was a little numb, looking over there, and Akainu was destined not to hear his voice. In an ice-blue transparent field, everything is still. And what about Akainu? At this time, besides his body being stilled, even his thinking, consciousness, feeling, etc. were all stilled. This is my ability. You can understand that my freezing ability freezes time and space, and in this field, you are just a lamb at my slaughter, even if you are Admiral. Ling Bai came over with a smile, almost forgot. At this time, you can't think, and you can't hear what I say. Ling Bai clenched his fists, ready to strike. Chapter 22 More important things. Marine was forced to stop. At this moment, it's no wonder that people are not shocked. Supernova, Rayleigh, many pirates, Marine. They all looked towards Ling Bai. What kind of ability is this, Captain? Laosha and Yuji Shiryu felt their scalps tingling, and they couldn't even move Akainu. One can imagine the horror of this ability. In their view, Ling Bai is a bit more mysterious and powerful. At this moment, people saw that Ling Bai landed on Akainu's stomach with a punch. This punch was not used by armament hockey, so it just pierced Akainu's stomach. Due to the effect of elementalization, it did not cause any damage. Logia ability users, elementalization is passive, just like a piece of tofu in this time and space. The tofu that is static will not become hard. However, elementalization cannot restore Akainu's stomach automatically at this time. But this is also very scary, because Akainu is motionless, and if it is replaced by someone else, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. It's just that Akainu's expression couldn't change. His whole body was frozen, and his thinking was still. He didn't know what happened at all. Akainu didn't fight back. No, he can't move at all now. That monster wants to kill Akainu. It's so easy. It's terrible. What kind of ability is that? People were shocked and felt inexplicable fear. If Ling Bai wanted to kill them, and use this ability, they couldn't even resist. My ability is the same freezing ability as Aokiji, but much stronger than frozen fruit. Ling Bai clenched his left and right fists, and he raised and lowered his fists against Akainu, covering Akainu's mouth. This time, he covered armament hockey. Mach Potmo can't be used for too long with today's Ling Bai. It freezes time and space, it can only be frozen for a short time, and it can only be used 2 or 3 times a day, and the consumption is huge. So Ling Bai has to make a quick decision, but Ling Bai didn't intend to kill Akainu. At this time, it wasn't necessary. If Akainu is dead, the Summit War will not be so exciting. You know, in the entire Summit War, only Akainu is in the promotion match. If there is no Akainu, it is hard to say whether Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will die. At this moment, Ling Bai's fist is not only armament hockey, but also the finger pistol in the 6 forms. You must know that Ling Bai's 6 forms is at the full level now, so he can naturally use the profound techniques. In this way, even an ordinary punch will become extremely terrifying. Danger. As a colleague, Kizaru is naturally incapable of standing idly by, but just about to make a move, how can Bullet let him go? Advertisement. But even if Kizaru can make a shot, he can't catch up with Ling Bai's speed. Finger pistol mystery activated. This is the first time Ling Bai has used it, and it has to be said that it is a bit exciting to use it for Akainu. Akainu, who couldn't move, completely became a target. His chest collapsed at that moment, and a wave of Uzumaki blasted out from behind. At this moment, time and space unfreeze, and endless pain spreads through Akainu's nerves instantly. Akainu, who was stunned and feeling the severe pain, didn't know what happened, and the severe pain almost made his mind go blank for a moment. Puff. Akainu spurts blood. The muffled sound of the bones spread to many people's ears, making people go limp and feel the horror. The bones of the Huns were split, and the viscera were also impacted by the tremendous force of the finger pistol esoteric meaning. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise that spread hundreds of meters around, people saw that Akainu was blown away with his body bowed, piercing the air like a rocket launcher, and was rushed hundreds of meters away in a second, eventually knocking down several large trees in the distance. The tree broke and stopped. Sakazuki. Kizaru's face changed in shock. In the distance, Marine, who was looking for a chance to convey Marshal Sengoku's retreat order, was stunned for a moment. Seeing what happened to Akainu, and then looking at Ling Bai, his whole body trembled violently. At this moment, the time-space freeze is also lifted. Mr. Paluzolino, Marine, who was in charge of the notification, ran behind Kizaru to convey Sengoku's words. It's too late. Kizaru was so angry that he galloped his horse, and his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place, rushing towards Akainu. Bullet was about to pursue him, but Ling Bai signaled him to stop. Hey, Ling Bai, what do you mean? At this moment, Bullet felt like the man was called to stop at a critical moment. It will be more interesting in more than 10 days. There is no need to start a full-scale war this time. We have to enter New World first and warm up New World first. On the other side, Kizaru saw Akainu lying on the ground struggling to get up to fight back. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest was caved in, and he had bloodline in his mouth. Advertisement. Perusalino, tell me, what just happened? What happened? Akainu's face was pale. What happened just now? He had no idea at all. He just saw Ling Bai release an ice-blue strange ball of light, and he was also enveloped in it, and he didn't know anything after that. Sakazuki, I don't know too well, you should be frozen. In that space, even the dust stopped flowing. Everything was stopped, and you were also stopped. How can that be? Akainu felt very silly. You mean, he froze everything? Stand still. I don't know what happened. So, froze space? No, froze spacetime? Kizaru frowned. It should be. I must defeat him. If this is the case, it will be terrible. At this time, Akainu's complexion was pale, he was seriously injured, and he wanted to stand up because he realized Ling Bai's terror. If he can freeze time and space, this kind of monster, as Marine Admiral, will never let him go. However, Kizaru hastily stopped the impulsive Akainu. Sakazuki, we have more important tasks, and Sengoku has told us to stop, and you are injured. Hearing that it was Sengoku's order, Akainu, who was in extreme anger, had to calm down. And his current injury is really uncomfortable. It's not that he has never suffered a serious injury, it's just that he hasn't had such a serious injury for too long. If it's really freezing time and space, it would be terrible. Everything is still, and if we put the 3 of us Admiral in it, he can kill us. Even we are killed without knowing anything. Kizaru realized the seriousness of the matter. Akainu looked serious. This matter must be reported to the headquarters. Our opponents are beyond imagination, but at this time, the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is about to begin, and we... Hateful. Akainu wanted to roar, but there was a sharp pain in his mouth, and Akainu immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 23 Marine retreats. Luffy is caught. The move to Sabody Archipelago this time was extremely aggrieved for Marine. Even if 2 admirals came, the loss was huge. The number of Marine casualties exceeded 400. Although the number is small, this is already most of the Marines stationed in the Sabody Archipelago. After all, a large number of troops had been drawn to Marineford. And Akainu was injured, and Senmomaru, who was in charge of commanding the pacifists, had his left hand cut off by Shiryu Ume. Since then, there has been another one-armed man in the sea, but not all one-armed men are Shanks. Bringing the corpses of the celestial dragons, Akainu and the others are preparing to retreat. Of course, the retreat at this time is undoubtedly extremely aggrieved. Akainu is full of anger and unwillingness, especially when he is injured, especially Jeanmomaru. Only Kizaru's attitude has become indifferent again, just like the original book, although he kicked a supernova, but he didn't catch any of them. It is conceivable that they all came here for a formality. However, when they were about to leave the Sabody Archipelago, something else happened. Back to 20 minutes ago, Luffy picked up the latest newspaper from the ground. If it was normal, he would never be able to read the newspaper, but at this moment there was a photo of Ace on the newspaper. When he looked at it, he saw Seastone slammed Ace. Luffy panicked for the first time, and then read the newspaper, as if he had been hit by 5 thunderbolts. His head went blank for a moment. Ace. Impossible. Marine, Blackbeard, Luffy roared angrily. Having lost his partner, he still hadn't calmed down yet, but seeing the news that Ace was about to be publicly executed, his mind went blank. There are still 13 days. Now he is imprisoned in the Great Purgatory under the sea, and 13 days later, Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed in naval headquarters, and the execution method is beheading. Like those celestial dragons, heads fell. This, absolutely not. At this moment, the angry Luffy rushed to the port as if he lost his mind. At this time, he only wanted to go to Impel Down to rescue Ace. How to get to Impel Down? How could Luffy know? But now that he is worried about Ace, how can he care so much? He only worried that if he was a little late, he would be separated from Ace forever. On the other side, the seriously injured Tyrant Bear is still looking for Luffy. He just wants to let Luffy know that his friends are safe. Advertisement. And what about Luffy? This time his luck was not as good as before. On the port side, Akainu and the others were about to retreat, but at this moment Luffy rushed over. Marine. Go away. What? Luffy got angry when he saw Marine, and Luffy was not a spectator in the fight between Akainu and them just now, and he didn't even know that Akainu was Marine Admiral, so he just treated it as an ordinary Marine. Damn Marine, you actually want to execute Ace? I will definitely rescue Ace. In the distance, those who saw Luffy rushing towards Akainu and the others were stunned. On the warship, Kizaru couldn't help but look at the reckless voice. And Akainu, who was already angry to the point of ultimate, who hadn't boarded the boat yet, resisted the pain in his body, let out a roar, and rushed towards Luffy. Dog eats Red Lotus. Boom. The explosion sounded, and this time Akainu's attack became invincible again. Even with just one blow, Luffy rolled on the ground in pain, and his body was burned by lava, excruciatingly painful. This kind of attack is more terrifying than the power of Kizaru kicking a supernova, and it is impossible for Luffy at this time to resist. Catch him. Send it to Impel Down. If the world government is willing, it's best to execute the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace together. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly, let Marine catch Luffy, and Luffy, who was handcuffed to Seastone, was imprisoned in the cell of the warship while struggling feebly. Sakazuki, will Vice Admiral Garp be angry? Kizaru looked weird. Dorag's sinful bloodline is the most serious provocation to justice among the supernovas. 10,000 deaths are not enough to make up for the crime. Advertisement. As for Garp, he wants to retire, let's do it. Akainu doesn't care that much. Naval headquarters, there's no one he's afraid of, so what about Garp? Justice should not tolerate crime, and Garp, his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson is making waves in the first half of the Grand Line. Alright. Kizaru didn't say much. After all, Akainu had a bad opinion of Garp in the past. The two of them belonged to two different factions of naval headquarters. I just don't know, what would happen if Garp knew that Luffy had been arrested? One must know that when Kizaru came here, he didn't even think about catching Luffy. After all, he was just pretending. But now, he can only say, Luffy provoked Akainu by himself this time. Seeing Luffy being captured in the dark, Tyrant Bear is in a bad mood. The opponent has 2 admirals, and he is seriously injured. What can he do? Dorag, this time, I'm sorry. Soon, Sabody Archipelago spread the news that Straw Hat Luffy was captured by Akainu and the others. After all, he is a high-ranking existence among supernovas, which naturally made many people feel incredible. When Rayleigh heard this, he could only shake his head helplessly, and there was nothing he could do. I hope that Straw Hat will bring him good luck, just like Luogia has overcome countless difficulties. Chapter 24. 3 supernovas join, and the power grows stronger. The Straw Hat got caught by Akainu. At this time, when he heard about Luffy's arrest, Klockedar was very surprised, but he didn't expect that Luffy was also arrested in the end. HMPH, he should stay in eternal hell for the rest of his life. Klockedar immediately felt extremely happy. After all, he was able to leave Impel Down thanks to the appearance of Ling Bai, otherwise he would only be in eternal hell for the rest of his life. And Luffy, can he leave Impel Down? Klockedar felt that it was almost impossible. Unless Garp let him out, this should not be possible. You underestimate the background of the Straw Hat Boy, Lao Sha. Ling Bai shook his head at this, denying Lao Sha's opinion. Impel Down also has a 5.5 floor, between the 6th and 5th floors. Even Magellan doesn't know it exists. Shiryu, you don't either? Ling Bai looked at Shiryu of the Rain, floor 5.5? Is there such a thing? Both Klockedar and Rangi Shiryu were surprised, especially Shiryu. He had been a warden for a long time. At that time, his position was higher than that of Magellan, 5.5 floors. This was the first time he heard of it. Ling Bai, an important cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov, is here. They should be able to contact Drago. As for why they stay here, who knows? Now that Luffy has been arrested, he will definitely be locked up in Impel Down, and more there's no way Rag doesn't care about his son. It is estimated that they will take advantage of the time when naval headquarters and Whitebeard are fighting to save their own son, or let Ivankov and the others save them. Ling Bai speculates that the incident may develop as in the original book. Impel Down now, there are Ivankov and others, and Haishu Jinbei. At that time, Luffy may not necessarily be absent from the Summit War. As for the Seastone handcuffs, there is a scissors player in the Revolutionary Army in Impel Down, who can cut Seastone. Then I have nothing to say about the background. Advertisement K. Lock Doll was a little speechless. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai found Trafalgar Law. "R.O., what do you think?" As for Luo, he felt helpless, feeling that if he disagreed, would Ling Bai chop him up? "A few of my subordinates, I hope they can also join, they are equivalent to my nurses, they are more important." Luo, "I agree, but in fact, if he doesn't agree, Ling Bai really won't let her go. The worst is to learn from Blackbeard to plunder devil fruit. Maybe, take a fruit to plunder? It may not be successful, but I haven't tried it, who knows?" Op fruit. "Hi, sir, I want to join." The person who came was a monk who broke the precepts. When Ling Bai saw him, his eyes lit up. The monk who broke the precepts has a special physique, that is, the more you hit him, the stronger you will be. The principle is a bit like absorbing all kinds of blows and transforming into his own strength, and future growth will not be bad. Of course, he is still very weak now, and Kizaru has only one kick. You might as well add me. Hawkins is also here, and has seen Ling Bai's power, and Hawkins also divination for his behavior just now. Joining the Ling Bai pirates is undoubtedly an extremely correct choice. It is much better to stand on the shoulders of giants than to fight by yourself. Moreover, it is human instinct to worship the powerful, and it is not a shame to surrender to the powerful. This is his opinion. And Drake, who is in the distance, also has this idea, Sengoku's latest call, hoping that he will mix into the Ling Bai pirates. He is Marine Rear Admiral. As an undercover agent, the original plan was to infiltrate the Beast's pirates, but now, Sengoku decided to let him infiltrate the Ling Bai pirates first. But at this moment, Ling Bai looked at him and shook his head. That kind of look made Drake's heart tremble, and gave him a feeling that Ling Bai knew his true identity. However, for the mission and for justice, Drake still went to Ling Bai. "Marines are not accepted here, Mr. Rear Admiral." When Ling Bai spoke, Luo and the others were puzzled at first, and then they saw Drake's complexion change, and everyone understood. "I'm a pirate, since you don't need me, then I won't bother you either." Advertisement Drake pretended to be calm on his face, but in fact he was already panicking. Ultimate, how could this be? He is Marine, and should only be known to Sengoku and other digital executives and members of that organization. But now, Ling Bai called him Rear Admiral, obviously showing that he was exposed. Drake was terrified in his heart, and hurriedly pretended to be calm and left. Is he really Marine? Hawkins was stunned, unrecognizable. Luo expressed his surprise. After all, as a supernova, one of the most evil generations, it turned out to be Marine Rear Admiral? Ling Bai. A member of the Marine Special Organization, I don't know about the others. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai and the others joined Bullet and others. Their pirate group joined Luo and the three of them today, and it has grown further. Ship Doctor, Trafalgar Law, Op Fruit Ability User, and Bullet couldn't help paying attention. Intern. Broken Monk, Hawkins. That's right, as the extremely evil generation, they can only work as interns on the Ling Bai ship. Ling Bai has also thought about the development route of Ling Bai's current pirate group. He is taking the elite route. He is powerful enough to form an army by himself, and a conqueror's hockey can sweep thousands of troops. Sweeping thousands of troops. So there is no need to accept a group of young people. After all, pirates, there are no good people, right? You want to take risks because of your dreams, but you want to hang a pirate flag and do the business of pirates and say that you are taking risks? It can only be said that everyone is average and not a good person. Even Luo Jia, even if it is extremely reluctant to say that he was considered a good person before his death, but he became the One Piece king with terrifying influence, and later opened the era of great pirates, which is already a heinous crime. Ling Bai doesn't need to be like the Whitebeard pirates, with too many crew members and a group of scumbags who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. The elite route is even better. Supernova can only be an intern. As for Luo, as a ship doctor, he has a special status. Chapter 25 Comprehensive Evaluation. A complete monster, Naval Headquarters meeting. Seeing that the three of Luo and the others joined Ling Bai, Kid was very disdainful. As the one with the highest reward in the evil generation, he had never lost a single game since he went to sea. This made Kid extremely proud. When he entered the New World, he defeated all the Emperor of the Sea. He is the next One Piece. But the idea is very good. The current Kid simply doesn't understand how terrifying the gap between him and those monsters in New World is. On the other side, 2 hours later, Ling Bai's new Ling Bai pirate group left Sabody Archipelago, drove the coated ship, and headed for New World. The Summit War is not far away. Ling Bai knows that his current strength is not enough. Naval Headquarters, Akainu is back, and Kizaru is in charge of escorting Luffy to Impel Down. Garp knew that the moment Luffy was caught, it was like a bolt from the blue. Sengoku. Garp slapped Sengoku's desk hard. At this time, Sengoku was expressionless, and Akainu, who was also in the marshal's office, was even more expressionless. Akainu and Suru Vice Admiral were a little helpless. Both grandchildren were caught and Impelled Down. Garp's mood at this time, they can no longer understand, but it must be very painful. Garp hesitated to speak, because from his standpoint, he really can't do anything. Who told his 2 grandsons to be pirates? And it's no ordinary pirate. One is the blood of Luo Jia, with serious crimes, and is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and the other has become one of the most evil generations, stole the limelight in the first half of the Grand Line, and seriously provoked the ruling authority of the world government. Garp, your identity and position, I hope you will always remember it. For this best friend who almost grew up wearing the same pants as himself, Sengoku is also extremely helpless. Their friendship has been more than 50 years, and they have fought side by side countless times. Their true love is stronger than gold. Old man, go to Impel Down. Garp turned and left. Garp. You dare to do stupid things, I will definitely kill you. Sengoku was so out of breath that he was suffocating. What he was most worried about now might not be how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, but that he was afraid that Garp would really do something stupid. Advertisement, Sakazuki. Alas. Sengoku is helpless to the extreme. How can he also arrest Garp's grandson now? It's not my fault that he rushed over by himself, and, Vice Admiral Garp, I hope he doesn't do what he shouldn't do. Akainu snorted coldly and said, hurry up for the meeting, I want to deal with my injury. Now Akainu is still sitting here enduring the pain, one can imagine his professionalism. I'm sure Garp won't do anything stupid, Suru Vice Admiral spoke. That guy. The son is the fiercest and most vicious criminal, and the grandson has grown to this point in just a few months. Sengoku sat upright, his face became serious. Just now, Drake Rear Admiral told me that Ling Bai knew his marine status. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This is indeed classified, and only a handful of people know Drake's true identity. But at this moment, does Ling Bai know? Aokiji. Could it be that there are people from Ling Bai in that organization? It's very possible, so I decided to check if there is any suspicious person among them. Sengoku's complexion was not good, showing a worried look. Suru. His strength is so terrifying that he can freeze time and space. What is going on? What is Devil Fruit's ability? Akainu emphasized again. At that time, he froze that piece of time and space. I admit, I was actually scared. Except that my consciousness was still clear, my body couldn't move at all. Even in this field, it seemed that the air and everything unable to move. Advertisement, I want to know, is there any record of this ability in the Devil Fruit illustrated book? Sengoku shook his head. Just now I have specifically asked 5 elders, apart from frozen fruit, only snow fruit can produce a freezing effect, unless there is a powerful devil fruit that has not been recorded, and it must be a very powerful devil fruit, probably above the frozen fruit, you know. The frozen fruit is already very powerful, and Admiral's abilities are among the strongest in Logia. Aokiji. That is to say, if I'm in his field, wouldn't it be possible that I can't even fight back? That's right, in theory. Akainu said. In addition, his unknown freezing ability is weirder than Kuzan's, but it is worth mentioning that I found that he cannot be elementalized, that is to say, this ability should belong to Paramecia, and that is, his physique is very strong, and the last blow he gave me, the physical blow, seems to be the finger pistol mystery in the 6 styles, which is extremely terrifying. This is the information I know. Comprehensive evaluation, a complete monster, he should be offered a reward. It's troublesome now, and New World has also been turbulent recently. Sengoku has not closed his eyes for 2 days now. Just then, his phone rang. Mr. Sengoku, forgot to tell you. It's Drake. Please tell. Sengoku felt that something bad was about to happen again. Drake. Among the Supernovas, Trafalgar Law, Broken Monk and Hawkins have joined the Ling Bai pirates, and their strength is even stronger. What? Everyone was shocked. At the same time, the incident of the Sabody Archipelago also started to set off a new hotspot, and the world was shaken for a while. Chapter 26 5 Elders Meeting, Snake Lady's Attention. Sanctuary Mariajoy, Majestic House of Supreme Power. 5 elders and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, are here. Just half an hour ago, 5 elders met Lord I Am from under the Void Throne. The backs of the 5 elders who left that room were drenched in cold sweat. I am furious after all. I am. After Locks, no one dared to kill celestial dragons. It was such a simple sentence, and the implication was that she didn't want to see anyone who killed celestial dragons appear again. The wrath from the Void Throne made the 5 elders tremble. Although they hold the highest power, in fact, they are just the stewards of I Am. The real God has given them everything. A peek behind the scenes of the world. God holds the strongest ancient weapon, and also possesses the strongest ability. Master 5 elders, what are your orders? At this time, Kong respectfully. Empty, for Ling Bai, a reward of 2 billion Baileys is offered, and Douglas Bullet, the descendant of the devil, is offering a reward of 500 million Baileys on top of the original. It's a headache. I'm going to post a bounty right now, just, my lord's 5 elders, about their escape from Impel Down. Old man with crutches. There's no need to hide it, it's meaningless now. Where did the guy who invaded Impel Down come from, and there is no image of him invading in the video at all. Holding the ghostly bald head of first generation, his face is expressionless. The weirdest thing is, his ability to freeze time and space? Is that what it's called? Ability not even recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. He has the strength not to lose to Admiral, and because of the move of freezing time and space, his degree of danger can rise to the same level as the 4 emperors. The most important thing is that guys like Bullet actually follow him. That guy is a monster that is not inferior to Kaido. First deal with the execution incident, and then deal with this new guy. The balance doesn't need him to maintain it. The Sabody Archipelago incident is called the Celestial Dragons incident, and this incident, because of Ling Bai's actions, Luffy who hit Celestial Dragons was directly ignored. Advertisement all kinds of news quickly spread throughout the world. As long as there are people, almost everyone can receive news. Newspapers are selling and Celestial Dragons are being beheaded live. How can people not pay attention? This world, the celestial dragons, is descended from the gods, and this has been the consensus for hundreds of years. For a time, the world shook. It was already night at the Nine Snake Island Palace, and the sleepy snake girl was startled by the newspaper sent by Grandma Za. All the drowsiness disappeared in an instant, beheading the celestial dragons, and in front of the world. And, let the celestial dragons call themselves and all of them pigs. Humiliate the celestial dragons. In the newspaper, the picture is the headless corpse of 3 celestial dragons, and the 3 heads are falling. A gory close-up and most horrific of all, that's celestial dragons. God, absolutely must not be offended, up to now, someone has actually used a knife on them. As one of the people in this world who hates celestial dragons the most, Snake Girl is nothing to say, she was not frightened, her face was full of shock and disbelief. The newly rising pirates have a terrifying combat power that is not inferior to Admiral, and Akainu suffers under his hands. It's a terrifying existence beyond imagination. There was deep shock in Granny Za's tone. Snake, there is one more thing. According to the news from Naval Headquarters, the current Shichibukai must participate in this war call, otherwise, they will be directly kicked out of the Shichibukai. Concubine, I have no interest in participating in such a boring war. Boa Hancock, you. Get out, old woman. Today, she only pays attention to what is in the newspaper, and Ling Bai, a man she has never met, will forever be etched in her memory. Advertisement, Marigold, Sandersonia, from now on, I will buy all newspapers about this man for my concubine. Yes, my lord, is this provoking the authority of those people? Dressrosa, seeing the news of the decapitation of the celestial dragons, was so frightened that she fell off her throne. This must have been ripped off the altar, a bunch of brainless guys. Doflamingo is most upset about his former clan, the celestial dragons, but Doflamingo wants them to be ripped from the altar. He longs to destroy the world and establish a world order that he controls, not that of Mary Joyce's pack of celestial dragons. Crazy guy. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are about to fight Naval Headquarters, and the Shichibukai have to respond to the call. The seriousness of the war can be imagined. But his ambition is far greater than his strength. Countless newsbirds are flying all over the world with newspapers, and countless people are shocked by the news about celestial dragons. A powerful pirate group that had just emerged appeared at such a time. In addition, it is worth paying attention to their rewards about Ling Bai. Ling Bai, offering a reward of 2 billion Baileys, beheading celestial dragons, humiliating celestial dragons, provoking the authority of God, etc., and his strength is very powerful, so there is this reward. Bullet, offering a reward of 1.63 billion Baileys. Anyway, the crew of Ling Bai did not offer a reward of less than 100 million. 4 emperors, all pay attention to Ling Bai. Chapter 27 The Emperor's Contempt, the actions of the 4 emperors. New World is a sea area ruled by 4 emperors and other big pirates, dark forces and other forces. Even the influence of Naval Headquarters in New World is not as great as that of 4 emperors. At this time, it was daytime, a beautiful sunny day. Of course, this is not the same thing for the Whitebeard pirates today. Father, the Whitebeard pirates, all forces are assembled. At that time, after coding, we can enter the first half of the Grand Line. Marco with the blue undead flame descended from the sky and came to Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard was drinking, but he was not as cheerful as before. Ace, something went wrong. He still regrets it now. If he had been firmer and prevented Ace from chasing Teach, the current situation would not have happened. At that time, he felt something was wrong. After all, Teach had been with him for a long time, so Whitebeard knew very well that even without Devil Fruit, Teach is very strong, and, with the addition of Logia's most evil Dark Fruit. But at the time, Whitebeard didn't stop the Ace. It made Whitebeard terribly guilty. His beloved son, Ace, was imprisoned in Impel Down, and will be publicly executed in Naval Headquarters 12 days later, and the execution method is beheading. This angered Whitebeard, and it angered the entire Whitebeard pirates. Moby D*K. All the captains are here except Ace and the Dead Thatch. At this moment, they are waiting for their father to give an order, and they will go to war. Let Naval Headquarters and the world government know that they, the Whitebeard pirates, are not to be trifled with. Father, it's not good, the red hair is here. Just then, a little guy rushed aboard the Moby D*K. Waking up like a sleeping lion, Whitebeard frowned. Soon, the red hair boarded the Moby D*K with a huge wine tank. Between the 4 emperors, the emperor does not see the emperor. Unless there are special circumstances, it is precisely because the 4 emperors do not join hands that the so-called balance of the world government can continue, otherwise the world will directly lose balance. Whitebeard, this war, I don't want it to start. Redhead, what are you talking about? Hearing what the red hair said, Whitebeard immediately became angry, and immediately pulled out the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki from his side, clenched his hands tightly, and slashed at the red hair fiercely. Advertisement in the red hair also drew out the treasured sword at his waist to meet it. Boom! In an instant, a majestic wind and waves swept over, even the huge Moby D*K vibrated violently, and the surrounding seawater immediately trembled. Father, and red hair. Everyone in Marco was shocked, but what was even more frightening was that Foil Vista looked up at the sky, only to see that the sky was divided into 2 days at this moment. Look! God, it's cracked. When the 4 emperors collide, split the sky apart first. I'm not going to save Ace, are you going? Redhead, I don't like troublesome men. Lousy is, Whitebeard, Whitebeard let out a roar and unconsciously released the Conqueror's Haki, which stunned many ordinary members of the ship. For Whitebeard, wealth, status, power, Raftel, One Piece, etc. are all unimportant, but if you dare to touch his family, it's over. If Ling Bai is here, don't press the red-haired head. You love world peace so much, why don't you become a marine? You know, red hair must have a lot to do with Mariojoy, God knows if he is celestial dragons. And it is very important celestial dragons, which surpasses Doflamingo's kind, allowing 5 elders to find time to meet in their busy schedules. It's just that the redhead doesn't know that Luffy, whom he had placed high hopes on, has already been locked in, otherwise what would happen to him? It's just that the news about Ling Bai was so shocking that even the news ignored the existence of the supernova. This negotiation is destined to collapse, and it is impossible for the red hair to stop Whitebeard. Big Mom and Kaido on the other side are the 2 Sea Emperors who are the craziest and most troublesome for the world government in New World. They knew that Whitebeard would be on his way soon. If Whitebeard dies, the Fishman Island is mine. Well. The ant thought of the dessert of the Fishman Island, and instantly the stomach acid in her stomach, which was more corrosive than sulfuric acid, surged up and dripped to the ground, causing the ground to emit thick smoke. Of course, the premise is that Whitebeard is killed in battle. Mom, this is the latest newspaper with a reward, about a pirate who turned out to behead 3 celestial dragons, a man who is said by the world government to be as dangerous as the 4 emperors, a reward of 2 billion Baileys. In addition, Deathless Bullet, the descendant of the devil who tried to make trouble on Cake Island, is on the list. Advertisement Charlotte Teperoperos said respectfully. When the ant heard this, she couldn't help but snatch the newspaper. Interesting, coming out of Impel Down? Exactly from that place. It's just a brat. As for Ling Bai, the ant took a look and regarded Ling Bai as just a little devil. Mom, but their lineup of pirates looks very strong. Peroperos, what we are concerned about now is whether the Whitebeard pirates can return to New World. Peloperos was stared at by the ant's terrifying eyes, and his body couldn't help shaking. Don't doubt, the ant would not have any feelings for her own children, and she would kill if she said so. Island of Ghosts. Kaido is drinking. It's just a brat, don't disturb Lousy for a drink. Jack the Drow brought newspapers and rewards about Ling Bai, and Kaido was exactly the same as Big Mom. But, Mr. Kaido. Get out, Jack, prepare Lousy for battle. Kaido is ready to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard they want to sabotage the execution? Kaido refused to let them do so. At this time, the 4 emperors have their own actions, which makes the situation in the already turbulent New World more complicated. Chapter 28. Revolutionary Army's Big Move. The first half of the Grand Line, Beidou Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. This is an island that even the world government's intelligence capabilities cannot find out, otherwise the world government would have sent troops to sweep it up long ago. After all, the Revolutionary Army's threat to the world government is more terrifying than the 4 emperors. After hanging up the phone call from Tyrant Bear, Drago let out a heavy breath and made an important decision in his mind. Dorag, do you seem to have something on your mind? Sabo, who just came in, was a little puzzled. This man, who was extremely calm, lost his usual calm at this moment, and that solemn expression made Sabo realize that something important might happen. Sabo, do you think I'm a good father? Dorag asked about each other. Dorag, if you get married and have children, I think you must be a good father. Sabo said with certainty, but in fact, among the Revolutionary Army, only Tyrant Shang knew that Dorag had a son, and few even knew that Dorag's father was the marine hero Garp. This silent man, stern, never mentioned a word about the family situation. Sabo, actually I already have a son, my son is as old as you. How is it possible? Dorag, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Sabo's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He almost felt that Drago was joking with me, but seeing Drago's serious attitude, and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army knew very well that Drago was someone who would never joke man. Monkey D. Luffy, he is my son, but as a father, from his birth to now, I have never fulfilled my duty as a father once. And now, he's in Impel Down. At this time, in Sabo's bewilderment, Drago pushed Luffy's reward to Sabo, and at the same time, there was a newspaper on his desktop about the imminent execution of Fire Fist Ace. Luffy. This is a person who seems to have heard of Sabo, but can't remember it. When he looked up at Dorag, Sabo accidentally saw Ace's name in the newspaper, as well as the somewhat familiar face, quickly took the newspaper. Advertisement, Ace. A more familiar feeling struck. Sabo felt his head suddenly ache, and struggled with his head in his arms, and then those forgotten memories poured out from the deepest part of his mind. Sabo. What happened? Drago was taken aback and didn't understand why Sabo was acting like this all of a sudden. Just about to support Sabo, but at this moment, Sabo yelled. I remembered everything. It turned out that he and Luffy himself Ace were best friends when they were young. Drago also wondered what Sabo remembered, and after Sabo explained, Drago knew everything. Sabo turned out to be his son's childhood friend? Dorag, I must save Luffy and Ace, they're all Impel Down. I can't watch them suffer, and I don't want to see Ace executed. Sabo's tone was anxious. Sabo, I'm also planning to go to Impel Down. There, Ivankov is also there, but he is not a criminal. We just need to cooperate with each other and we will be able to rescue Luffy. After finishing the call with Tyrant Bear, Drago had the idea of going to Impel Down to save Luffy. If a father doesn't go to his own son, then what kind of father is he? In fact, he felt that he owed Luffy too much, and even Luffy didn't know that he had a father for a long time. Dorag, we must rescue Luffy, and Ace, Sabo is determined. Advertisement. As for Drago, to be honest, he didn't have the idea of going to Fire Fist Ace. First of all, the other party has nothing to do with him. In addition, this is a matter of the Whitebeard pirates. All he wanted was to save Luffy, and it's time for Ivankov and the others to leave Impel Down. And now, almost all of Marine's elite troops are gathered in Marineford, which is the best time for the Revolutionary Army to attack Impel Down. And the best time for this is to attack Impel Down the day before or on the day of execution. At this time, Naval Headquarters has no time to deal with things other than the Whitebeard pirates, because Ling Bai and the others are an example. After analyzing this matter, Akainu and the others retreated in order to escape and lose their top combat power. With the execution imminent, Naval Headquarters has no time to take care of Impel Down. Otherwise, if this opportunity is lost, it will be almost impossible to have the next opportunity. However, Sabo was not rejected. Soon, the Revolutionary Army held an emergency cadre meeting, with the commanders of the 4 major armies, Staff Officer Sabo and others present. Next, the content of our meeting is to attack Impel Down in the early morning of the day of the public execution, and rescue Ivankov and the others. Drago didn't say directly that he wanted to save his son, but in fact, after all, it was a private matter, and he couldn't say it clearly, although Drago knew that all the cadres present would agree to save Luffy, because the cadres all trusted and admired him. And after Drago's meeting, all the people present were excited. Ivankov is a revolutionary general, and in the mezzanine of Impel Down, there are many brothers and sisters who want to join the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 29. Beehive Island, the base camp plan, 11 days until Summit War begins. New World, undercurrents are surging, Hive Island, finally here. At this time, Ling Bai stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the island with a skeleton-like building in front of him. He couldn't help but get a little excited. Beehive Island is the most chaotic island in the New World. It is also known as the Paradise of Pirates, so it is also called Paradise Island. Of course, it is only a paradise for pirates. There is no order at all on this island. If you insist on order, then the strong is the order. The strong are here and can do whatever they want. Especially active on this island are all illegal trades, such as underground arms transportation, weapons, poison gas, war resources, human trafficking, slave trade and so on. Chaos and horror are synonymous here. In addition, Hive Island was once the place where the Locks pirates were established in the headquarters of the Locks pirates. In the original book, it later became the headquarters of the Blackbeard pirates. Why is this island able to allow 2 big pirates to station here? Ling Bai was a little puzzled. In fact, Ling Bai came to Hive Island this time with the intention of ruling the island and making this place his base camp. Undoubtedly, it is very suitable here. Hey, Beehive Island. Bullet laughed, a little nostalgic. Only the big pirates can rule this place. After all, the pirates here and some dark forces are extremely terrifying. The former Locks also set up their headquarters here, but do you know who Locks is? Locks? Where is the sacred place? What character? Except for Ling Bai, the others showed varying degrees of doubts. The name that Bullet suddenly said should not be simple. But Ling Bai said, the once young Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom and Kaido were all the crew of Locks. Locks can be said to be the one piece before Luogia, but in terms of structure, it may be too much higher than Luogia. Many. Oh, the captain actually knew? Advertisement. Bullet was surprised, and after recognizing Ling Bai's strength, Bullet also called Ling Bai the captain? The others, on the other hand, were shocked, and their eyes widened. Whitebeard their captain? Are you sure you're not joking? The legendary great pirate Golden Lion and today's 3 pirate emperors turned out to be the crew of Locks? The 4 of them actually stayed in the same pirate group? To be this Locks' little brother? It's no wonder everyone wasn't frightened. In just 2 or 3 sentences, the amount of information was extremely terrifying, making it hard for them to accept it, and they couldn't believe it either. Bullet said, I learned from Luogia that the guy who once aspired to be the king of the world gathered a group of the strongest people in the New World at that time. Because he violated too many taboos, he was wiped out by the world government. The relationship between the crew was so bad that no one mentioned the experience in the Locks pirates, and over time, people gradually hoped for this legend. Does Ling Bai want to regard the Hive Island as his base camp? Does it mean that he has the ambition to become the king of the world? Ling Bai didn't forget to add fire. I was defeated by the combination of Luogia and Garp, and I guess I was killed by someone sent by the world government later. Bullet. That's right, but Luogia and Garp both tacitly don't mention their cooperation. F*K. There was a turmoil in everyone's hearts. Even Hawkins, who was the most gentle and elegant among all the members, burst out with foul language, and it is conceivable that Ling Bai's words shocked them. Luogia and Garp joined forces to defeat Locks? Can you believe it? But I have to believe it. Ling Bai and Bullet wouldn't join forces to make fun of them, right? Who would be so D*K? So, it's all true. Too much information. Let me slow down. Shiryu of the Rain was shocked again and again. He has seen a lot of strong winds and waves. Obviously, today is the most exciting. Me too. Others also have this meaning. Advertisement. Ha ha. Ling Bai laughed a few times. Let's take this kind of thing as a story. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Hive Island will be the base camp of our Ling Bai pirates. As for everything on the island, it belongs to us. Defenders, kill. Submitters, live. Those who refuse to accept, get out. All order, we decide. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai and the others boarded the Hive Island. Not long after, a warship slowly sailed into the port, and the disembarked marine, the two future candidates Admiral Momoshage and T-Dolphin stood out. For the upcoming war, not all vice admirals will return to naval headquarters to participate in the war. Momoshage and the T-Dolphins need the period before and after the war to suppress some larger turmoil in New World, that is, to stabilize the situation. Both of them are existences with admiral combat power, and they are the two strongest vice admirals among all vice admirals, except Garp and Crane vice admiral. The leaders of those dark worlds have all appeared on Hive Island. Damn it, what a chaotic island. Now that naval headquarters has no time to take care of New World, have you started making small moves? After receiving the latest news, several leaders of the Dark World have arrived at Hive Island, not knowing what to do, but for the sake of the situation, Momoshage and the others chose to come here to investigate, and if conditions permit, kill one or two of their leaders. Wait. Those ships are. The T-Dolphin Vice Admiral looked at the sea in the distance, and a row of ships appeared, and the T-Dolphins couldn't help but pay attention to the special signs. The Wenji Moke family is here too. Is something really going to happen here? Momoshage recognized at a glance that these boats belonged to the Wenji Moke family. Chapter 30 New Sign-in, bringing together all forces on Hive Island. The Germa Kingdom of the Wenji Moke family is a member country of the world government, and the Wenji Moke family is secretly doing some shady activities. The world government always turns a blind eye to this point. Salivating technology. The two top scientists in the world, Wenji Moke and Vegapunk. At this time, when Wenji Moke's forces appeared on Hive Island, Momoshage and the others had to pay more attention. Moke Judge. Momoshage spoke first. It's a rare visitor to Hive Island. HMPH, it's just a small business. After all, we are almost eating dirt in North Blue. Knowing that the marine in front of him is not against him, Wenji Moke doesn't want to have any entanglements. Immediately, he took his 3 red, blue and green Shamat sons and Reiju and left, ignoring Momoshage and the others. In fact, Wenji Moke Judge came to Hive Island this time for the purpose of doing business. After all, one of the businesses of the Vince Moke family is to collect money by sending Germa 66 to fight and obtain some of the necessary resources of the Germa Kingdom. This is also one of the sources of income for the Kingdom of Germa. This time in New World, someone wanted to use Germa's scientific combat unit, and the order was quite large, so Judge came here in person. The public execution is imminent, as long as anyone with a normal mind knows that the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters will inevitably go to war, and the final winner. The speculators of the underground forces are optimistic about naval headquarters. After all, Whitebeard has been plagued by illness for so many years. Can he leave Marineford alive? Furthermore, naval headquarters plus Shichibukai. What a terrifying lineup. Even if Whitebeard can single out 2 admirals, and the captains, can they defeat 3 legendary marines plus 1 admiral and Shichibukai? Once Whitebeard dies, New World's Whitebeard site will be vacant. At that time, the competition for site or resources will be extremely fierce, and opportunities and benefits will be reserved for those who have prepared in advance. I have to say, if Whitebeard and the others knew this, how would they feel? They haven't left New World yet. Advertisement New World has been undercurrents recently, and the already chaotic sea area is now even more chaotic countless times. This time, the leaders of the dark forces of the New World and the bigwigs of certain big forces all gathered here. Pirates are evil forces on the surface of the New World, but secretly, it is the underground world. I found the sign on the ground. Do you want to sign in? This sound came from his mind, which surprised Ling Bai a little. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward. Locks open black lens bracket unparalleled monster power close black lens bracket. It feels like the power is about to spew out again. It was another perfect check-in, which made Ling Bai feel happy. Peerless strange power. Ling Bai even felt that he could crush a meteorite with one punch. Of course he didn't know if it was an illusion or it was real, and now he had this idea. Brothers, let's go and have a big meal, and then do big things after we're full. With a wave of Ling Bai's hand, they had already entered the interior of the Hive Island. The captain seems to have become stronger. At that moment just now, is it my illusion? Bullet looked at Ling Bai and thought about it. He was full of curiosity about Ling Bai's power, and he was also preparing to fight with Ling Bai after the war. Of course, it was a kind of competition. Especially, Bullet wanted to try Ling Bai's frozen time and space. Mom, I'm hungry. Suddenly a voice came from a distance. At first glance, it was not what a child said to his mother, but in fact, when Ling Bai looked over, he saw a mother and child who reminded them that there was a huge difference. No, it must not be a mother and child. Advertisement Edward Wable, and Miss Ba Jin, Captain, what did you find? Shiryu of the Rain was surprised. Did you see that sewing monster in the distance? Wable was covered in stitches. That's Edward Wable, a monster with extremely terrifying strength. Hawkins reminded. Shiryu, kill that disgusting old woman. Hearing Ling Bai's words, Shiryu didn't react immediately, and was about to ask Ling Bai, but saw that Ling Bai had already moved towards Wable at a high speed. Clear. Shiryu also rushed out, and Ling Bai was planning to use Wable to try the unrivaled power. Of course, he didn't intend to kill Wable. For a powerful monster, especially a fool who can't recognize himself in the mirror, it would be best if he could fool him. Ling Bai estimated that Wable was definitely fooled by Miss Bajan. How could they be mother and son? Chapter 31 Fool Wable, add another member. At this moment, Wable, who was hungry, suddenly looked serious. He is a fighting genius, a natural fighting madman. At this moment, he sensed the danger of the attack, and immediately he was possessed by the god of war, and his right hand grasped Kong Yunket like Whitebeard. The big knife slashed at the black shadow, rushing in an instant. "Mom, be careful. The enemy is coming," Wable yelled, and Ling Bai, who rushed over, saw Wable's big knife slashing down, and immediately covered armament hockey with his right hand to meet him. When there was a sound of steel colliding, followed by a strong wind and wave, and Miss Ba Jin was rushed out under this wind and wave. And at the moment when Miss Ba Jin was sent flying, Shiryu of the Rain came. He has killed countless people. Holding the demon sword Thunderstorm, he cut Miss Ba Jin into a separated posture with one knife, and the latter didn't even have time to scream in pain. He belched in an instant. The head was separated from the body, and blood gushed out immediately. Even Shiryu of the Rain gave the corpse a few extra knives, almost cutting the evil old woman into pieces. "Ah, Mom, I am going to kill you." Wable went insane when he saw his mother beheaded and dismembered. However, at this moment, Ling Bai slammed his fist hard on him. The strange power he had just acquired was terrifying. Refer to the Moby D*K on top of which Whitebeard stopped with his bare hands. That is strange power. And Ling Bai's punch is not lost to Whitebeard. Boom. Wable, who almost lost his mind, was kicked out on the spot. On the other side, Momoshiki and the others who had just arrived here saw a huge black shadow coming towards them, but it was not aimed at them, but smashed into the nearby construction area, blasting the building to pieces. Ling Bai. Before they understood what was going on, Momoshiki and Vice Admiral were shocked when they saw the person walking by. Advertisement. Ling Bai glanced at them, but ignored them. Marine is just don't bother him, otherwise he doesn't mind making a move. Brush. At this moment, Wable rushed out again. He was punched by Ling Bai in the mouth just now, and now he has collapsed in, blood oozing from his body, and his hair is disheveled. Now he is like a murderer. Miss Ba Jin's death had already made him lose his mind. "Ah, I'm going to kill you," Wable roared angrily, and slashed at Ling Bai with a knife, and Ling Bai punched the big knife with a strange force. There was a loud noise and huge power fluctuations that caused the surrounding ground to collapse instantly, and the big knife in Wable's hand was smashed into the air. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai jumped in the air, and his right leg struck Wable's head like a battle axe. Boom. There was another loud noise, and under Ling Bai's top-level strange power, the ground collapsed into a super big pit, and Wable was in the center of the big pit. Although he didn't pass out, he was almost useless. But Ling Bai didn't even think it was enough, so with a wave of his hand, a giant icicle appeared out of thin air and fell from the sky, like a meteorite hitting Wable. After such a battle, even Shiryu of the Rain and the others were a little frightened. After several shots, they realized that Ling Bai's not-so-strong body actually had such terrifying physical strength. Moreover, that fool is too miserable. I just don't understand why Ling Bai did this. Could it be that he has a grudge against this sewing monster? On the other side, Judge, his sons and daughters, Momoshiki and others were also frightened. And for Momoshiki, seeing Ling Bai on Hive Island was really a surprise. 5 minutes later, Ling Bai threw Wable out of the pit, and asked Shiryu of the Rain to hold Miss Bajin's head at Wable. Wable was about to explode, but Ling Bai forced him to the ground again. The excruciating pain made him unable to move. Even though Ultimate was furious, there was nothing he could do about it. Look clearly, Wable, how can this old woman be your mother? You are so handsome, how could such an ugly woman be born? Advertisement, I am your big brother. It was this old woman who lied to you and used you to get everything she wanted. Seeing Ling Bai like this, Shiryu and the others immediately understood what Ling Bai was going to do. Obviously, they wanted to trick Wable into becoming a crew member? At this time, Wable was really taken aback by Ling Bai's words. He looked at Miss Ba Jin's face seriously, his face turned into a bitter gourd. Yes, she's not my mother, I'm so handsome, how could such an ugly monster like her be born? Wable yelled, sounding like an idiot, Wable, I'm your elder brother, from now on, follow your elder brother. Big brother, you are my big brother. Wable stood up, and to Ling Bai's surprise, Wable's injuries seemed to be healed at this time? Such a short time? Monster. But it is definitely a good thing to be able to fool this idiot and let Ling Bai add another strong general, and Wable is definitely the most obedient among them all. Because people are stupid, they don't have any bad intentions. Chapter 32. Marines acting separately. It's that simple to take Wable under his command. Momoshiki and Marine behind her were amazed by this. Wable, although he is a fool, he is a born monster. He not only possesses strange strength, but also is a fighting genius. He even cut off one of the arms of the former Admiral Zephyr. One can imagine how powerful it is. Now the Ling Bai pirates are going to add another fierce general to further strengthen their strength. Both Momoshiki and T-Dolphin, the two vice admirals, realized the seriousness of the matter, looking at the people on Ling Bai's side. Ling Bai, Bullet, Shiryu of the Rain, Sand Crocodile, Supernova, and Wable, which one is the average one? Momoshiki Vice Admiral, I'm in trouble now, I seem to see a power comparable to the Pirate Emperor rising. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral looked a little dignified. The same is true for Momoshiki, that Ling Bai, I'm afraid his ambition is not small. This pirate group is probably the most terrifying pirate force besides the 4 emperors. After all, there is no such lineup in the world. Marines 2 admiral-level combat forces, as well as the Wenji Moke family. Hive Island is really lively this time. Is something going to happen? Ling Bai felt that things were getting interesting. They won't be too idle to come here. At this time, the two vice admirals and the Wenji Moke family were looking at Ling Bai and the others. As for Ling Bai, he waved his hand and ignored them, and went to the town of Hive Island with Bullet and others. After all, I haven't had a good meal for more than a day. After eating enough, take a rest. Tomorrow, the Hive Island will be turned into a base camp. A big battle is expected to break out at that time. You must know that the people on the Hive Island are not ordinary, and now the two Marines with the advent of Admiral-level combat power, there may be conflicts, but it may not be certain. I have to check this Ling Bai myself. What is the purpose of coming to Hive Island? Advertisement. I suspect that he is in collusion with these dark forces and the Wenji Moke family. Otherwise, he would appear on Hive Island at such a time, and nothing good will happen. Seeing Ling Bai and the others disappear from sight, Momosagi's complexion became even worse. Sengoku has high hopes for them. During this period of time, the situation in New World must be calmed first. Although it may be a drop in the bucket in terms of strength for the entire situation in New World, they must perform their tasks well. Vice Admiral, the T-Dolphin, we will act separately. You investigate those underground emperors, and I investigate Ling Bai. The T-Dolphin thought for a while, and agreed to the other party. But how does Momosagi know what kind of crisis she will face? So the two decided to split up. The Wenji Moke family on the other side, although it was the first time to see Ling Bai, was full of fear. Wable's monsters were all easily dealt with by him. Looking back, they looked at the big hole he punched out. That is really, a punch made a big hole with a radius of 20 meters. Powerful, too strong, and if you can make a good relationship with it. Reiju's beautiful eyes twinkled. Ling Bai just now was majestic, showing overwhelming fighting power, and he was another beautiful boy. As a woman, it's no wonder he wasn't tempted. As for the red, blue and green killers, their faces were expressionless. Let's do business first. I almost forgot. It was only then that Judge remembered that he was going to make a deal, and the order was too huge. Thinking of this man couldn't help but feel a little excited. After finishing this vote, it seemed that he was getting closer to his grand goal of Germa ruling North Blue again. Step. Soon, night fell. At 8 o'clock, Ling Bai came to a bar alone. Advertisement at this time, this bar was very lively. Ling Bai estimated that it was 400 to 500 square meters, but it was full of seats, and the inside was full of people. Ling Bai sat down at the front desk of the bar, looked at the beautiful waiter in front of him. What's the best wine here? Well, the best wine we have here is New World's Newfoundland. Would you like a drink? I want a bottle. Immediately afterwards, the wine was served, but the waiter recognized who Ling Bai was at a glance. After all, he was in the Hive Island, and if he wanted to do business here, the person with a reward of more than 100 million Baileys, from the boss to the waiter, had to pay familiarity. Otherwise, if you fail to offend those well-known big shots, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. Soon, the bosses all came, but their attitude was also respectful. Ling Bai, whose strength is unfathomable, killed 3 celestial dragons in public, and now offers a reward of 2 billion Baileys. In fact, people's voices in bars are much quieter now, and it's not just the waiters who recognize Ling Bai. Among the people present, 9 out of 10 are vicious and evil, and the last one is a heinous person, but they still have self-knowledge, so they will not dare to offend Ling Bai for the time being. However, looking at Ling Bai's not so strong physique, compared to the men present, he was weak. Coupled with his harmless appearance to humans and animals, he was more or less like a criminal who wanted to make a fortune. 2 billion Baileys. Who is the strongest force on Hive Island? Or who is the strongest person? Hosted by the proprietress herself, Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense and asked about the other party. After all, he came here, one of the most famous bars on Hive Island, to inquire about some things. But just when the proprietress was about to speak, a valiant woman sat on the right side of Ling Bai. A special fragrance came over her, and her passive perception of color made Ling Bai, even if she didn't know who was sitting next to her, feel that the other party is a strong guy. Chapter 33 Momosagi Vice Admiral Who Gets Hot. Ling Bai glanced at the other party, and it turned out to be Admiral Momosagi, the future candidate. Momosagi is the codename, and her real name is Gion. She has Admiral-level combat power. As a swordsman, to have Admiral-level combat power, she should be a great sword how. A female swordsman is rare, and she is probably the only one in the world. But now that she was sitting next to him, Ling Bai knew that the other party's motives were definitely not pure. And Momosagi came to track Ling Bai here. After talking with Marshal Sengoku in the afternoon, Sengoku also expressed his concern about Ling Bai's appearance on the Hive Island. Don't fight first, and guard against his abilities when fighting. Ling Bai's strength will not be weaker than her, and he can freeze time and space. Even Akainu couldn't move at that time, and almost died. Momosagi is now taking risks to get close to Ling Bai. With her strength, as long as Ling Bai doesn't use the method of freezing time and space, she shouldn't suffer. Momosagi thinks so, but obviously, she underestimated Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai sitting next to him was much stronger than when he was in the Sabody archipelago 2 days ago, with more methods and more terrifying dangers. Ling Bai looked at the proprietress, and the latter also understood what the other party meant, that is, she wanted her to answer the question. The Hive Island is divided into 4 major factions, which occupy the 4 regions of the Hive Island, the East, West, North, and South respectively. The 4 major forces are respectively commanded by Hyzen, Chris, Scar, and Bloodspider. More than 500 million Baileys. It is worth noting that the Bloodspider is still under the command of Kaido of the Beasts, the subordinate of Plague Quinn. Because of his strong background, he is the most arrogant on Hive Island. The middle area is the most chaotic area. There is no boss, but there are various evil businesses, and the business has a lot to do with Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Beehive Island is a paradise for pirates. Even naval headquarters can hardly get their hands on it. It can be said that the evil forces of the entire New World are greatly involved with this place. In the past 2 days, the giants of the underground world have come to Hive Island, but they don't know what to do. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that something big must happen. Recently, even the 4 emperors have made big moves to varying degrees, especially Whitebeard, and other large and small forces are even more so. After listening to it, Ling Bai had a general understanding of the situation of the Hive Island, and this time he learned about the situation in order to directly take over the Hive Island tomorrow. He only wanted to wipe out all the so-called forces here tomorrow. He doesn't care about any broken forces, since Blackbeard can annex this place, why can't he? And Momoshage was by the side, without saying a word, without the lady boss doing anything. Ling Bai stood up after drinking a bottle of fine wine. What is your purpose in coming here? Only then did Momoshage speak. Do you want to dance? Momoshage Vice Admiral. Ling Bai's complexion is flat. Advertisement, what are you saying? Momoshage did not understand what Ling Bai said. At this time, when Ling Bai wanted to leave, a one-eyed 3-meter strong man stood in front of Ling Bai. Boy, I heard that you were the one who beheaded the celestial dragons. The one-eyed strong man is vicious. Hey, don't talk nonsense with him. This is a walking 2 billion Bailey. I don't think he is as strong as 2 billion Bailey. That's right. If I kill a few celestial dragons, my bounty will probably start with 2 billion Baileys. And there are so many of us here, even Whitebeard will kneel here. The people here finally couldn't help it anymore. 2 billion Baileys is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for them. Looking at Ling Bai, they feel that they are going to make a fortune. You're the one who got into trouble. Momoshage snorted coldly, and also snorted coldly. She wanted to make a move, not because she wanted to help Ling Bai, but compared to Ling Bai, she hated people who were making loud noises 100 times more. However, at this moment, Ling Bai pointed the palm of his hand at the strong man in front of him, and a huge frozen power was instantly released. All of a sudden, in this bar, it was as if Aokiji had released the Ice Age ult. A minute later, Ling Bai came out. Inside the bar, Momoshage and a group of bar staff looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The people who drank here just now were all frozen into ice sculptures. They were arrogant just now, but now they are frozen to death alive. Don't underestimate Ling Bai's ice, it's not ordinary ice. Full-level Ice Teigu. Advertisement. Shocked and overwhelmed by his nerves, Momoshage hurriedly chased him out. It actually solved that group of people in an instant, that person. This kind of ability is too strong. Momoshage, it's hard to believe, but after all, she's seen it all. This guy will definitely become the next new world giant. Momoshage, who chased after him, found that Ling Bai was gone. Where did he go? I must find out why he came here. I plan to let you go, but you, Marine, are really annoying. At this moment, Ling Bai appeared in front of Momoshage like a ghost. And Momoshage reflexively pulled out the famous knife from his waist. He looked at Ling Bai warily. I'm not afraid of you, a mere pirate. It is undeniable that this boy killed 3 cancerous celestial dragons. Momoshage also hates celestial dragons, and even applauds Ling Bai for killing celestial dragons, but other than that, Ling Bai's behavior shows that his future harm to the world is greater than celestial dragons. Even if a villain has done a good thing, it cannot be washed away, the fact that he is a villain. You have to know what kind of guys Ling Bai's subordinates are now. Go ahead, Momoshage Vice Admiral. At this time, Ling Bai smiled strangely. As you wish. Momoshage yelled, swung the famous knife, and a crescent-shaped slash slashed out. The white slash immediately illuminated the night sky, and swept towards Ling Bai at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 34. Miserable Momoshage. Let's go. At this time, Ling Bai held an ice skate in his right hand, and at the moment it came out, he covered the blade with a layer of dark armament hockey. For Ling Bai, it is such a simple knife, but with armament hockey, even the most fragile ice skates will have the hardness of famous knives. She easily avoided Momoshage's slash, and Momoshage also saw that Ling Bai's demeanor changed from the moment she got an ice-breaking knife out and held it in her hand, which made her feel that Ling Bai actually has the breath of a kendo master. And this kind of aura actually has the aura of a great swordsman? How is this possible? It must be an illusion. As for Ling Bai, in fact, at Sabody Archipelago, he signed up for advanced swordsmanship, and this is the first time he has used it. With a crisp sound, the 2 weapons collided, and a gust of wind and waves swept through. Use this broken knife to compare with a real swordsman, you will never be able to defeat me. Momoshage was a little contemptuous of Ling Bai's actions. Yes. Ling Bai laughed. He wanted to use the sword properly just now, but Momoshage's words made him change his mind in an instant. And Momoshage also found something wrong with Ling Bai's smile. That weird and evil smile made her feel uncomfortable. Moko Botmo. Ling Bai muttered silently in his heart, with Ling Bai as the center, a beautiful ice blue light suddenly bloomed, and at this moment, time and space were frozen. This time, no special gestures are needed to activate this ability. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is used or not, just like the zoom move, the name of the move doesn't matter. At this time, Momoshage was caught off guard by this ice blue field. At the moment before losing consciousness, Momoshage thought of Sengoku's exhortation, screamed in his heart that it was not good, his body was stopped in the air, and fell into Ling Bai's arms due to weightlessness. HMPH, do you think I'm a good person? Advertisement? Ling Bai's tone was ridiculed and contemptuous. Ling Bai admits that he is definitely not a good person. A strong and beautiful woman is a rare existence in this world. Do you think death is the most painful feeling? At this time, Momoshage, who was being held by Ling Bai, couldn't move because time and space were frozen. I don't even know what Ling Bai did to her. I think the most painful thing is the feeling of being involved in death and life. Life is better than death. You can't control your own destiny, just like duckweed. Originally, if you don't come to bother me, we can stay in the same place, but you want to trouble a villain with great power. At this moment, a thick wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground, from all directions, and finally covered the sky above, forming an extremely solid ice space in the shape of a hemisphere. And in this space, as for Ling Bai letting her, it would be a pity to kill her. It would be even more interesting if Momoshage could become his pawn, dormant in the marine and even the world government. In this world, there are many undercover spies, such as the Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy sent by the world government to Cake Island, important members of CP0, and Drake, etc. When the sun rose the next day, Ling Bai left Momoshage in the presidential suite of a hotel and left. An hour later, according to the agreed time, the Ling Bai pirates gathered. It looks like I'm going to do something big. Shiryu of the Rain tried to wipe his demon sword Thunderstorm. My sword is a little hungry. Lockdoll was smoking a cigar. He was wearing a coat and brushing his hair back on a hot day. He was almost the most arrogant in the audience. Speaking of which, what forces are there on Beehive Island? Advertisement, almost forgot. Does the captain know about the situation on Hive Island? At this moment, Ling Bai looked at the crowd and told about what he had inquired at the bar yesterday, and Ling Bai began to arrange the actions of the crowd. With Bullet alone destroying the leader, Blood Spider, Ling Bai believes that with Bullet's combat power, it is more than enough to penetrate the Beehive Island. Shiryu of the Rain and the Broken Monk are in charge of the forces of Chris, Lockdoll and Hawkinson, Scar. In addition, there's also Hazy, and they will destroy this after completing the extermination task. These four forces are equivalent to the four regions of East, West, North, South, and destroying them will naturally deter all directions. As for not being able to beat them, they naturally retreated, but Ling Bai knew, how could they not be able to beat them? No matter how strong the Hive Island is, with all the forces added up, it is impossible to have a powerful pirate emperor, not even 1/10. With the Ling Bai pirates, let alone penetrate this island, it is no problem to penetrate this sea area. The remaining Ling Bai, with Luo and Wable, suppressed all dissatisfaction in the central area. It will be completed in one day, and tonight, the flag of the Ling Bai pirates will be planted on this island. It seems that there are not enough younger brothers. In the future, we must gather a group of reliable minions on this island. As an army, if we want to rule a large area of the sea, with my current power, it will definitely not be possible. Ling Bai thought for a while, then set off to the target location. And all of a sudden, the Hive Island will be in a state of war. Chapter 35 Sengoku takes reassurance. Naval headquarters, an urgent call came, and Sengoku answered the call reflexively. Recently, marine branches around the world have been calling frequently. The call, from Hive Island, is Vice Admiral the T-Pig. What? The Ling Bai pirates are doing something on Hive Island. Destroy the forces on the island? What about Momoshage Vice Admiral? T-Fish Vice Admiral. Haven't seen him for a while, but, Mr. Sengoku, what should we do now? Sengoku. Don't fight with them, pay more attention, pay attention to safety, and if it is really necessary to fight, don't act alone. The overall strength of the opponent is stronger than the two of you, so don't act rashly. Troublesome. But now, we have no way to destroy them, we can only let them develop. Sengoku had even more headaches. Crane Vice Admiral said, Sengoku, in fact, we may not have to worry too much. The war will end in 10 days, and naval headquarters will take a rest. We can enter New World and wipe out the Ling Bai pirates. Hearing what Tsuru Vice Admiral said, Sengoku thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, how far can they grow in 10 days, even 20 days? It shouldn't become too strong, right? Increasing power is not a big problem. Ling Bai and their strength will not grow within 10 days or 1 month. After all, the Pirate Emperor, the youngest redhead, has grown to his current level after 20 or 30 years of accumulation, let alone the other three, and Ling Bai, although very powerful now, should not be able to do so in a month. Can't grow stronger? Crane's words are like a reassurance to Sengoku, but how could Sengoku know that Ling Bai can grow to a terrifying situation in a very short period of time? Moreover, today's Momoshage, one of their powerful combat forces, also had an unexpected situation. At the same time, Beehive Island. Please, brother, let me go, let me go. Little brother is willing to be an ox and a horse for you. Advertisement. At this time, the Blood Spider knelt in front of Bullet. He was in his 50s, having seen Bullet who swept New World back then, he naturally knew the power of this old man. He was terrified, but Bullet was unimpressed. A Blood Spider, I'm a member of the Beast's Pirates. You can't see the soft ones, you can only come to the hard ones. A minute later, though, the building explodes and Bullet soars into the sky clutching a head. Outside the shattered building, there were corpses all over the ground. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain held a demon sword and killed all directions. There were corpses along the way. The monk who broke the precepts was deliberately beaten all the time, and his physique is that kind. The more he is beaten, the stronger he is within the acceptable range. Exist. And, Lockdoll, a palm fell on the ground. Desert erosion reincarnation. With a low growl, the water in the ground in front of him was quickly drained, and the people who touched the ground were also drained and turned into mummies. The last force, Chris, was in a bad mood after hearing about the fighting in other areas. Let's go to war. That brat, how dare you move us? He, who offered a reward of 570 million Baileys, was furious. In the eyes of his younger brother, their boss was about to kill the quartet, but in fact, a man who was more than 5 meters tall in front of him was trembling in his heart. On the other side, in a luxurious and spacious room, everyone sat around a round table. It is the Wenji Mo-Kei family and other bigwigs of the Dark Forces in the New World, such as those present here, the most respectable bigwigs of the Dark Forces, Stussy, a member of CP0 and one of the Underground Emperors, can compete with the World Government newspaper. The owner of the economic newspaper, Morgans, is the Birdman who called Luffy the 5th Emperor in the original book, and Lufield, the King of Usury, and so on. Now Wenji Mo-Kei is doing business with this group of people, and Reiju and the other 3 younger brothers stand behind Judge. The meeting was in progress, but at this moment, Ling Bai came in, followed by Luo and Wable. It seems that there are many people here. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Ling Bai. Advertisement. At this time, Ling Bai sat down in an empty seat next to Judge, and everyone felt as if they were facing a big enemy. After all, everyone present here is a person of dignity, so it is impossible not to know who Ling Bai is. The government evaluates it as extremely dangerous, comparable to the Pirate Emperor. By the way, I almost forgot. In the shock of everyone, Ling Bai poured a human head out of the bag that Wable was carrying, and made a grunt, making everyone feel their scalps go numb. That is the shipping king who monopolizes a lot of shipping, Umit, one of the Underground Emperors. And at this moment, his head appeared here. This is why Ling Bai can have a seat, because the so-called Sea King was absent from the beginning and was beheaded by Wable. Beauty, how about giving me a massage? My neck is a little sore. Ignoring the Dark Forces looking at him, Ling Bai turned to look at Reiju. The latter turned pale with fright. After all, he was frightened by Ling Bai, who was carrying a human head on the table, and at this moment he wanted to massage his neck by himself. Reiju, who is usually sexy and mature, panicked at this time. Reiju, didn't you hear? Not to mention Reiju himself, even the red, blue and green brothers who killed Matt were stunned. Why would my father say such things? But Judge ignored their ignorance at the moment. After all, as the head of a family and the king of a country, what he considered was profit. If he could exchange his daughter for huge benefits, then why would he not do it? Judge even has a guess that Ling Bai will be the next rising pirate emperor. This is definitely a towering tree, you have to hold it tight. Chapter 36. Kaido and Red Hair launch Ghost Island, has already made preparations before the battle, going to snipe Whitebeard's Beast's pirates, at this time received an urgent call bug. The Blood Spider, and his entire forces far away on the Hive Island were wiped out by the Devil's Descendant, bullet of the Ling Bai pirates. Plague Quinn couldn't believe it. How dare you touch the interests of our Beast's pirates? Jack the Drow became angry on the spot. Beast's pirates wanted to buy man-made devil fruits. They had to go to Dressrosa, which was far away, or go to the black market on Hive Island, which was a little closer. The Blood Spider was the middleman, responsible for buying man-made devil fruits, and then sending them to the Ghost Island. But now, he was wiped out by Ling Bai forces. How dare you provoke us Beast's pirates? Yan Wanjin's expression was calm, but it revealed a hint of disdain. People in the clouds will always be arrogant unconsciously. After all, when they look down, they are all living beings. When they look up, there is no one. After Kaido found out, his eyes widened and he was furious. His plan is to create a real army of beasts, with all capable people. Now, his subordinates have more than 50,000 people, and the current number of capable people in Beast's pirates is less than 500. It can be imagined the goal is far away, so he needs a lot of man-made devil fruits with a high success rate, and now, Ling Bai killed their middleman? Can Kaido not be angry? Go to Beehive Island first? Kill that arrogant brat, and then intercept Whitebeard. Mr. Kaido, is this in time? Quinn. Jack, don't forget that the carp on the bottom of the sea obey our orders. Let the giant carp pull the boat faster than a warship. Advertisement, what's more, I wait for the authority of the Beast's pirates, and I will never allow a new pirate group to provoke me. As soon as Jin spoke, the whole audience was excited. The biggest characteristic of Beast's pirates is that they are reckless to the end regardless of the consequences. Even the Whitebeard pirates, let alone Ling Bai and the others. On the other hand, Ling Bai didn't know that he had offended that lunatic Kaido of the Beasts, but even if he knew about it, he could only look forward to it. Kaido came to him, he had a reason to trouble them, and then hit Wanokuna's idea. The 3 places Ling Bai wants most, Beehive Island, the Fishman Island, and Wano-Kuni, it would be even better if he could rule the Sabody archipelago. On the other side, Reiju rubbed Ling Bai's neck reluctantly. At this time, Ling Bai looked at Stussy and the others. Ling Bai didn't know much about this group of people, and it felt like a bunch of jokes. Wable was chopped off, and as for the others, Ling Bai didn't think they were very strong, they were probably at Judge's level at most. Judge's level is the kind that is rubbed against the ground with one hand by the ant. Even North Blue can't handle it, so one can imagine his strength. Hive Island, it will be my territory from now on, that is to say, without my permission, you are not qualified to come here. Ling Bai glanced at everyone. The fat loan shark spoke, with a somewhat hermaphrodite tone. Your Excellency is a bit arrogant, even Kaido of the Beast owes me money, and other big pirates who have not paid back my loans are all over the New World. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy was a little stunned, knowing that this fat man was bragging. How dare he lend usury to those big shots? At this moment, Ling Bai waved his hand, and Luo instantly understood what Ling Bai meant. Room. Scalpel. The hemisphere enveloped everyone, and under Luo's manipulation, the fat usury king was directly chopped into pieces. No death, no pain, but torture. Advertisement then, people are afraid to speak out. In fact, before Ling Bai and the others came in, they had already killed many people outside. When Ling Bai left this luxurious room, only the Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, the Birdman Morgans, and Wenji Mokei's family were the only people who could still be alive inside. Kill. Ling Bai didn't even have to make a move, and Bullet and the others have also dealt with the major forces on Hive Island. Under the actions of everyone, all blocking forces were completely swept away. After knowing the end of the operation, Ling Bai couldn't help but think of a sentence. I'm waiting ahead, absolutely invincible. In the next half day, Ling Bai announced to the people on the tallest building in the center of the Hive Island that he is the king here, and the Hive Island has since been controlled and ruled by him, Ling Bai. For a moment, the entire island was in an uproar. Naturally, many people were dissatisfied and lived freely. Why should a ruler intervene? But when Ling Bai used Conquerors Hockey to sweep everything away, no one dared to say no again. As for Hive Island, it was officially renamed Paradise, simply called Paradise, not Pirate Paradise. On the other side, the Beast's pirates had already dispatched at this time, and they were just about to take this route from the location where they sniped Whitebeard, so they decided to teach Ling Bai a lesson along the way. At the same time, the red hair pirates who received the wind also started to move out, and the goal was to intercept the Beast's pirates. It seems predictable that Hive Island will likely involve the two pirate emperors. At this time, Ling Bai didn't know about it, however, it is already the moment when the storm is about to come. Chapter 37 Changes in Momoshiki, Kaido Strikes. Shanks, here's the latest Morgan's news. Beckman threw a newspaper to the redhead on one side, and after reading it, the redhead fell into a brief thought. Who is this Ling Bai? He was born in this way at this time. The red-haired face is worried, that is, he is worried about the situation and peace of this world. Let's speed up, go to Hive Island, that guy Kaido should be here. According to the latest news, Kaido is going to the Hive Island to destroy Ling Bai, but the redhead went to the Hive Island not to save Ling Bai, but to stop Kaido. What if Ling Bai knew what he was thinking? Stopping Whitebeard failed, and now we have to stop Kaido who wants to stop Whitebeard, that is to say, he supports Whitebeard. I really don't know what kind of plane the redhead is going to do. On the other side, Beehive Island, but now it should be called Paradise. This is, the kingdom of Ling Bai will exist like a cake island in the future. The weather is really nice. At this time, Klockedar, who was standing on the skull-shaped building, was enjoying the sun today. However, in the distance, there appeared a group of dark clouds, which also carried thunder and lightning. The sound of thunder is coming towards this side. There seems to be a faint line in the clouds. Snake? No. It's a dragon. Kaido of the Beasts. Klockedar's face changed, that is to say, the Beasts' pirates came. Not long after, Klockedar ordered people to inform Ling Bai and them. Back to half an hour ago, Ling Bai looked at Momoshiki who was arranging clothes, and Ling Bai threw her famous knife back to Momoshiki. Advertisement, remember to be on call in the future and don't expose my relationship with you. After speaking, Ling Bai left here and Momoshiki finally sighed deeply, and there was helplessness and loss in his tone. If she hadn't investigated Ling Bai that day, maybe she wouldn't have fallen into the clutches, or she hadn't chased him out that day, but this kind of assumption is obviously useless, unless she can turn back time and space, or kill Ling Bai, but she has to kill Ling Bai. Ling Bai, Momoshiki probably won't be able to do it. This Admiral-level Marine is only known to Ling Bai and herself, and she has fallen. On the surface, she is known by countless Marines, that high-ranking and fiery Marine, who has made countless military exploits, is now the strongest woman in naval headquarters, and the aging Crane Vice Admiral is not as strong as her. However, secretly, she is already Ling Bai's property, and her body and mind are branded with Ling Bai's traces. Knowing that she has fallen under Ling Bai's clutches, Momoshiki enjoys the feeling of surrendering to him. After Momoshiki got dressed, he put on the cloak with justice written all over it, and finally walked out of here. At the moment, she is Marine Vice Admiral, Momoshiki. Soon, she joined the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral and the others. Seeing the sudden appearance of Momoshiki Vice Admiral who had been missing for 3 days, a group of Marines were very pleasantly surprised, especially Vice Admiral, the T-Dolphin. After all, the Momoshiki in front of him was the woman he had confessed to 100 times. The whole naval headquarters knew that he was pursuing Momoshiki, but Momoshiki didn't like him at all. If it wasn't for the relationship of colleagues at work, Momoshiki would definitely not act with this stalking old man. Licking a dog is a terrible death, and the T-Dolphin was also surprised to find that Momoshiki has become more beautiful now, exuding a more mature and glamorous temperament all over her body, which of course makes it harder for him to approach, and Momoshiki also changed clothes, which are more beautiful than usual. In fact, except for Marine's cloak, those clothes of Momoshiki were already torn to pieces by Ling Bai. The current one is still bought by Ling Bai, Gion. Just about to call Momoshiki, but Momoshiki interrupted the T-Dolphin immediately. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, please call me Momoshiki Vice Admiral. Advertisement, Well, Momoshiki Vice Admiral, we have been worried about you for the past 3 days, where have you been? Dolphin Vice Admiral is helpless. Momoshage is still the woman he can't ask for, but he firmly believes that as long as he continues to work hard, he will definitely move his goddess in the future. HMPH. That nasty Ling Bai, I was knocked out because of his ability to freeze time and space, and I didn't wake up until this morning. Momoshage, who had already woven a lie, said it perfunctorily without changing his face. Dizzy for 3 days. That damned Ling Bai, the T-Dolphin, whose image is more wretched than Kizaru, is indignant, but now, Mr. Sengoku told us not to contact Ling Bai. After the Whitebeard incident is dealt with, we naval headquarters will dispatch troops to wipe them all out. Mr. Sengoku believes that Ling Bai the pirate group has a lot of powerful combat power, so we can't let it go, but it's not convenient for us to do it at this special time. Want to catch them all? Momoshage was surprised. The first thing she thought of was to tell Ling Bai about this. The T-Dolphin would never have thought that Momoshage was Ling Bai's spy at this time, dormant in naval headquarters, and would be of great help to Ling Bai when necessary. As for Ling Bai, it is best to use it for women, not if it is boring. Talking about love is bullshit in the pirate world, and Momoshage may only be one of his future women, and it is even more impossible to invest in love. Half an hour later, Klockedar found Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido is here. It's expected. After all, I moved his cake here, and Doflamingo's me also moved, but the guy Doflamingo should not dare to attack me, or he wants to retaliate against me through Kaido of the Beasts. Standing on the tallest building in the park, Ling Bai looked up at the rapidly darkening sky, that is, dense thunderclouds. This is the weather change caused by Kaido. Chapter 38 Kaido is coming. The start is hot. Yu fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form? Only when he really saw Kaido himself did Ling Bai know what kind of hockey the dragon Kaido was at this time. In the past, Ling Bai thought that Kaido was a dragon clan, but after the original book published information, he found out that he is a person with abilities. Perched above the sky, Kaido looked down at the paradise below, and he immediately found Ling Bai, who was also looking at him. Ling Bai, waiting for him. That is, Kaido of the Beasts. My god, how did this monster come here? That guy Ling Bai must have angered this monster. Now Kaido is coming to destroy the Hive Island. Run for your life, or we'll all be finished later. On the island, seeing the huge figure of Kaido entrenched in the air, countless people were already trembling. That's Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, one of the 4 scariest monsters in the entire New World. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. At the same time, it is also the strongest existence that is the strongest one-on-one. And what is a mere Ling Bai in front of the Pirate Emperor? In the perception of ordinary people, the Pirate Emperors are absolutely invincible in New World. Otherwise, naval headquarters and world government, why can't they be destroyed? So when Kaido of the Beasts appeared here, people were naturally terrified. Now that Kaido of the Beasts has come, does it mean that his beasts pirates are also here? On Paradise Island, many people were already trembling. On the other side, Bullet and the others also came, looking up at the sky. Tisk tisk. Kaido, it's still the same. Bullet laughed, clenched his fists, feeling eager to try. Advertisement, Captain, can you deal with him alone? Does it require the joint efforts of the 2 of us? Bullet couldn't help asking. Need not. Ling Bai shook his head. Boom. With one step of Ling Bai's foot, just the explosive power of his body made Ling Bai rush into the air tens of meters, and then Ling Bai used moonwalk to continue to rush higher into the air. Little devil, you actually moved Lousy's voice. Kaido's nose spewed out a gust of wind, like a cow's nose blowing out, obviously very angry. This island is now my territory. Therefore, no matter what the business of other forces is, I will expel them all, and all disobedient ones will be wiped out. Ling Bai sneered, and reached the same height as Kaido, with a distance of more than 20 meters. Then Lousy can only teach you a lesson, but if you are willing to surrender to me, I can let go of the past. If you are willing to be my mount, I don't care about you coming to trouble me now. Interesting. At this moment, Kaido opened his mouth, and immediately, a surge of heat quickly gathered, and the surrounding air was affected by this scorching airwave, and became distorted. I didn't know that I thought this space was distorted. This is Kaido's condensed heat breath, a terrifying move that can destroy a mountain with one heat breath, and turn an island into a lava pool. Roar. Kaido let out a loud roar, and the heat burst out in an instant, and the giant lava column burst out like a rocket launcher, rushing towards Ling Bai. The air was further twisted, and the sky covered by dark clouds was instantly reflected in fiery red. Ling Bai, on the other hand, held the ice blade covered by Armament Haki, who had briefly confronted Momoshage earlier. Boom. Advertisement. At this moment, Ling Bai's eyes were fixed. That was an extremely serious look. With a sword in hand, Ling Bai, who possesses advanced kendo, is now a swordsman who is infinitely close to the great swordsman. Ling Bai slashed out, and directly swung a huge half-moon-shaped slash. At that moment, the space was illuminated, the air was cut open, and the slash swept through an astonishing wave of wind, and finally collided with Kaido's heat. In an instant, lava-like thermal energy exploded everywhere, and the 2 forces collided together, and 5 seconds later, Kaido's thermal energy was disintegrated. Captain, is it really a swordsman? Luo on Paradise Island was surprised. Ling Bai, who collided with Kaido in the air, is obviously using kendo. Besides, he's still a very high-level swordsman, and he doesn't feel inferior to me. Captain, this is really hidden. As a swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain is the most surprising. Moreover, laymen watch the excitement, and insiders watch the doorway. Shiryu of the Rain could tell at a glance that Ling Bai's kendo level is very good. In fact, Ling Bai's level is now infinitely close to that of a great swordsman. In the air, after Kaido's heat was broken, Kaido was a little surprised, and at the same time, like a dragon wagging its tail, he slammed its huge tail towards Ling Bai. This flick even set off a terrifying storm like a tornado. But Ling Bai was not indifferent either. With a wave of the knife in his hand, an ice ball with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and it hit Kaido's head like a meteorite. There was a loud bang, earth-shattering, like thunder ripping through the sky. Kaido's head hurt, and even the tail that was thrown towards Ling Bai turned away. And Ling Bai appeared above the ice puck in a flash, and then, he clenched his left fist, unleashed a huge force, and landed on the top of the ice puck. At this moment, Kaido's head was crushed, and his eyeballs seemed to be popped out. The huge ice ball also exploded at the same time, and the impact of the explosion was naturally borne by Kaido. Boom! It was an even more terrifying sound, making the people in the park think that the sky was being blown up, and saw the dragon-shaped Kaido shooting down from the sky like a rocket launcher. Chapter 39 Frozen Sea, Let's Go to War. At this time, an explosion sound came from the distant sea to the paradise, and countless people rushed to the coast, only to see that the waves were blown up tens of meters high, and countless waves shook, making the originally calm sea fluctuate. When ordinary people see such a scene, their scalps tingle with shock. Kaido was hit by Ling Bai and shot into the sea. That is one, the existence of 4 emperors. Mr. Kaido. Boss Kaido has been shot down. Is something going to happen to Mr. Kaido? On the other side, in the distant sea area, 16 giant ships appeared, which were Beast's pirates. The crew were shocked and disturbed to see Kaido being shot into the sea in the air. After all, Kaido is still capable. If only this is the case, Kaido will have an accident, then he is not the Kaido of the beasts who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Regarding the uneasiness of the little brothers, Jin said disdainfully. Although Kaido is a capable person, he is not afraid of seawater, and this is almost the most special existence among capable persons. Otherwise, Kaido cannot be called the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Although he is a human being, he is no longer a monster in the human category. He jumped from a height of 20,000 meters and fell directly into the sea, but Kaido still had no accidents. This is, Kaido of the beasts. Jack the Drow they are already eager to try. However, that Ling Bai is also very strong, he can actually drive Mr. Kaido into the sea. It's not just his personal strength. Among the Ling Bai pirates, there is another strongest existence, Bullet, the descendant of the devil, who was a member of the Luogia pirates back then. His strength is terrifying. To be able to keep pace with Pluton Rayleigh, but to stay in Impel Down for 20 years, must have regressed in strength. Advertisement. But be careful, Beast's pirates, with a lot of discussion, are going to land in the park and eradicate the entire Ling Bai pirate group. However, at this time, Ling Bai stopped using moonwalk, and his whole body fell from the air to the sea as if he was weightless. When Ling Bai was about to touch the seawater, he waved his hand, and a surge of freezing power was released, like Aokiji released the Ice Age. Big move here. In an instant, a large area of sea area, the sea area with a radius of several kilometers, was directly frozen within a few seconds. The frozen sea froze the ships of the Beast's pirates, and the astonishing cold hit their faces. It's such a terrifying freezing power, I can feel a severe chill even on the boat. If Aokiji was not alive, I would have thought it was a frozen fruit. It feels like an unknown ability that doesn't lose to Aokiji. Such a vast sea was frozen almost instantly, no wonder that Brat has the confidence to be arrogant. It's terrible, it's a disaster-level force. Sam Calamity, Fei Liubao and the others looked at the ice surface and fell into shock. Looking at the front, all the sea areas within the field of vision are frozen, and at this time, all the ships of the Beast's pirates are frozen here, unable to move forward. A huge amount of cold air was also released from the ice, giving people a bone-piercing coldness. Of course, the stronger members of the Beast's pirates were fine, but the weaker members or ordinary people really did not feel comfortable with this kind of cold. On the other side, Ling Bai stood on the ice, waiting for Kaido to come out. And what about Kaido? Nature is frozen under the sea. But Ling Bai knew that Kaido would never be slammed by the sea Mizukage. At this moment, a dragon roar came from under the ice layer, and then, the ice layer shook, and an ice layer in the distance, directly it exploded, and Kaido, who changed back into a human form, rushed out of the ice, rushed into the air, and fell hard on the ice again. The amazing force shattered part of the ice. At this time, Kaido in human form, with a tall and strong body, holding a mace, stood on the ice like a demon god. Even if he stood there, he could give people a strong sense of oppression. Now the people on Paradise Island have a feeling of scalp tingling. Many people have only heard of Kaido's horror, but have never seen Kaido himself. At this moment, Kaido is standing in front of them. The powerful momentum unleashed invisibly made people feel stressed, as if they were in hell. As for Bullet, they are already ready to fight. Advertisement. This will be the strongest battle we have encountered so far. Everyone knew very well that the annihilation of the forces on Paradise Island the day before yesterday was almost like playing a house game with children for them. Now, it is the real battle. However, the pirate group that has not been established for 10 days is about to face a pirate group of the 4 emperors level. Lao Sha said the key point, and then everyone realized that their pirate group has indeed not been established for 10 days. Even after today, I don't know the day of the week. This development momentum, I have to say, is very fast. Let's go. The Beast's pirates are coming too. Shiryu of the Rain greeted and left Paradise Island first. At this time, the sea surface was frozen, which happened to be their foothold, and they didn't know how to fight on the island, which in turn caused the island to be destroyed. Everyone immediately followed and rushed towards the Beast's pirates ship. And at the same time, Beast's pirates them, too. The next moment, war broke out. On the other side, facing Ling Bai Kaido, Ling Bai is like a child. Roar. At this time, Kaido let out a loud roar, swung the mace with his right hand and spun, broke the ice with one step, and rushed towards Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai didn't use the ice blade covered by armament haki anymore, but covered armament haki with both fists and rushed towards Kaido. Just at the moment when the two collided, the astonishing force collided, and with a deafening crash, a majestic wave of air swayed away, and the ice surface with a radius of 50 meters was also hit by Ling Bai's fist and Kaido's, shattered by the impact of the force generated by the collision of the mace. Chapter 40 Fight Kaido. At this moment, the people on the other side of the paradise watched from afar as Ling Bai caught Kaido's crushed mace with his bare hands. The radius that can make a radius of tens of meters explode. What if Kaido's mace or Ling Bai's fist fell on them? It was directly smashed into meat sauce. It's terrible. That Ling Bai, is he a monster? You must know that he is facing the four emperors. Didn't you read the newspapers? Even Marine Admiral Akainu suffered under Ling Bai's hands. It is said that Ling Bai didn't do anything cruel at the time, and Akainu's dog's life was spared. Otherwise, what do you think? But Admiral can't compare with four emperors. Whether it can be compared or not, Ling Bai is very strong. There is no doubt that Ling Bai is strong, and it is very likely that he will become the next pirate emperor. Boom. There was another explosion, which was equally earth-shattering, and even made people feel like their eardrums were going to be blown apart. In the distance, Ling Bai and Kaido collided fiercely again, and Kaido, who was using a mace, completely crushed Ling Bai in terms of weapon and body shape. Ling Bai was like a child. It's like fighting a grown-up Kaido. Ling Bai with this attitude is indeed easy to be underestimated, but in fact it is not the case. Ling Bai just clenched his fists and collided with Kaido with his fists, and the shockwave generated by each collision caused the ice to explode. That punch landed on the mace, and Ling Bai, who had incomparably terrifying strength, made Kaido feel that his hands were a little numb. That's right, it's the feeling of numbness in the hands. It is conceivable that Ling Bai's strange power is terrifying. At this time, even Kaido was a little shocked. At the beginning, he was very disdainful towards Ling Bai, but as a large area of the sea was frozen, he was a little surprised. Until now, Ling Bai used his fists to fight against him. The mace, the strange force, shocked Kaido. This seemingly frail body actually has such terrifying power? Haven't tried it. Kaido still doesn't believe it. Advertisement: the ground exploded, and the ice surface with a radius of hundreds of meters was shattered by Ling Bai and Kaido's many fights. Fortunately, the ice layer was extremely thick, so it did not affect the battle between them. Do your little brothers, just 7 little brothers, want to fight against almost 30,000 people in Laozi's Beast's Pirates? Beast's Pirates, the entire staff is about 53,000 people, and 30,000 people are here, and at the same time, almost all the 350 people with zone ability are here. Beast's Pirates dispatched such an array of pirate forces this time, of course, not just to teach Ling Bai and others. The real purpose is to intercept the Whitebeard pirate group. Kaido estimates that it only takes 3 hours at most to convince Ling Bai and the others. By the way, let's see if Ling Bai can be subdued. Kaido is a person who loves talents. It is an enemy. As long as the other party is willing, Kaido will clear up the past and take it under his command. Now Kaido wants to teach Ling Bai a lesson and subdue him. 7 younger brothers? No, you are overthinking. Conquerors Haki can save you 20,000 people. Ling Bai also disdains Kaido's words. You know Conquerors Haki? Kaido was surprised, and smashed Ling Bai with a stick. Ling Bai blasted away the opponent's mace with his fist. At the same time, a wave of Conquerors Haki was released from Ling Bai's body, forming a huge hemispherical Conquerors Haki field in an instant. Interesting. Boom. Kaido was also not to be outdone, and released a Conquerors Haki directly. Soon the two Conquerors Haki forces collided, and the surrounding wind swept through, like a tornado bursting apart. Both were extremely high-level Conquerors Haki. Conquerors Haki can already produce destructive power to any object, so it is conceivable. The ice surface collapsed directly. After all, the crushing of 2 Conquerors Haki, even the rock-hard ice could not withstand it. On the ice surface, the two forces clashed and became bigger and bigger, and eventually even covered the Paradise Island in the distance. The people watching the battle fainted instantly, and countless weak people were also stunned one after another. With an explosion, the two forces stopped at the same time. That is to say, Ling Bai and Kaido's Conquerors Haki are equally matched. Advertisement: at this moment, Kaido had to look at Ling Bai with admiration again. He did not expect Ling Bai's Conquerors Haki to be so powerful. For those who have the qualifications of a king, the Conquerors Haki is as powerful as they are. A little devil, now he only knows Ling Bai is terrible. That man. In the paradise, Momosagi looked deeply at Ling Bai. Subconsciously, she thought that Ling Bai was her man. Ling Bai used 3 days to tame Momosagi's body and mind, and finally became what she is now. Even Momosagi didn't know it. She herself even slowly put the so-called marine justice behind her. Ling Bai told her that the winner is justice. Just like the celestial dragons, the justice was originally defined by them, and they were the victors 800 years ago, while the civilians protected by marine are almost limited to the member countries. What about the foreign countries? Momosagi was brainwashed by Ling Bai, but this is an undeniable fact in this world. Otherwise, why so many people want to seek the protection of the great pirates? Because the world government did not protect them. Just now, seeing the battle between Ling Bai and Kaido, Momoshage unconsciously became worried, but now that Ling Bai cannot fall behind, Momoshage can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And the T-Dolphin, Vice Admiral, has informed Sengoku, Ling Bai and Kaido that they are fighting here. On the other side, Bullet and the others have already engaged in a battle with flames and embers. The battle between the two sides is quite fierce, especially the 7 people on Bullet's side, and the Beast's pirates. There are nearly 30,000 people. The disparity in numbers can be imagined. It's okay that Bullet and Shiryu are relatively strong, but it's not easy to recruit them. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Therefore, while fighting Ling Bai, Kaido did not forget to taunt a few words. How many of them, Ling Bai? How long can they last? However, Ling Bai laughed even more. He leapt in the air and pressed his right leg on Kaido's face. The force that could easily destroy a giant ship distorted Kaido's face. Immediately afterwards, Kaido's whole body was bombarded. After flying more than 100 meters away, it barely stopped after rolling for another 30 to 40 meters. Should I use the Ice Admiral army or the Ice Knight? Ling Bai stood where he was, and next, he would let the Kaido of the Beasts know what is real. One person equals thousands of troops. Chapter 41 The Ice Knight crushes the Beast's pirates. At this moment, Ling Bai landed his palm on the ground, and immediately, an ice blue light emerged from the ground below him, and an ice blue light also appeared on his body. Or in other words, it was ice blue at the same time. A powerful force erupted from Ling Bai. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain, who was still in the midst of a fierce battle, happened to see this scene, and because of Shiryu of the Rain's eyes, his opponent Plague Quinn also looked at this side. I thought I was just looking at it, but between them, on the ice in front of Ling Bai, a large amount of ice surged up from the ice layer, and blizzard-like wind and waves circled in it. Thousands or more, anyway, rows of neat and orderly ice knights appeared in front of Ling Bai. Shiryu of the Rain and the others felt like they had seen a ghost. They were taken aback by Ling Bai's battle. What kind of big move is this? Bullet blasted away the flaming embers with a fist, because he saw Ling Bai's ability to use at this moment. The Ice Knight holding various weapons and sitting on a mighty and majestic ice horse was majestic and amazing. Bullet admitted that he was all overwhelmed, shocked. This kind of Ice Knight gives Bullet a feeling that they are very strong. Yes, it is very strong. Frozen time and space, as well as the use of unknown abilities today, have completely surpassed Lobia's frozen fruit. What is his ability? At this moment, the Ice Knights could line up in front of him, feeling their astonishing aura. Ling Bai waved his hand, and he had already given the order. Attack the Beast's pirates. Controlled by Ling Bai, they will naturally not attack their own people. This is the Ice Knight, which is weaker than the Ice Arashi Admiral Army. The Ice Arashi Admiral Army is an evolutionary version of the Ice Knight. If you can use the mysteries, then the Ice Knight is the strongest move that the Ice Teigu uses besides the mysteries. A total of 2,000 Ice Knights. Of course Ling Bai can indeed create more Ice Knights, but don't forget, this will cost a lot, and Ling Bai has to deal with Kaido. Rumbling. After Ling Bai gave the order, the 2,000 Ice Knights rushed towards the Beast's pirates wielding various weapons that were also made of ice. At this moment, the entire ice surface seemed to be shaking violently. The two pirate groups who were red-eyed over there, as well as the people on the coast of Paradise Island, all looked over. Advertisement. Hey, what's going on? It's the captain's ability. Isn't this too exaggerated? There must be thousands of people, and they seem to be alive? Hawkins and the others were shocked. They couldn't imagine Ling Bai's freezing power and how to use it. But the Beast's pirates were not the same. Seeing this group of Ice Knights rushing towards them, they obviously came to attack them, but they didn't take it seriously. Come on. Let Lousy see. It's just a pile of ice cubes. What kind of waves can it cause? HMPH. It doesn't look good. Think a pile of ice cubes can handle us Beast's pirates? That brat underestimates us Beast's pirates too. Facing the Ice Knight rushing over, the tens of thousands of Beast's pirates hardly took each other seriously. Because the Ling Bai pirates had few people, many of them could only stand there just now, but now there are different people, a minion roaring or shouting on the spot, waving the weapon in his hand, already eager to try. Come on. Destroy them, Beast's pirates. A member of True Fighter let out a loud roar, and immediately, the younger brothers behind, including ordinary members and legions of capable users, all became excited and rushed out roaring. Being a Beast's Pirates member, even an ordinary member, is not weak. All of a sudden, more than 20,000 people rushed over. That kind of momentum could scare many people watching the battle from the coast to their knees. All of a sudden, the vibrations on the ice became more intense. If you look down from the sky, you will find that the two fires are facing each other. Boom! There was a loud noise, followed by the clash of weapons, and the battle began. Ice Knights were blown up on the spot, and then more and more Ice Knights were blown up. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some kind of stuff, but it disappeared as soon as I touched it? That's right, isn't this kind of ice too fragile? Advertisement. It's not enough for me to punch, ha ha. Countless members of the Beast's pirates couldn't stop laughing, but the strongest members of the two pirate groups who had temporarily ceased fighting in the distance felt that it would not be that simple, especially the crew of Bullet, who had been with Ling Bai for a week. Bai's ability is no paper tiger, and sure enough, at this moment, a laughing beast boy was suddenly split into two sides by the restored ice. Immediately afterwards, more and more little minions were swept away. Some of them, who were still arrogant at first, got their lunchboxes within a minute of fighting time, and the ice surface was soon stained red with blood, and all kinds of broken hands and feet were scattered all over the ground. What's going on? I obviously exploded them. Monster. Aw, my hand. Who will save me? My lower body is gone. Aw, it hurts lousy. Help me. The sound of wailing and fear shook the ice, and countless Beasts Pirates members were crushed by Ice Knights who seemed to be able to regenerate infinitely. The powerful members were okay and able to resist, but those Ice Knights could never be killed or destroyed, so that there are fewer and fewer people here, and corpses are everywhere. Those Ice Knights, like dead soldiers, were obviously blown up, but they quickly regrouped. It's like dead soldiers, no matter how many times they die and come back to life again, they just can't die. This is the horror of the Ice Knight, won't die, being destroyed can be revived immediately. Unless Ling Bai removes the ability. Humph. Glancing at the members of the Beasts Pirates, Ling Bai snorted coldly, and rushed towards Kaido who just stood up but was confused by the Ice Knight opposite. Chapter 42. The battle is in full swing. At Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, who had just finished his call with Vice Admiral, was relieved to take his seat. Ling Bai and Kaido of the Beasts have clashed, and the two pirate groups are colliding fiercely in the waters near the Hive Island. The reason is estimated that Ling Bai moved Kaido's cake on the Hive Island, so Kaido, is he going to destroy Ling Bai? Sengoku is quite confident about Kaido's strength and power. Beasts Pirates and Kaido of the Beasts are all existences that Sengoku dreams of destroying, but compared to Ling Bai should be eliminated first, because if Ling Bai is allowed to with Bai's development, he is really likely to become the Pirate Emperor by then. This is a huge hidden danger. So now that Kaido makes a move, for Sengoku, this is tantamount to borrowing a knife to kill someone, and it is definitely a very beneficial thing for Naval Headquarters. So Sengoku couldn't help calming down his restless heart recently. On the other side, Ling Bai rushed towards Kaido and punched Kaido again. At this moment, Ling Bai seemed to have transformed into a strong physique like Garp. What kind of ability is this? The strong curiosity made Kaido couldn't help asking the other party, and at the same time he swung his mace at Ling Bai. Surprise! Ling Bai didn't tell the opponent. The fist landed on Kaido's mace, and because of armament hockey, a large number of electric arcs were torn at the contact between the mace and the fist, and the surrounding ice cracked as usual. I have to say, if the hammering continues, will this thick and large ice layer be completely sunk? It's hard to say. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared. The mace was entangled with purple breath, and there were lightning attached to it, and at the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky were affected and rolled violently, and countless thunder and lightning haunted it. This is the blessing of the top powerhouse use after Conquerors hockey. The redhead collides with Whitebeard and the sky splits open. At this time, Ling Bai clasped both hands, and a huge icicle with a diameter of half a meter and a length of 10 meters appeared in his hand, and at the same time, armament hockey was added. Bless armament hockey on the weapon. This is the application of advanced armament hockey. Advertisement with armament hockey. Even a block of tofu can be stronger than steel. When Kaido's mace with lightning hit it, at this moment, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the entrained wind and waves even tore the ice. And Ling Bai, holding the icicle in his hand, swept across it, using the ice like this. He is the only one in the whole world. Boom. When the two weapons collided, of course a thunderbolt struck the sky, and the sky, at this moment, split apart. And the ice surface under the two people's feet, with a radius of more than 60 meters, did not collapse at this moment, but collapsed directly, and a large amount of seawater also rushed up. Little devil. Lousy is Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido roared angrily. The two forces clashed, and with a bang, both of them were shaken out. 2 Chapter 51 Judges Sincerity, Ling Bai's Actions. Ling Bai defeated Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and even caused heavy losses to the Beasts' pirates, causing Kaido and the others to retreat like bereaved dogs. Ling Bai's strength can be imagined. This also made Judge more firm in his inner thoughts. Ling Bai should undoubtedly be the next pirate emperor. He will rule the New World in the same way as the red-haired king came to the New World 4 years ago, and the time is certainly not too far away. Therefore, for the Wenji Moke family, if they seize the opportunity of Ling Bai's rise, it may be an opportunity for their Wenji Moke family in the Germa kingdom to rise again, and this kind of opportunity is rare. Looking at his daughter Reiju who has grown up beside him, Judge can't help thinking, if he can use his daughter to please Ling Bai, and then let Ling Bai help the Wenji Moke family rise, it is really a bloody profit. Facing the temptation of huge enough interests, even a daughter, what is it? If Ling Bai knew Judge's thoughts at this time, he would be surprised. He didn't expect that Judge would sacrifice his own daughter to regain the glory of his kingdom and family. But I have to say that Judge is such a person, just like he transformed his sons into cold-blooded fighting machines. Judge doesn't even know that his 3 sons are more cold-blooded than him. So, just let Reiju sacrifice himself, let the family and the kingdom return to the glory days of the past, and dominate the entire North Blue. Sacrifice the small self, fulfill the big self. Reiju doesn't know that her father is planning to sell herself. If she knew, she would probably faint in the toilet. At this time, after waiting for nearly an hour, Ling Bai finally came. He seems to have become stronger, and it seems that he has a kind of kingly charm invisibly. Judge stood up to greet him quickly, and so did Reiju and the others. Advertisement. Judge, let's get straight to the point. After Whitebeard and Naval Headquarters go to war, I need to requisition the entire force of your Germa kingdom. Germa 66's army, as a scientific combat force, is active all over the world in the form of mercenaries. It is cold-blooded and ruthless. Its unified technological products are cloned by technological transformation of the blood factor and have scientific and efficient combat capabilities. Compared with those pirates, much easier to operate. What Ling Bai likes is Judge's power, and even Ling Bai thinks that if Judge's blood factor technology is used to create and clone more powerful soldiers, for example, capture a powerful ancient ability person to study and then clone, will that be possible? Is it possible to create a group of equally powerful combat forces? Beast's pirates' army of capable users? Not enough to watch it all. Of course, this is still a theory. Ling Bai believes that even Judge has thought about it. Ling Bai knows that even Reiju and the others are successful experiments that have been transformed by blood factors, and they are extremely powerful. In the original book, being able to fight against the powerful sons and daughters of the Ant is enough to show their strength. All troops, everyone in Judge was shocked, because their entire force, that is, fighters transformed from blood factors, now numbered 50,000. This is Ling Bai. What major action is there to take? Is 2 billion Baileys enough? Ling Bai is not talking nonsense. After taking over the paradise, he ransacked the houses of those forces that were wiped out. Ling Bai conservatively estimated that he now has more than 10 billion Baileys, and there are still many gold, silver and jewels that have not been counted, so 2 billion Baileys is nothing. This, Your Excellency, is really refreshing. 2 billion Baileys are enough. I just don't know, what are you going to do? Judge is full of curiosity, and so are Reiju and the others behind. Hiring all of their troops is terrifying. You'll know after a while, Judge, you just need to get all your troops into New World, and I'll let you know when I need it. Advertisement. It is good. Judge looked at Ling Bai and guessed in his heart, could it be that Ling Bai is going to take advantage of the opportunity to rise up? That's right, if Whitebeard is really killed in battle, then, who is most qualified to replace the vacant throne in New World? Judge is very clear about the forces in the New World today. Except for other emperors, there is no doubt that no one is stronger and more qualified than Ling Bai. If Ling Bai does not replace, then the huge cake will be divided by other forces. In this case, very normal. As for Judge, he became more determined to hug his thigh. Now it seems that he needs Ling Bai, and Ling Bai also needs him. Of course, Ling Bai paid, but Judge believes it's a good start. On the other hand, Ling Bai also cut the strength of the family and kingdom behind Judge. If possible, he would take this force under his command. In addition, there is the power of the 8 Treasures Navy, which is much better than taking in those pirate forces. For example, the little ones of the Whitebeard pirates use the name of Whitebeard to burn, kill and loot. After all, in New World, except for other emperors, there is almost no force that dare not give Whitebeard pirates face. In the evening, Judge and the others plan to go back to North Blue to call for help. To Ling Bai's surprise, Judge left Reiju behind. But I have to confirm, is an old fox like Judge going to let Reiju be a spy here? But Ling Bai thought too much. Reiju is indeed a gift from Judge to express his sincerity. Chapter 52 Shake the World, the new emperor is born? New World, Morgan's news headquarters. At this time, a piece of explosive news content is being written continuously from the pen in the hands of a birdman. It was Morgan's who witnessed Ling Bai defeating Kaido that day. As the world's most successful news boss, his control over fishing reels is on par with world government. In the original book, the person who makes Luffy called the 5th Emperor is this birdman. A punch that cripples Kaido and sends Beast's pirates away like stray dogs. The red hair came, and the red hair of one of the 4 emperors was also forced to retreat. With my own strength, I actually made the 2 pirate kings surrender. A new pirate emperor is born. The content of the news is somewhat untrue, but only in this way, the news is explosive news, so that he can earn a lot of money. Fortunately, Kaido and the others are not here, otherwise this birdman will be stewed. The news is undoubtedly to step on the red hair and Kaido, especially the one that made Kaido be pressed on the ground and rubbed, in order to praise Ling Bai alone, and coupled with the photos taken by Birdman, there will naturally be the truth if there are pictures, and there is no room for it others don't believe it. This kind of newspaper will definitely sell well. The newsbird will soon fly to all over the world with the latest breaking news. This is New World, so people in New World can see the news at the first time. Whitebeard, who had already set off, received the newspaper dropped by the newsbird. He was shocked and didn't say much. After all, they didn't have the mood to care about such things. New World is undoubtedly in turmoil at this time, and nothing can happen, expected. The rampage of the times is inevitable. In a few days, they'll arrive at naval headquarters and take on the entire naval headquarters, where Ace must be rescued no matter what. Because of being severely injured, the plan to intercept the Whitebeard pirates had to be cancelled. At this time, Kaido of the Beasts, who had not yet returned to Oni Island, saw the news and saw how he was belittled. Kaido was furious, and he was defeated, but not as described in the newspapers. Catch that birdman for lousy. Lousy is mad. Puff. When he was angry, Kaido spat out another mouthful of old blood. I have to say that Ling Bai's punch made Kaido rest for a while. Well, Kaido was actually defeated? Advertisement. Also, the new pirate emperor, interesting, so interesting. Mom was very surprised. The content of the news is a bit exaggerated, but it can also be confirmed that Kaido was indeed defeated. I didn't expect Kaido to get hurt, Peroperos. Mom, I'm here. Get Kaido's phone bug, I'm going to call him. But, mother, do you want to die? Peloperos, if you don't listen to your mother, you will die. Well. The ant suddenly let out an evil laugh like an old witch. This kind of laughter spread throughout the whole cake castle, making countless people feel their scalps go numb and their backs feel cold. At this time, the red hair put down the newspaper in his hand. Beckman, this is a man who can make the times worse. The redhead expressed concern about this era. The structure of 4 emperors, in fact, is already the most stable structure in New World, but once this structure and balance are broken, the consequences will be disastrous. The most promising man will become the new pirate emperor, or rather, he is already one of the pirate emperors. This is Beckman's evaluation of Ling Bai. At this time, red hair pirates are also preparing to set off for naval headquarters. At that point, he wants to end this war. In addition, the redhead is most worried about the danger factor of Blackbeard. Dressrosa, seeing the new newspaper, Doflamingo felt extremely horrified. I didn't expect that even the monster Kaido was defeated. Kaido, and he Doflamingo, are simply not creatures of this world. But at this time, Kaido was injured and left. One can imagine how powerful Ling Bai is. Advertisement. But it doesn't have much to do with me. It seems that New World is going to have another monster coming out. The shock in my heart is hard to dissipate, and my heart is ups and downs. An hour later, Torre Pol, the Dantiho D steward, entered. Young master, it's time to set off. There are already warships waiting outside. I see, as Shichibukai. Doflamingo responded to this world government call and will join hands with naval headquarters to hand over the Whitebeard pirates to Marineford. And the other incumbent Shichibukai should have almost set off. On the other side, the first half of the Grand Line, Beidou Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. It's time for us to go. It seems that this world is completely chaotic. Drago put down the newspaper in his hand. After several days of rest and deployment, they plan to set off for Impel Down today. At that time, they can just attack Impel Down at the calculated time to rescue Luffy and Ivankov, and Drago has already contacted Ivankov and Impel Down, and the latter is also excited. The perfect time to leave Impel Down has come. Moreover, Drago actually has a son? Ivankov was shocked and decided to save Luffy no matter what. As for Ace, Drago had no plan to save him. According to the latest information, the person who escorted Ace to naval headquarters was Garp, his father. Drago also avoids that time. In a special period, various events are intertwined, which suddenly makes the situation of this world very confusing. Newspapers about Ling Bai also quickly spread all over the world. Suddenly, there were more and more rumors about the birth of the new pirate emperor, and many people recognized it. Ling Bai is the man who beheaded celestial dragons in public and made celestial dragons admit that they are pigs. Therefore, Ling Bai is worshipped by countless people who hate celestial dragons. Chapter 53 Snake Princess joins the battle. Blackbeard in action. Newspapers eventually made their way to Hydra as well. After Shiji read the newspaper, she also inevitably fell into shock. This man, so strong, be different, beheaded the celestial dragons and even made the celestial dragons admit they were pigs. Now it has reached the point where it is about to rule the new world. It's no wonder Snake G isn't shocked by this, and at the same time, Ling Bai is also the only man she has paid attention to so far. Ling Bai's face also seemed to be lingering in her mind. Snake Princess, people from Naval Headquarters, that Vice Admiral has been waiting outside for more than 2 days. At this time, Granny Zaw was standing aside, her tone extremely helpless. As a Shichibukai, if you refuse to fight now, the world government may strip you of your Shichibukai status. Granny Zaw's tone was full of worry and helplessness. It can be said that she understands Snake G's willfulness best, but obviously, now is not the time to be willful. Deprivation is deprivation, and the identity of the concubine does not matter to this Shichibukai. Boa Hancock, you, old woman, get out. Ah, Shiji, you be ****ch. I am your previous emperor, you must respect me. Wait, Hancock? That man is going to Marineford. At this moment, Grandma Zaw thought of something. Ling Bai, a very important man, not only killed the celestial dragons, but also humiliated all celestial dragons. Therefore, Snake Princess has been paying attention to Ling Bai during this time. However, Grandma Zaw just wanted to give it a try. I don't know if Snake G will join the battle because of Ling Bai, but this seems to be the last straw. Advertisement after all, it was really unprecedented for Shiji to be interested in a man. Moreover, if Snake really refuses to fight, the world government will really deprive her of the title of Shichibukai. With the latest warships of the world government today, it is not a problem to enter the Com Belt. A country where the population is all female, without the shelter of the Shichibukai system. How scary would that be? Whether it is a marine or a pirate, they will try their best to get their hands on this place and turn it into a hell on earth. The Fishman Island from the early days of the Great Pirate Age is an example. Don't underestimate the evil of pirates, and don't underestimate the so-called justice of marine and world government. Which man? I'm not interested in such a dirty creature like a man. Shiji expressed disdain for Grandma Zaw's words. Ling Bai, he will definitely go. At this time, he will definitely not be absent. After Granny Zaw finished speaking, she also stared closely at Shiji's face. Sure enough, Shiji's expression showed surprise. No, it should be said to be surprise. Boa Hancock, you, sure enough, he also said that he is not interested in men. Granny Zaw was speechless. If it was the man who went, then the concubine reluctantly accepted the call from the world government. 6 hours later, Vice Admiral, the mole responsible for handling Snake, called Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, Boa Hancock, she promised, have you finally agreed? Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Snake Princess is very strong, and it is an indispensable and powerful force for this war. So far, Shichibukai, who is in power, has agreed to play except for the absence of Haishu Jinbei. Haishu Jinbei refuses to take a shot against Whitebeard, even if he is going to be imprisoned now. Plus, the latest Chichibukai, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Using Fire Fist Ace as a bargaining chip, he traded with the world government for the vacant Chichibukai spot that happened to be due to the deprivation of Klockedar. World government agreed to Blackbeard because he used Fire Fist Ace as a bargaining chip, and Blackbeard itself seemed to have good strength. Advertisement, of course, the world government doesn't know that Blackbeard's strength is very strong, and he has great ambitions. Even the world government and naval headquarters are almost all used by him. Everything that happens in the world today, except for Ling Bai. The incident and the aftermath had a lot to do with him, Blackbeard. At this time, Sabody Archipelago. Hey, Sabody Archipelago is very busy recently, ha ha ha. The Blackbeard group is here, watching a large number of warships send the marine family members living in Marineford to the Sabody Archipelago for refuge, and more pirates pour into the Sabody Archipelago. It is said that on the day of the execution, naval headquarters will conduct a live broadcast of the war and the execution, and the viewing location is the Sabody Archipelago Square. The pirates who originally wanted to enter the New World also temporarily cancelled their plan. Hey, to be honest, I feel like my blood is boiling. Fighting champion, Burgess laughed. He is currently the strongest fighter under Blackbeard's command. Captain, when are we going to Impel Down? At this time, the sniper fan Oka asked. Go to naval headquarters to report first, after all, lousy is Shichibukai now. Blackbeard laughed and said, according to the meaning of the world government, all Shichibukai members who participated in the war must go to naval headquarters to report, and then they will stay in naval headquarters and wait for the day of execution to participate in the war. Blackbeard's plan is to go to naval headquarters to report first, to make some sense, and then go to Impel Down to recruit. As for joining the battle, he will definitely join the battle. Otherwise, how would he capture the shock fruit? Even Blackbeard felt that his plan was a gamble, a huge game. If successful, he will, without a doubt, replace Whitebeard. Become one of the pirate kings of King's Landing New World. Step on Whitebeard's corpse to rise. Chapter 54 Let's go, about listening to all things. Luffy's crew are all fine, they have reached a safe place, and Luffy, now also has the help of the Revolutionary Army, right? Sabody Archipelago, Rayleigh confirms another double to the Tyrant Bear. That's right. Rayleigh, I can't say more, but Luffy is safe anyway. The unsmiling Tyrant Bear said a lot today. The old man can rest assured. Knowing that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, will go to Impel Down to rescue Luffy, Rayleigh is relieved. Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Drago, turned out to be father and son, and Garp is the father of Drago. A strange and complicated family of three, Marine, Pirates, Revolutionary Army, the three major forces in the world, grandparents and grandchildren of the third generation. But now that Luffy is fine, Rayleigh is relieved. Today's Sabody Archipelago, many people have come, except for the pirates, and all the Marine family members from Marineford have taken refuge in the Sabody Archipelago. After all, when the Golden Lion made a big fuss about naval headquarters, they even wiped out half of Marineford. Now facing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and his power, the entire Marineford may be sunk. That's why Marineford is here today. 100,000 Marine elites are called from all over the country, and Shichibukai will also be dispatched, which shows how huge the lineup is. What will happen to the world after that day? Rayleigh couldn't help thinking, holding the newspaper about Ling Bai in his hand, a rising superpower, although there are few people, but this is just the beginning. By then, as the newspaper said, he will become the new pirate emperor as well, very likely. After all, even Kaido was hit hard, and more than 10,000 beasts pirates died. On the other side, New World, Ling Bai and the others have already dispatched, taking new ships. As for this trip, Ling Bai is going to Impel Down first. There are two purposes. One is to release the Red Earl and World Destroyer. In this way, maybe the two of them will be able to work for him in the future. Ling Bai admit that my appetite is indeed a bit big, but you can try it. Another purpose is to deal with Blackbeard before going to Marineford. Advertisement Ling Bai is very clear that Blackbeard will definitely go to Impel Down, because recruiting the crew of the Wall on the 6th floor is part of Blackbeard's plan. With the current Blackbeard crew lineup, it is impossible to enter the New World. You know, to replace Whitebeard and become one of the new 4 emperors, both power and strength are indispensable for Blackbeard. It's just how could Blackbeard know what he wants to do? Ling Bai is very clear. Moreover, as long as Ling Bai is around, he cannot succeed. Captain, are you going directly to Marineford now? Luo didn't know Ling Bai's plan yet. No, go to Impel Down first. Impel Down? Everyone was surprised. Ling Bai, don't worry, nothing will happen. Before going to Marineford, we still have one important thing to do. Nearly a day later, Ling Bai and his coated ship dived into the submarine channel and set off for the first half of the Grand Line. The Fishman Island. When passing by a deep sea, Ling Bai saw the beautiful Fishman Island in the distance. They didn't pass by here last time. Soon, this place will belong to me. Ling Bai has already made a decision in his heart. Once Whitebeard dies in battle, the Fishman Island will become an island without owner, and now it belongs to Whitebeard's sheltered territory. However, Ling Bai estimates that the Fishman Island will be targeted by the Ant soon, or has been targeted by the Ant now. The Fishman Island is full of dreams, and, for ants, there are the most delicious desserts in the world. As far as Ling Bai is concerned, Shirahoshi, who can control the power of Poseidon, is the island Ling Bai most wants to fight for at present. In this way, Shirahoshi is also his. Let Poseidon's power be used by him. Advertisement. The Fishman Island. Luogia has been there once before. Bullet said from the side. Is it said that he interpreted the historical text here? Bullet. Luogia is listening to everything. Can it be used to interpret the historical text? Ling Bai couldn't help wondering, if he could have the ability to listen to everything, and if this ability could also be used to interpret historical texts, then he wouldn't need Robin's help at all, and Robin's heart is still on the Straw Hat Pirates. Digging over is probably not realistic. Listening to all things can indeed be used to interpret the text of history. Ancient texts are engraved on those indestructible stones. In addition to allowing people who can interpret the text to interpret, it is to use the ability to listen to all things to listen to the sound of stones in the text of history. I also heard what Luogia said back then. After all, only he has the ability to listen to everything in this world. Ling Bai. This really makes people look forward to it. I don't know if I will be able to sign in to listen to everything in the future, otherwise I can only dig Robin here, otherwise I will not be able to interpret the red text, and I will not be able to obtain the coordinates of Raftel. That place is where Ling Bai will go no matter what. Something is coming. At this moment, the monk who broke the ring pointed to the dark sea ahead, and a pair of huge and terrifying eyes were looking at them. Sea Kings, it's not a big problem, it's a supergiant octopus. It would definitely not be easy to encounter Sea Kings attacks in this kind of deep sea area. After all, the sunken ships and corpses on the bottom of the sea are densely packed, and almost all of them are attacked by Sea Kings. Boom. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense. Seeing that kind of Sea Kings shooting over, he controlled his Conqueror's hockey and released it directly. 10 minutes later, the giant octopus carefully supported Ling Bai's boat and rushed towards the exit of the deep sea passage. Chapter 55. Shichibukai's concern for Ling Bai Naval Headquarters, VIP reception room. At this time, Shichibukai gathered, and everyone was here except Haishu Jinbei. Serpentine, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Blackbeard, Tyrant Bear. I didn't expect us Shichibukai to talk together one day. Isn't this kind of opportunity rare? Doflamingo laughed and looked around at everyone. Hee. You're that Blackbeard? Gecko Moria looked at Blackbeard. In fact, except for Snake Princess, everyone else's eyes were on Blackbeard. This unattractive or even ugly man is the chief culprit for the upcoming war between the Whitebeard Pirates and Naval Headquarters. Yes, I'm Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard laughed. The D family? It's really a group that makes the world unable to calm down. Doflamingo looked at Blackbeard. Because of the D in his name, even an indifferent man like Hawkeye couldn't help frowning. In fact, he didn't want to participate in this kind of war, it was just a formality, and of course he had to try. The gap between. That man is the strongest man in the world, an existence that countless people want to challenge or look up to. Men are such creatures that even a laugh makes me sick. Shiji gave them a disdainful look, and then looked out the window. Only that man is the most perfect man. Snake is looking forward to Ling Bai's arrival infinitely. Of course she knows that Grandma Za tricked her to come here. Hey, Boa Hancock, I didn't expect even you to join the battle. Doflamingo looked at Snake. He knew that Marine had been waiting in the calm belt for nearly 3 days to get Snake to fight. Boring war. Advertisement. Snake didn't even look at Doflamingo, and of course she didn't even look at other men either. Seeing that he was making fun of himself, Doflamingo also changed the subject. Before this war broke out, another monster was born in this world. It is very likely that it will be the next Rising Sea Emperor. Doflamingo laughed. Heavenly Yaksha, are you talking about Ling Bai? The boy who defeated Kaido made Moria very concerned. After all, Kaido was his enemy of Moria. That's right, at this time, upon hearing Ling Bai's name, both Hawkeye and Snake were distracted. Ling Bai, in just a little over a week, has already made the limelight, rising faster and more ferociously than the supernovas. No one can ignore him. Doflamingo. The rampage of the times is inevitable. What will happen to the world after this war? The defeat of the Whitebeard Pirates will result in the destruction of a pirate group. Is it good for the era of great pirates? Gia ha ha. Human dreams will never end. In the afternoon, after a full meal, Blackbeard left Naval Headquarters. The next stop was to go to Impel Down. Naturally, he sneaked in without the knowledge of Naval Headquarters and world government. As for the Doflamingo group, Shichibukai? To be honest, Blackbeard didn't take them seriously. After all, if all the plans this time can be completed, then he is one of the 4 emperors. Mere Shichibukai is not at the same level as 4 emperors. The moment he left Naval Headquarters, Blackbeard saw a bright future ahead. A group of powerful subordinates, with Shock Fruit and Dark Fruit. Replacing Whitebeard, King's Landing New World, become one of the 4 emperors. Beauty, power, status, endless wealth, advertisement. Unbeknownst to Blackbeard, though, he had a moment to end his dream. At this point, Impel Down, the 6th floor, under Magellan's leadership, Garp came here. Although the last time he saw Luffy, he met at the calm belt before Kizaru escorted him to Impel Down. Even his own grandson was arrested and entered. In just a few days, Garp has been haggard a lot, but now Luffy is still safe for the time being. After all, the world government has no intention of disposing of him. However, how could the world government let Luffy, who bears the blood of Drago, the world's most evil criminal, let him go? At the moment, not even Garp can do anything. The 2 people who were brought up by themselves are now in Impel Down. Today, Garp is here to escort Firefist Ace. Seeing Garp approaching, the criminals on the 6th floor shouted. However, under Magellan's roar, A terrifying poisonous dragon washed a prison cell, and then there was no sound of other criminals speaking except for the sound of wailing. Hey, Ace. This is the first time I see you in such a mess. Standing in front of Ace's cell, Garp sneered. The emaciated Ace raised his head and looked at Garp blankly. Garp's sneer is the kind that hates iron but not steel. As Luoji is bloodline, how sensitive is his identity? If he had joined Marine, Garp could have continued to protect him, but now, Garp is heartbroken. 2 hours later, escorting Ace, the 3 warships left Impel Down, and the calm belt was calm again. However, in the next 2 days, who would have thought? The Ling Bai Pirates, Blackbeard Pirates, Revolutionary Army, Ivankov and Luffy all set off unprecedented riots in Impel Down. Chapter 56 The Impel Down incident broke out. It was the early morning of the day of the public execution, and Impel Down had already been breached. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, and Ivankov, who has been dormant in Impel Down for 5 years, will cooperate internally and externally to save Luffy. Monkey D. Drago. The most ferocious criminal in the world, do you know what you are doing now? Impel Down the 3rd floor, Magellan stared at Drago in front of him with a dignified expression and extreme anger. Sabo, hurry up and join Ivankov and the others, I will defend you here. Ignoring Magellan's anger, Drago said to Sabo and the others. The latter also understood what Drago meant, and rushed directly behind Magellan, and that direction was the passage to the 6th floor. At this time, Ivankov and the others were on the 6th floor. Level 6 rescues Luffy. Hateful. Poison Dragon. Magellan roared furiously, and the 4 huge poisonous dragons behind him surged and rushed towards Sabo crazily. At this moment, a gust of wind struck, with extremely sharp wind blades, directly disintegrating Magellan's poisonous dragons, causing the Sabo and the others pass without a hitch. Dorag. With a roar, Magellan rushed to Drago. Dorag, I'm with you, you deal with Magellan, let me come for other miscellaneous soldiers. Molly, one of the army commanders, did not leave behind Drago. It is good, Drago nodded, and also rushed towards Magellan. Several giant poisonous dragons rushed towards Drago again, and with a flick of Drago's right hand, he tore apart a tornado-like storm and collided with the poisonous dragons. In an instant, highly poisonous venom splashed everywhere. Dorag, I won't let you succeed. Magellan looked at Death as if he was at home. Facing Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most ferocious criminal in the world, Magellan knew how powerful the opponent was, but so what? Advertisement with Ling Bai's jailbreak last time. Magellan could no longer accept another mistake in Impel Down, so this time he let Impel Down fall again, then he will apologize with Death without hesitation. We only need Monkey D. Luffy and Ivankov to get them out of here, the others, we're not taking any of them. Taking advantage of the violent tornado, Drago pushed Magellan away at once. His strength is above Magellan, so it won't be too difficult to deal with Magellan. Unless it is a TIE fight, it will definitely take a long time, but Magellan, how much longer believes that he won't take long. Wind Fruit Ability User. Dorag. The hypocritical Revolutionary Army is just a cancer of the world. Don't you know what is in Impel Down? Even your son, is he a good man? Dorag, the one who wants to save you son and Ivankov, step over my dead body first. The next moment, Magellan rushed to Drago desperately. A round of fierce fighting began, and at this moment, another group of people also came here. It was Blackbeard and the others. Gee ha ha, I didn't expect even the Revolutionary Army to come? Blackbeard laughed and appeared during the fierce battle between Magellan and Drago, but now Blackbeard with Dark Fruit, especially relying on the weirdness and power of Dark Fruit, has almost no fear of people, especially those with abilities. Not afraid at all. Because of his Dark Fruit, can eliminate or suppress any ability. Such is the confidence of Blackbeard. Blackbeard, why are you here? Magellan, who hates all pirates, even Blackbeard, one of the Shichibukai, Magellan naturally hates, because Blackbeard can't give Magellan a sense of what a good thing he is. Gee ha ha, I just came to Impel Down to see the situation. Blackbeard laughed loudly, ignored Magellan and Dorag who were fighting, and walked over confidently. Advertisement, stop. Magellan roared. Blackbeard's appearance made Magellan feel unusual. Shouldn't he join the battle today? And Drago also frowned. The appearance of Blackbeard also made him feel bad, but Drago didn't stop it either. Seeing Blackbeard and the others go further and further away made Magellan even more anxious. Revolutionary Army, did you bring them in? Magellan roared. At this moment, 8 poisonous dragons pierced out from behind him, and a large space was ravaged by this poisonous liquid, and a large amount of poisonous gas evaporated from the ground. Do not know. Drago didn't know what to say, because he really didn't know about Blackbeard's appearance. As for Blackbeard, Drago naturally knows who it is. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are going to war with naval headquarters, it is all because of Blackbeard. It can be said that this guy is the culprit. Let's deal with Blackbeard later. He's Shichibukai, he should be from naval headquarters and world government. Wait, is he going to stop Sabo and the others? Drago's face changed, thinking that Blackbeard was going to stop the rescue operation. Just get rid of Magellan fast. Dorag's eyes narrowed, as if he wanted to be more serious. At the same time, Army Commander Molly was also sweeping other miscellaneous soldiers. On the other side, more than 20 kilometers away from Impel Down, a pirate ship towed by Sea Kings is heading here. It was Ling Bai and the others. Chapter 57 Gather Impel Down, Blackbeard crushes Luffy. At this time, the Revolutionary Army has reached the 6th floor, and the Deputy Warden Hannibal and others have fallen into a pool of blood. Although they did not die, they were also seriously injured. After all, The Revolutionary Army almost did everything for this operation. Although breaking into Impel Down has violated the philosophy of their Revolutionary Army. However, in order to save Luffy and Ivankov, what if they violated it? Luffy. On the 6th floor, Sabo wept with joy when he saw Luffy, who had just been rescued by Ivankov and the others. You are. Sabo. Countless childhood memories appeared in his mind, and Luffy finally remembered who the peers in front of him were. Sabo. Like Ace, both are his brothers. Sabo, long time no see. Ivankov hadn't seen Sabo for 5 years, and so did the rest of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, everyone was reminiscing about the old days in Eternal Hell. However, when the prisoners in the surrounding cells saw the intruders, they made noise and yelled. The Revolutionary Army saw that they were intruders. So, can this group of people take them away? They dream of getting out of here, like the previous bullet, Klockedar and Shiryu of the Rain. The entire Eternal Hell was filled with the frantic noise of prisoners. It's so annoying, this group of scumbags don't want to go out. Betty, one of the army commanders, snorted coldly. The mission of their Revolutionary Army this time is very clear, which is to rescue Ivankov and Luffy and then retreat. Okay, let's retreat, hurry up and join Dorag and the others. Betty reminded. Sabo, I'm going to rescue Ace, he will be publicly executed today, do you remember Ace? Luffy also said anxiously at this time. Of course I remember, I'm going to save Ace, no matter what. Sabo and Luffy coincidentally. Is that Ace's younger brother, Luffy? My name is Jinbei, please take me with you, and I want to go to Marineford to save Ace. Soon, Haishu Jinbei was also released. The words to save Ace, and Jinbei's dictation of friendship with Ace, successfully convinced Luffy and Sabo. Advertisement and several people including Luffy and Sabo are also going to Marineford to save Ace. The 3 brothers, none of them can leave the other behind. After releasing Haishu Jinbei, Sabo and the others ignored the other criminals and left the 6th floor directly, preparing to meet with Drago and the others. As for Sabo, they are going to Marineford. This made Koala, Betty and the others a little dissatisfied. After all, they came to Impel Down to take huge risks, and picked the right time to break into Impel Down. At this time, no matter what happens in Impel Down, naval headquarters they can send troops over. It can be said that the Revolutionary Army took advantage of the void, but now Sabo and the others say they are going to rescue the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, which undoubtedly makes other people dissatisfied. It's not about their Revolutionary Army. Among the crowd, only Haishu Jinbei, Sabo, Luffy, Ivankov, and Lightning made it clear that they wanted to go to Marineford. Others, such as Betty and the 3 army commanders, did not want to go because that place was too dangerous. It is likely to cause heavy losses to their Revolutionary Army. For the 100,000 elite Marines, Shichibukai, and almost all Marine windfighters, whether the Whitebeard Pirates can leave alive is a question. What their Revolutionary Army should do now is to retreat from Impel Down. Instead of going to Marineford, that place is countless times more terrifying than Impel Down. Along the way, Sabo also almost had a dispute with Betty and the others. After all, participating in that kind of war has nothing to do with the interests of their Revolutionary Army. However, when they reached the 5th floor, here in the passage, they finally met Blackbeard. Blackbeard. The moment he saw Blackbeard, Luffy immediately became angry. This is the person who handed Ace to the world government, so that Ace will now be publicly executed. Blackbeard is definitely the one Ace hates the most, maybe even the only one. Luffy, is that him? At this time, Sabo is also angry, Ace is also his brother, and his mood is the same as Luffy's at this time. Same anger, Captain, they seem to want to hit you. Fighting champion Burgess laughed. Gee ha ha. Blackbeard also laughed, it's just 2 brats. For Luffy and Sabo, Blackbeard is also full of disdain. Luffy, don't act rashly. Advertisement Haishu Jinbei has a deep friendship with the Whitebeard Pirates, and knows that Blackbeard is not an easy person, and the scar on the red-haired face was even left by him. It can be seen that Blackbeard's strength. However, how could Luffy listen to advice at this time? Into 2nd gear. With a low growl, immediately, a large amount of white steam erupted from Luffy's body, and in the next second, he disappeared in place. Rubber, bazooka. In the next second, Luffy appeared in front of Blackbeard, about 1 meter from the ground, and wanted to attack Blackbeard. Dark water, however, at this time, Blackbeard released a dark Uzumaki with his right hand to aim at Luffy, caught off guard and sucked Luffy fiercely. Then, in the shock of everyone, Blackbeard grabbed Luffy and smashed it to the ground. The ground exploded right then and there, and Luffy writhed in pain. The power of Dark Fruit can all the abilities of Devil Fruit. Compared to Lousy, you are still far behind. Blackbeard stepped on Luffy's mouth and directly suppressed Luffy. Luffy. Sabo was also angry, seeing Luffy being abused. How could he bear it? Straight to Blackbeard. But who is Blackbeard? The scar on the redhead's face. By itself, Blackbeard isn't bad even without the Dark Fruit. The current timeline is Sabo 2 years ago, which is similar to a supernova. Boom. Sabo was also punched out by Blackbeard. Jihaha, a bunch of brats. Remember, Lousy's name is Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed out loud, extremely arrogant, feeling the other party's anger. Blackbeard felt extremely refreshed. And Haishu Jinbei also held down Luffy and Sabo in time. Blackbeard is not something they can deal with now, and they shouldn't waste time here. Eventually, Blackbeard walked away arrogantly. Goal, the 6th floor, Chapter 58. Drago is very angry. Someone actually came to Impel Down 1 step earlier? There is a warship, and whose is the other? Shiryu of the Rain, who was most familiar with Impel Down, was surprised, because at this time in the sea area before the gate of Impel Down, there was a small warship and another ship, not a warship or a pirate ship, but it looked very unusual vessel. And Ling Bai was also curious. Go in. No matter who comes, the result will be the same. A group of people entered Impel Down in this way, and along the way, everyone saw many Impel Down guards lying on the ground. Some of them were dead, some were seriously injured, unconscious or struggling on the ground due to injuries. It looks interesting. The people who came here obviously took the opportunity to break into Impel Down, but I don't know who it is. Bullet feels like things are getting interesting. Shiryu. Captain, the goal this time is to free those two guys and get rid of the Blackbeard gang, right? That's right. This is what Ling Bai told everyone on the way here. The monk who broke the precepts smiled and said, how sacred is that Blackbeard thing, and it deserves the captain's attention? Is it because of the most evil Logia dark fruit in the legend? In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, the broken monk, Hawkins and others looked down on Blackbeard. After all, the way this guy has become Shichibukai is indeed a bit of a villain. Everyone was also curious about the question from the monk who broke the precepts. Really a mere Blackbeard, so what, especially now that he is working hard for the world government, and he is no different from a running dog. It is probably for the world government to protect him. Blackbeard has a physique that is different from ordinary people. This physique allows his body to hold 2 devil fruit abilities. What? As soon as Ling Bai said, even though Bullet was a little restless, the others were also surprised to varying degrees. 2 abilities? How is this possible? Break the rules? After all, according to today's cognition, it is impossible for a person to have 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities. It's not that no one has tried to eat 2 devil fruits at once, and the final result is that the body explodes. There are similar news reports almost every year, out. And dark fruit is really special, it can be used to plunder devil fruit's ability. Advertisement, after Blackbeard comes to Impel Down to recruit the crew, he will hide behind Marineford and wait for the opportunity to plunder Whitebeard's shock fruit. At that time, he will have 2 powerful and almost invincible abilities. He will enter New World and replace Whitebeard. This is his plan. Being Shichibukai is just using the world government. In fact, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or the world government and naval headquarters, they are all used by Blackbeard. Ling Bai said that for him who is familiar with the original work, he can recite the preparations made by Blackbeard. And Ling Bai's words shocked everyone even more, knowing that Ling Bai was not joking, so everyone did not underestimate Blackbeard. This guy is really crazy, harness 3 superpowers all by yourself? But in fact, it also broke out later that Blackbeard may have 3 devil fruit abilities, such as Blackbeard's limbs turned into claws. Ling Bai guessed that in the end Blackbeard may have plundered the Kaido of the beast's green dragon form of the Phantom Beast. Of course, this is just Ling Bai's guess, but this possibility is not ruled out, because the most obvious thing Kaido's ability brings to Kaido is that kind of physique, and this should also be what Blackbeard needs. Either way, though, Blackbeard has to stay in Impel Down. Without Ling Bai, Blackbeard would definitely be able to reach the top of the world, but now that Ling Bai is here, he can only stay in Impel Down forever, and don't meet Ling Bai in his next life. Under the guidance of Shiryu of the Rain, everyone quickly reached the 3rd floor of Impel Down. And 10 minutes later, Ling Bai and the others met a very unexpected person. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag. It turned out to be the Revolutionary Army. Ling Bai suddenly realized that besides Blackbeard came to Impel Down, another unusual ship belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of Luffy being imprisoned in Impel Down and Revolutionary Army Drago appearing here again, Ling Bai understood everything. Sure enough, father's love is like a mountain. It's like saving Luffy twice in Rog Town, and now coming to Impel Down again. Moreover, Magellan was obviously seriously injured and fell to the ground now. At the same time, Ling Bai also found that Dworag's complexion was not very good. Maybe he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800, after all, Magellan's strength is not bad. Bullet and others were also surprised by the appearance of the Revolutionary Army. They didn't expect the most vicious criminals in the world to be here. Revolutionary Army Dorag, who has long admired his name. Ling Bai walked over with a smile, to be precise, they just passed by here. Advertisement. You. Ling Bai. Seeing Ling Bai appear, Drago feels that things are not simple. Don't think that Ling Bai killed 3 celestial dragons, and they are the same people as their Revolutionary Army, but in fact, in Drago's view, Ling Bai and others evil pirates are still the same breed. And Ling Bai also prevented the Tyrant Bear from taking Luffy to a safe place that day, otherwise, Luffy would not have been imprisoned in Impel Down, and the Revolutionary Army would not have come to Impel Down. Ling Bai is the enemy of their Revolutionary Army. However, in Ling Bai's case, Drago is not a good person. In this world, there are only winners and losers, and no one can represent true justice, and the Revolutionary Army wants to turn this world into a so-called beautiful world. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army has been engaged in for so many years, and it is still a small fight. It is estimated that it will not be able to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons until death. The strength of the Revolutionary Army may not be as strong as the Whitebeard pirates. And what puzzled Ling Bai was that the devotion of the Tyrant Bear to become a test product of Vegapunk would be of any help to the Revolutionary Army? Steel technology. With the emergence of pacifists, the bottom of the Revolutionary Army was all swept cannon fodder, and finally the Tyrant Bear became a slave of the Celestial Dragons. Magellan was so angry that his body was seriously injured. When he got angry at this moment, a big mouthful of old blood spurted out, and his face became paler in an instant. He is powerless to resist. and Drago also began to realize that things seemed to be beyond his imagination. Ling Bai, what is your purpose for coming to Impel Down? I hope you don't make this already terrible world even more terrible. Drago's tone was cold and his face was solemn. Dorag, in my opinion, you are just a virgin W***. Now break into Impel Down and release the criminals. You and I are so, but the difference between me and you is that you are still pretending to be moral, and I'm frank. You. Drago vomited blood angrily, thinking of doing something to Ling Bai. On the other side, Luffy and the others finally arrived here. Chapter 59 Blackbeard's Confidence. Dorag. Seeing a friend he hadn't seen for several years, Ivankov almost rushed over. And Luffy saw his father for the first time. Let's talk about the old days later. Let's go. Drago waved his hand, knowing that now is obviously not the time to catch up on Impel Down, and now that Luffy is saved, everything is fine. However, before leaving, Drago took a deep look at Ling Bai who was heading towards the other passage, knowing that things would not be simple. At this time, Magellan had been seriously injured by him, and it was a helpless move for Drago, otherwise Magellan would definitely not let them go. Drago, who used to be a marine, naturally knows the importance of Impel Down. If the criminals inside, especially the criminals on the 6th floor, leave Impel Down, it will definitely be a terrible disaster for this world. Magellan couldn't die, and Dorag felt guilty, but, so be it. It's just that the appearance of Ling Bai and Blackbeard made Drago secretly scream. Are they going to free some criminals? And several of Ling Bai's subordinates were released from Impel Down. Thinking of this, Drago couldn't help feeling a little tingly. As a revolutionary army, his duty is to save this already decayed world, not to endanger or indirectly endanger this world. However, thinking about it, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, Drago rushed to the front and left outside Impel Down. The next stop, under the entanglement of Drago and the wishes of Luffy, Sabo and others, the Revolutionary Army decided to go to Marineford. Not for the firefighting ace, but for stopping the world from going berserk. Moreover, realizing that Ling Bai and the others appeared in Impel Down, Dorag also had a strong premonition that Ling Bai and the others would appear in Marineford. And Drago, who wanted to destroy Ling Bai's ship, did not find a ship outside. What happened? Dorag was puzzled. In addition, Buggy, the clown who ran around in Impel Down, also mixed with Dorag and his party and escaped from Impel Down, but his luck was better, of course, this is just a small episode. And Magellan, watching them leave in agony, at this time, he already had the idea of taking the blame and resigning. After all, Impel Down has been lost twice in his hands, and with the addition of Ling Bai who returned, and Blackbeard who entered Impel Down for unknown reasons, the seriously injured Magellan can't imagine what's going to happen. On the other side, the 6th floor of Impel Down was full of people's voices. When Blackbeard stepped here, he said that he had sent a signal to release them. Hey, you scumbags, if you want to go out, let's have a fight. Anyway, if you can't get out, you will end up dead here, so it's better to fight. The person who can stand at the end is eligible to be my crew. Advertisement, my name is Blackbeard. Replace Whitebeard's men with my crew and turn this boring world upside down. Blackbeard, standing in the middle of the cell aisle, uttered the manifesto. And for all criminals, if they are alive, they can get out, right? Great, Lousy is going out. A bald-headed strong man looked at the head of a thin man in front of him, and was about to smash the head with his fist, but his own head was smashed by the person behind. The people behind thought they could be happy, but their necks were broken by the criminals on the side. Many similar bloody scenes are constantly being staged. The criminals who used to be brothers and sisters are fighting at this moment. Of course, the price is either your death or my death. Laughing, roaring, screaming. In the originally turbid air, a strong smell of blood soon filled the air. Gee ha ha. Blackbeard couldn't help but get up, and so did the younger brothers behind him. Now that it has come to this point, for Blackbeard, it is almost seamless. The end of the plan for Impel Down is the last step of the plan to go to Marineford, waiting for Whitebeard to die in battle. That old man also knows that he probably won't be able to go back, right? His body, Blackbeard knew very well. Blackbeard did not believe he would leave Marineford alive. At that time, the shock fruit will be in hand. He will be Blackbeard, King's Landing New World. This journey is undoubtedly exciting. He waited for decades, originally thinking that he would spend his whole life doing nothing, but in the end, he is indeed the lucky one who is pitied by heaven. At this time, more and more criminals died or were seriously injured, and some strong men gradually appeared in Blackbeard's vision. Interesting, Blackbeard. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps and applause from behind. Blackbeard and the others were taken aback, and the moment they turned around, they felt even more horrified. Ling Bai. Someone comparable to the Pirate Emperor, unexpectedly appeared here at this moment. Blackbeard was stunned. What do you want to do? There should be no enmity between me and you, right? Blackbeard and the others immediately became vigilant, and because of Ling Bai's appearance, the fighting in some cells stopped. Ling Bai, they remembered, was the one who took Bullet and the three of them from here not long ago. He is very powerful and can manipulate the existence of freezing power. Now seeing Ling Bai again, I feel that this young man has become even more terrifying, giving people a strong attitude. Advertisement. In fact, Ling Bai is indeed stronger than when he left Impel Down last time. And Blackbeard, for this Ling Bai who suddenly appeared here, is full of fear. It was an instinctive feeling of fear, which made Blackbeard feel that Ling Bai was likely to sabotage his plan. We have no hatred, but I want to kill you, Ling Bai laughed. Does this kind of guy need the captain to do it himself? Shiryu of the Rain wants to stand up, after all, he doesn't think that Blackbeard is as good as Ling Bai. As for Blackbeard, it is true that after owning the shock fruit and being familiar with it, he can have the combat power of the four emperors. However, Shiryu who stood up was blocked by Ling Bai. I want to try his ability. Ling Bai rubbed his fists and took 4 or 5 steps forward. At this time, the distance between him and Blackbeard was about 20 meters. As for Blackbeard, when he saw that Ling Bai was going to attack him, he felt like he was facing a big enemy, and his forehead was sweating very quickly. Blackbeard, are you going to be a coward? Ling Bai laughed. Jihaha. How could Lousy be a coward? Blackbeard laughed out loud, and at the same time was facing Ling Bai's audacity, but thinking of Ling Bai's ability and that he also possessed dark fruit, Blackbeard also calmed down. You are the real brat. Lousy has seen more scenes than you have eaten. Blackbeard signaled Fan Oka and the others to back up, and the latter also understood it, and quickly backed up several meters. My dark fruit can restrain all devil fruit abilities, and you, as an ability user, Jihaha, brat, you hit an iron plate. Jihaha. Dark fruit, Blackbeard is full of confidence in it. The most evil Logia, although the side effects are also obvious, but the advantages are very terrifying. Just restraining all devil fruit abilities is a huge bug, just like the effect of Sea Stone. As for Ling Bai, in Blackbeard's opinion, he is too confident, but it is understandable that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. After all, how could he know who is outside? He is capable, so, dark fruit can restrain him. Such is the confidence of Blackbeard. Chapter 60 Blackbeard rolling all over the floor. However, what Blackbeard didn't know was that Ling Bai wasn't a capable person at all. So what if his dark fruit is extremely buggy? Moreover, dark fruit's so-called ability to restrain all devil fruits is only to restrain small-scale attacks. Large-scale attacks, such as Akainu giving Blackbeard a dog-eating red lotus, how can Blackbeard defend? In terms of conceit, it is Blackbeard. After all, Whitebeard has commented on Blackbeard, he is an overly conceited man. And Ling Bai's self-confidence is based on his foresight and self-knowledge. Dark fruit? That's indeed a troublesome ability, but I've heard of it before. It was Bullet who spoke. Shiryu of the Rain also said, the most evil Logia, but unlike other Logias, those with dark fruit abilities cannot perform elementalization. If it follows what he said, wouldn't the captain, as a capable person, be restrained? Luo was a little puzzled. Lao Sha. Let's see what happens next. I have been with the captain for so long, and I haven't seen the captain suffer. Dark water. At this moment, Blackbeard yelled, facing Ling Bai with his right palm, and a dark Uzumaki appeared, which is a move that can attract the ability user. Just now, Luffy was sucked by Blackbeard, and pressed in on the ground. And as Blackbeard released the dark water, Ling Bai also stepped forward and rushed over. Jihaha, brat, as a capable person, you are destined to be restrained by me. Blackbeard thought that Ling Bai who rushed over was sucked by him. Boom. Ling Bai blasted out with one punch, ignoring Blackbeard's dark water move, and his fist landed directly on Blackbeard's big belly. There was a muffled sound, and Ling Bai could clearly see that the expression on Blackbeard's face was distorted. It was an expression of extreme pain. Immediately afterwards, Blackbeard was blown away by a huge force, and Burgess, who was behind him, were also knocked into the air by surprise. What? It hurts Lousy to death, hurts Lousy to death. Blackbeard fell on the top of the cell, writhing in pain, and dark fruit made him suffer double the pain, the sharp pain in his stomach and the pain of being thrown on his back, which almost made Blackbeard faint. Boom. This kind of thing wants to rule the new world? Advertisement Shiryu of the Rain looked at Blackbeard like this, rolling all over the ground. Where's the so-called strong posture? The real strong will roll all over the floor? And this guy still wants to rule the new world? It has to be said that Shiryu of the Rain despises Blackbeard, who is in such a panic now. And the criminals who were still alive, seeing Blackbeard rolling on the ground because of the severe pain, undoubtedly felt cold in their hearts. This kind of thing? To be their boss? Then they were really out of their minds? Immediately, the prisoners began to curse, feeling that they had been tricked by Blackbeard just now. If they could leave the cell, they would tear Blackbeard to pieces. It took nearly a minute for Blackbeard to recover. Hearing the contempt and cursing of the prisoners, he felt a burning pain on his face. Little devil, I will tear you apart, Dark Cave Road. Blackbeard's palm landed on the ground, and Burgess and the others, who were the crew members, knew what moves Blackbeard was going to use, so they naturally dodged to the other side. Little ghost, don't underestimate Lousy. The deep and strange darkness quickly opened up, just as it was about to spread to Ling Bai's feet. Ling Bai also landed a palm on the ground. Boom. The ground was instantly covered with ice, and Blackbeard's Blackbeard was about to be submerged in the ice, and Blackbeard himself was thrown out by the ice, and finally landed heavily on the ground. Dark fruit may be very strong, but obviously you haven't reached the level where you can compete with me. Ling Bai walked towards Blackbeard. The latter's expression had changed, and he looked at Ling Bai solemnly. Suddenly at this moment, Blackbeard grabbed both hands and rushed towards Ling Bai. The speed was as fast as ultimate, as if launching the 6th-style shaving. Before he had any fruit ability, Blackbeard was able to leave scars on the young red-haired face, and Blackbeard's physical skills were naturally not bad. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the fists of the two collided, and Blackbeard felt that his fist hit the steel. Without using armament hockey, the fist seemed to be split, and the double pain intensified the pain. But this time Blackbeard reluctantly grabbed Ling Bai's eyes with his left hand. Advertisement: this hand releases the dark water whirlpool. Can't beat? There's nothing wrong with Blackbeard just playing tricks? Ling Bai is his stone in the way. However, the senior observation Haki can predict the future. Can Ling Bai not know Blackbeard's next move? Moreover, the speed of Blackbeard's claws was also a bit slower. Boom! Ling Bai knew to turn sideways, and then grabbed Blackbeard's right hand fiercely, throwing Blackbeard to the ground on the other side, with a muffled sound, even the sound of bones breaking. At this moment Blackbeard was rolling all over the floor again, crying and howling on the ground. Poor, I thought it was a character, but obviously I think highly of him. Bullet shook his head, showing no interest in Blackbeard, nor did the others. It feels like Ling Bai told them about Blackbeard too much. Obviously Blackbeard is not that scary. However, it can only be said that Ling Bai is too strong. Just like in the original book, Whitebeard crushed Blackbeard at the beginning. If it weren't for Blackbeard's father that made Whitebeard feel soft, Blackbeard's people would have disappeared long ago. You know, Whitebeard was already extremely seriously injured at the time, and he crushed Blackbeard. There is no Blackbeard of Shockfruit. Although the strength is strong, it is obviously not enough for people of Ling Bai's level. He is obviously capable. Why is my ability useless to him? The dark water just now Uzumaki clearly touched Ling Bai, but Ling Bai was able to ignore this power, which made Blackbeard feel extremely horrified, and the pain on his body made him feel like his nerves were going to be numb. Use your best move, Blackbeard, as you crushed Fire Fist Ace. Ling Bai looked down at the other party. The criminals in the cell are quiet at this time. Ling Bai is very powerful, making their scalps feel numb. Chapter 61 Blackbeard's disastrous defeat, Sengoku's anger and helplessness. The sun has already peeked out in the sky, and a little sunlight shines on the naval headquarters bay. Justice will prevail. A Marine Rear Admiral stood on a high place, yelling at the 100,000 Marines in front of him. Justice will prevail. 100,000 troops roared in unison. The sound was overwhelming. How terrifying. It makes people feel like the whole Marine fort is about to explode. What? Something happened to Impel Down. Different from the excitement of the Marines in Marineford Square, Sengoku is the only one in the Marshal's office at this time, and at this moment, Sengoku's face is full of horror. On the Impel Down side, the tone of Sadie-chan who was in charge of the call was completely different from the usual ecstasy, but at the moment it was heavy. Mr. Sengoku, just today, the Revolutionary Army led by Drago broke into Impel Down and let them go Supernova Monkey D. Luffy and Ivankov, the Revolutionary Army cadre who has hidden Impel Down for many years. In addition, the Blackbeard Pirates and the Ling Bai Pirates broke into Impel Down successively. Now, these two pirates are clashing fiercely in the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. According to the monitoring, Blackbeard wants to let the prisoners fight each other. Recruit the crew, although the prisoners have stopped fighting now, but a large number of prisoners have died. Warden Magellan was seriously injured again, this time by Drago, Marshal Sengoku. The subordinates feel sorry. Impel Down is lost. If Admiral is not sent to suppress, I am afraid that Ling Bai and the others want to release the terrorist criminals from the 6th floor again. The thing I was most worried about happened as expected, and even the Revolutionary Army has come. At this time, Sengoku who was sitting on the seat only felt a strong sense of powerlessness and was very angry, but more powerless. Today is the start of the war, and the public execution is less than 9 hours away. How could naval headquarters send people to Impel Down to suppress? Moreover, to suppress Ling Bai and the others, perhaps all the highest combat power should be dispatched. When Ling Bai and Kaido clashed, according to the pictures in the newspaper, Ling Bai used his ability to create more than 1,000 undead ice cavalry, and directly killed more than 10,000 Kaido. You are not ordinary people. The current situation has completely exceeded Sengoku's expectations, and of course it has also exceeded world government's expectations. And, Blackbeard, what does he want to do? Sengoku felt very scary. He should have known that Blackbeard is not a good thing, but the world government promised him a Shichibukai spot, and now Blackbeard wants to take the opportunity to recruit troops and Impel Down. Advertisement this time, in order to deal with Whitebeard and carry out the execution smoothly, they were screened from all over the world. Marines selected 100,000 elite troops, and almost all of the troops above Rear Admiral were mobilized. Only a few Vice Admirals still guarded New World. Soon, Sengoku connected to the world government's dedicated phone bug. Interlocutor, former Marine Marshal Kong. On the other side, with a roar of anger and full strength, Blackbeard turned half of the Eternal Hell into darkness. The deep and strange darkness that seems to swallow everything is the most powerful way Blackbeard uses Dark Fruit today. This move was also the big move he used to defeat Fire Fist Ace. In the darkness, the surviving prisoners wailed one after another. This darkness was like Blackbeard releasing the Dark Cave. The terrifying darkness made many people feel uncomfortable in Ultimate, as if they were about to be crushed by the darkness. Jia ha ha, lousy is Blackbeard. Lousy must not be defeated here. Hearing the prisoners wailing, Blackbeard finally regained some confidence and laughed wildly again. However, seeing Ling Bai whose face was still calm, Blackbeard couldn't help being a little upset. Soon you won't be so calm, but no matter what, I can't die. However, if I really can't fight, I'll beg for mercy, and I'll find an opportunity to kill him in the future. Now I haven't even developed Dark Fruit for 2 months, and my understanding of Dark Fruit is only superficial. As long as if I can leave here today and lie dormant for a while, I, Blackbeard, can crush everything. At this moment, Blackbeard brought the darkness that darkened half of Eternal Hell, screaming and crushing towards Ling Bai. This is the last blow. If he can't succeed, Blackbeard can only show weakness and beg for mercy. Of course, Begging for mercy is also to hibernate in the future, find opportunities for revenge, and strive to become stronger. No one knows dormancy and forbearance better than Blackbeard. Because he has been dormant for decades, it's so dark, it looks like this. Dark fruit is really not an ordinary product. This is the last blow. Shiryu of the Rain and the others knew that Blackbeard was going to do his best, and Blackbeard's subordinates were also anxious, fearing that if Blackbeard lost, Ling Bai would not only kill Blackbeard, but also kill them. Ling Bai also stepped forward and rushed over. Advertisement. Seeing Blackbeard using the strongest moves, Ling Bai also became excited. When Ling Bai rushed over, a large amount of ice also rose from the ground, like mountains, and followed Ling Bai to crush Blackbeard. Immediately afterwards, the sky-swallowing darkness collided with the super-large-scale giant ice. However, the difference is that one is nothingness and the other is entity, and in terms of strength, there is no doubt that Ling Bai is stronger. Furthermore, this kind of darkness can have the effect of engulfing and eliminating. The most obvious is the ability of Devil Fruit, such as the Fire Fist Ace at that time. If it collides with this kind of darkness, it will undoubtedly lose. But what is different now is that Ling Bai is not an ability user, and his ability is not Devil Fruit ability. In the end, during the violent collision, Blackbeard's dark domain was crushed by Ling Bai's huge ice and then disintegrated. Blackbeard was also knocked into the air for dozens of meters. His bones were broken and his body was full of blood. Come on, the whole person seemed to have just climbed out of the pool of blood, and his physical strength was exhausted, so that Blackbeard didn't even have the strength to struggle painfully. Blackbeard, fiasco. As for Ling Bai, he turned around and punched, blasting the giant ice out of the way. Get rid of the others, there is no such thing as the Blackbeard pirates in this world. Ling Bai yelled, and Shiryu smiled bloodthirstily, and Burgess of the Blackbeard pirates changed their faces. Really? Boom. There was a burst of fighting and killing sounds immediately. But Ling Bai believes that it is not a problem for Bullet and Burgess to face them. And Ling Bai, at this time, also walked towards Blackbeard, ready to give Blackbeard the last ride. Chapter 62 New Sign-in, Anatomy of a Blackbeard. Discover the secret. Let me go, I can be your subordinate. Enduring the pain, seeing Ling Bai coming, Blackbeard also began to give in. Since he couldn't beat him, he begged for mercy first to save his life. As for surrendering to Ling Bai, of course, it is just lip service. It is impossible for Blackbeard today, just like the original Summit War begging for mercy from Whitebeard. But Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original work, doesn't know what Blackbeard is. Blackbeard, man's dream, never ends, does it? A man's dream never ends. Facing Ling Bai's question, Blackbeard spoke subconsciously. He had said this sentence countless times. That's right, his dream will never end. At this time, Ling Bai pointed the palm of his right hand at Blackbeard's heart, and with a shoo, a sharp ice pick directly pierced Blackbeard's heart. But at this moment, Blackbeard's eyes widened. In the endless pain and struggle, feeling the loss of life force and fear, he raised his right hand high, trying to hook Ling Bai and make a final counterattack, but finally fell down powerlessly. Go to hell and continue your dream, after all, your dream conflicts with mine. In the end, Blackbeard finally stopped struggling. Apart from the pain, there was also a deep sense of unwillingness on his face. Ding. Sign in found. Do you want to sign in? Sign in? Already familiar with this voice, although for Ling Bai, it was a bit caught off guard. It seems that Blackbeard triggered the check-in condition. Ling Bai found that where there are important characters in the original book, there is a high probability that the system will trigger the check-in, such as the red hair last time, and Blackbeard this time. So, what will happen to Naval Headquarters if you wait? Successful sign-in. Reward. Fantasy Killer, Kamiho Tuma ability. It turned out to be Fantasy Killer. Is that the ability to eliminate all superpowers or abilities? At this moment, Ling Bai couldn't help being a little surprised. Fantasy Killer is the ability of Kamijo Tuma in the catalog of Forbidden Books of Magic. This ability can eliminate all abilities. It is somewhat similar to Blackbeard's Dark Water, but it is much more powerful than Dark Water. It is not an attack method, but definitely a very powerful auxiliary ability. Please host to choose whether to attach the Fantasy Killer ability to the right hand or the left hand. Right hand. Wait, use your left hand. Thinking that he might use a knife in the future, after all, he possesses a great swordsman's level of swordsmanship, and he is accustomed to using his right hand, so the ability of Fantasy Killer should only be attached to his left hand. On the other side, Bullet and the others quickly dealt with Burgess and the others. After all, there are Bullet and Shiryu, and Burgess and the others can only be crushed. The two sides are hardly the same world. Advertisement. The man who is going to replace Whitebeard, just die like this. I have to say it's a bit of a joke. Lao Sha shook his head, expressing some disdain for Blackbeard. The monk who broke the precepts flattered. After all, he is facing the captain. At this time Ling Bai spoke. Luo, cut open Blackbeard's chest and see, how many hearts does this guy have? How many hearts? Everyone was surprised, wondering if Ling Bai was joking. After all, in this world, no matter whether it is human beings or animals, or murlocs, mermaids, etc., there is only one heart, there is no doubt about it, but Ling Bai now said, see how many hearts Blackbeard has. Is it a little ridiculous? As a doctor, Luo Ping is also keen on dissecting various human bodies, and he was the one who was most puzzled by Ling Bai's words at the scene. Ling Bai. I suspect that Blackbeard has at least 2 hearts, let's have a look at it. Luo didn't hesitate any longer, hooked the index finger of his left hand to free up the operation space, and cut open Blackbeard's body without blood. It can be seen that Blackbeard is still being dissected when he is dying. What if his ghost can see this scene? Huh. This is. Luo was surprised, or shocked. When everyone looked closer, they also showed different degrees of surprise. Blackbeard has 3 hearts. That's right, that's 3 hearts. The human body I dissected is 800 if not 1000. Unexpectedly, I can see a person with 3 hearts in this life. Luo's tone was full of shock. Shiryu. It's eye-opening for me too. Bullet. Anecdote. Lao Sha. This is probably the legendary freak. That's right. Ling Bai thought for a while and said, that's why he wanted to take the shock fruit while possessing the dark fruit. Unlike us ordinary people, his body can only bear the existence of 1 devil fruit ability, but Blackbeard can withstand 2, no, it should be 3 devil fruit abilities. 3 types? Advertisement. Everyone was shocked again. Ling Bai. 1 heart can be regarded as a body, and 3 hearts are 3 bodies, so it can naturally accommodate 3 kinds of devil fruit abilities, including Logia, Paramecia, and Zone, the 3 top types of devil fruits. In a body, tisk tisk, what a crazy guy. However, his life has been terminated. In the original book, it's unclear whether Blackbeard will eventually take over Kaido's abilities. The ability of the ability user is related to the heart. Ling Bai remembers that there is a scene in the original book. Luo swaps the bodies of Smoker and Tashigi, that is, the heart is changed, and then the smoke fruit ability appears on Tashigi's body, and the ant devours the nun, possessed the soul fruit. It should also be related to the heart. Ling Bai felt that he seemed to have discovered a secret about devil fruit and people today. Of course, he didn't need to eat devil fruit. Bullet laughed and said, but to be honest, even if an ordinary person knows that his body is a heresy, if you give him 2 devil fruits, he would not dare to eat 2. Blackbeard, from this point of view, is really crazy. If you don't, the captain prevents, maybe it will take the shock fruit, as the captain said. Everyone had no doubts about Ling Bai's words. After all, what Ling Bai said, except that Blackbeard was terminated, everything else happened. Ling Bai is an existence that can see foresight and is full of mystery. However, plundering devil fruit is indeed crazy. Does the captain know how to plunder? Reign of Shiryu said. Everyone is also curious. Ling Bai shook his head. This may be the unique ability of dark fruit. There is also a saying that kill the capable person and put a pile of fruit next to it, but I don't think it is realistic. After all, a lot of prisoners in Impel Down are capable. The world government should be able to think of this method. If it is feasible, all the capable users here will be killed. When everyone thought about it, they also felt that it made sense. After all, the world government couldn't be an idiot. By the way, Captain, do you want to recover Blackbeard's body? Luo wondered. Recovery? Ling Bai shook his head. It's impossible. Poor Blackbeard, not only did he die, but his body was treated like this. Chapter 63 The Red Earl, World Destroyer. As for seeing the tragic situation of the Blackbeard pirates, almost all the surviving criminals in the cell were gone, and I felt a chill behind my back. Don't look at the innocent boy whom Bullet called the captain, but he is not only very powerful, but also murderous without blinking an eye. Last time, several people in the cell were directly frozen to death. Ignoring the gazes of the prisoners, Ling Bai released observation haki to the entire eternal hell, and soon found his 2 targets within his observation haki perception field. Of course, it's not those scumbags like the Evil King and Xuanyue Hunter. Although Ling Bai is very clear that he is definitely not a good person, but there is no need to turn those disgusting things like Xuanyue Hunter into the crew. Let them die of old age and die Impel Down for the rest of their lives. There will be no more turmoil in Impel Down in the future. Coming to Impel Down, Ling Bai's 2 goals, one is the result of Blackbeard here, and the other is Red Earl Baloric Redfield and World Destroyer Brindy World. 2 big pirates from the old era, especially the Red Earl, are said to be the only existence that defeated Kong. He was on par with Luo Jia and others. Betrayed and imprisoned in Impel Down for 30 years. Soon, Ling Bai broke through the sword cell, and saw a haggard old man chained to the wall by sea-stone shackles, with his head bowed, and those who didn't know thought everyone was dead. Red Earl, I almost forgot about this guy. Bullet said, a very strong guy, but looking at it now, can he still display 1/10 of his combat strength? Shiryu. The Red Earl was here before I came to Impel Down. At that time, the warden asked us to keep an eye on this guy. As for the World Destroyer, he has been kept in a frozen state. Old man, do you want to go out? It is estimated that the Red Earl is at least 90 years old now. In the original book, he found the devil fruit in the form of a phantom beast vampire to restore his age, and his strength was restored to its peak. At this time, the Red Earl also raised his head, only to see a young man walking in. Yes, the old man wants to go out, but if you want the old man to owe you something, then I'm sorry. Probably because he hasn't spoken for too long, even his voice is extremely hoarse. With a thin face, but the eyes are still glowing, which is very breathtaking. This made Ling Bai have to feel that he is worthy of being a strong man. Even though he has been in prison for so long, he is still not as decadent as the Walking Dead like other prisoners. Kong is not dead yet, Garp is still at his peak, don't you want to take revenge? Lonely Red. Hearing Ling Bai's words, the Red Earl fell silent. Ling Bai continued. The Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Vampire form in Devil Fruit can restore you to your peak. At the same time, Ling Bai also released all the Seastone shackles on the Red Earl. Advertisement, here, not every prisoner is entitled to freedom. Ling Bai glanced at the Red Earl. I'm on Beehive Island, which is now called Paradise Island. Do you know this place? The headquarters of the Locks Pirates. For your era, Locks should not be an unknown existence. It might be a bit difficult for the Red Earl to be with Ling Bai. This guy is the kind of person who doesn't bother to be with anyone and sticks to his lofty creed. But Ling Bai remains hopeful. After all, he is letting him out now. You must know that the big pirates in the old days valued promises and favors. In the original book, he took advantage of Blackbeard to release the criminals and left by himself. Now it is Ling Bai who let him go. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai also released the World Destroyer. At this time, Burndee was already an old man, but Ling Bai could still feel that he was a strong man. Boy, who are you? Burndee stared at Ling Bai, the kid in front of him, giving him a very strong feeling, which surprised Burndee very much. Killed 3 celestial dragons, and I want to find a chance to kill a few more. Kill the celestial dragons? World Destroyer was shocked. After all, he came in because he offended celestial dragons, so he hated celestial dragons the most. Boy, you killed 3 celestial dragons? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Burndee was dubious. Shiryu. There are still reports in the newspapers outside, go out and find time to read more newspapers. It seemed true, and Burndee couldn't believe it. Ling Bai laughed and said, it's you, can you still fight? Beat? Burndee clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body. Just now, he was crushed out of the frozen ice. It still needs to get used to it, but it can definitely be played. Then go to Marineford and fight. Today is the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Naval Headquarters. Whitebeard Pirates and Naval Headquarters? Burndee shocked again. Even in the old days, Whitebeard was already famous in New World, one of the strongest pirates at that time, and now he is going to fight Naval Headquarters? In the end, Burndee agreed to go with Ling Bai, and at this time, the Red Earl also came out. Old man, go to Naval Headquarters to see, Kong, is he still Marine Marshal? Advertisement, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army. In this way, when Ling Bai entered Impel Down, there were 8 people, but when he left, there were 10 people. Added Red Earl and World Destroyer. Although these two duo have been in prison for 20 to 30 years, Ling Bai can feel that they are still very strong. After all, they are the top powerhouses of the old era. Even though Pluton Rayleigh has not made a shot for 20 years, he can still compete with Kizaru. Don't underestimate the old days. At that time, it wasn't the supernovas of today, where the 4 emperors balanced the new world. Magellan, who was seriously injured by Drago and now forcibly supported, stood in front of Ling Bai and the others again. Behind Magellan, there were Sati, Domino and other senior Impel Down officers and a group of guards. However, when they saw Burndee and the Red Earl, they all trembled a little. That's right, Ling Bai is currently taking away the strongest criminals in Impel Down. At the price of my head, you will never be allowed to pass. Magellan was injured and roared. This time he was really going to bet his life, while Sati and the others were shaking. The aura of Ling Bai and his group is really too strong, the aura of a terrifying powerhouse. There are also several monsters they are familiar with. Even if there are only 10 of them, and just now Sati informed Naval Headquarters, however, Naval Headquarters said that they could not send troops. The Whitebeard Pirates may show up at any time before they are executed, and Sati also knows that to suppress this group of people in front of them, it may be impossible for Naval Headquarters executives not to come out in full force. It seems that if you don't solve it today, you can't pass it? Ling Bai looked at Magellan and the others. Is life more important than duty? Magellan. Chapter 64 The Haze of Naval Headquarters. Glancing at Magellan and the others, it was just a group of weaklings blocking the way. However, Ling Bai also sincerely admires Magellan. For the sake of his mission and responsibility, he can even sacrifice his life. Unfortunately, it is the enemy. A big battle broke out immediately. Of course, this was a one-sided battle between Ling Bai and the others. 10 minutes later, Magellan and the others lay on the ground again, and they were defeated again without any suspense. As Sengoku thinks, in order to suppress Ling Bai and the others, let all the advanced combat forces of the entire naval headquarters be dispatched. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and the others walked out of the gate of Impel Down, and the giant octopus hidden under the sea surface was threatened by Ling Bai from the submarine channel. At this time, it also poked its head out and swam to Impel Down. On the right side, pull out Ling Bai's boat. Parking the boat at the gate of Impel Down might be destroyed by Magellan. This is within the scope of Ling Bai's consideration, although he can leave Impel Down even without a boat. And this prevented Drago from destroying their ship. But going to Marineford is not enough. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai and his party set off for Marineford by boat. On the other side, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, who received the final call, sat back in his seat with a heavy heart. At this time, 3 Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral. This is a meeting about emergencies. Everyone thought Sengoku was talking again about how to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. But it is not. Just today, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Drago, led many revolutionary troops into Impel Down, and rescued the Straw Hat Boy and the Revolutionary Army cadre Ivankov who had been hiding in Impel Down for many years. What? Advertisement. Everyone was shocked, and even felt extremely horrified. It's that family again, Drago, the Straw Hat Boy. Akainu got angry, and a lot of hot steam came out of his body. But apart from the Revolutionary Army breaking into Impel Down, the Ling Bai Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates both broke into Impel Down. What? Ling Bai. Blackbeard is a fart in front of Ling Bai, and it is the same for Akainu and the others. At this moment, everyone was frightened. Sengoku. According to my analysis, Blackbeard traded Fire Fist Ace to obtain Shichibukai privileges, and went secretly to Impel Down today to recruit crew. Hearing Sengoku say this, the three admirals all expressed varying degrees of anger. What does Blackbeard want to do? Shouldn't he be waiting at naval headquarters for the fight? Sengoku continued. Yes, we were all played by the guy, Blackbeard said, but now Blackbeard is dead, killed by Ling Bai, and the entire Blackbeard pirate group is completely wiped out, so we don't have to pay attention to Blackbeard. However, the most terrifying thing is that Ling Bai and his pirate group who entered Impel Down again took away two incredible pirates on the 6th floor. The Red Earl and World Destroyer. I believe you are familiar with these two men. They are now taken away by Ling Bai. In addition, everyone in Impel Down has been seriously injured. Impel Down has fallen again, and I have sent someone to deal with it. What worries me the most is whether Ling Bai and the others will come here today. If they want to come to Impel Down, then even if we have a door of justice comparable to the Iron Wall of Impel Down, we will not be able to stop them. If they come Marineford, First Marine, is undoubtedly a disaster. Ling Bai, Bullet, and Red Earl and World Destroyer, who are definitely not bad even if their strength may go backwards. The four of them are already extremely terrifying characters. This execution may not be simple. We, Naval Headquarters, must be determined to win, but we may also face defeat or even our death. Sengoku said to everyone with a heavy heart, and he did not choose to hold a large emergency meeting at this time, because he was afraid of damaging morale. This time, the enemy they are likely to face is not just a Whitebeard pirate group. There may also be Ling Bai pirates, of course. There are also the Revolutionary Army who came to make troubles, to stop the world from running amok. The situation is far more complicated than Sengoku imagined. Advertisement crane. Ling Bai pirates, is that brat's action planning to rule the New World? Sengoku thought for a while. Probably, after Sengoku finished speaking, the entire office fell silent. Fortunately, the five elders decided to send someone down. Justice must prevail. Come, stay here. After leaving a word, Akainu left here. In his heart, justice is the most important thing, although what he flatters is absolute justice. It was already morning, and the temperature was gradually rising. The bay and the square of Marineford were already crowded with people, and 100,000 elite marines drawn from all over the world stood densely in the square and the bay. The gradually rising temperature, dense crowd and gradually restless hearts made them feel hotter and hotter. The closer the execution time was, the more irritable, uneasy, tense, and fearful they felt. Today, they will meet the strongest man who has been entrenched in New World. It is said that even when that man is sleeping, snoring can cause seaquakes, and a random punch can set off a shocking tsunami. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, the legendary pirate, has been one of the legends since Luojia's era. He is the existence that keeps pace with Luojia, and even more. Now he is the leader of the great pirate era. The Whitebeard pirates are the strongest and most powerful pirates in the world. At this moment, not to mention the General Marines, even some Marine Vice Admirals are feeling nervous. Many people have never seen Whitebeard, but many people have heard the horror legend about Whitebeard since childhood. Chapter 65. The Actions of the Five Elders Holy Land Mariajoy, Five Elders Emergency Meeting. This meeting turned out to be about Ling Bai again. Before Ling Bai killed 3 celestial dragons live, 5 elders came to a meeting, and then Ling Bai defeated Kaido, just a few days ago, and today, and on the day of the public execution, Impel Down was breached. Ling Bai appeared again at the 5 elders meeting. I didn't expect Blackbeard to take advantage of us, but he's dead, and it's cheaper for him. That guy, Dorag, actually broke into Impel Down, in order to rescue his own blood, and, how did Ivankov's Revolutionary Army hide in Impel Down? These people really know how to pick their time. But what I need to be most concerned about is that Ling Bai and the others, that guy, took away Bullet, the descendant of the devil, and others last time, and let go of 2 heavyweights this time. The Red Earl and the World Destroyer. Both of them are probably famous existences in the old days. The Red Earl defeated the opponent after 10 days in the air showdown, and that guy Garp took the opportunity to capture him, and the World Destroyer is also me. It was not easy for the 2 of them to be arrested after alienating his companions, even after such a long time in prison. The 5 elders are feeling the pressure. Ling Bai now has 10 people. Although I don't know if the 2 heavyweight criminals will stand on Ling Bai's side, what I am worried about is that they will come to Marineford to effect the execution. Luojia's blood must be executed, and Whitebeard's life must also stay in Marineford. In order to make everything go smoothly, and there may be uninvited guests, we must also be prepared. Soon, Kong and a man in a white suit entered. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, and the CP0 chief executive in a white suit, are not inferior to the existence of Marine Admiral, a man named Guya. Kong, and Guy, you all know about today's Impel Down incident, right? Yes, Lord 5 Elders. Understood, Lord 5 Elders. Goosh old man. The 2 of you should also lead people to dispatch, take action when necessary. If the group of uninvited guests come, I hope you will try your best to repel them, or seriously injure them. Of course, beheading is the best. Sky, the Red Earl is your old enemy. Kong. That guy, can he still fight? However, as long as he dares to come, he will save his life. This time, I will never be defeated again. Advertisement. The more Kong said, the more excited he became. The old man with crutches also reminded. Also, watch out for that guy Garp. Fire Fist Ace was raised by him, and he doesn't know what he will do at that time. Let a sinful bloodline survive in the world, and wait for so long without telling me in order to completely get rid of Luojia's blood. He also killed many babies and pregnant women. This incident has dealt a blow to the face of the world government. If Garp dares to do anything beyond Marine's responsibilities, you don't need to be polite. You don't have to worry about his reputation and military exploits anymore. Sabody Archipelago. At this time, the number of people gathered in Sabody Archipelago is unknown. Here will be the place where the war will be broadcast, so reporters from all over the world have come here. No one knows what the final outcome of this war will be. But for many, if Marine were to lose, it would be no different than the end of the world. However, will Naval Headquarters be able to emerge victorious? You know, the Whitebeard pirate group that Naval Headquarters will face this time, a man with the power to destroy the world, is now going to war with Naval Headquarters. For many people, they grew up listening to Whitebeard's horror stories and know what Whitebeard is. Terrible demons exist. Therefore, the people of Sabody Archipelago, as many civilians, are deeply in fear. Even the pirates who want to enter the New World choose to stay in the Sabody Archipelago for the time being. You know, many pirates are small-time existences. Now the man who is closest to the throne of One Piece is going to war with Naval Headquarters. Can't imagine what kind of scene it was. In addition, people all over the world are already praying to various gods and gods in various ways, hoping that Naval Headquarters will win. God knows, will this world still exist tomorrow? If Naval Headquarters is defeated, is this world going to perish? Pubs, casinos, romantic venues, almost all the stores are closed today. The war is imminent, and no one knows whether the world will still exist tomorrow. There is nothing more interesting than the coming war. Of course, this war has also made many people forget about food and drink. Advertisement Sabody Archipelago, directly opposite the large screen in the square, Rayleigh sat on a tree and looked ahead. The screen has not been turned on yet, but the huge square is already crowded with people. Whitebeard, this is a dead end, you know that too? Rayleigh sighed. The Whitebeard pirates and the Luogia pirates did not know each other back then, and they have become friends since then. Countless memories of the past also emerged from Rayleigh's mind at this time. I'm actually a little nervous, Kid muttered to himself. Under a tree, the Supernova Kid who was not recruited by Ling Bai, except Bonnie on the other side, everyone else is here. Apu, Kid, Drake, Kira, Capone beat 5 people. They originally wanted to fight in the New World, but temporarily postponed their plan to enter the New World. The man of legend, will he win? Apu. I want him to win, nothing else, I just hate Naval Headquarters. I was kicked by Kizaru last time, and it still seems to be in pain now. Kid snorted coldly. Whitebeard, I should remember to defeat it myself. Compared with other supernovas present, Kid is obviously more pursuing. After all, he is a man with the qualifications of a king. It was nearly 12 noon. Naval Headquarters, at this time, the 3 admirals and Shichibukai who have finished their break, are also starting to leave. Chapter 66. All parties pay attention to Ling Bai. The war will start. At this time, there are still more than 3 hours before the public execution. Naval Headquarters, the conference room where Shichibukai is located. Shichibukai's current 5 are here. Received the latest news. That guy Blackbeard wanted to take the opportunity to enter Impel Down to recruit crew. Obviously he betrayed Shichibukai, or took advantage of Shichibukai's privileges. This guy didn't intend to join the war at all. Doflamingo said with some surprise. Blackbeard, betrayed, surprised Doflamingo, who received the news at the first time. But the content of shock or even horror will come later. Blackbeard, what happened to that man? Hawkeye was curious, because this man once caused 3 scars on the red-haired face that could not be removed. Is a mysterious, sinister, powerful guy. Except for Serpentine, the other 3 are all curious. Blackbeard actually went to Impel Down to recruit crew? Crazy. Do not die. Doflamingo laughed and said, guess what will happen to him in the end? Doflamingo intends to whet everyone's appetite. What happened? Gecko Moria is the most impatient. I saw Doflamingo said. Originally, the bloody crew recruitment operation has begun in Impel Down, but the Ling Bai pirate group who also broke into Impel Down, yes, is the monster that defeated Kaido in New World a few days ago, and today he appeared in Impel Down. Blackbeard and his gang died tragically in eternal hell. What? Ling Bai, that man, he broke into Impel Down. Everyone was shocked, especially Shiji, who paid the most attention. Doflamingo, what exactly happened? That Ling Bai, he broke into Zunjin City? Shiji asked. Ling Bai's name was like a pleasant surprise to her. Hey, what can happen? That guy, completely ignoring Impel Down, has appeared in Impel Down for the second time, and this time he took 753 away with 2 heavyweights. A Red Earl and another World Destroyer. They were incredible characters in the old days. Maybe you can't understand them, but you just need to know that they, like Bullet, the descendant of the devil, are the 3 most terrifying criminals in Impel Down, and they are all legendary figures. Up. Ling Bai took 2 people away again, and Doflamingo knew it from Sengoku 5 elders, because just today, 5 elders gave him another task. After the war ended and Gecko Moria was killed, Doflamingo asked the 5 elders what happened recently, so he learned about Ling Bai's today. Then now, where is that Ling Bai? Shiji was the most nervous. Leaving Impel Down a long time ago, 5 elders decided to send high-level combat forces from the world in this war, so that if there are uninvited guests, especially Ling Bai, they will directly suppress them. I suspect that monster. Since even Impel Down rushed in, and Naval Headquarters is so lively today, it is impossible for him not to come. Now in New World, the man who has the most hope of becoming the next pirate emperor is him. Doflamingo shook his head, wondering why a woman like Snake G, who hates men, would ask Ling Bai, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, He was shocked when he heard about it just today. Killing 3 celestial dragons in Ling Bai last time was much more explosive. Doflamingo. In addition, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, also broke into Impel Down, rescued the Straw Hat Kid from the previous Enies Lobby incident, and took away a bunch of Revolutionary Army at the same time. I have to say, this time, really an eventful year, of course, for naval headquarters and the world government, an eventful one. Except for Shiji, everyone was shocked again. Unexpectedly, even the Revolutionary Army came? Doesn't it mean that today, 3 groups of people have entered Impel Down? At this critical time when naval headquarters is unable to take care of other places? As for Shiji, she only pays attention to Ling Bai. Other people, whether they live or die, Shiji won't pay attention for a second. Ling Bai actually appeared, so, will he appear in Melindo today? If he shows up, then she will be able to meet Ling Bai today. Snake Girl didn't know why she wanted to see Ling Bai. She wanted to see Ling Bai ever since she heard that celestial dragons had been beheaded. Gecko Moria. What if all those people join this battle? How can we still fight? You know, when I came here, I never thought of fighting Whitebeard. Moreover, I didn't even think of fighting the person who could defeat Kaido. In fact, none of the Shichibukai present here wants to fight the Whitebeard pirates. They all have the attitude of playing soy sauce. Everyone joins Shichibukai, even the most withdrawn Hawkeye, because they want to keep Marine from annoying him. After all, he likes a free and undisturbed life. As for other people, the purpose of joining Shichibukai is even more obvious. It is for privileges. Shichibukai are legal pirates. They can burn, kill, and loot, as long as they don't go too far, even if they go too far, as long as they don't let the world government and naval headquarters know about it. Now, they come to naval headquarters to fight, and it is impossible to ask them to die. But for Gecko Moria, if he can get Whitebeard's corpse today, it will definitely be the most perfect and powerful corpse in the world. The corpses of Ochaku, Captain John and Silver Axe are infinitely stronger than those he dug before. Of course, Gecko Moria doesn't know, 5 Elders intends to let Doflamingo finish him as soon as the war is over. In terms of strength, Moria is only parallel imports. Advertisement at this time, Gecko Moria directly expressed the aspirations of everyone. What if the 5 Elders and Sengoku knew that Shichibukai had this attitude? Doflamingo also said, if even Ling Bai's crew comes, even though there are not many of them, but the worst ones are those supernovas. It's hard to say whether Marineford will be sunk by then. The Tyrant Bear, who was more silent than Hawkeye, also spoke. That man is very strong, he can kill Admiral. This is the main body of the Tyrant Bear. In the original book, the pacifists joined the war, but today the Tyrant Bear knew that Dorag would come, so he chose to join the war. At this time, in the conference room, when everyone was still discussing Ling Bai, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. The one who came in was a heroic beauty Marine, Colonel Hina. Received the notice from Marshal Sengoku. Everyone, the time is up, go and take your seats. Now, it is nearly 12 noon, finally the time has come. Shishi, it seems that we will soon be able to see that legendary monster. Mahawk, will you make a move? Probably just watching with a cold eye? On the other side, 3 admirals. Kizaru, who was drinking paper, stood up. Shall we start? Yes, Monsieur Paluzolino. Why is the old man a little uneasy? By the way, today Impel Down left a group of incredible guys. Now those people, are they returning to New World, or are they here? Aokiji yawned and lifted the blindfold. If Ling Bai comes, I want to know what kind of freezing ability it is. By the way, try how powerful it is. Not only Whitebeard, but the person Marineford will face this time is too tricky. The moment he stood up, Aokiji immediately released a powerful aura. A powerful breath made the Marines behind him tremble involuntarily. On the other side, the one who has been waiting for a long time is Akainu, no doubt, he is the most serious. This time, he will not only keep Whitebeard in Marineford, but if Ling Bai comes, he will also keep Ling Bai here. Whitebeard ability, the whole world knows, and if Ling Bai appears, this time, I must keep him here. As long as I pay attention to his frozen space-time, when he releases that ice blue space, dodge quickly, without this ability to use, his ability, it should be too weird with Kuzan's frozen fruit. In short, just don't fall into that frozen space-time domain. Besides, he may not always be able to use this kind of move. Just like my big move, it requires more energy. Akainu was thoughtful, thinking that he had suffered a great loss under Ling Bai's hands before, and unconsciously exuded a terrifying aura, which made the Marine behind him not dare to approach. Although the 3 admirals don't know whether Ling Bai will come, but Impel Down is not far from naval headquarters, and it is not a problem at all to come here with the strength of those people. The Uzumaki Sea area, which is dangerous enough to suck in giant sea kings, can't stop those people, right? Ling Bai can freeze the sea. Soon, in Sabody Archipelago Square, amidst countless people waiting, the 3 screens finally lit up suddenly. Everyone was shocked immediately. I saw that the Marineford Square and the bay were densely packed with Marines, which gave people a huge pressure invisible. And all the forts are aimed at the front of the bay. There are too many Marines here. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known there were so many Marines. Almost all the Vice Admirals whose names can be counted have come. It is said that a small number of Vice Admirals are guarding New World. Recently, all kinds of vicious incidents are happening in New World. Well, I just hope that naval headquarters can wipe out Whitebeard and the others in one fell swoop this time, and then end the entire era of great pirates, so that we ordinary people can have a good life. It is said that naval headquarters has summoned 100,000 Marines from Marine branches all over the world, and they are the most elite marine forces selected. This time, whatever you say, keep the entire Whitebeard pirates in Marineford. But Naval Headquarters is facing the world's strongest man and the world's strongest pirate group. Who knows what will happen? Even if there are so many marines, don't forget that in front of the top powerhouses, the 10 everyone is complete cannon fodder. Look, here comes the Shichibukai. Among the Shichibukai, are there only 5 people here? But they all look very strong. Shichibukai, that is a terrifying existence that counterbalances the 4 emperors with the Naval Headquarters. Marines battle this time is too scary. Whitebeard pirates, can they leave Naval Headquarters alive? Tisk tisk, what about Naval Headquarters in front of the Whitebeard pirates? Sure enough, as the rumors say, the pirate empress is indeed a peerless beauty. Even if you just see it on the screen, you can feel the amazing feeling. At this time, in the square of Naval Headquarters, all the Marines look back at the execution platform. Advertisement first came 5 of the Shichibukai. Gecko Moria, Tyrant Bear, Pacifist, Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and Boa Hancock. The appearance of Shichibukai has given countless Marines who are under tremendous psychological pressure a lot of confidence. At such an important moment, facing the arrival of the strongest man in the world, few Marines can calm down. Immediately afterwards, 3 admirals appeared on the stage. Those 3 burly figures represented the 3 with the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters. When they appeared, the entire Naval Headquarters square was boiling. We have admirals, Whitebeards. That's right, Whitebeard, Admiral sure enough. Just like in the legend, if you look at it from a distance, you can feel the huge pressure invisibly. The admirals are here, we can't lose. The 3 admirals sit on the 3 thrones that countless Marines desire and pursue. The strongest Akainu is naturally in the middle, and Aokiji and Kizaru are on the left and right. This time, Impel Down came out with those people. I don't know if they will come or not. Kizaru's face at this time is also serious. Normally, he would have a wretched and never serious posture. There is no need to go when you come, Akainu snorted coldly and said. As long as you are wary of the ability to freeze time and space, it's actually not a problem to deal with him, as long as we fight hard, and this time, Kong. The marshals also come down from the world government, and if things go wrong, they will join in, so we have every hope, absolute hope, to achieve a complete victory. The first major victory in the era of great pirates is today. Aokiji. But it would be troublesome if they appeared. Originally there were only 8 of them, but now there are 2 more heavyweight pirates. I just don't know if their bodies are rusted after staying in Impel Down for so long. Justice shall prevail. The 3 admirals whispered a few words, sat on the throne, and gave countless Marines great psychological confidence. This is the reason why Sengoku asked Akainu to retreat in the Sabody Archipelago last time. If there were no 3 admirals in charge today, the Marines below would not even have the courage to face the Whitebeard pirates. Rare. In the morning, Marine had been mobilized several times. Justice will prevail. 10 minutes later, Marshal Sengoku appeared on the execution platform, followed by the sound of chained footsteps. Almost everyone looked towards the execution platform. People understood that it was the footsteps of Ace the Firefist, who was publicly executed this time. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is also the surviving blood of Luogia, but this secret has not been revealed. Even Whitebeard did not tell the pirates under his command that Ace is the blood of Luogia, and this will be exploited by Marine. On the other side, there is a sea area more than 100 kilometers away from the Gate of Justice, where the ships of the Revolutionary Army are located. But the time was 4 hours ago. 4.7 from Impel Down to Marineford where Naval Headquarters is located. This route is the closest, and also the only route to the side of Naval Headquarters. Ace, I must rescue Ace. That's right, when the time comes, the 3 of us can drink together, so I miss those days, Luffy. At this time, Luffy, Sabo, and Haisha Jinbei are the 3 who most want to rescue Ace. What will the world be like after today? Drago couldn't help talking to himself. 2 top forces go to war. No matter which side wins or loses, for this world, it is not as simple as imagined. Whitebeard is dead. Can the era of great pirates end? No, there will be a new superpower rising? Drago thought of Ling Bai, a powerful existence who is most likely to rule the new world, and he is not a good person. Dorag, what do you seem to be worried about? Ivankov asked each other. Drago shook his head. The recent situation in New World is not optimistic. It is all caused by the Whitebeard pirates going to war with Naval Headquarters. If Whitebeard loses at that time, New World. Who will stop those evil forces in the world? Whitebeard is dead, and then another force will rise. Ivankov, do you think of the boy we met this morning? That guy is scary. Dorag, what should we do then? Dorag's thought. This time we will go to Marineford, stand on Whitebeard's side, assist the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace, and then withdraw from Marineford to end the war. It is the strong will of Luffy and Sabo, Ivankov, our revolutionary army. The ultimate goal is to build a truly beautiful world, not a crumbling world. The time was also 4 hours ago, and Ling Bai, who had attracted the attention of all parties, was farther behind the Dorag boat, probably hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 67 Depart Marineford, Whitebeard Strikes. At this moment, there are 10 people in Ling Bai's boat. There are 2 more heavyweights on board for a while. Although I know that they are only here temporarily, it still gives me great pressure, especially the thin lousy, who looks as shriveled as a dry tree, but feels powerful. Quite, sure enough, this is the old era. The monk who broke the precepts said with emotion. The 3 Supernova members were shrinking on the other side of the ship at this time, and for the few people on Ling Bai's side, that group of strong people made them feel pressured. Hawkins. It's really too strong, legends, and only our mysterious and powerful captain can hold them down. Really? The Broken Monk and Luo agreed that in the Ling Bai pirates, the formerly hostile Supernova could only become teammates. As for Ling Bai, it is strictly forbidden to fight among the crew members. It is possible to exchange ideas, but it is definitely not a fight. For example, like the Locks pirates, that pirate group is indeed powerful, unprecedented and powerful. Even the Luo pirate group is not enough to see, but the crew fights each other because of interests, without any fetters friendship, which leads to Locks. The hope of becoming the king of the world is completely thwarted. Ling Bai didn't want this kind of thing to happen. The Ling Bai pirates are relatively harmonious now, but Bullet has always wanted to compete with Ling Bai, challenging him just like he challenged Luo back then. Bullet felt that Ling Bai was already above him, otherwise he wouldn't call Ling Bai the captain. Yuji Shiryu and Lao Sha also think that Ling Bai is more reliable, Luo, and they also feel that Ling Bai is easy to talk to. This person, a little too easygoing, always looks harmless to humans and animals. Can you believe that he is the one who defeated Kaido? Anyway, it is a monster-level combat force with powerful strength. What is that old man going to do? At this time, Luo and the others saw that Burndi was carrying a cannon. That's right, he was carrying a cannon. It's been a long time since I've used this ability. Didn't I think it would be 30 years since I fell asleep like this? The time is so fast. The era of Luo has passed, and now it's the era dominated by the 4 Emperor's big pirates. The cannon on Burndi's shoulder was dismantled from the ship Ling Bai. In fact, this ship was also a ship parked on the original Hive Island, not a newly built ship, so even if a cannon was dismantled severely, it doesn't matter. Momo fruit, or multiplier fruit, it is said that it has a very strong testosterone. It is said that it can increase the size and speed of the object it touches by hundreds of times. Reign of Shiryu said. When it comes to his 13 abilities, Burndi is naturally very confident. If my Paramecia Momo fruit is developed enough, the power of the ancient weapon Pluton will be nothing more than that. Ling Bai said with a smile. Looking forward to the awakening of your abilities, Paramecia and Zone are said to be able to awaken. Bullet. Speaking of which, the development of my fusion fruit has reached its limit. I feel that maybe I have a chance to awaken. At that time, I will be able to obtain even more terrifying power. Bullet's fusion fruit ability has not yet awakened, but it has been awakened 2 years later in the original book. Ling estimates that he will be able to have that power in a short time. If this guy is awakened now, he can fuse the entire Marineford, and then he will become a super giant, and his combat power will definitely kill the quartet. Haha, let's see the ability of this old man's Momo fruit. Let you juniors see it. The power of the old age. With a puff, a pitch-black shell the size of a bowling ball was released from the muzzle and shot out to the sea ahead. When the cannonball was cut more than 10 meters away, the cannonball suddenly became bigger, probably 50 times bigger. This is the cannonball that the old man uses the Momo fruit to amplify 50 times its power. Burndi did not forget to remind. Boom! In the end, the shell landed more than 200 meters away. After the shell expanded 50 times, there was a terrifying explosion sound, and the entire sea surface was covered with shocking waves, and a large area of the sea was shaken, as if a tsunami was about to erupt. Monster! The monk who broke the precepts exclaimed and felt that the hull of the ship was violently bumping with the seawater. If ordinary people didn't hold on firmly, they might be thrown into the sea. Luo. Otherwise, why is it called World Destroyer? This ability is simply a nightmare for many people. 50 times the power for the time being. I haven't used the ability for too long. I have to get used to it. The old man used the Momo fruit to the maximum extent, which is 100 times the power and speed. Now I have to get used to it. Burndi shook his head, and for a moment he felt that things were different, but everyone couldn't feel his emotion. Before he was imprisoned that year, he was nearly 50 years old, and now 30 years later, he is almost 80 years old. Lonely Red, don't you move your body? At this time, Ling Bai looked at the Red Earl, who was just going to naval headquarters on the way, and it was hard to say how to make a move. Need not, the Red Earl said coldly. He is used to lonely people and doesn't like to communicate with others, especially since Ling Bai is still a boy, but his age, everyone present, even Burndi who is nearly 80 years old, are all juniors. Burndi. How long until naval headquarters? I can't wait, I haven't seen Garp and Sengoku for too long. Which marine general did you get imprisoned by? Ling Bai became a little curious. It is said that Garp defeated many big pirates, and some of them were imprisoned by himself. Garp and Sengoku. Another combination of card battles. As expected of the two legendary marines, they joined forces many times and got many people into it, and Bullet was also brought in by Garp and Sengoku. The Red Earl was picked up by Garp again. Now that these hotspots are all on his own boat, Ling Bai can feel the pressure of Garp a little bit. Lao Sha looked at the time. The execution will be on time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Can we make it in time? No, we'll get there, it's already over. Shiryu. This is a battle for the captain to sit on the seat of the 4 emperors. It's really exciting. How about it, Bullet? Fire Fist Ace is Luoji's son. What do you think? Are you going to rescue him then? Lao Sha looked at Bullet. The man Bullet must win the most is Luojia. Advertisement Bullet glanced at the other party with disdain. Surrender to someone like Whitebeard who has no ambitions. He is far worse than Luojia, and it has tarnished Luojia's reputation. Whitebeard, the man closest to the throne, but he has no ambitions, and he has taken in a bunch of trash as a son. I don't know what will be dragged down by them. Fire Fist Ace, is Luojia's bloodline. How is it possible? Survived. Thousands of babies and pregnant women paid the price with their lives back then. I thought that Luojia's bloodline had been completely cut off, but this unexpectedly. Hey, are you still alive? Terrible. The person who inherited Luojia's evil blood not only grew into the first generation of Supernova, but also joined the Whitebeard Pirates with great strength and became the captain of the second team under Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace. This crime, how can the deep blood be still alive? At this time, after listening to Sengoku's announcement to the world with the radiophone bug, no matter the many Marines in Marineford Square or the people in Sabody Archipelago Square, they were stunned at the moment, and they even trembled because of fear. For countless people, especially ordinary Marines and civilians all over the world, Luojia is a demonic existence. Even if he dies, the world will still bear the heinous sins he committed, because one sentence opened the door to billions of people. Thousands of people fell into hell like pain in the era of Grey Pirates. This is why so many people are afraid of Luojia, even if in order to eradicate Luojia's blood, thousands of babies and pregnant women were buried with them. The world government would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Everyone is panicked. But at this moment, Sengoku announced to the world that Luojia's blood is still there. Can people not feel the horror? Reporters have started to record. This is the first big news about today. Hey, he's still alive. Doflamingo looked up at the execution platform, shock on his face. At the moment when Luojia was executed, all the original Shichibukai were there except Shiji. I never thought I could see Luojia being executed, and today I can witness his son being executed. Can Naval Headquarters give me the body of Fire Fist Ace? Gecko Moria has already started to make up his own mind. Shut up, I'm not that guy's son. I, Pottercast D Ace, am Whitebeard's son. As for this fact, he directly denied it, although Garp had told him when he was a child, but he would never accept it because, in Ace's view, Luojia is a demon. And only Whitebeard is his father, his dearest daddy. Sengoku looked stern. There are some things, if you don't deny them, you can prove that he doesn't exist. On the other side, Garp and Suru Vice Admiral were standing more than 2 meters below the execution platform. At this time, Garp is not only about to cry. If he was able to prevent Ace from going out to sea, catch him back, and force him to be a Marine, would he be able to protect Ace openly? Unlike today, when the butcher knife is about to be placed on Ace's neck, he can't do anything. The pain of watching one's own child being beheaded is beyond comprehension for ordinary people. Garp, this matter is not your fault. Crane Vice Admiral comforted, as a friend for many years and as a woman, she can understand Garp's pain at this time, but she can only comfort him in this way. And after the shock and horror, the entire naval headquarters returned to calm, but it is this calm that is indeed the most disturbing. Many Marines sweat unconsciously, but they don't know it, and the color of the sun has already made many people sweat profusely. Anxiety, high temperature, restlessness. For many Marines at this time, it is very painful. Until almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, following the anxious and frightened shout of a lookout Marine, there was a whistle of the enemy appearing. At this time, the Marineford people looked forward and saw that in the distance, it seemed that under the sky, in a white mist, suddenly there were a large number of black shadows of ships. It's the Whitebeard Pirates, here they come, Uzumaki Spider. Youth Thomas. They are all famous pirates in New World, the 43 affiliated pirates of Whitebeard Pirates are here. The Whitebeard Pirates originally consisted of 16 teams, with a total of 1,600 people, and with the addition of 43 affiliated pirate teams, the number is much larger, at least tens of thousands. Finally come. It feels like the Marine underneath is trembling. Doflamingo said. Snake glanced ahead with a calm expression. After all, she came here just to see Ling Bai. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, she had no interest at all. 3 Admirals' thrones. Is there yet? Those ships, obviously no Moby D*K, nor the 3 main ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru reminded me. On the execution platform, Sengoku's Ace has changed his face. One is facing a big enemy, and the other is feeling scared. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace is in Impel Down. He has realized how willful it was for him to hunt down Blackbeard, who he could not match, regardless of everyone's stop, and now he needs the entire Whitebeard pirate group to appear. Although he has prayed countless times for the Whitebeard pirates not to appear, after all Ace is really afraid that he will kill Whitebeard and the others. In this way, he will never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Here comes the attention of all Marines, Sengoku roared with a radiophone bug. With the imminent appearance of his old enemy Whitebeard, the pressure on Sengoku suddenly increased. Ding dong. One advertisement, Gulu. At this moment, in the bay of Marineford, a sound of seawater appeared, giving the impression that there was something below. Right on the bay. Is it going to appear in such an unexpected place? It's too close. Crane Vice Admiral frowned, feeling bad in his heart. What an unexpected old man. Do you want to rush out from the bottom of the bay? It's too scary to be so close. Gecko Moria giggled and laughed, in the curiosity, shock and fear of everyone. A huge ship, like a whale, rushed out from the sea surface of the bay, and a large number of waves shook. After the ship rushed out of the sea, the ship's membrane disappeared instantly. It was the Moby D*K that was second only to the Oro Jackson of the Luojia pirates. Boom. The sea is shaking. Another 2 big ships rushed out in a row. At this moment, both the Marines in the square and the people in the Sabody Archipelago square were stunned, and some people even had their legs trembling and weak because of Whitebeard's appearance. It's really here. It is impossible for Sengoku to be free from pressure. He had a well-thought-out battle plan, but the Whitebeard pirates came in directly. How could his plan be feasible? Countless people looked at one of the 363 ships, and there were many captains led by the Phoenix Marco. You! Fire Fist Ace almost cried, looking at Marco and the others who appeared in Marineford in disbelief. Also at this moment, a sound of powerful and even footsteps, and a rhythmic sound of steel touching the floor came from inside the Moby D*K. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard's figure appeared within everyone's field of vision. Gu la la la. Sengoku, I haven't seen you in decades. Also, my beloved Ace, Daddy will never let you be wronged. Whitebeard faced the entire naval headquarters and laughed loudly. His hearty laughter made countless Marines feel a great pressure. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, is here. How many people can be free from fear? How many people can be calm? The legendary man has appeared. Number 2, breaking news. It's rumored that Whitebeard is seriously ill, but judging by the current state, I'm afraid it's just a rumor. My legs are weak through the screen. If he stands in front of me, I will be a human again in my next life. Fear and anxiety spread in the hearts of countless people, like a virus. Ace. Wait for the big brothers. Mere naval headquarters, not half as good as my Whitebeard pirates. Let naval headquarters understand that we Whitebeard pirates are not so easy to bully. The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared loudly, their voices overwhelming. Now Whitebeard watched Marine sign in. Shichibukai is looking at him, Vice Admiral is looking at him, and the admirals are also looking at him, in addition to the 3 legends above Marine. If today, I can't go, then I will also give my beloved sons a future. I am, Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard made a decision in his heart. He knew his physical condition. He may not be able to leave naval headquarters in today's battle, but in any case, his ace, inherited. Those who have fulfilled the will of Luogia will also carry the will of the Whitebeard pirates into a new era. Inserting the supreme sharp knife upside down on the bow, Whitebeard squatted his legs halfway, his expression became serious, his fists were crossed, and at the next moment, he slammed it to both sides. Bang! The atmosphere exploded on the spot. When it gives people a feeling, the space is split. And the next moment, the entire naval headquarters, no, it should be the entire sea shook. A man with the ability to shock fruit bears the power to destroy the world. Even though our Marine has the upper hand in terms of numbers, don't forget, that man alone is enough to sweep away thousands of troops. He is the strongest man in the world. Sengoku yelled with the radiophone bug, and the execution platform vibrated, and the entire Marineford vibrated with the vibrating and distorted sea. It's like facing the end of the world. Chapter 68 Akainu's Anger, Hawkeye Strikes, Dorag is coming. At this moment, Whitebeard uses the blow of shock fruit to launch a terrifying tsunami, which is like the power of the end of the world. Just as the terrifying tsunami that overturned the sea and even submerged the entire Marineford struck, Aokiji quickly left his seat, frozen the tsunami photographed from both sides, and, like the original book, wanted to attack Whitebeard. After being easily destroyed by Whitebeard, Aokiji was photographed out to sea. Frozen moment. Kneeling on one knee on the sea, Aokiji, when he was covered in an Iceman, roared, and the right hand covering the sea instantly released a large amount of freezing power. This majestic freezing power quickly spread to the entire bay. In a few seconds, the entire bay was frozen. Of course, this also includes freezing the 3 ships of the Whitebeard pirates on the ice. Tisk tisk, Admiral actually created a foothold for us. Go, brothers, rescue Ace. The Whitebeard pirates will win. Let naval headquarters know the strength of our Whitebeard pirates. As the sea surface was frozen, the members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered up. If they were on the ship, it would be very inconvenient to fight without a foothold, but now it is different. Bay rushed into the square, then rushed to the execution platform to rescue Ace. That's right, that's it. Hey Lala, I did a bad thing, although I just wanted to give Marine a foothold closer to the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates have started to attack, Aokiji has a headache. On the other side, at this moment, Marine also started firing, and a large number of shells were fired continuously. That guy Kuzan, he actually created a foothold for the Whitebeard pirates. On top of Admiral's throne, Sleepy Sky was a little annoyed. Because if the sea was not frozen, they would have had a huge advantage in bombarding the square, but it is different now. Seeing countless members of the Whitebeard pirates rushing down from the many pirate ships, Akainu became more and more angry, especially when he thought that he might face Ling Bai and the others today. Akainu became even more irritable. Consciously gushing out a large amount of hot steam, the fist also turned into lava. Akainu was about to make a move at this point. However, at this moment, Hawkeye jumped onto the high platform, and just like in the original book, he drew out the Black Sword Knight, one of the supreme sharp knives. Oh! Akainu, who was about to waver, stopped. Kizaru also became curious. Garp, Sengoku and others also looked at Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman, a man who has fought against Red Hair many times, is he going to make a move now? It's really rare, it's really not easy to want that man to make a move. Kizaru was very surprised. HMPH, I thought he came here this time to be the backdrop. Akainu snorted coldly. His attitude towards pirates has always been disgusting, including Shichibukai. After all, Klockedar and Blackbeard who died this morning are the same. Pirates are all evil and should be eradicated. Hey, Mahawk, are you serious? Doflamingo was very shocked. He knew about Hawkeye. He thought that Hawkeye didn't intend to make a move here. After all, This lonely man has few things that can arouse his interest. Now Hawkeye actually wants to make a move. How could he not be shocked? Haidao Yedu pulled out and made a gesture of making a move. Shiji also took a look at Hawkeye and was a little surprised that she made a move on this legendary man. The world's #1 swordsman is about to make a move now, and it immediately attracts the attention of countless people. Of course, at this time, even the film and television phone used as a shooting began to focus on Hawkeye. Hei Dao Yi, one of the supreme sharp swords, and Hawkeye, because it has been cultivated with armament hockey for many years, the blade is even darker. Of course, this legendary sword is extremely powerful, worthy of the world's #1 swordsman identity of. Looking at Hei Dao Yi, Tashichi's eyes flickered. I want to try the distance between us and that man. Hawkeye's eyes froze, and his already serious look became even more serious. Boom! Hei Dao Yi swung suddenly, and a turquoise slash burst out in an instant. The whole space seemed to turn turquoise, and naval headquarters heard the roar that erupted because of this slash. This slash penetrated the air, tore through the ice, and headed for the Moby D*K. No, it should be said to be heading for Whitebeard. On the other side, Whitebeard, with a confident and relaxed smile on his face, held Kong Yunki, which is also one of the supreme sharp knives, but Blackbeard said that he did not move. Facing Hawkeye's terrifying slash, Whitebeard didn't even bat an eyelid, let alone panic. Of course, the emotions of cowards and weaklings such as panic do not exist at all here in Whitebeard. What a terrifying slash! It's suffocating. Countless people are fearful, and of course there are many sword kings who wish to have the kendo attainment of Hawkeye. Luhaha. Advertisement. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came and reached everyone's ears. Boom. It was Diamond Jazzy and Hawkeye's terrifying slashing attack. The fierce collision made the terrifying combat power unstoppable. While the intense radiance was shining, Diamond Jazzy kept retreating. But as Diamond Chaozi roared, this slash was also thrown into the air and disappeared. It's Diamond Josie, one of the strongest fighters under the Whitebeard Pirates, Paramecia Diamond Fruit ability user, very powerful. The senior captain took Hawkeye's slash, he missed Whitebeard. Marine was a little disappointed, but Hawkeye didn't swing the knife again, he just looked at Whitebeard. Just now, Whitebeard was standing on the Moby D*K, motionless, not even blinking his eyes. How calm is that? Faced with his slash, he doesn't care at all. Sure enough, he is the strongest man in the world, his strength and courage are unimaginable. This is Hawkeye's inner thoughts. Hawkeye, don't you want to open it again? The Diamond Man blocked the blow. Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye, expecting him to strike again, but Hawkeye didn't speak, but put down the knife, showing no intention of making a move. Attack! The members of the Whitebeard pirate group roared, and the captains led the team, and began to rush towards the square in the distance on the ice. All of a sudden, the sound shook the sky. However, Diamond Joes, who had resisted Hawkeye's blow, did not stop, and immediately cracked a huge ice block, lifted it up with his bare hands, and then threw it at Admiral's position. Ignore the majesty of Admiral, the small captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu was furious. Facing the huge black crushed ice, the marines below were stunned. The huge ice would form a shadow. If it fell down, they would not even be able to run. After all, people too much, it's hard to run. And Akainu stood up. Great eruption. After a roar, the terrifying lava rolled and crushed the huge ice. And at this moment, Akainu looked at Whitebeard, and found that after the fleet of Whitebeard pirates, another ship was coming. Perusalino, have you seen that ship? After crushing the huge ice and blasting it out, Akainu was surprised when he thought about attacking Whitebeard next. It's the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru's originally calm face showed a look of shock at this moment. Revolutionary Army? How is this possible? Akainu couldn't believe it, because it was the Ling Bai pirates who were expected to come to naval headquarters, but at this moment, Kizaru said, it was the Revolutionary Army who came. Perusalino, are you sure you read it right? Akainu couldn't see the distance, thanks to the small telescope on Kizaru's body. At this time Kizaru took this telescope to look over. That's right, it's them. Moreover, it's the group of people who came out of Impel Down, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dorag, the Cadre Ivankov, the chief of staff Sabo, and the 4 major army commanders are all there. There is also a very unexpected character Sakazuki. Straw Hat is here. At this moment, Kizaru's tone revealed shock. At this time, on that ship, the strongest fighters of the Revolutionary Army are all there, right? How can the Yellow Ape not be shocked? Hateful. Akainu realizes the seriousness of the matter. Now that the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates are at war, will even the Revolutionary Army join it? Sengoku, did you see the coming ship behind the Whitebeard pirates? Akainu yelled, and Sengoku immediately noticed the ship. Originally, because of Ling Bai's time, he was more or less conditioned. When the ship appeared, Sengoku thought it was Ling Bai and they really appeared. After all, they estimate that the Ling Bai pirates are likely to appear in naval headquarters. At the same time, both Suru Vice Admiral and Garp became nervous. Because of the distance, they didn't see it clearly for a while. But soon, Garp felt bad, because he vaguely saw 2 familiar figures, Rian, Dorag, Luffy, and when Sengoku picked up the binoculars, he saw that Sengoku was not well. All the powerful forces known to the Revolutionary Army, Straw Hat Luffy, Seaman Jinbei are here. This crew, the lineup can be described as very powerful. Advertisement, Ace. I am coming. At this moment, on the ship of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy, standing on the head, held his breath, and shouted at the execution platform in the distance with all his might. Right now, right there, Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace, I am. At the same time, Sabo also shouted. Two voices shook naval headquarters on the spot, Luffy, and Sabo? How is that possible? Sabo, isn't he dead? On the execution platform, Ace was stunned and felt unbelievable. At this moment, he also saw Luffy and Sabo, and the one who had been with him for a long time in Impel Down. Flat day. Luffy, why did you come to save me? Ace burst into tears unconsciously. The Whitebeard pirates, Daddy and the others came to save him, and now, even Luffy even rescued him. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but burst into tears. Today, he felt the love of others in this world, and how self-willed he was before, but now he needs so many people to save him. Ace couldn't help but blame himself very much. Ace, I will definitely save you. Treat everything as someone who stops me from saving you, and blow them all away. Luffy looked serious. Luffy, be careful, and Sabo too. Drago exhorted, looking at the naval headquarters ahead. It seems that the war has just started. This lineup is not small. Dorag feels that things are not simple. Brothers, start joining the battlefield. Drago yelled at the brothers of the Revolutionary Army. Originally he planned to rescue Luffy from Impel Down. After that, he retreated, but what made him helpless was that Luffy and Sabo were determined to save their sworn brother Ace. One was his own son, and the other was his own son. Sabo, Drago could not refuse their request. And to think that if Whitebeard died in battle a new world was involved in a horrific turf grab, that would be terrible. Once Whitebeard, dies, a large area of New World will be vacated. At that time, it will be divided up by various terrifying forces, and the people living on it will also suffer unimaginable. For example, the Fishman Island in the early days of the Great Pirate Era was almost reduced to hell on Earth, and it was because of Whitebeard's later protection that the Fishman Island was able to survive. So for the stability of the New World, in Dorag's view, Whitebeard must not be defeated, Ace must be rescued. Drago looked at Garp in the distance. Rescuing Ace is also the wish of Old Man Garp, but as a Marine, he is not worthy. Soon, the Revolutionary Army also joined the battlefield amidst the shock of countless people. Luffy. You. As for Garp, he covered his head and showed disbelief. If he hadn't seen Luffy, Garp would probably jump down and beat up Drago at this time. This guy, when the father is in such an extremely dangerous moment, would he still bring his son here? And, why did they come here? For this, Garp is going crazy, and now he is the whole third-generation family here. Marine, Revolutionary Army, Pirates, a family of 3. Sengoku, Akainu and the others were so angry that the muscles on their faces kept beating repeatedly, and the anger in their hearts was about to burst out. Jinbei. You? Sengoku felt angry and sad when he saw Jinbei, the hero of the sea, the Revolutionary Army, and the Straw Hat Luffy, who were regarded as the Fishman Island and the symbol of peace for mankind. Attention everyone, Monkey D. Drago, the leader of the world's most vicious criminal Revolutionary Army, has joined the battlefield, and there is also his own son Monkey D. Luffy who bears his criminal blood. The Straw Hat Boys, one of the most evil generations, including the entire Revolutionary Army, all Marines pay attention, our enemies today are not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also the revolution that has newly joined the battlefield. Army and Others, Chapter 69 Dorag and Whitebeard, the Big Uzumaki Spider in action. Revolutionary Army Chief Dorag? And the Straw Hat Boy, one of the most evil generations, is actually his son? Today, almost the entire powerful Revolutionary Army has joined the battlefield. My god, how can we win this battle? The addition of the Revolutionary Army forces immediately made many Marines feel powerless. You must know that the tsunami launched by Whitebeard just now scared countless Marines, and now there is a Revolutionary Army that is not inferior to the forces of the 4 Emperors to join? So, how should they fight Marine? On Sengoku, the relationship between Drago and Luffy was also mentioned, but the relationship between Garp and the two of them was not mentioned, which can be said to be very worthy of Garp. Now Garp's identity is extremely embarrassing. Many Marine generals know about Garp's relationship with Drago and Luffy. Now this family of 3 is actually here. Garp, I won't give you any face this time. My son and grandson are all extremely evil criminals. They deserve to die for provoking righteous people. I should have known that I killed the Straw Hat Boy in the Sabody Archipelago last time. There are not so many things now. Seeing the indomitable Luffy now, Akainu was very angry and jumped directly from the Admiral throne, officially joining the battle. And Kizaru didn't hesitate too much and jumped down too. On the other hand, Aokiji is also fighting with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The other pirates also rushed into the bay, trying to resist the forces of the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates. Admiral, Vice Admiral, and other Marines fought fiercely for a while. Interesting, have you even joined the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard also laughed. After all, he hadn't thought of this at all, and it seemed that even Sengoku and the others couldn't think of it. It can be said that naval headquarters was caught off guard, and now the two forces are fighting against a naval headquarters. And that brat wearing the same straw hat as Luogia is the brother Luffy that Ace mentioned? Whitebeard saw Luffy who was rushing forward with Sabo at this time, and the straw hat behind Luffy especially attracted his attention. That straw hat is too similar to Luogia's. In other words, it was Luogia's at all. Whitebeard, at this moment, Drago appeared on the Moby D *K, and Whitebeard was surprised to see Drago appearing beside him. Are you here to save Ace too? Whitebeard couldn't help being curious. Now that Drago boarded his Moby D *K with such a non-hostile attitude, it obviously explained something. That's right, as for the reason, there is no need to explain too much. And the purpose of our 410 this time is the same. We can become allies for a short time. Hearing what Dorag said, Whitebeard's confidence in the success of this rescue operation subconsciously increased a bit. But, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, you boarded the Moby D*K, you didn't just chat with me, did you? What else is there for? Whitebeard is also shrewd. Drago didn't talk nonsense, and said, Whitebeard, we cooperate in this operation and hope everything goes well. The current situation in New World cannot be without you. At that time, the order of the entire New World may collapse. I feel that Ling Bai pirates will take this opportunity to rise, of course, if you Whitebeard seek and return to the New World safely, everything will be no problem. Drago voiced his concerns. The Ling Bai? The kid who defeated Kaido. That's right, Drago said. That brat, I saw him in Impel Down this morning, he is a very dangerous person. His ambition is estimated to be far beyond his age, and his strength is also far beyond his age. New World recently, because of your incident, too many evil forces are ready to move, and some people have even raised their butcher knives, ready to attack your territory directly when something happens to you. I get it. But, I'm Whitebeard, they're all a bunch of brats, and they're ready to make a move while I'm at war? Whitebeard laughed out loud, extremely confident in himself, he couldn't help bursting out with an aura of arrogance. Whitebeard, just go. After finishing speaking, Drago jumped off the Moby D*K and looked at Luffy's rampage. At this time, Admiral Akainu rushed towards Luffy. This time, Akainu made up his mind to get rid of Luffy, completely kill Luffy here, let alone Garp. Even his grandson became a pirate, so he should be prepared to be executed by justice, and Akainu also felt that, Garp, a marine, let his family go, or, sometimes, he sheltered Luffy the Straw Hat. For example, after the Enies Lobby incident, Akainu knew that Garp went to the capital of Seven Waters to meet his grandson, and finally let them go. Now that the incident is more serious, the 3 members of Monkey's family are all gathered in Marineford, is that okay? Advertisement Akainu already has a lot of opinions on Garp. This time, Luffy is going to be killed anyway, and even Drago if he can. Absolutely cannot let any evil continue to breed and spread in this world. Akainu made up his mind, even if he offends Garp, so what? In fact, Akainu is not afraid of Garp at all, but before going after Luffy, Akainu did not forget his original plan. In order to implement his absolute justice, in Akainu's view, as long as he can get rid of the enemy, even some dirty tricks don't matter. Soon, he found the big Uzumaki spider, and after easily crushing the big Uzumaki spider, Akainu also succeeded in making use of the fact that Whitebeard did not tell the affiliated pirates that Ace has the blood of Luogia, etc., and successfully instigated big Uzumaki spider. At this moment, to the surprise of the Whitebeard pirates, the big Uzumaki spider wielding the sword of the big dutiful son arrives. And Akainu, who was serious about his speech, had a rare smile on his lips. 87,238 The era of great pirates should have ended long ago, and all pirates deserve to die. After instigating the big Uzumaki spider, Akainu immediately went after Luffy. Ace, on the other side, Luffy is still yelling all the way, and Sabo is beside him. The 2 brothers are still in the bay at this time, but after the 2 continue to defeat their opponents, they are getting closer and closer to the entrance of the square. Luffy, be careful, Sabo, you have to be careful too. Luffy and Sabo estimated each other, and I have to say that although the 2 met again today, they cooperated very well. Even Smoker who rushed to stop Luffy was kicked out. Of course, it was Sabo's hand, after all with the careful teaching of Dorag and others. At this time, Dorag has been able to use armament hockey proficiently, and naturally he is not afraid of their elementalization when dealing with Logia-capable people. Straw Hat Boy. Stay here for today. At this moment, a scorching airwave hit Luffy from in front of Luffy and the others. It was a huge lava fist. Great eruption. Akainu's punch was full of dissatisfaction with the Monkey D family. Knowing that this kind of evil flame must not continue to develop, Akainu even ignored the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, but directly attacked Luffy. Go. Boom. Seeing the huge lava fist, Luffy was also stunned, and in the next second, Luffy also quickly dodged, but his speed was not as fast as Akainu's attack speed. If it was 2 seconds faster, it would be okay, although he was not caught Akainu's fist hit directly, but Luffy was still blown out by the aftermath. Luffy. Sabo shouted, very anxious, and wanted to rush to attack Akainu, but was blocked by Smoker. Revolutionary Army, stop here. The 2 collided again. And Ace on the execution platform looked at all this, and couldn't help but feel deeply worried for Luffy. You must know that he is a serious Brokon. In addition to worry, Ace also has anger towards Akainu in his heart. After all, Luffy, he is absolutely not allow others to bully. However, at this time, as a prisoner, he can only be impotently furious. Can't do anything, Luffy. Garp naturally saw this. Akainu focused on taking care of Luffy. How could he not be angry? But what about being angry? He is Marine, and Luffy is a pirate. Akainu is Marine fighting pirates. It is only right and proper for Marine's justice. Garp, you'd better be quiet. Otherwise, don't blame me for being nostalgic. Your grandson, joining this war now is completely self-inflicted. Anyone who hinders this execution today is an enemy. Sengoku scolded Garp angrily. What he is most afraid of now is the explosion of Garp, which is now a time bomb. Otherwise, Garp will really be doomed. Years of Iron Brotherhood make Sengoku absolutely unbearable for Garp to betray justice because of his family. Knowing that the top management of the world government, as well as many celestial dragons, have always been unhappy with Garp, just wait for Garp to make a major mistake, and then it will be cold. BDDF. On the other side, Akainu rushed to Luffy again. The current Luffy, who doesn't even know armament hockey, is even weaker than Ultimate, who can only be crushed by Akainu. Ivankov and Seaman Jinbei became anxious and wanted to rush to protect Luffy, but they were restrained by the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and Gecko Moria respectively, and Sabo was restrained by Smoker. Akainu came, roared, and punched Luffy. The air was distorted by the scorching lava blast. Boom. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, holding back Akainu's lava fist. Dorag. You be asterisk 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 D. The Marine elite back then, and I misread you. Seeing that it was Drago who resisted his blow, Akainu was very angry. You must know that Drago was once a member of Marine, but later defected to Marine and went to the opposite of Marine and the world government. Akainu, this kind of war is meaningless and will only increase unnecessary casualties. Drago appears in front of Akainu, and Luffy escapes just in time. Dark Hound. Akainu didn't want to talk nonsense with Drago, so he punched out directly, and there was even a faint roar from that fist. Akainu's punch was extremely violent. Naturally, Drago also faced it from time to time, with a gust of wind sweeping in his hand, and there was even lightning in the gust of wind. Of course, for Duo Lag, who is a wind and wind fruit capable person, manipulating some thunder and lightning is not a problem. After all, Ant can manipulate thunder and lightning with flames. Advertisement boom. Two equally matched forces collided, and immediately the surrounding area was swept by strong winds, lava splashed in all directions, and the fierce collision made the surrounding pirates dare not approach. This is the collision of two top forces, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the strongest and most serious of the three strongest Marine admirals. This power has scared countless people. Of course, this is just one of the scenes in this war. At this time, the entire Marineford, the tripartite forces, Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Whitebeard, the troubled Shichibukai, and almost everyone else are already in the fight, and Aokiji and Kizaru, who played as bastards in the original book, have to be serious because of the Revolutionary Army. Get up, because today, people from the Revolutionary Army are also very strong opponents. Admiral can crush a Revolutionary Army cadre, but it is not easy for 2 or 3 to go together. Of course, Vice Admiral. They also work very hard. At the same time, Little Oz also appeared to save Ace, but with his huge body and weak combat power, he almost became a giant target that was powerless to resist, especially Dover. Lumingo and Gecko Moria teamed up to take down this giant monster with ease. In the great grief of the Whitebeard pirates and Ace, Ozzy's huge body finally fell down, but it helped the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army march into the square and opened up a road, a plaza raised by a huge steel wall. The entrance was blocked by Ozzy's huge body. Whitebeard pirates, little Ozzy opened the way for us, and we must not let him down. From his body, enter the square and rescue Ace. Whitebeard growled, mourning Ozzy's death. At this time, Whitebeard's roar also made the members of the Whitebeard pirates turn their grief and indignation into strength, and quickly rushed to the square ahead, and the first group of people had already rushed into the square. Victory seems to be just around the corner. Looking at the melee scene below, Sengoku couldn't help but be terrified. The battle here is already the first battle of this scale after the Valley of the Gods incident. In the Valley of Gods incident, the naval headquarters came out in full force, and elite marine combat forces at all levels were also summoned. Tens of thousands of people fought against the powerful Locks pirates, and finally won the battle. Of course, Sengoku also hopes that this time, like the Valley of the Gods incident decades ago, is Marine's victory. However, with the joining of the Revolutionary Army, the balance of victory does not know which one to lean towards. Sengoku's inner unease became more serious. However, Marshal Kong and the others will soon arrive here, and everything can be discussed by then. In this war, only 2 people, Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, need to die. Immortality doesn't mean much. Sengoku comforted himself, trying to calm down his anxiety. And at this moment, Whitebeard was about to really join the battle, but at this moment, the big Uzumaki spider came with a sullen face. At this time, he had already been instigated by Akainu's few words, and after thinking for a long time, he realized that it was Whitebeard who deceived all their brothers who belonged to the pirate group, the Whitebeard Pirates. The regiment and naval headquarters agreed to eliminate their 43 affiliated pirate regiments without moving the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment. What the regiment rescued Ace was also a pretense. And Ace is also the blood of Luogia, whom the big Uzumaki spider hates, and Whitebeard has never told anyone affiliated with the pirates about this matter. The big Uzumaki spiders realized that they were really deceived by Whitebeard. 43 affiliated pirates are very powerful forces in New World. Naval headquarters teamed up with Whitebeard pirates to annihilate them in one fell swoop. At this moment, Whitebeard was completely caught off guard by the knife from the filial son. The big Uzumaki spider completely pierced Whitebeard's chest with the long knife in his hand, and the knife went straight. It was stabbed to the root. It can be seen that the big Uzumaki spider's knife was completely merciless, and it really wanted to let Whitebeard go straight into the ground. But at this moment, everyone was stunned. Whitebeard, many people were paying attention to the whole battle, even though he hadn't made a move yet. And at this moment, a subordinate captain of the Whitebeard pirates actually assassinated Whitebeard? On the other side, Ling Bai, who just came to Marineford, happened to witness this knife of the big Uzumaki spider. Although knowing the development of the original book, Whitebeard was indeed stabbed, but seeing it with his own eyes, Ling Bai was still a little shocked. Captain, what's the matter? Lao Sha was the most shocked. He failed to assassinate Whitebeard many times in his early years, but now Whitebeard was stabbed by his son. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe that Whitebeard would be killed by his own crew? Assassination. And why don't others think so? The same goes for the rest of the crew. Ling Bai's eyes flickered. This is Whitebeard's subordinate, who has produced a filial son. The big Uzumaki spider, Ling Bai knew that this idiot was shaken by Akainu's few words, and even believed that Whitebeard would cooperate with Marine to destroy them. However, Ling Bai also felt that even if there were no big Uzumaki spiders, there would probably be other filial sons. After all, there are too many people in the Whitebeard pirates, a mixed bag. And the others couldn't believe it, and at this moment, in the entire battlefield, people's attention was attracted within a few seconds. The main force also fell into a short-term stop. Horror, disbelief, fear, worry, anger, pride, surprise, etc. all cast their gazes here. Chapter 70 Great Fatherly Love, Ling Bai Takes Action. Daddy, Marco, Ace and the others were stunned, their eyes widened, filled with fear and worry, and they looked at Whitebeard who had already knelt down on one knee in disbelief. Struggling, painful, sweaty face. On the execution platform, Sengoku couldn't believe it when he saw his old enemy like this, and Garp and the others did the same. In the entire battlefield, there were hardly a few people who were not shocked. The 10th big news, Whitebeard, was impaled piercing by the spider Uzumaki, captain of one of the pirates under his command. Sabody Archipelago, people also watched in horror as Whitebeard was stabbed on the screen. Squad, what the hell are you doing? Foil Vista yelled loudly. He couldn't believe that one of the father's cherished sons, the big Uzumaki spider, would do such a cruel thing to his father. Marco was stunned, and at this time the big Uzumaki spider pulled out the shockingly long knife, and Whitebeard's blood was also stained on the blade. Whitebeard's face turned pale all of a sudden. He was already in poor health and almost vomited blood at this moment. In this regard, Akainu, who just had a brief truce with Drago in the distance, showed a successful smile. Although he was not very hopeful, after all, this kind of strategy is actually very inferior. Maybe the big Uzumaki spiderhead is more normal and more loyal to Whitebeard. It will not succeed, but at this moment, the trick has succeeded. Akainu, what a surprise. And at this time, the big Uzumaki spider started to crazily tell how Whitebeard did not tell Ace that he was the blood of Luogia. Whitebeard deceived the affiliated pirates, and wanted to destroy them with naval headquarters. Listen, even Sengoku was confused, they didn't work with Whitebeard at all. But at this moment, Whitebeard carried Kong Yunki towards the big Uzumaki spider. When the big Uzumaki spider desperately thought that Whitebeard was going to kill him, he found himself in a powerful embrace. Stupid son, I love you even so, you, like Ace, are my beloved sons. You have been cheated. When the big Uzumaki spider heard Whitebeard's words, he was stunned and his head exploded. And then, he burst into tears. Father, I'm sorry. Immediately, the large Uzumaki spider burst into tears in Whitebeard's arms. If it were me, I would have killed him long ago. Bullet looked at Whitebeard and the big Uzumaki spider with disdain on his face. Of course, even Ling Bai was the same. Ling Bai is not a person like Whitebeard. If you say Ling Bai, in this world, he only cares about himself, and Momosagi is included. There is no other person that Ling Bai cares about. If Whitebeard treats the big Uzumaki spider like this, Ling Bai can only say that there is only one person in the whole world, and it can only be him, Whitebeard. Whitebeard is worthy of admiration, but in the original book, he ruined himself because of his so-called son. Of course, at this moment, because of Whitebeard's behavior towards the big Uzumaki spider, even if the big Uzumaki spider committed a crime that was absolutely unforgivable in the eyes of other crew members, Whitebeard was able to forgive him. Dad's supreme and great fatherly love instantly cheered everyone up. Rescue Ace, Whitebeard roared, even though he was stabbed, but this time, Whitebeard still yelled very powerfully, and now he looked like a normal person. He couldn't see that he was stabbed at all. You must know that the knife went through the back. Most people's corpses are cold. At this time, Whitebeard also jumped off the Moby D*K, holding Kong Yunki, rushing into the battlefield like a god of war. How dare you say our favorite daddy betrayed us, damn Marine. Does the so-called righteous Marine also play such tricks? Only by defeating Marine can the hatred in our hearts be undone. Rescue Ace. Defeat Marine. Go, Whitebeard Pirates, win. Countless members of the Whitebeard Pirates screamed, and all of a sudden they rushed towards Marineford Square like a bamboo. As long as they rushed into that square, they were one step closer to saving Ace. Advertisement on the Moby D*K. The big Uzumaki spider stopped his tears and got his father's forgiveness, which made him feel even more sorry for his father. At the same time, he was full of hatred for Akainu, and of course he hated himself extremely. As Whitebeard rushed into the battlefield, the flames of war at this moment were finally completely ignited. Hateful. I thought that because of the big Uzumaki spider just now, the entire Whitebeard pirates could be separated, and the Whitebeards would be betrayed, but I never thought that Whitebeard would save me with just a few words, and it seems that the Whitebeard pirates are even more excited now? But thinking that Whitebeard had been stabbed before he actually made a move, even though he was still upset, Akainu was comforted and tasted the sweetness. Today, Whitebeard must die. Whoever blocks my way, die. Akainu, who wanted to kill Luffy, was blocked by Drago at this moment and could only fall into a fierce battle. The storm and lava continued to collide, and the scene was extremely violent. At this moment, Ling Bai and the others also jumped off their boat, and their boat was close to Whitebeard's boat. Even because of the fierce fighting and Whitebeard being stabbed by his son, no one noticed Ling Bai's appearance for a while. Come on, let's perform. The goal has already been agreed. You fight to your heart's content, and everyone is our enemy. Of course, my most important purpose is to keep Whitebeard here, and then enter a new era and completely replace Whitebeard. Of course, in addition to keeping Whitebeard here, Ling Bai also has another purpose, which is to be able to check in at naval headquarters. If it is a special place, this place is special enough. He still needs more power, Ling Bai told everyone again, but Burndee and the Red Earl were not among them. Strictly speaking, they came to naval headquarters this time just by the way, and they did not reach a cooperative relationship with Ling Bai similar to Ling Bai and Bullet, although Bullet is now I have become more and more interested in hanging out with Ling Bai. It's a pity that Kong actually went to work in the world government. The Red Earl watched the fierce battle in the distance, the sound of fighting shook the entire Marineford and even the surrounding waters, but the Red Earl did not find his opponent. Garp really looked down upon the extremely proud Red Earl. He disdained to fight with this kind of those who pick up the leak and let themselves be imprisoned in Impel Down fight, but if Garp takes the initiative to rush over, the Red Earl doesn't mind making a move. And Burndee made it clear that he would fight his old enemy Garp, because he was captured by Garp and the others at the beginning, and Garp contributed the most. At this moment, Ling Bai jumped off the ship, landed on the ice in the distance, and made several consecutive jumps, allowing him to enter the Gulf battlefield. It was much more intense than I imagined, even the Revolutionary Army got involved. Seeing the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and then seeing Dorag who was drinking a kainu, he naturally understood that the Revolutionary Army had joined the war and seemed to be on Whitebeard's side. In addition, Luffy is still the same as the original book, almost rushing to the front, escorted by the She-Monster King and Haishu Jinbei, etc., and a Sabo. At this time, Sabo has suppressed Smoker and returned to Luffy. Together with Luffy, they want to rescue Ace. However, the reason why the Revolutionary Army intervened was largely related to Ling Bai. Hey, Sengoku, he's here. The expression of Crane Vice Admiral next to the execution platform changed in shock. There were so many people on the battlefield, more than 100,000 people in total, it was hard to see, but Suru Vice Admiral saw Ling Bai at this moment, which is not shocking. Ling Bai. Can't go wrong, it's Ling Bai, and behind Ling Bai, there are already his subordinates who are attacking. Xiaohei. What's the matter? Sengoku followed the direction pointed by Crane Vice Admiral and soon found Ling Zong's figure. Sure enough, the battle situation is even more terrifying. What is this guy doing here? Sengoku was also frightened, feeling terrified, and his heart became more uneasy, and those who longed for the world government in their hearts came down quickly. Asking for flowers. Otherwise, their marine would not be able to cope with so many people today. Immediately, Sengoku picked up the phone bug and made an emergency notification. Attention all marines, the villain Ling Bai who killed 3 celestial dragons before is here. Now he is at the bay. This man publicly executed celestial dragons and openly provoked the authority of the government, while also breaking into Impel Down, releases Impel Down criminals. Heinous. Unforgivable. Advertisement. And when Sengoku made an emergency notification, the video phone bug also focused on Ling Bai, and a screen in the Sabody archipelago immediately showed Ling Bai's figure. It was a figure that didn't look powerful, but for many people, especially for pirates and marines, Ling Bai was undoubtedly terrifying. There was an uproar in the Sabody archipelago, and many people felt horrified. Naval headquarters is just executing Fire Fist Ace. No matter how special the identity of Fire Fist Ace is, people have never thought that naval headquarters will break into so many forces this time. Revolutionary Army. Ling Bai pirates, both are extremely powerful forces. I can't imagine how much pressure naval headquarters is under now, and people can't help but sweat for naval headquarters. Whitebeard glanced back at Ling Bai, and then Kong Yunki swung his knife, accompanied by the big knife covering Shockfruit's power. Shushi Marine in front was slapped like a dandelion. 0. That brat, are you here to join in the fun? The leader of the Revolutionary Army said that this brat is very ambitious. And Drago felt deeply afraid of Ling Bai's appearance, especially Akainu. It can be said that there was an overnight feud between him and Ling Bai. If Drago hadn't blocked it, he would have been the first he rushed over, because Ling Bai was the target he wanted to kill. It's here. Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Gecko Moria and other Shichibukai looked at Ling Bai in the distance, and his men also appeared. Sure enough, he will not be absent, and what is his purpose for coming here? Probably has a terrible purpose, otherwise it is estimated that this kind of person would not come here. But Shiji was different. The moment she saw Ling Bai, her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red like a shy girl. Although she is no longer a girl, he actually came. Snake, feeling extremely pleasantly surprised, wanted to go over, but found that she and Ling Bai didn't even know each other. This is her, she doesn't even have a topic to talk to. Boom. Just then, a yellow flash rushed over. Speed is power. Today is a serious day for Kizaru. Originally, the appearance of the Revolutionary Army made him feel a lot of pressure. Now that Ling Bai appeared again, Kizaru was even more stressed. At this moment, Kizaru kicked towards Ling Bai fiercely, and blocked it with his right hand. The ice under his feet seemed to be unable to bear it and cracked. At this time, in this place, you shouldn't appear, Ling Bai. Kizaru's foot hadn't been pulled away, but his right hand was already rubbing a yellow flash bomb, and it hit Ling Bai. But in at this time, Ling Bai stretched out his left hand and patted Kizaru's right hand holding the light bullet. Fantasy killer. The two shot at the same time, but the ball of light that Kizaru didn't release was wiped out by Ling Bai's left hand. Kizaru was horrified, and didn't understand why the light bullet that was about to be released in his hand disappeared as soon as he was touched by Ling Bai. What's going on? When he was puzzled, Kizaru was thrown away by Ling Bai's kick. With this throw, Kizaru was more than 20 meters away. Fantasy Killer erases all superpowers. Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit, which is the category of superpowers, can naturally be erased. Since you're here, don't leave this time. Aokiji also realized the seriousness. This time it was really terrible. The Revolutionary Army and the Ling Bai pirates arrived in Marineford one after another. One step away, and Aokiji charged at Bullet. Chapter 71 Sengoku, I'm going down to deal with that brat first, 1/5. At the moment Aokiji rushed over, a large area of ground froze, and a huge freezing force swept towards Bullet. Come today, just stay here, Naval Headquarters, I will not allow you evil people to run wild. Aokiji looks calm, but he is a little restless in his heart. After all, there are too many heavyweights here today, and it is not so easy to deal with. Aokiji hasn't faced Bullet's level of strength for a long time. And Bullet, as a former member of the Luogia Pirates, was already very strong back then, and now there is no tendency to retreat in strength even after 20 years of downfall in Impel. Naval Headquarters, facing 3 of the 3 strongest forces in the world today, it makes one's scalp tingle just to think about it, but at a glance, those Marines are trembling. If Admiral or other high-level combat forces cannot establish a strong position against them as a role model, these Naval Headquarters naturally easily lose the will to fight. Aokiji, let's see if you can stop me. Bullet punched Aokiji with Armament Hockey's fist, and the speed was so terrifying that there was a gust of punching directly. Boom. 470. The two forces collided with each other, sending out an extremely terrifying force impact, and a wave of air immediately spread in all directions. The ground that turned into ice also collapsed due to the impact of this force. And the two were holding each other knowing that nearly 10 seconds later, the two forces shook each other away. Aokiji looked at Bullet, stepped on his right foot and rushed out again, knowing that this was the beginning. After all, as an existence of Bullet's level, if he could not form a crushing force, it would be almost difficult to defeat him in a short time. And even if you can defeat the opponent, the price is to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Even Bullet hasn't used his Devil Fruit ability yet, but Ling Bai feels that Bullet's ability is suitable for sweeping, but not suitable for dealing with powerful opponents. The target is the same, and it is also extremely inflexible when moving. Ling Bai also told Bullet about this matter, and Ling Bai also said that he may be able to awaken his ability recently. Of course Bullet doesn't know what basis Ling Bai has for this. 2 thorny spears. Aokiji called out a move name in a low voice, and 4 spears made of frozen ice appeared on both sides of his shoulders, and shot out like arrows in the next second. Bang! Bullet swung his fists at the same time, and the ice weapon attacked by the opponent shattered. Frozen time capsule. At the moment of releasing the ice spear, Aokiji immediately released the freezing ability that rushed straight from the ground, knowing that the simple ice spear could not hurt Bullet, so Aokiji needed to carry out various attacks non-stop. The next moment, Bullet's feet were frozen, but just when Aokiji was a little excited, Bullet's feet tensed, and the ice shattered directly. Lala, can't I freeze you? Aokiji was a little surprised. My physical strength cannot be simply frozen by ice like yours. Bullet sneered, and in the next second, both of them rushed towards each other, and a round of fighting officially began. The camera turned to the other side, and Kizaru was quite surprised that his own light bullet was eliminated by Ling Bai before it was released, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. What's going on? His abilities are useless. Advertisement. However, Kizaru still rushed forward, and at the same time he rushed towards Ling Bai. He threw his right leg towards Ling Bai, and then released a light bullet, which exploded towards Ling Bai. This kind of light bullet is similar to a football, small in size, but powerful enough to blow up a house. But Ling Bai smiled at this kind of light bullet, but rushed towards the opponent, blessed Fantasy Killer's left hand, and slapped the light bullet, easily eliminating the light bullet. Hey, what's going on? Kizaru was even more surprised, and was eliminated again. Kizaru can't help but be surprised. At this moment, Ling Bai also rushed towards Kizaru, and took Armament Hockey's right leg to chop at the opponent. The speed was so fast that Kizaru could only resist hard, but could not dodge. Boom! Kizaru defended with his hands crossed. When Ling Bai's right leg struck his hands, Kizaru felt like a mountain was pressing down. With Kizaru as the center, the ground within a radius of 10 meters exploded violently. Smash on the spot. What's with this power? It feels stronger than before. So strong. Kizaru was terrified. Obviously Ling Bai's power was more terrifying than when he was in the Sabody archipelago. You must know that now Ling Bai is obviously using the power of his body, but the power of his body is so powerful, which makes Kizaru feel very uncomfortable. After all, this power was pressed from top to bottom. Just now, Kizaru almost knelt down before he was fully prepared. That brat. Is it so powerful? Sengoku on the execution platform was sweating all over his face. He was terrified by Ling Bai's appearance and his current strength. When he was at Ling Bai's age, or 3 Admirals' age, he was not at Ling Bai's level at all. Is this guy a born monster? Moreover, Marine is facing 3 powerful forces this time, which makes them how to fight. Boom. Ling Bai pressed hard with his right leg, and Kizaru was blown out on the spot, and Kizaru stopped after several somersaults in a row. Strange power. Coupled with this power, this guy is really stronger. Kizaru's face became extremely serious, and it was incomparable to the B************** D in the original book. At this time, Ling Bai attacked again, punching Armament Hockey. Kizaru passively countered, and the impact brought by the two forces caused the surrounding ground to collapse. On the other hand, Kizaru released a bullet-sized laser with his fingers, but was eliminated by Ling Bai again with his left hand. What's the matter with your hand? Now Kizaru has been eliminated 3 times by Ling Bai, which has to make Kizaru fearful. He doesn't understand what happened, and the unknown ability makes Kizaru feel quite tricky. He is clearly using the ability of Sparkling Fruit, but as long as Ling Bai's left hand touches it, the ability will be blocked. Unknown and scary. What do you think? Ling Bai punched again and landed on Kizaru's face. There was a muffled sound, which made Kizaru feel sharp pain. Fortunately, Ling Bai's fist didn't land on his eyes, otherwise his glasses would have exploded up. But the power of Ling Bai's punch made Kizaru feel as if his cheekbones were going to be split, which is definitely not a good feeling. Advertisement boom. At this time, Ling Bai's right leg attacked, and the huge force was released immediately, and the air was rubbed into a wave of wind and waves. This is entirely Ling Bai's strange power, and when fighting Logia ability users, Ling Bai consciously blesses armament hockey, so naturally he can easily attack Kizaru. And Kizaru also collided with Ling Bai with his feet. What makes Kizaru feel very troublesome is that Ling Bai's unknown ability, somehow, can eliminate the light bullets he released, and on the other hand, Ling Bai, whether it is Bai's punch or the force released with his legs, it is extremely terrifying. It's like having a super terrifying strange power. And many more, not as if, just have a monster. Kizaru felt his scalp tingling, because Ling Bai's figure looked thinner than Aokiji, the thinnest of the 3 admirals, but he actually possessed such terrifying power. With an astonishing sound, Sengoku, who almost focused most of his attention on Ling Bai and Kizaru, was blown away by the yellow monkey. He was kicked by Ling Bai and flew to the wall where Marine faced the naval headquarters building, that is, the wall on the side entering the square. The huge impact seemed to make this steel wall explode. It hurts. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Kizaru fell from the wall to the ground, because Ling Bai used armament hockey's attack, so when Kizaru fell on the wall, he directly wiped it with his body, instead of falling in an elemental state, plus Ling Bai's great strength can be imagined. Anyway, it is very painful, it feels like the bones are going to go. Perusalino. Sengoku frowned. Today is the first time he really saw Ling Bai, and now Ling Bai has not used his own ability, just attacking Kizaru with physical skills. You must know that although Kizaru is a 0.4 powerful Logia ability user, although his physical skills are not as good as Garp, who specializes in physical skills, he is still very terrifying. However, Kizaru was blown away just like that. Sengoku can also see that today Kizaru has changed his usual attitude and is serious, so he didn't play tricks on Ling Bai when he played against Ling Bai just now. All I can say is, Ling Bai is too strong. Sengoku, those guys are here, it's not easy. Suru Vice Admiral reminded, and at this time Suru Vice Admiral's complexion was also very dignified. Xiaohei, this execution may not go smoothly, and it will not be easy to win. I hope Marshal Kong, get here quickly, to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and our naval headquarters. Now add Ling Bai and this group of villains. Sengoku felt like vomiting blood. War has been beyond imagination. Sengoku, I'll go down and deal with that brat first. Crane Vice Admiral jumped off the execution platform after finishing speaking. As a legendary marine of the same period as Garp and Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral's strength will naturally not be weak. Chapter 72. The Crane That Shot. Invalid Ability? 2/5. Little Devil. Naval Headquarters, I won't allow you to run wild here. Crane Vice Admiral is here. Ling Bai only saw an old woman. To be honest, he Vice Admiral looks like an old woman who looks so ordinary that she can no longer be ordinary, but Ling Bai knows that this woman can scare Doflamingo into a panic and chase him out of his mind. The Shadow Woman is probably one of the 2 most feared characters in Doflamingo. Another natural is Kaido of the Beasts. The legendary marine, how about mixed doubles with Kizaru? Ling Bai is smiling, and looks harmless to humans and animals, making it impossible for people to feel that he is actually a villain. When Crane Vice Admiral attacked, Kizaru also activated the movement speed of Sparkling Fruit, and came here at a desperate speed. To keep you here, no matter what method is used to fight, the purpose is the same. For justice. Crane Vice Admiral's stooped and seemingly extremely thin body, but his speed is faster than the 6-style shaving of many powerful marines. Seeing Crane Vice Admiral attacking with his right hand, as if he was about to slap Ling Bai knew that this was Crane Vice Admiral's gesture to activate her Washing Fruit ability. The ability to wash fruit, in Ling Bai's perception, is a rather troublesome ability. Wash away the evil in your heart. Evil brat. Crane's tone is calm. You must know that today's supernovas, old and new supernovas combined, may not be as difficult as Ling Bai. Even Crane Vice Admiral now feels that the 13 three-party forces in Marineford, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Ling Bai Pirate Group, may be the 2 pirate groups that Marine should focus on. Especially Ling Bai, who is rapidly growing into a powerful pirate force in New World. There are not many crew members, but absolutely none of them are easy to deal with. Want to cleanse me of my sins, Crane Vice Admiral? With a calm expression, Ling Bai attacked Vice Admiral's right hand with his left hand blessed with Fantasy Killer's ability. HMPH, probably this brat doesn't know my abilities. How dare you touch my hand directly? Crane Vice Admiral is extremely confident in her ability. As a special paramecia, her ability is known to everyone who has fought against her or knows her. The ability to wash fruits is weird and terrifying. You cause direct damage, but it can make you lose the ability to resist directly, and can easily wash you as thin as a piece of paper, and then hang you up like clothes. Ling Bai knows the ability of Crane Vice Admiral, This old woman can wash anything, including people and even other objects, and the people or objects washed will lose their original shape and become like freshly dried clothes. The washed living body will lose its strength and cannot move freely, and even the mind will be slightly washed. The evil heart will also become a little bit more tricky ability. If one fails, even the strong will inevitably fall for it. Very good. Crane Vice Admiral has taken action. It seems that the odds of winning against this brat are great. However, that hand. Kizaru watched Ling Bai's left hand and Crane Vice Admiral's right touch together, but the familiar scene did not happen. For example, Ling Bai was washed once by Crane Vice Admiral's ability, and then lost the ability to resist. Advertisement. The weird thing is that this didn't happen. What happened? As for the person involved, he was surprised, because she had already activated her ability, but when she touched Ling Bai's left hand, the ability gathered in her right hand disappeared. Your abilities are useless to me. Ling Bai smiled confidently, even with a disdainful tone. I have to say that the ability of Crane Vice Admiral is naturally powerful. If Ling Bai does not have the ability of Fantasy Killer, he really needs to be afraid of Crane Vice Admiral, but now, it is obviously not necessary, because as long as Ling Bai pay attention to Bai, just eliminate the washing fruit ability released by Vice Admiral in time. Crane Vice Admiral, his left hand is weird. Just now, the old man has been attacked by the elimination ability 3 times. Kizaru reminded from behind, and at the same time came over in a flash. Speed is power. A long leg, with the strongest strength, Kizaru slashed down with one kick. Ling Bai also did a somersault, and also slashed at Kizaru's right leg with his right leg. Immediately afterwards, I felt a numb pain coming from my right leg, centering on the collision of my 2 legs. An astonishing wind and waves swept up, and the ice below was crushed by the terrifying shockwave. Good chance. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Ling Bai and Kizaru's fight, Crane rushed to Ling Bai to release the ability to wash the fruits again. The ability of Crane Vice Admiral can only be released by touching the opponent with his hands, just like the principle of splashing water. As long as you release that power, even if Ling Bai just touches a part of it, you won't feel it. She is an iron triangle fighting side by side with Garp Sengoku and the others. She can fight together with these 2 top marines for decades. How can her ability and combat effectiveness be ordinary? Ling Bai's hand fell to the ground, and an ice wall burst up on the ground in an instant, resisting the release of the crane's ability. Don't underestimate me either. Ling Bai glanced at the crane, and a huge icicle exploded from the ground on the other side, pushing Kizaru hard into the air. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's left hand fell on the ice wall, and an ice pick burst out instantly, shooting towards the crane unexpectedly. Not good. Crane Vice Admiral quickly crossed his hands, and covered armament hockey on his hands. The top of the ice pick happened to hit the place where Crane Vice Admiral's hands were crossed. Although Crane Vice Admiral defended the attack, Crane Vice Admiral was still defeated, pushed out. This kid's ability is really hard to deal with. Crane Vice Admiral thought of Aokiji's ability. You must know that she was the one who pulled Aokiji into Marine back then. As for Aokiji's ability, the person who is most familiar with his ability can be said to be Suru Vice Admiral besides Aokiji himself. Seeing the freezing ability used by Ling Bai at this time, Crane Vice Admiral obviously felt that this freezing ability was more difficult than Aokiji's, or in terms of aggressiveness, Aokiji's frozen fruit was not developed in the same direction as Ling Bai ability of the same type is more aggressive. Call out. But Ling Bai took advantage of the victory to pursue. A dodge appeared in the sky above the crane, and then pressed down with a kick. Advertisement, I'm sorry, although it's wrong to hit an old lady, but I can't treat you as an old lady after all. You. Before Crane could respond in time, Ling Bai's foot had already pressed her stomach. Boom. In the next second, Crane Vice Admiral felt severe pain from his stomach, and in the next second, Crane Vice Admiral was smashed on the ice without any suspense, smashing the ice out of a hole. It's not a very moral behavior to beat even the elderly. Kizaru, who hurried over, made a joke. Sky Cloud Sword. Kizaru quickly pulled out a lightsaber and slashed at Ling Bai. After Ling Bai blocked it with his left hand covered with armament hockey, an ice katana covered with armament hockey appeared on his right hand. Ling Bai held the ice sword in his hand. After the takedown, a powerful aura erupted from the whole body. Huh? Swordsman? Kizaru was surprised, and hurriedly backed away more than 10 meters. At this time, Kizaru looked at Ling Bai in front of him, and he had to say that after the ice skate covered by armament hockey appeared in Ling Bai's hand just now, his whole aura changed. Like a mighty swordsman. This half of Kizaru can be said to have fought countless battles, and the opponent naturally has no shortage of powerful swordsmen. The well-informed Kizaru can naturally see that the aura of Ling Bai at this time is a powerful swordsman's aura. Guess right, Kizaru, let me split your Sky Zongyun sword in half. Ling Bai rushed up and collided with Kizaru's Tianzongyun sword. After all, he had fought against many swordsmen, so Kizaru held the Tianzongyun sword in his hand and fought against a real swordsman like Ling Bai. Still looks the same. Swordsman. And it doesn't look ordinary. Regarding the appearance of Ling Bai, this powerful existence who has been in the limelight recently, Hawkeye naturally pays attention to Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai had obviously turned into a swordsman, and in the eyes of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, Ling Bai's swordsmanship seemed not so simple. Hawkeye was a little puzzled. While dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, he naturally also paid attention to Ling Bai. That woman, Crane, was crushed naturally and easily. No, anyway, she suffered a loss not long after she first appeared on the stage, and she couldn't get any advantage at all. Now this Ling Bai has shown a new ability, swordsmanship. Is there a way of swordsmanship? I don't know the specific situation. Doflamingo paid attention to Ling Bai's battle situation when the woman he was most afraid of and feared the most, and now he is in a state of fishing in troubled waters, but none of the Shichibukai present are serious, and they really don't have to do it for Marine. The mission is to fight desperately with the enemies present. Swordsman. The crane that came out of the big pit was a little dignified. Seeing that the black knife in Ling Bai's hand was wrapped in a strange dark red airflow, the crane felt that something was wrong. As for Ling Bai, as he already possesses the strength of a great swordsman, facing Kizaru, who uses the Tianzongyun sword as a stick, his kendo is of course underwhelming. Chapter 73 World Government dispatches top combat forces, 3/5. So strong. On the execution platform, the people who watched Ling Bai and Kizaru fight were not only Sengoku, but also Ace with the Fire Fist. At this time, Ace looked at Ling Bai, and couldn't imagine that a boy who looked younger than himself had such terrifying power. Even if he fought against Kizaru, he would not be defeated at all. Even Crane Vice Admiral, one of the 3 legendary Marines of Naval Headquarters, has already made a move, but he can't get benefits from Ling Bai, which shows how powerful Ling Bai is. If I had this great power, then what does teach? Ace can't help but feel a huge amount of self-reproach towards himself, now that he has fallen into such a situation. He even has to drag down the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing more and more Whitebeard Pirates fall to the ground from the execution platform, some had their arms and legs broken, some were stabbed to death, and some were beheaded. One can imagine the pain and discomfort in Ace's heart. He felt that if he hadn't been self-willed and not strong enough, he wouldn't be doing it now. That's it. Why is someone younger than me, but has so many power zones? Ace has huge doubts about himself. On the other hand, Sengoku's attention is almost all on Ling Bai, and now Ling Bai's strength is beyond his expectations. There's more swordsmanship. This brat is really hiding deep enough. Besides, why did Xiaohei use his ability just now? Why did it have no effect on him? That kind of ability, even if I dare not directly touch it with my hands. At this time, Sengoku is puzzled and full of fear. It is Ling Bai who appeared out of thin air, mysterious and powerful, and the mystery is not only reflected in Ling Bai's life experience, but also in Ling Bai's ability and strength. Sengoku feels that Ling Bai is the most difficult person in Marineford today, or second only to Whitebeard. And, are there 2 guys watching? Those 2 came out of Impel Down? At this time, Sengoku also noticed that on the ship of the Ling Bai pirates, there were 2 old men looking at the battlefield, just like Sengoku is looking at the battlefield now. Although the 2 of them are very old and unfamiliar to Sengoku, after all, they have not seen them for decades. If Sengoku knew that they had been released from Impel Down by Ling Bai today, even if they appeared in front of Sengoku, Sengoku may not be able to recognize them immediately. But it is undeniable that even if they stand there, they can't make people feel that they are weak. They are still a breath of strong people. Time bomb. Sengoku was filled with fear. In today's execution operation, Naval Headquarters has to face too many enemies. The weak ones are nothing, but there are many strong ones. The 3 parties all have extremely powerful combat power here. Relatively speaking, Naval Headquarters is relatively weak. The camera turns to Sabody Archipelago. At this time, the huge square is already full of people. Everyone is paying attention to this war. After all, it is the crying children who usually stand here, and they dare not make a sound, such as those as the adults said. Whether the world will still exist tomorrow is a question. Whether it is ordinary people, Marine family members, nobles, or pirates, it is impossible not to pay attention to Marineford today. In Marineford, many people die every minute. The number of Marines plus the number of pirates, the number of people gathered in Marineford at this time is nearly 150,000 people. With such a huge scale, people will feel like their eardrums will explode when they roar. Reporters don't know how many important news are recorded. Tomorrow or today, when the war ends, the news will be conveyed to the whole world at the first time. At that time, the world will know all the battle situation, but many people, except pirates, will subconsciously hope the winner of the war is Marine. Whitebeard must die. Fire Fist Ace must die too. This is the voice of countless people. Luogia, I didn't expect you to leave your blood alive. Rayleigh is drinking. Recalling the past, after the Luogia pirates disbanded, Rayleigh could not know Luogia's whereabouts. Although Rayleigh knew that Luogia would surrender, after all, it was for Raftel's secret to let more people know, so choose to sacrifice yourself. However, as Luogia's closest crew member, or other people don't know, Luogia will have offspring. After disbanding the Luogia pirate group, he went to South Blue and combined with the woman of the D clan to give birth to Fire Fist Ace, and become a crew member of Whitebeard. Rayleigh didn't know about this, but Rayleigh didn't think about going to Marineford. After all, he had nothing to do now. Advertisement. The Revolutionary Army is here, plus the Whitebeard Pirates. With this lineup, there should be no problem in rescuing Ace, right? But what do those guys from Ling Bai mean? Rayleigh was most puzzled by the appearance of Ling Bai and the others. Ling Bai would not be a peaceful person. Could it be that he was going to save Ace? Rayleigh couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, Ling Bai's appearance would not be a good thing. Just like last time, Rayleigh later learned from Tyrant Bear that Ling Bai prevented Tyrant Bear from saving Luffy, so will Ling Bai save Ace now? No, that guy, I feel stronger and stronger. Kid and other supernovas paid too much attention to Ling Bai's battle. At this time, Ling Bai was fighting Kizaru, and it was a kendo battle, but Kizaru obviously didn't have the upper hand. For the pirates of the same class, the strength of supernovas is basically not much different, but Ling Bai of the same class is so powerful. The picture of Kizaru crushing them before is still fresh in my memory, and the pain still seems to be aching, and now Kizaru is unable to reap the benefits in the process of fighting Ling's son. I have to say, Ling Bai is very strong, and the Supernovas, as the most powerful young pirates in the first half of the Grand Line today, inevitably compare Ling Bai with themselves. However, what they don't know is that the gap between them and Ling Bai is almost a dimensional gap. It is a gap that cannot be made up even if they practice day and night. If he leaves naval headquarters alive today, to the New World, I will beat him. Kid, who has never been crushed by Kizaru, is naturally extremely confident. In addition, he himself has always been arrogant, and since he became a pirate, he has never had a record of defeat, which makes Kid feel that he is not too far from the top of the world. On the other side, just 3 kilometers away from naval headquarters, the Marineford Island can already be seen from such a distance at this time, and various sounds such as fighting and explosions have already been transmitted here. A warship is here, sailing rapidly to Marineford. And the people on the warship are the reinforcements who came down from Mariajoy. Commander-in-Chief Kong. The strongest CPO guy. They are already part of the top combat power of the world government, and of course they are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the background of the entire world government. These two men, although Kong is a 90-year-old man, but as a physical practitioner, his body is extremely strong and healthy, and he has no skin diseases. Now his strength is still online, even if his strength has regressed a little, but for Admiral level the combat power is still not a problem, although it will not be defeated, but a tie is definitely not a problem. And the other person, the highest chief of the CPO, is also the strongest person in this organization, and also a top-level expert with Admiral level combat power. It doesn't take a lot of people to have a strong combat power. He is now about 50 years old, with various indicators of strength and body. All in peak condition. In addition to the 2 heavyweight masters, there are also 2 combat powers brought by Kong that are not inferior to the elite vice admiral, and there are also 5 CPO members. Those who can become members of this organization are all strong. Almost. Looking at the naval headquarters in front of him, Kong stared forward with firm eyes. Suppress those evil people no matter what. Naval headquarters, a sacred place that is a symbol of peace and justice in the era of great pirates, absolutely does not allow them to run wild. Moreover, this execution operation, which is of great significance to the era of great pirates, must definitely proceed smoothly. According to 5 Elders' last instruction, if the execution is prevented and the normal procedure cannot be carried out, then no matter what, use special means to kill Fire Fist Ace. This is one of the most important tasks today. Luojia's bloodline must die. Fire Fist Ace, send him down to meet Luojia. Only the death of Fire Fist Ace can prove that the execution has been won. Also, best of all, Whitebeard stays here too. Be sure to stay here, sleep in vain. Advertisement. Remembering the words of the 5 Elders, Kong's eyes were firm. I don't know what's going on with the battle. Guy stood next to Kong, but he didn't expect that this time it was time for the top Marines to cooperate with the strongest CPO. Action must succeed. That's right, this coming warship has a strong combat power to help out, and this is unknown to the people at Marineford. Shot back to Marineford. At this point, with time running out, and Whitebeard their onslaught. More and more people have packed into Marineford's huge square. Ace. Finally one step closer. Luffy, Sabo and others looked at Ace on the execution platform in front of them, and they were inevitably excited. Soon, they will rescue Ace. Luffy. Sabo. Ace touched ultimate, and today he felt the deep love of the world for him. Papa, be careful. Ace yelled, and many Marines stabbed Whitebeard's body with knives. Not only Ace, but other members of the Whitebeard pirates also shouted anxiously. After entering the square, Marine rushed up desperately and launched a fierce attack on Whitebeard. After Whitebeard was stabbed by the big Uzumaki spider before, although Whitebeard didn't seem to have any problems at first, as time went by, Whitebeard, who kept making shots, Li Nuo Jiao, obviously showed a gesture of powerlessness. The legend is old. Marine is even more excited to think that Whitebeard is usually living off the bottle and drugs. Focus on Whitebeard. Whitebeard is old. Soon, our Marine can achieve a complete victory. Sengoku cheered loudly for the Marines, and seeing that Whitebeard was stabbed several times at one time, he became even more excited. And Sengoku's cheering method, although only 2 words, did play a huge role. Facing Whitebeard, more and more Marines flocked to kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard has offered a reward of more than 5 billion Baileys. If they can kill Whitebeard, how much reward can they get, and how many positions can they be promoted? Facing the temptation of huge interests, the righteous Marine also had to be moved. This level is far from a slave. Kong Yunki, the supreme sharp knife that covered Shockfruit's power, swung it out, the atmosphere collapsed, and violent vibrations swept across. Countless Marines were photographed like dandelions, and the Marines hanging on Whitebeard's body were all blown away. Go out. Lousy is, Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared, and the surrounding Marines didn't dare to approach him for a while. Daddy. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group quickly surrounded Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard's body, from the chest to the stomach, had been injured many times. Papa, be careful. My beloved sons, this level is still far from me. Go save Ace. Chapter 74. Lousy is Whitebeard. Tricky Ling Bai, 4/5. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki, one of the supreme sharp knives, and swung the knife covered with powerful shock fruit power. The atmosphere in front of him immediately burst open, and the huge shock force. As if having the effect of distorting space, a huge wave of wind and waves was swept up, and countless Marines were swept away in an instant, as powerless as dandelions. Monster. Even if you are injured, you still have this level of strength, and you still don't have the slightest tendency to fall down. Whitebeard. A legendary monster. Countless Marines looked at the Whitebeard in front of him who was sweeping around in all directions with Kong Yunchi, like an immortal god of war. Invincible in this square, even after enduring the deadly knife from the big Uzumaki spider and the stabbing of 7 Marines. The 7 knives of the body, but today's Whitebeard is still standing tall, with a height of more than 6 meters, like a little giant. It makes countless Marines daunting, and it also encourages the Whitebeard pirates. In the eyes of countless Marines, the word most often used to describe Whitebeard is probably the word monster. And Whitebeard is undoubtedly the monster of monsters. Whitebeard. Sengoku's eyebrows jumped straight, knowing that Whitebeard is very pervert. Those ordinary Marines are almost going to die against Whitebeard, and now there is no top combat power to fight against Whitebeard. That's right, that's it. But looking at the situation of Whitebeard, it will not be too good. Too many ants will drag down the elephant to death. What's more, thanks to the big Uzumaki spider's knife, Whitebeard didn't seem to have any problems at first, but as time went by and Whitebeard continued to use his abilities and move his body a lot, and Whitebeard's old illness relapsed, this undoubtedly has dragged down Whitebeard's body. 3 Admiral and Crane Vice Admiral go to contain other powerful enemies. And Garp is still at the execution stand. To be honest, Sengoku didn't expect Garp to be able to take action in this war, and in Sengoku's heart, I just pray that the cassette will not disturb, and that 197 executions will be carried out. After all, Sengoku also knows who is being executed now. Fire Fist Ace, the position in Garp's heart, is not inferior to his grandson Luffy. After all, Fire Fist Ace was raised by Garp. Sengoku also thought of Don Quixote Rocinante, who was regarded as his son, that is Doflamingo's younger brother. Sengoku can understand the emotion in Garp's heart. However, as a Marine, and among the Marines, he is more influential than the 3 admirals. His actions will even directly affect the morale of the Marines. Now if Garp shows any behavior of disloyalty to the Marines, it will be terrible, so Sengoku only prays that Garp is here to stand and wait for the execution to be over, and as for Garp to take action, Sengoku hardly counts on it. And Sengoku is also looking at Garp, although extremely unreliable, but this man is also one of the few good friends of his Sengoku. He has fought side by side countless times. Whitebeard, die. The camera turns to Whitebeard, a passerby general roars and rushes towards Whitebeard, and at the same time swings a huge battle axe to attack Whitebeard. How huge the battle axe is, and what great power it carries. Whitebeard, on the other hand, looked calm and slashed at it without hesitation. Boom. There was a huge impact. Kong Yunki collided with the battle axe. Whitebeard's huge strength split the battle axe without any suspense, and almost made the battle axe break free from the giant Marine. What? Feeling the terrifying power of Whitebeard, even that Kong Yunki didn't bless the power of Shock Fruit at this time. Giant Marine was shocked, and at this moment, Whitebeard jumped in front of the giant Marine, and then punched the giant Marine's head. That fist covered the power of Shock Fruit. Even the giant Marine's head had a steel hood, but Whitebeard this punch directly caused the giant Marine to have a concussion, as if it was about to burst open, and the blood of course exploded out. Boom, BDDI. The giant Marine fell to the ground. It was just a blow from Whitebeard. And the giant Marine fell to the ground and there was no movement immediately. One can imagine the terrifying fighting power of Whitebeard. Little ghost, let's go back to the 4 seas and catch the little pirate. Advertisement, lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard yelled and fell to the ground, cracking the ground. Daddy. At this time, Marco came and resisted a sneak attack from the Marine behind Whitebeard and easily solved the Marine. Today's Summit War is completely different from the original Summit War. The admirals contain the Whitebeard pirates. You must know that the admirals are unable to take care of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu vs Drago, Kizaru vs Ling Bai, Aokiji vs Bullet. The configuration of combat power is like this, that is, the vice admirals are resisting the Whitebeard pirates. Damn Whitebeard, those Shichibukai are. Seeing Whitebeard crushing a giant Marine with ease, Sengoku was angry but helpless. As Martial Marine, he was the last line of defense in this public execution, and he could not leave the execution platform. And Sengoku looked at the Shichibukai again. With Hawkeye as the strongest of the Shichibukai, he is dealing with the little ones of the Whitebeard pirates. And Boa Hancock, in the indiscriminate attack, that is, whether it is a Marine or a pirate, she attacks. She is indeed the most willful woman in the world. Doflamingo, already in line with Klockedar, accidentally made a few gestures. Tyrant Bear. Wait a minute, Tyrant Bear is gone. Sengoku didn't notice that the Tyrant Bear just said a few words to Dorag at the moment Dorag was beaten by Akainu and left, but now, it's time for the pacifists to take action. As for Gecko Moria, after seeing the enemy Straw Hat Luffy, he wanted to kill Luffy, but was blocked by Haishu Jinbei. Shichibukai are powerful, but Sengoku feels they are really not that reliable. As Akainu thinks, Shichibukai are still pirates in essence, they look at their own interests, not your Marine's interests. Sengoku feels very headache about the actions of the Shichibukai now. On the other side, Senmomomaru has led the pacifists to the stage, and everyone present, except Marine and Shichibukai, is their target of attack. PX.1. PX.10, destroy all enemies. With only one hand left, Zhang Taowen shouted orders, look towards Ling Bai. He saw Ling Bai and the others, saw the enemy. Zhang Taowen was naturally very angry, with resentment towards the enemy. He directly led the pacifists advanced in one fell swoop and attacked Ling Bai, not because he didn't see Shiryu of the Rain, but, as the boss of Shiryu of the Rain, Ling must bear the revenge of the war. This is a personal enmity, but for this war and Ling Bai's identity, this kind of personal enmity is nothing. Zon Taowen, attack. 10 pacifists sweep everything. As long as you don't face a powerful opponent, there is no doubt about it. Straw Hat. PX.1, attack him. Seeing the Straw Hat Luffy rushing towards him, Zon Momomaru immediately became angry, and directly ordered a pacifist to attack. Boom. What? Luffy screamed and was blown up on the spot. Today's Luffy is not the Luffy 2 years after the original book. Back then, Luffy could easily kill pacifists, but now he can only be killed by pacifists. So Luffy was instantly blown away. Galactic Wink. Advertisement. Hip-hop. Ivankov shot immediately, blowing up a pacifist with one blow. And Sabo also rushed to repel the pacifists one by one, but he couldn't let the pacifists be destroyed. Revolutionary Army. In order to build a so-called beautiful world, are you ridiculously helping the Whitebeard pirates? Zon Taowen couldn't help laughing. Ace must be rescued. Sabo stopped talking nonsense with Zon Taomaru, and he ignored Zon Taomaru's attack. But at this time, Zon Taowen grasped the tomahawk with both hands and slashed at Sabo with one axe. With the help of Vegapunk, Zon Taowen, who had lost his arm, had already installed a mechanical arm, which was similar to that of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, that is, Seastone's mechanical arm is installed. With such a mechanical arm, Zon Taomaru will not have any problems before facing the capable person. Seastone. The battle axe slashed at Sabo, although it didn't hit Sabo directly, but Sabo who dodged was blown out. Revolutionary Army, if you want to rescue Fire Fist Ace, step on my corpse. Zon Taowen was very angry, and wanted to attack Ling Bai and others, but now he bumped into Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and it would be a great credit if he killed the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Immediately, without any hesitation, Zon Momomaru ordered 6 pacifists to attack the Whitebeard pirates, and the other 4 pacifists to besiege Straw Hat Luffy and the Revolutionary Army. Ace. Damn, how come there are so many tyrant bears? Being blown away by the tyrant bear again, and at a farther distance from Ace, this made Luffy very upset. At the same time, he also knew that time was passing by every minute, and the execution time of Ace was getting closer and closer. He must hurry up. Now, Luffy found that there were 2 tyrant bears standing in front of him, and there were yellow flashes in their mouths. Passing Luffy should be glad that this is just a pacifist. If they had the strength of a real tyrant bear, Luffy would have been gone long ago. It will definitely not be so easy to release Ace, although Sabo has already stolen the key to unlock the Seastone on Ace, and even if there is no such moment, the lightning among the Revolutionary Army cadres can also cut the Seastone shackles. After all, the Seastone shackles on him before were cut by lightning with his ability. So, as long as they can get close to Ace, they can release Ace. But this action is not destined to be so simple. On one side, the battle between Kizaru and Ling Bai. Kizaru, who is holding the Sky Zongyun sword, has a move that is not even a kendo. Against a real swordsman like Ling Bai, he can only suffer. The speed of the two swinging their knives is extremely fast. The naked eye can only see the afterimages of the two weapons. Only by relying on observation haki can we see the trajectory of the two tones, and Kizaru is the sparkling fruit with the fastest speed. What a troublesome guy. As soon as Ling Bai slashed, Kizaru's hands vibrated, and the Tien Zongyun sword almost broke free from his hands. Ling Bai's strength is very strong, and that kind of simple arm strength is terrifying, almost relying on brute force to make him. Kizaru was losing ground. I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so powerful? Kizaru was very puzzled. Ling Bai on the opposite side slashed at him again, and a dark red crescent-shaped slash was swung out. Kizaru felt a sense of danger coming, so he dodged quickly, and the slash rubbed shoulders with his hunches and finally cut a large ditch in a piece of ground. Don't look at Ling Bai's slashing attack. Do you think that Logia is immune to elementalization? Kizaru thought so at first, but later he regretted it. At least he got hurt in the abdomen. Crane Vice Admiral, you attack him from the right, the old man from the left. Kizaru quickly looked at Crane Vice Admiral. Both of them had been fighting Ling Bai for nearly half an hour at this time. Ling Bai is really vigilant, and his defense is invincible. Whenever Crane's fruit washing ability is about to affect Ling Bai, there will be an ice wall protecting Ling Bai like a shield. In this way, no matter how calm he used to be, it is difficult to be calm now. Tricky Guy. Chapter 75 Strong Combat Power Strikes, Red Earl vs Kong. At this time, use the Fantasy Killer ability of the left hand to eliminate the fruit washing ability of Crane Vice Admiral. Ling Bai immediately clenched his fist with his left hand and landed on Crane Vice Admiral's mouth. Regardless of the identity of the other party as an old lady, just such a powerful punch, with an astonishing power, he Vice Admiral was finally hit by Ling Bai's punch, he Vice Admiral's thin body, they all fell tens of meters. And Kizaru had already attacked with one kick, and after Ling Bai blocked it, with the expected attitude, Kizaru jumped out with another kick. Boom. The surrounding air vibrated, and the ice surface was inevitably shattered. Kizaru, come to all this. Holding the pitch black sword in both hands, Ling Bai slashed at Kizaru fiercely in the air, and Kizaru looked at the dark red air current wrapped around the blade as if it was going to burst out of steam, and instinctively used his Sky Zongyun sword to block it. Click. At this moment, under Kizaru's unprepared and unexpected eyes, the Sky Zongyun sword was split in two by Ling Bai's Tai Dao. What? Kizaru's complexion changed, but the sword in Ling Bai's hand did not stop. After cutting off Kizaru's Tianzongyun sword, it continued to tear it off. Under the situation that Kizaru was inescapable and defenseless, even Kizaru had already felt there is no way to dodge the fierce and dangerous breath. There is no way to defend. His crotch, which should have been torn apart with his clothes and crotch, was severe. Tear. How clear that sound was. Kizaru's mouth was split open. Of course, this is not a serious injury, nor is it a fatal injury, but it is enough for Kizaru to feel uncomfortable. Ling Bai tore open Kizaru's chest with one knife. The wound was more than 50 centimeters long, blood gushed out immediately. Ling Bai's sword is covered with armament hockey, and Ling Bai, with a somersault, once again kicked Kizaru in the air. This time, Kizaru's nerves were a little numb due to the severe pain in his body, so he didn't defend in time. So Ling Bai covered armament hockey's one-leg attack, which naturally fell on Kizaru's head. Perusalino! The Russian crane exclaimed, but Kizaru had already been hit by Ling Bai's kick. The next second, Kizaru was smashed to the ground. The ice surface shook violently. Those who can see Kizaru's situation at this time can't help their scalps go numb. Ling Bai's attack is really terrifying. And Ling Bai didn't stop at this time. He just swung his knife with his right hand, and an ice ball with a diameter of about 50 meters popped out of the air immediately. That huge ice ball fell down like a meteorite, facing the big pit where Kizaru is. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the puck almost smashed the entire ice surface and buried Kizaru underneath. Perusalino! Mr. Kizaru! Mr. Admiral! Sengoku exclaimed, and of course many Marines almost exclaimed similarly, not only witnessing Kizaru being injured and his mouth being torn, but now also witnessing Kizaru being trapped under the ice by a huge ice puck. The strength of Ling Bai can be seen from Madara. Terrible. Is Kizaru going to be crushed? Is that crushing? Or is it just Kizaru pumping water? That guy, he defeated Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, in the waters of New World's Hive Island. Powerful, this guy named Ling Bai is the real monster. People from the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Sabody Archipelago who watched the live broadcast of the battle were all shocked, and they were very horrified by Ling Bai's combat power. The ice hockey that appeared out of thin air made people's scalps tingle. This kind of ice skate really can't hold it. Ling Bai landed on the top of the ice puck and looked at the ice blade that was about to crack. Even armament hockey couldn't stop the blade from Ling Bai's kendo power. The General Kendo fought against Kizaru just now, and Ling Bai didn't use his kendo power at all. Played ultimate, after all, the sword power of Ling Bai ultimate is not what this kind of knife can bear. And by the time he hit Kizaru, the blade was already cracking. Ling Bai feels that he needs a good knife. If it is the supreme big fast knife, the best. Of course Wanakuna's 2 Tianyu Yuzan and Yanmo are also good, after all. They're famous knives that have cut Kaido of the Beasts. He Vice Admiral, do you still want to come? Ling Bai looked down at the crane Vice Admiral, and now, Kizaru is under the puck. Of course, Ling Bai believes that Kizaru's life will not be in danger if a Marine Admiral is killed by Ling Bai so easily. Of course it is impossible. At least Ling Bai's current combat power is impossible. You? Crane Vice Admiral was furious in his heart, feeling extremely angry with Ling Bai, and of course, worried more about Kizaru. My favorite Momoshiki Vice Admiral, can you introduce me? Advertisement. Ling Bai smiled. He knew that the relationship between Momoshiki and Crane Vice Admiral was the relationship between sister and sister. Of course, the relationship between them was very different, and they were not biological sisters. Mere pirates, don't tarnish them. Crane Vice Admiral snorted coldly, knowing that Momoshiki is still on Hive Island, which is also the headquarters of Ling Bai, and now witnessing the strength of Ling Bai, Crane Vice Admiral is naturally a little worried that something will happen to Momoshiki on Hive Island. Coincidentally, I like to sully justice. Ling Bai's smile suddenly became evil, and he even had a small goal of kidnapping the beautiful Marine from naval headquarters. For example, Hina, Ain. If Crane Vice Admiral knew what Ling Bai was thinking at this time, she would probably vomit blood. If she knew that Ling Bai had touched Momoshiki, what would she think? Pirate. Get out of Marineford. At this moment, there was a deep roar in the air, and when Ling Bai relaxed a little, the people who were close to Marineford punched Ling Bai flying. Ling Bai was blown away, and was sent flying tens of meters, but Ling Bai still forcibly stopped his body and landed on the ice. Just now, he was hit on the right shoulder, and right now his shoulder is painful. Of course, this is not a problem for Ling Bai. After all, his physique is deceiving. Are you actually playing sneak attack? Ling Bai saw who was coming. It's actually the legendary commander-in-chief of the 3 armies Kong, the former Marine Marshal. It's interesting, haven't you retired well yet? Ling Bai became excited. Kong, a Marine who is older than all the Marines present, but it seems that he is still the kind of powerful existence that can burst out with amazing strength. Marshal Kong, he is finally here. The effect of the execution platform is also exciting. This time, their Marine rescuers finally came. Marshal Kong. Garp was also surprised. He didn't expect that Marshal Kong also came at this time. Kong is really the legendary Marine. Few Marines have ever seen him, only heard about this man in the legend. Sengoku then yelled with a radiophone bug. All Marines, our reinforcements have arrived. The former Marine Marshal, Marshal Kong has come to Marineford, so we have sufficient strength to win this war. Everyone, thousands never give up. Fight on. Justice shall prevail. The last 4 words of Sengoku are shouted out with the loudest voice, which is to cheer up all Marines. Marshal Kong. It turned out to be the legendary Marine Marshal, the Marine Marshal in Luo Jia's era. Kill. Justice must prevail. Mere pirates, go to hell. That old man looks really strong. The legendary Kong is already over 90 years old. Unexpectedly, he still looks like a daunting existence. Seeing Kong's appearance, countless Wanwei, Marine's family members and civilians in the Sabody archipelago all cheered up. Marine felt an unprecedented excitement. Sora, are you finally here? At this moment, a hoarse voice came from behind Kong, who rushed back and looked back subconsciously, only to see an old man. How could Kong forget that familiar face? Red Earl. Let's stay here this time. Ryder. Hurrying back and roaring, he rushed towards the Red Earl, and the Red Earl also rushed towards Kong. Red Earl, a physical master, is also a master of swordsmanship. The top powerhouses of the old era are generally very strong in physical skills. Boom. Immediately after that, in the shock of countless people, two legendary old men collided, and the ice surface with a radius of 20 to 30 meters was blasted on the spot. Asking for flowers. Lonely Red didn't expect to come out from Impel Down. Whitebeard looked at the Red Earl and the others. As the top powerhouse of his era, the Red Earl naturally knew him, a guy who was so arrogant as ultimate. Advertisement because he possessed observation haki, which is different from ordinary people since he was very young. The Red Earl who can pronounce has seen too many sins in people's hearts, and since then he has been withdrawn and doesn't want to be with anyone. But it is undeniable that he is very strong. Hey, who is that old man? Kong, I know, who is this old man who calls Kong by his first name? And I actually feel that the two of them are evenly matched in strength? Is this just an illusion? By the way, who is that old man? They collided again with their fists. My god, what a terrifying force. The ground is cracked. The people of the Sabody archipelago were already frightened, and the appearance of the Red Earl made them puzzled, but how terrifying is this strange old man's combat power? As a figure of the previous era, the Red Earl has been forgotten by many people and has a dusty history. The camera turns back and swings the knife at Marineford, let alone the people of Sabody archipelago who were shocked by the collision between Kong and the Red Earl. The pirates and Marines here are equally shocked. After all, the battle between the two was too fierce. Ryder, is your body rusty? If you only have this level, then you can keep your old life here. Kong said loudly, using both fists, constantly attacking the Red Earl, while the Red Earl kept defending, seemingly passive. This is not the case in reality. Kong, you lost to the old man back then. Tisk tisk. Don't even think about defeating today. The Red Earl laughed and punched back, knocking Kong away. Hearing the fact that he was defeated by the opponent back then, Kong was a little reluctant to think about it. After all, he was indeed defeated at that time, and the Red Earl, who was the victor, was also captured by Garp because of lack of physical strength. Boom. The two old men fought. The terrifying power, and the power of physical skills, made countless people feel a terrible fact. Your uncle will always be your uncle, Red Earl. That guy has made a move. Sengoku frowned, thinking that the Red Earl would not make a move, but he rushed out when Marshal Kong came. Also, isn't this guy's strength much weaker, even after staying in Impel Down for more than 20 years? The Red Earl is weak now. The power displayed is still beyond imagination. Apart from getting old, not much seems to have changed. Red Earl, finally make a move. Ling Bai didn't expect that the condition for the old man to make a move was that Kong would come here, and Ling Bai naturally didn't expect that Kong would come here either. However, here, there are others. Ling Bai has already seen a man wearing a white suit and a mask, that is naturally a member of the CPO, and the one at the head looks very strong. Ling Bai's feeling comes from his powerful observation haki perception. And Ling Bai also found that the CPO member who walked in the front was looking at him. It seems that they want to attack Ling Bai. Wable. Seeing that Wable had just cut off a hand of a Revolutionary Army commander, Ling Bai called out Wable's name, and the Revolutionary Army commander was still howling on the ground. One of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Karas, the commander of the Northern Army, was cut off by Wable, and he was his own Birdman. Here comes Wable. Brother, I'm here. Han Wable appeared in front of Ling Bai holding a big knife. See those men wearing masks? Ling Bai pointed to the CPO members. I see, brother, what are your orders? Kill everyone in the back. Okay, I'll kill them now, I won't let you down, and the CPO members were stunned for a moment, and immediately became angry. As the guardian of the Celestial Dragons, we wait for the powerful CPO members. Is it half you who want to kill? Ridiculous. Chapter 76 Fight against the strongest CP0, new check-in. As a matter of fact, the task of these CPO members is to deal with the Ling Bai pirates. Wable may not be able to deal with all of them, but there are Luo and them. Follow the mission. The head of the CPO, guy, spoke indifferently, with the crowd wearing masks, people couldn't see what they looked like. But these guys, especially those at the front, Ling Bai knew that he was not simple. The members behind Guya nodded and then separated after the leader spoke, and Wable beside Ling Bai also rushed towards them. The task Ling Bai gave him was to kill those CPO members, of course not including the one at the top. Evil pirates, don't run wild in this sub-institution of the Celestial Dragon's divine rule. Guya struck, arriving in front of Ling Bai at an extremely terrifying speed, almost a second. And an extremely terrifying aura erupted from him. At this time, the opponent also launched an attack. Those who can. Ability is a piece of blank paper that appears out of thin air. This made Ling Bai immediately feel that this ability was a bit weird. The paper came through the air, and there was even the sound of air friction. This paper is sharp paper. an ice wall rose up to block Ling Bai's front, and the paper fell on the ice wall, causing the ice wall to continue to crumble. That's right, this kind of paper has powerful attack and destructive power. I'm not afraid to tell you, Paramecia, the paper fruit ability user, has awakened the fruit. The tone of the other party was very confident, and even seemed, 3, conceited. What about the ability to manipulate paper? A part of the ice wall that was broken suddenly rushed out with a sharp ice pick, knocking Guy into the air. The same attack was blocked by Crane Vice Admiral just now, but this guy acted as a meat shield. Too much self-confidence is not an excellent quality. CPO? It's just a loyal lackey of celestial dragons, even worse than Marine Admiral. Ling Bai rushed towards Ling Bai, and before reaching Guya, Ling Bai snatched a knife from the waist of a passing female marine, and immediately covered armament hockey. The skates used by Ling Bai are much better. Being more convenient is of course not what Ling Bai is satisfied with, but for today's Ling Bai, as long as it can be used, at least it can control Ling Bai's sword power more powerfully. The female marine is Tashigi. At this time Ling Bai took his knife, Shiryu, and the knife in her hand is Wajo. My knife! Tashigi exclaimed and wanted to take back his knife, but seeing that it was Ling Bai who took away his Shiryu, Tashigi couldn't help being shocked. Tashigi, deal with ordinary pirates first, leave that guy alone. Colonel Hina quickly stopped Tashigi, thinking that Tashigi, who had been robbed of his saber, was going to take it. Colonel Hina. That guy. Hina. That level of existence is not something you and I can deal with now. Hina reminded the other party that the knife is not so important as life. On the other side, covering Shiryu with the mighty armament hockey, Ling Bai has rushed towards the CPO head guy. Paper fruit ability user. And awakened. Ling Bai wanted to test how powerful the awakened ability user is. It is said that when the ability user awakens, the ability of devil fruit can affect the environment, such as Doflamingo, which turns the ground into an ocean composed of thin lines. At this moment, Guy, who was caught off guard by the ice pick, stood up from the ground in embarrassment. You managed to P******s me off, Brad. With a combat power not inferior to Marine Admiral, and being the strongest among the CPO members, and even possessing the ability to awaken, Guya is naturally very confident in his own strength. At this time, countless papers were suspended behind Guya, just like the 8-foot Chong-Guyu battle that Kizaru was going to release. Those papers were also suspended in this way. With a wave of Guya's right hand, the large amount of paper flew out, and the target of the attack was the transiting sun. Ling Bai, holding a more powerful weapon than before, and the aura of swordsmanship on his body is even more terrifying. With the blade wrapped in dark red air, Ling Bai swung a huge half-moon-shaped slash. When two different forces the attacks collided in midair and violent explosions followed. This paper seems to have a powerful explosive ability. It caused the air to vibrate, and the surrounding ground was swept and shattered. Advertisement Ling Bai rushed towards the opponent, while Guy released a pile of papers again. Ling Bai ignored the papers and swung his knife 4 times, which was 4 crescent-shaped slashes, blowing up all the exploding papers open, accompanied by a deafening explosion, and the explosion spread to the ground. The air immediately billowed with smoke and dust. And Ling Bai rushed through the thick smoke the second he broke the paper, and even before he saw Guya's person, he landed on Guya's mouth, which can be said, Ling Ri, this kick was aimed at Ya's window. I've been on the defensive. Sinners who have offended the divine authority of the celestial dragons. I must keep you here today. Divine authority? It seems that you are going to continue serving your great celestial dragons today? Ling Bai sneered and exerted force with his right foot, and this force sent the head of the CPO flying dozens of meters away. Like a high parabola, blasted directly into the square. It's the square. Ling Bai rushed into the square without hesitation. The arrogant celestial dragons licked the dog, disgusting Ling Bai. Ling Bai knew that he had to kill the lackey of celestial dragons today. At this time, Shiryu has already been able to control Ling Bai's great swordsman power. Ling Bai was also about to use his kendo power to kill that guy. He's going into the square. Many Marines looked to Ling Bai, including Sengoku and Garp. At this time, Ling Bai was on the steel wall of Marineford Square. This wall was the steel fortress rebuilt after the Golden Lion made a big fuss at naval headquarters. It was raised up after the Whitebeard pirates came in. Even the power of shock fruit may not be able to destroy this steel wall. Naval headquarters, determined to keep the Whitebeard pirates here. At this moment, Ling Bai, who was standing on the city wall, looked at the rising smoke in front of him, as well as the densely packed pirates and Marines who were fighting. Ling Bai rushed in without any hesitation. Ding! I found the sign-in location. Do you want to sign in? Only when you enter the square do you have to sign in. Ling Ri has been playing in the square for nearly an hour, but there is no sign-in reminder. I didn't expect to sign in as soon as I entered the square. Sign in. Successful sign in. Reward the magical forbidden book catalog world. Super electromagnetic gun. I need to learn more about this ability first. It's too complicated. Is it a super electromagnetic gun? Feeling that there was a more powerful force in his body, Ling Bai became a little excited. The power is naturally not afraid of pain. The strongest the better. Otherwise, how could he hold back those subordinates, or how could he defeat a powerful enemy without desperately fighting? But now, Ling Bai felt that he was stronger than before. Power, once again, has the feeling of gushing out. At this moment, he even felt that he was invincible. Illusion? Maybe. But it's powerful anyway. The railgun is powerful, more powerful than Enel's current development of Thunderfruit. For example, The Thunder Fruit developed by Enel can control 200 million volts of lightning to the greatest extent, while Sister Pao can easily control 1 billion volts of lightning. Yes, that's the difference, at least 5 times the difference. Reminiscent of the horror of Enel's manipulation of lightning, Ling Bai is extremely eager to manipulate lightning. The electromagnetic gun also manipulates lightning, and as for how to use it, it depends on Ling Bai, just like Ling Bai is using the Ice Teigu now, not exactly according to Acedes' usage, but using his own imagination to carry out for Ling Bai, it is more convenient to use. As for Ling Bai now possessing the electromagnetic gun, it is natural to be able to copy the moves of Sister Pao's use of the electromagnetic gun, and also develop the use of lightning similar to Enel. This is called art originating from life, and it is also called learning and using it alive. On the other side, Guya had already attacked, and he was a little angry for 2 consecutive losses. Sending out a powerful force, holding a group of paper cranes. Call out. Holding Xiaoyi Shiryu wrapped in a dark red airflow, Ling Bai disappeared on the spot in a second. In the next second, the two collided again, smashing the paper crane in front of them with one blow, followed by an astonishing explosion. While the dust is flying, the ground is also crumbling. At this time, behind Guya, several notes appeared, rushing towards Ling Bai like a python, similar to Doflamingo manipulating a thin thread. Advertisement. The note was very thin, but it came through the air like a thunderbolt. Boom. Ling Bai slashed across. To Ling Bai's surprise, the note was not torn at all. Paper has such hardness. Ling Bai knew that his blow was powerful, but was blocked by the opponent's mere note. Sharp like a Doflamingo, just a thin line, but because of the development for Devil Fruit, even Luffy's armament hockey can pierce through. This is the development of Devil Fruit. The talent is amazing. Even the seemingly rubbish Devil Fruit can be developed into a powerful ability. For example, Doflamingo's string fruit, such as Katakuri's Devil Fruit, which is known to be so rubbish by its name, was abruptly developed by these two people. This is the existence of powerful talent. Aside from Luffy's protagonist Halo, Rubber Fruit is also rubbish, but the later development is really scary. So when Ace faced this CPO member, Ling Bai knew that his ability was very powerful, and he had already awakened. But so easy to deal with. At this time, Ling Bai made several strikes, and the opponent might as well release the long strip of paper. It was like the sound of weapons colliding. This is the power of the Paramecia paper fruit. It's so powerful you can't imagine. Brat, die. Guya let out a loud roar, and behind him was a battle like a miscellaneous cultivator using the king's treasure, and a large number of notes pointed at Ling Bai like a python. Boom. A burst of violent explosions began to sound continuously. Countless papers rushed towards Ling Bai, and Ling Bai smashed all the papers to pieces one by one. The violent explosion began to resound throughout the marine square, and many people unconsciously looked towards Ling Bai. Of course, Sengoku's gaze was on Ling Bai again after Ling Bai came in. He has, it seems, temporarily suppressed Kizaru. Now, to deal with the strongest among the CPOs, Sengoku naturally knows Guya. From a certain level, Guya's status is higher than Sengoku, who is the Marshal of Marine. The other person who always pays attention to Ling Bai is Shiji. What a powerful man. Snake Princess's eyes flickered. At this time, the explosion continued, and the dust rolled, and soon the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight, being submerged by a large amount of dust. So, warm up over. Celestial Dragon's Dog. 0.2 Guya only heard Ling Bai Ping's quiet tone. Zzz. Immediately there was the sound of a strong electric current. In the flying dust, dense thunder and lightning exploded, releasing a huge repulsive force, which repelled Guy unexpectedly again. Go out. And in the next second, before Guy could stand still, a huge slash was torn from the flying dust. It was like a falcon's ferocious slash, dark red, tearing the air, disintegrating the ground, rushing towards Guy, and hitting Guy. The next moment, Guya was blown away, like a kite that has been taken off its string. But the slash was still tearing apart the air and the ground. At this moment, the space was rendered dark red. Due to the flames of war, the originally clear sky at this time was covered by dark clouds, so it looked like it was dark here in Marineford. And the dark red slash turned this space into dark red. In the end, the slash hit the wall harder than steel, and there was an explosion and tearing sound that shattered the eardrums. After more than 10 seconds, it disappeared completely. As for the ground of the square, a big ditch has been torn open. Although it is not as huge as the big ditch made by Whitebeard in the original book, this ditch is 3 meters wide. At this time, it also makes people's scalp numb. This is not Ling Bai's strongest blow. Chapter 77 Catch the giant ship with bare hands, the most miserable CP0. What a strong sword. I don't know what level of existence he is. As Kendo masters, Eagle Eye and Foil Vista both paid attention to Ling Bai's side. It is true that the Kendo power displayed by Ling Bai is quite shocking. Although that kind of slash does not seem to be a particularly terrifying destruction, however, when an insider looks at the doorway, both Hawkeye and Foil Vista can see that Ling Bai's swordsmanship is extremely powerful. But both are guessing. That is, Shiryu of the Rain knows how powerful Ling Bai's swordsmanship is. Great swordsman. That's right, Ling Bai's Kendo is at the level of a great swordsman. Although Shiryu of the Rain also wants to know how Ling Bai managed to achieve a level of swordsmanship at this age, and what is even more frightening is that Ling Bai does not specialize in swordsmanship, but has the ability of Devil Fruit, and a powerful physical accomplishments. So this is scary. No matter what field of power it is, Ling Bai seems to have reached the top level. Even if it is not the top level, it is a level that many people will never be able to reach in their lifetime. This can be said to be the reason why Shiryu of the Rain is now willing to follow Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai is very powerful, and following the powerful, in the eyes of Shiryu of the Rain, this is not something to be ashamed of. That guy. Looking at Ling Bai who took away his saber to fight, Tashigi didn't know what to say. It was impossible to get it back, and even his own Xiaoyi Shiyu was on Ling Bai's phone, which made Tashigi feel guilty of helping others. However, there is no way around this. On the other side, Bullet is fighting Aokiji. The two powerful forces are colliding, making no one dare to approach them, especially because the two forces are too powerful. The terrifying impact brought by the impact of the two can make Fongyuan at least the ground within 10 meters was shattered, and the freezing power released by Aokiji almost made the air freeze. At this time, Aokiji exhaled a cold breath, and even Aokiji felt a little out of breath. He fought Bullet for nearly an hour. However, this high-intensity power output is not what he usually consumes when riding a bicycle on the sea. This is a real cost. For Aokiji, the cost of riding a bicycle on the sea is almost zero. So tricky. Bullet is right in front of him, and his right hand has turned into a huge mechanical fist. This is a fist made by him using a bunch of weapons, various weapons, no matter if it is a knife, a gun or something else, and Kid's this ability is similar, but the difference is that Kid uses magnetism. Just fusing one or two huge fists to enhance the attacking power of one's fists, Bullet's method of action is also more agile and convenient. Unlike fusing a huge robot, not only the speed of action is very slow, but also easy. It is extremely inconvenient to be a target, especially in the face of a powerful combat force, unless it is a huge pterosaur like the last battle of Yenjujin. Aokiji and Bullet have been caught in a fierce battle, and now an hour has passed, and this hour, in fact, is not too long, but because the opponent's combat power level is very high, the consumption is also huge. In addition to being more expensive than ordinary battles, facing Bullet, whose combat strength is not inferior to his own, Aokiji was also inevitably injured. Bullet has beaten his mouth and face several times. Although there are no fatal injuries, they are still faint. It hurts, and Bullet has been attacked many times, but Bullet is the kind of person who gets more and more excited when he fights, a monster who is keen on fighting and killing. Aokiji is too strong after all, and the fierceness of the battle also made the surrounding marine pirates dare not approach from a distance. It is very likely that if one approached easily, their lives would be lost. Damn, troublesome guy. Aokiji rushed over again, sweeping a huge freezing force. The air also cooled down rapidly. Then, there was also a violent crash, and Bullet's fist collided with the ice wall used by Aokiji imitating Ling Bai, but compared to Ling Bai's ice, Aokiji's ice obviously doesn't have the smell of the Ice Emperor. The ice has been knocked out with a lot of cracks, and compared with Ling Bai's ice, it seems to be one level lower in hardness. Your ice is useless. Aokiji. Bullet grinned ferociously. He tore off his shirt, revealing the muscles that exploded to the extreme. The newly added wound oozes blood, but it doesn't affect him at all. Boom. Bullet took a step forward, his whole body shot out, and at the same time punched the ice wall made by Aokiji in front. The huge mechanical fist shattered the ice wall, and finally the fist fell on Aokiji, and, with Ling the same as when Bai fought Kizaru, Bullet did not forget to add the powerful armament hockey to his fists. With a bang like an explosion, Bullet sent Aokiji flying with one punch. With this punch, Aokiji vomited blood in midair. I really want to kill Admiral, but obviously this is a more difficult thing. Bullet moved the bones and muscles of his whole body in place, and then disappeared in place in the next second. On the other side, the battle between Akainu and Drago is quite fierce, and now they are still on the ice of the bay, and they are also close to the open sea. Similarly, in the battle between the two, no one around can approach them, and no one dares to approach the two of them. Akainu, who was restrained by Drago, was determined to defeat Drago or even kill him here. However, Akainu didn't have too many outbreaks against Drago, who was at the same level of strength. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to defeat Drago. On the other hand, it is equally difficult for Drago to defeat Akainu. In level battles, it is difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. Unless one side does not want to fight anymore, or the sneak attack is successful, and it is a fatal sneak attack, it can only be seen who has the most physical strength. At this moment, almost the whole body of Akainu is in a state of elementalization, and the surrounding ice surface is also blasted, and a large amount of lava gushes out from the huge crack, just like a volcano erupting. In a few seconds, a huge pool full of lava was formed in this area, and Akainu standing on top of the lava also looked extremely terrifying. At this time, Akainu's ability use is like the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability, which affects the environment to the extent that a large amount of hot steam rises, the air here becomes distorted, the temperature also rises linearly, and the surrounding ice surface also began to be melted at an accelerated rate. Dorag, the criminal, will be wiped out by justice. Justice shall prevail. Akainu has absolute belief in the absolute justice he insists on. At that moment, the lava at the foot of the garden dog exploded and Drago, who was not far from the dog, rushed over. Dog eats red lotus. The roaring lava dog, with its ferocious dog head, rushed towards Dorag like a legendary hellhound, and at the same time opened its big mouth dripping with scorching lava, biting towards Dorag. Rumbling. Advertisement and Drago released a ferocious tornado with his right hand, bombarding Drago. And at this time, the sky suddenly burst down with several giant thunderbolts, attacking Akainu. The violent tornado collided with the lava dog, and the two forces collided in an instant, forming a short-term stalemate. At the same time, lightning also landed on Akainu, cutting off half of the elementalized Akainu's body. Of course, this would not cause any harm to Akainu. Drago's goal of action is very clear, that is to rescue Ace, that's enough. As for fighting desperately with Akainu, this is something that Drago never thought of. Akainu is really desperate now. On the other side, Kizaru has come out of the deep hole under the ice buck. At this time, he is in a state of distress visible to the naked eye, with ragged clothes, messy hair, and his glasses have been knocked out. Horribly, he was still bleeding from a wound more than 50 centimeters from his mouth, and this prevented Kizaru from elementalizing this place, and the blood had already stained a large area of his clothes. Seeing Kizaru's posture, the surrounding marines felt trembling. Even if Admiral is injured, and the other two admirals are still fighting against Drago and Bullet, the descendant of the devil, and the battle is extremely fierce, there is no tendency to decide the winner, and the admirals cannot gain the upper hand. How is it, Paluzolino? Crane Vice Admiral said worriedly. Kizaru shook his head. He no longer had the usual old B*********** D appearance, but was very serious, even dignified, and his complexion was a little pale. The old man is fine, but this wound is affecting the old man. It is difficult for the old man to exert all his strength. The wound feels tearing. But the old man can still fight. What about Ling Bai? Kizaru looked around. Crane Vice Admiral said, he has already entered the square, and the strongest CPO organization is holding him back. Guy, is that devil fruit awakened? Surprised, Kizaru naturally knew Booyah's existence. That's right, no matter what, we have a chance of winning, and Kong and the others are here too. Okay, the old man is also a little bit excited. The camera turned to Ling Bai. After Ling Bai cut Booyah flying with one blow, and was about to continue chasing him, a huge ship came from behind. It was the big Uzumaki spider that came in with a boat. Avenge my father. Rescue Ace. At this time, the big Uzumaki spider felt extremely sad and blamed himself. He actually listened to Akainu's few words, so he took action against his father who loved him so much, which made the big Uzumaki spider unable to forgive himself. So now, whatever it is, storm the plaza, help Daddy Whitebeard and the others, and save Ace. At this time, the huge ship driven by the big Uzumaki was about to hit Ling Bai. After all, it was rushing in the direction behind Ling Bai. Huh, that man. The big Uzumaki spider has clearly seen Ling Bai, but this boat is not something he can stop if he wants to. Hey, it's about to be crushed. Is that guy still standing there stupidly? A younger brother shouted loudly. Whitebeard, Sengoku and many others looked towards Ling Bai. In fact, many of them saw a ship rushing in at the beginning, and there were many members of the Whitebeard pirate group on board. However, what is surprising is that Ling Bai is right in front of the huge ship, and this ship is about to crush Ling Bai. Boom. However, at this moment, Ling Bai stretched out his left hand and made contact with the boat that rushed towards him out of control. With a loud noise, the people in the whole square were shocked. The huge ship was blocked by Ling Bai with bare hands. Just use one hand, and Ling Bai didn't move an inch. He just stood there without changing his face. He didn't even look at the boat. And the giant ship was forcibly stopped immediately. What a monster. Catch a huge ship with your bare hands. This is the level of New World monsters. Doflamingo's eyes widened, but he wore glasses, so no one noticed the shock in his eyes. Hawkeye. A monster beyond imagination, interesting. Whitebeard was also surprised. It was natural for him to catch the ship with one hand, but such a scene appeared on a weak-looking kid, which surprised Whitebeard. This guy, what kind of monster is it? Sengoku's eyelids twitched violently. Advertisement can't hold back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have imagined that Ling Bai's hand is so powerful, and his feet are still motionless. But at this time, after resisting the ship, Ling Bai disappeared directly in place. In the next second, he appeared in the air. At this time, Ling Bai was holding knives in both hands, and the huge airwaves on his body surged crazily, bursting out an aura of a great swordsman from his whole body. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai slashed down, and a huge slash aimed at Guy below like a thunderbolt. On the other hand, the paper fruit ability user, in the face of Ling Bai's slash, countless white paper quickly gathered into a thick wall, resisting the body like a shield. Boom! Like the contact between a spear and a shield, the wall formed by the gathered paper vibrated violently, and a huge crack appeared on it. However, this crack quickly healed at a speed visible to Ling Bai's naked eyes, and became intact again. This is the first time that Ling Bai has seen that the original paper can be so awesome. I have to say that he has little knowledge. Ling Bai didn't stop, and landed on the wall of paper. Clenched fist with his left hand was the strongest impact. Blame plus the finger pistol mystery in the 6 styles. Punch hard. When the punch was thrown out, the air was distorted, with huge airwaves. It's useless. My defensive wall is absolutely impossible to be breached, because I am a 573 Devil Fruit ability Awakener. It looks like ordinary paper, but in my case, its hardness even surpasses that of steel. Guy is extremely confident. Try it. Today I am confident that the 5 elders will collect your body. Ling Bai punched down and landed on the paper wall. Boom. Immediately there was an earth-shattering loud noise. How terrifying was this loud noise? With a sound, everyone in the square felt like their eardrums were about to burst. With Ling Bai's punch as the center, a huge wave of air swept away. Like a tsunami, the nearby pirate marine was directly shot out, and the ground under Guy's feet was directly hit. Shen almost instantly collapsed into a large pit with a diameter of more than 40 meters. As for the so-called indestructible paper defense wall of the paper fruit ability user, it was directly smashed, and Ling Bai. His fist just landed on Guya's mask, smashing the opponent's mask and smashing the opponent's facebones at the same time. And because of the huge shockwave, he was hit in the center of the big pit, and his body seemed to be falling apart. If this punch landed on me, I would probably lose my whole body. My birdcage is probably irresistible. Doflamingo's eyes widened again. Klockedar, your captain is indeed a monster. Doflamingo looked at K-Log not far away. Lao Sha lit a cigar and puffed. I'm used to it, but he is more pervert than everyone imagined, as if he is not a creature of the same world as us. Hey, it's too scary. Will the CPD members be killed? That guy, is it just pure physical strength? Garp, what do you think? Sengoku felt terrified. Just now, he witnessed Ling Bai catching the huge ship with his bare hands. Then, he punched the big hole with that huge explosive power. At this moment, Guy. Has Ya been beaten to the point of tearing your liver and gallbladder apart? Garp looked solemn. Physical skills are not very good, but physical strength is surprisingly terrifying. Physique is like fighting moves. Garp, as a professional, naturally sees that Ling Bai's physique is not good, but this is not the point. The point is, Ling Bai's physical strength. Too strong. With this level of strength, almost any moves can be ignored. Damn it, I must kill you. The bones of his face were shattered, and the severe pain made Guy feel that his head was about to split. Fortunately, as a strong man, if he were an ordinary person, his head would be gone. The body is also aching all over, especially the back. His defense was broken, and just as Guy was about to get up, a black shadow came down from the sky. It's Ling Bai. Ling Bai's foot landed on his mouth, and the big pit was several meters deeper. Guya, because of Ling Bai's foot, his mouth collapsed, and his internal organs seemed to explode. It's that painful feeling. Puff! Unable to stop the hot flow from his throat, as the leader of CP0, he spurted out a mouthful of old blood, his face turned pale. Chapter 78 The Death of CP0 Admiral's Combat Power, the audience suffocated. As Ling Bai said, he has full confidence in letting the 5 elders be collected by Guy today. But Ling Bai didn't know the name of this CPO member, and he didn't know that the other party was the strongest in this organization. Just now, Ling Bai fell from the sky like a meteorite. Although the strength of his legs is not as powerful as Ultimate, it is also terrifying. Now, Guya's mouth has collapsed, and his internal organs are like a sea. Guy spouted a mouthful of old blood wildly, his complexion turned pale. What, mere pirate, I will crush you, tear you apart. Guy roared. The roar sounded like a lunatic, and everyone in the square could hear it, scaring some marine pirates' scalps to numb, and Guy's demeanor was completely distorted. The anger in his heart wanted to jets out from the eyes. He was furious, and he was in a high position. He had never been in a mess like he is today. He must tear Ling Bai, a guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, into pieces. Kill hard, and before that, let this brat kneel down and beg for mercy. Boom. However, Ling Bai landed on the opponent's face with one foot, and his head was buried in the mud. Come and try to tear me apart. Ling Bai ignored the other party. For CP0, Ling Bai is not happy at all. Boom. There was another explosion, and the ground under Ling Bai's feet suddenly turned into rolling white paper. Countless pieces of paper rolled like ocean waves. This reminded Ling Bai of Doflamingo's ability Awakening, which is also similar. Is it the use of ability Awakening? Ling Bai used the moonwalk to rise into the air. At this time, a large area of the ground has formed rolling paper, and Paramesh's ability is awakened, which can affect the surrounding environment. Ling Bai knew about the awakening of Doflamingo and Katakori's abilities, so he could see at a glance that this is the use of the awakening ability of CP0. That person is angry. Hearing Guy's angry roar just now, Sengoku understood what happened. He has been thoroughly irritated. Boom! At this moment, armament hockey was covered by the paper like a cone. There were 4 huge cones rising from the ground, piercing towards Ling Bai from 4 directions. Although such a vertebral body is all made of paper, its hardness is comparable to that of steel. Now that armament hockey is added, the hardness is even more terrifying. Attacking from 4 directions, the speed is extremely terrifying, and the offensive is not bad at all, making people afraid just looking at it. Ling Bai looked calm. The so-called blackening is strong 3 points. Guya, who is currently in a rage, seems to be stronger, but he has used the ability to awaken. Ling Bai is a little excited. Holding the knife in both hands, a huge kendo burst out, and within a radius of 10 meters, there was a dark red airflow erupting from Ling Bai's body. When the vertebral body rushed past, it rose to a higher altitude in the blink of an eye, and then directly threw down 3 half-moon-shaped slashes that made the air take it, and the vertebral body below also seemed to have the self-awareness as average, and at the moment Ling Bai rises to a higher altitude, he also rushes upwards. So at this time, a scene where Ling Bai's 3 slashes collided with the opponent's 4 giant cones was formed. Boom! The 2 forces collided, forming a violent explosion in the air, and an explosion shockwave instantly spread up and down in all directions. People on the ground, weak, were all rushed out, and Sengoku was on the execution platform hundreds of meters away. Everyone can feel the violent wind and waves. Is this the level of a great swordsman's slash? Eagle eyes flickered, looking at Ling Bai. The black knife in his hand was shaking at night. Meeting a great swordsman and challenging him is already Hawkeye's instinct. The 3 strikes that Ling Bai swung just now, Hawkeye knows, that is the power of a great swordsman. The opponent turned out to be a great swordsman too. And so young. Hawkeye thought this was shocking. Damn it. This guy's kendo is not easy. Seeing that his moves were deciphered by the opponent, Guya clenched his fists. The feeling of dread in his heart became stronger. His fingernails got into the palm of his hand, so that the palm was bleeding. Advertisement. Try my trick. At this time, Guy, who was in the ocean of paper, dropped his palm on the ground, and immediately, the ocean rolled, and behind Guy, the sea of white paper rolled and swelled, as if something was about to rush out of it. Soon, amidst the astonishment of countless people, a paper figurine with a height of 50 or 60 meters appeared within the field of vision of those present. It's like Magellan releasing the poison giant, while Guya's is a huge paperman, but is this an ordinary paperman? Soon, the paper on the paperman's body folded into armor and a big knife, and then, armament hockey directly covered. In an instant, the paper giant turned into a monster like a beast of war, covering the pitch-black armament hockey, coupled with the armor and the tens of meters long sword. It can scare countless people standing there. And Guya's whole body exudes an astonishing aura, giving people a strong sense of oppression. That guy is a monster too. Can the awakening of Devil Fruit achieve this level? Am I taking my way down? Doflamingo looked at the huge paper figurine with shock on his face. The other people present, as well as the people of Sabody Archipelago, were also frightened by this giant, and some marine pirates' legs were frightened weak. The giant gives countless people a strong visual shock. For Ling Bai, it is the next dimension, which fully embodies Susanoo's sense of sight, but it is somewhat similar. And the person in front of him is scary enough to put armament hockey on such a huge paper figurine, which shows how powerful this CPO member's armament hockey is. It seems that my knowledge is still too small. Even a guy who plays with paper can use his abilities to this extent. The awakening of Devil Fruit is terrifying. It seems that Doflamingo is of average level. After all, Doflamingo cannot be as powerful as this guy. Ling Bai looked at the front, and Guy also looked at himself. The surrounding marine pirates had already retreated a long distance away, and almost all eyes were on the two of them. Even Whitebeard looked over briefly, let alone the others. This is my strongest move, Die, giant soldier of Guy. Now Guy at the giant's feet waved his right hand, just like how Magellan manipulated the poison giant. The giant took a step forward, and the ground shook. The big knife slashed down on Ling Bai fiercely. At that moment, the air was twisted to a degree visible to the naked eye, and even a strong wind blew up. The momentum was terrifying to ultimate. This knife, just looking at it, I'm going to be scared to pee, let alone face it directly. Yeah, it's terrifying. What kind of ability is that? A master of naval headquarters? Or a master of world government? Ling Bai, can you catch it? Countless people were frightened, and the power of the giant's sword had ruined the guts of countless people. And Ling Bai clasped Shiryu with both hands. Close your eyes for 2 seconds, then open your eyes again. The big knife is only 3 meters away from Ling Bai's head. Such a distance can be reached in an instant, but Ling Bai still does not move. That lord! Snake exclaimed. She couldn't imagine that Ling Bai didn't move. What would happen if she surrounded Ling Bai? In many eyes, Ling Bai seemed to have been so frightened that he couldn't move. However, at this moment, Ling Bai swung his saber out. A lightning-like slash from countless dark red skulls was swung out, tearing through the atmosphere, and colliding with the giant's broadsword. Boom! The explosion formed a wave like a tsunami, and the paper ground was smashed to pieces on the spot, with a radius of more than 50 meters, and it was shattered in an instant. The sound of the explosion was about to penetrate the eardrum again. The wind and waves, like the scale released by Conquerors Hockey, swept across the entire marine square in an instant, and the weak pirate marine was swept out again, unable to control his own destiny in the wind like ants. This move is called One Sword Ghost. At this moment, the big sword shattered on the spot, and the opponent's paper figurine was already very hard. Adding armament hockey, naturally it was even harder. However, this does not mean that the opponent is indestructible, because, as long as Ling Bai's attack is strong enough, it is just armament hockey. Everyone, the big sword was directly disintegrated by half of the blade. What? How is this possible? Guy was shocked. His giant sword was destroyed by the other party. How could that kind of hardness be possible? Advertisement. This is definitely the first time he has fought in half his life. But it can only be said that his fate is not good enough to meet Ling Bai. The swordsmanship of the great swordsman is enough to split his giant. Is it true that the swordsmanship of the great swordsman is a vegetarian? Ling Bai believed that if Hawkeye came over, Hawkeye would still be able to chop the giant. What about armament hockey coverage? Original Sin Luffy, armament hockey, can still be broken open by Doflamingo, piercing the belly covering armament hockey. It can be seen that as long as the power is strong enough, armament hockey can't stop it. It's my turn. At this time, Ling Bai's palm landed on the ground, and a row of ice cones appeared on the left and right sides of him in an instant, appearing on the ground like the bones of ancient supergiant beasts, on the left and right sides of Ling Bai. Now, Ling Bai has reached the point of perfection in the use of the Teigu of ice. 2 rows of ice picks, densely packed, rushed towards the paper giant. Damn it, don't think that I only have this level. Guy was burning with anger, and was about to manipulate his so-called armored giant soldiers to make a move, but at this moment, 6 giant icicles with a diameter of more than 10 meters broke through the sea of paper, rose from the ground, and restrained them in 6 directions. The movement of the giant was restrained, and the hands and feet were just restricted, so the guy could not manipulate it to make a move. What kind of weird ability is this guy? Even Aokiji's frozen fruit can't do this. Guya's bloody face twisted again, and the armored giant soldiers were temporarily unable to break free from the icicles, which made Guya feel that he was a turtle in an urn, ready to be slaughtered. At this moment, the sea of paper rolled more violently, and the giant paper cone covering armament hockey appeared again, attacking Ling Bai, while Guy was trying to delay the time to break free from Ling Bai's icicle. However, Ling Bai on the other side, who was holding the knife in both hands, had already slashed out a slash that completely tore the ground open at this moment. This move is called Splitting Void. The earth, as well as the ground that had turned into a sea of paper, were completely torn apart, and the dark red light reflected the pitch-black sky that was spread by the flames of war. At the same time, there were explosions and roars. People saw a wave of light tearing open the ground, like a legendary dragon, rushing towards the restrained giant over there, then hitting Guya, and finally, hitting the giant again, followed by a burst of dark red. The light flickered, and a beam of light rushed to the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Boom. Giant, explode directly. Okay. The shockwave generated by the explosion made the execution platform vibrate, and Sengoku was a little unstable for a while, not to mention the people on the ground. A wave of wind and waves swept over, like overwhelming mountains and seas, sweeping the ground directly. At this time, the ground finally returned to normal ground. The giant is gone too. The place directly became ruins. I can't be defeated. In this life, I have never been defeated. Guy, whose stomach had already been punched with a shocking blood hole, stood up with disheveled hair. His eyes were naturally bloodshot, and his strong willpower like a lunatic made him stand up. Stand up now. He absolutely cannot be defeated, absolutely not. But at this time, a black shadow struck, followed by swords and swords. Guya's heart was directly pierced by Ling Bai, and twisted several times. I saw Guy, his eyes widened and his face in pain. It's a bit expensive to deal with you, but it's not bad to use a powerful guy like you as a good start. 11. Ear. Ling Bai smiled. That kind of smile, in Guya's eyes, was like a mocking smile. He wanted to speak, but the blood gushing up and the pain in his body made him unable to speak clearly. And clearly feel the rapid passage of life. Go on and continue to serve your Lord Celestial Dragons. Ling Bai kicked the opponent away. As for Guy, he can only let his life come to an abrupt end with endless unwillingness, anger, and humiliation. Do not rest in peace. At this moment, Marine Plaza is almost suffocating. Chapter 79 King of the World? Snake Princess's Self-Guided Strategy? That man was killed? Sengoku on the execution platform had a look of horror on his face. Ling Bai, that monster, just now beheaded the strongest member of the CP organization whose combat power was not inferior to that of Admiral. Can you kill an Admiral-level fighter? Sengoku only felt terrified. Really, the shock Ling Bai gave him was too terrifying. Ling Bai can kill Admiral-level combat power, which means that if Ling Bai and Kizaru continued to fight just now, then the dead people, probably Kizaru, not a member of the CPO organization. Moreover, Ling Bai was still able to kill Admiral-level combat power after a burst of output under the joint efforts of Kizaru and Crane Vice Admiral. That's the point. You must know that the power consumption required to deal with the combination of Kizaru and Crane is not comparable to the power consumption of dealing with two weak people. Ling Bai, what a terrifying monster he is, a pervert. Now, standing there, besides the torn clothes and disheveled hair, is there any injury? No. Did you catch your breath? No. Sengoku, his whole body was shaking. In my whole life, it's not that I haven't seen Ling Bai so powerful, but I haven't seen Ling Bai so young and yet so powerful. This guy, Sengoku looks at Whitebeard. Obviously Whitebeard is not in good shape. And Ling Bai, in even better shape. At this moment, in Sengoku's heart, Ling Bai's level of danger has directly risen to a height that is more terrifying than Whitebeard. What is he coming here for? Sengoku couldn't help guessing, fearful and worried in his heart. Ling Bai's strength. His current performance is really beyond his imagination. Being able to kill Admiral's combat power means that his combat power is extremely terrifying. Now, Ling Bai appears in Marineford. What purpose does he have? Fire Fist Ace? A deal with Whitebeard to save Ace the Fire Fist? Some sort of collaboration? The more Sengoku thinks about it, the more he fears that Bai cannot be from Marine. So, a deal with Whitebeard? In this regard, Sengoku's worry became more intense. That adult. It turned out to be so powerful. At this moment, Snake G's graceful figure trembled slightly, looking at Ling Bai, witnessing Ling Bai's strength, her body and mind were further conquered. That Lord Ling Bai who publicly beheaded 3 celestial dragons is so powerful at this moment. Handsome, powerful, and blatantly trampling on the authority of the celestial dragons. Ling Bai, in the eyes of Shiji, is the only good man in this 343 world. At this time, Snake G unconsciously imagined a scene of entering the marriage hall with Ling Bai, and 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. In this way, while Snake G was constantly brainstorming frantically, she completed her self-guided strategy. For Ling Bai, he fell unconsciously. Even Ling Bai doesn't know that this woman has taken care of herself, so that, with only a word from Ling Bai, this woman can do anything. Of course, Ling Bai didn't know. If Ling Bai knew what Shiji was thinking, he could only give her a thumbs up. If he can get out of Marineford today, then this kind of person is definitely the one I should befriend. Compared with Kaido of the Beast's kind of lunatic, this Ling Bai will be better to cooperate with. Doflamingo's eyes flickered. Although Ling Bai ruled the Hive Island and directly destroyed his business in the Hive Island, Doflamingo has no reason to trouble Ling Bai, an existence that can defeat Kaido, and now, even wiped out a super strong man. Doflamingo dared to trouble Ling Bai when he was tired of work. There is no surprise, Ling Bai is definitely the next Emperor of the Sea in New World, there should be no doubt about it. That CPO member, Guy, Doflamingo knows his identity. He is the leader of the CPO organization, and he is also the strongest. To be the leader of the CPO organization, one of the hard requirements is to have a strong combat power. The measure of this strong combat power, just like Marine Admiral, only with this level of strength can he ascend to the throne of Admiral. Therefore, Guya is a master of Admiral's strength. But now, he was killed by Ling Bai, and Ling Bai was not injured, and his state has not declined because of defeating an Admiral Master. It's scary. On the other side, when everyone was shocked that Ling Bai killed a top combat force sent by the world government, it was the same as Ling Bai ordered Wable. Wable is a fool, but his power is extremely terrifying. The 5 CPO members are naturally strong when they are strong, but unfortunately, facing Wable, although they suppressed Wable from the very beginning. Immediately afterwards, Luo, Hawkins, and the monk who broke the precepts joined the battlefield, and the original 5-1 battle situation suddenly became a 5-4 battle situation. Mr. Guya, he's dead. Advertisement 1 CPO member trembled as he spoke. Dead? How is it possible? Mr. Guya, another CPO member was horrified and couldn't believe it at first. Impossible. Mr. Guya's strength is unquestionable, and if you want to kill him, how is it possible? He is the undefeated god of war in our CPO organization. The other members naturally expressed disbelief. Room, slaughterhouse. At this moment, a hemispherical transparent mask enveloped the two of them, and immediately after, the two of them were crushed into several pieces without feeling any pain. Op fruit abilities. Just trouble. For example, Virgo, who was unable to deal with the original smoker, was easily solved by Luo. At this time, the bodies of the 2 CPO members were divided into several pieces. Wable. Han Wable came over after hearing the sound. At the moment Luo lifted the operation space, Wable slashed at the head of a CPO member with a single knife, splitting a head in half like chopping wood. Knowing that Luo's operation decomposes the human body will not die, this member was directly hacked by Wable. This is a Vice Admiral level force, but it was dealt with by Wable. Immediately afterwards, the other head was also split in half by Wable in the same way. You two teamed up, it's really cruel, the precept-breaking monk complained. Luo. I'm the ship's doctor. Hawkins, the scariest ship doctor in the world. And the remaining 3 CPO members were also eliminated within the next half an hour, not because they were so powerful, but in terms of combat effectiveness, Wable was definitely the highest. If only Wable was alone, people dealt with the first 5 of them, and they were wiped out long ago. However, with the tacit cooperation of Luo and the others, everything will be easier. For example, the unsolvable ability of Op Fruit, it can break your body into countless pieces, so that you can't do 10 points of resistance while retaining your life and consciousness. Of course, the conditional limitation is that Luo has not encountered an opponent who is much stronger than himself, and it is okay to be stronger. That's it, the CPO members who came to naval headquarters were all eliminated by the Ling Bai pirates. Similarly, Ling Bai and the others didn't know the name of the enemy. The captain killed an admiral level force. The monk broke the precepts and said in surprise, but he was extremely horrified in his heart, that person, after listening to some marine discussions, is an admiral-level combat force sent by the world government. The terrible captain, who is not as old as us, but his strength is a world higher than ours. Is this the gap between the legendary genius and the mediocre? A desperate gap. The monks who broke the precepts, today have a further understanding of Ling Bai. Monk who broke the precepts, follow the captain and have meat to eat. Everyone nodded. On the other side, the camera returns to Ling Bai. After disarming armament hockey on Shiryu, Ling Bai threw the knife back to Tashigi in the distance. After that, Ling Bai stood on the corpse of a passer-by marine to take a short rest to recover, and killed with an admiral level of combat power. It is impossible for Ling Bai to not consume a lot. This is knowing the rest. But fortunately, there are no powerful marines who dare to come forward to provoke. After all, the power displayed by Ling Bai is too terrifying. At this time, Ling Bai, the Whitebeard pirates, and the others also started a new round of offensive, while Luffy, Sabo, and the others were also attacking fiercely. Deg. At the same time, Crane Vice Admiral has also returned to the front line to resist the attack of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, almost all the Vice Admirals are here, and the 2 masters brought by Kong are also here. Of course, there are also the Shichibukai are also in this area under the execution platform. As for Admiral, it's all outside to hold everyone else down. At this time, Ling Bai looked at Sengoku, and Ling Bai realized that Sengoku was also looking at him. Ling Bai didn't know that Sengoku was looking at him with apprehension, and he was also full of worry about the situation of this war. A execution is also too many accidents. Sengoku never imagined that it would develop into what it is today. What is his purpose? Seeing that Ling Bai is not doing anything now, Sengoku is also uneasy, and can't understand Ling Bai's movements. That guy. Tashigi picked up his Shiryu Shigur. The handle of the knife was still warm at this time, although he was very displeased with Ling Bai, and even felt that the knife had been stained by the evil pirates, but there was nothing he could do about it. Looking at Ling Bai's back, Tashigi felt hopeless. That kind of existence, they marine, how to deal with it, how to defeat him. What happened to this execution? Why are there so many terrifying existences today? Enemies one by one make people desperate, Tashigi. Advertisement at this moment, there was a mature female voice, and Tashigi turned around to see a pirate who was about to slash at her was entangled in the iron fence, and then was thrown out violently. It's Colonel Hina, heroic, powerful, mature and beautiful, he is Tashigi's idol. Don't be careless, Hina reminded, and then saw an extra knife in Tashigi's hand, which was the one that Ling Bai took away just now, and now it has returned to Tashigi's hand. We can just deal with the little soldiers. That kind of existence is not what we can deal with now. What we can do now is to protect the weak. Hina also looked at the back of Ling Bai in the distance. That is really a hopeless existence. Just now, he beheaded a super strong man. Even before that, the combination of Crane Vice Admiral and Kizaru couldn't do him any harm. Desperate. Let the weak despair. And in the distance, there's a pirate, the marine who shines in the original book, Kebi, and at the same time, one of Garp's disciples. Looking at the falling marines and pirates, the seemingly more and more meaningless casualties made him feel desperate. Today's enemy is too strong. It is simply not an existence that he can understand. Boom. The Zhantao pill that was thrown over just hit Kebi, making Kebi unreliable. Hateful. Ignoring Kebi, Zan Taomaru got up directly and rushed forward again. Call out. Sword, light and sword shadow, Zan Taowen, who wanted to trouble Shiryu Yuji and avenge his lost hand. At this moment, his mouth was cut open, blood spurted out in an instant, and his whole body was also blown away out. Just now, Zan Momomaru, who was causing trouble for Luffy and Sabo, became angry the moment he saw Shiryu of the Rain, but now it seems that it is obviously not a wise choice. Shiryu of the Rain, so much stronger than him. Let's stay with the weak. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu of the Rain rushed towards an attacking pacifist, but Shiryu of the Rain killed the opponent with a single blow. I didn't expect that the weapons of the world government are so advanced now. I didn't know that I thought it was a real tyrant bear here, and there are so many tyrant bears, but there are only weapons of this level, and they can only be used to deal with ordinary pirates. Of course, if there are hundreds of them, I won't say anything. After dealing with this pacifist, it is time to deal with Zan Momomaru. Hey, be merciful. At this moment, a yellow flash burst out, and Kizaru, who rescued his nephew Zamamaru, came and easily resisted Shiryu's knife. In terms of strength, Shiryu of the Rain is not Kizaru's opponent. Of course, Kizaru is injured now, but just now Kizaru simply treated the wound. Kizaru. He took a puff of smoke, but he didn't expect it to be this troublesome character in front of him. You troublesome guys, are you coming to Naval Headquarters to rescue Fire Fist Ace with Whitebeard and the others? Shiryu of the Rain. Fire Fist Ace, it has nothing to do with us. With a strong blow, Kizaru's right leg was knocked open, and Zan Momomaru, who had the same type of wound on his mouth as Kizaru, also quickly backed away while his uncle was resisting Shiryu. But obviously Zan Taomaru's injury was more serious than Kizaru's. Kizaru turned his head slightly and saw Zan Taomaru's wound, and he could see the internal organs in it, and the blood volume was also very large, and the opponent's face turned pale. A profuse amount of cold sweat flowed from his cheeks. It was so shocking. Zan Taowen, you retreat first, there is an uncle here. Kizaru told the other party. Interesting. Shiryu of the Rain laughed, took 2 steps back, and slashed at Kizaru. Of course, compared to Ling Bai, Shiryu of the Rain has less pressure on Kizaru. Since it's not Ace, what are you guys doing here? Are you here to play? Kizaru looked at each other with a frown, eager to get some useful information. Shiryu of the Rain said, this is the first battle for our captain to become the king of the world. Shiryu of the Rain treats Ling Bai differently than he did to Blackbeard in the original book. That is a state of cooperation, but now, Shiryu of the Rain is Ling Bai's younger brother, and he is the kind who is convinced, commonly known as surrender. Surrender to the mighty, follow the mighty, king of the world? Kizaru was surprised. What a big tone, is your captain so crazy? Shiryu's knife tore Kizaru in half. Of course, this is an elemental state. Shiryu said in a disdainful tone. You have to thank our captain for not chasing after the victory just now, otherwise you were killed like that CPO member. It looks like that guy is not weaker than you, right? Chapter 80. There are still 10 minutes before the execution. Garp makes a move. The words of Shiryu of the Rain made Kizaru feel deeply. Indeed, if Ling Bai pursued the victory before, then it would be over for him. The head of CP0 is a powerful existence that is not inferior to the 3 admirals today, and he is also an awakened devil fruit ability, and his strength is extremely terrifying. However, he was beheaded by Ling Bai, which is enough. It shows that Ling Bai has enough combat power to kill Kizaru, but Ling Bai didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue it before. Otherwise, Kizaru might really be cold for him. Thinking about Ling Bai's combat power, Kizaru felt a little bit tingly. There was no need to worry about why he was so strong, but he was indeed too strong, ridiculously strong, and his strength and age formed a huge contrast. However, the king of the world, this is too crazy. Back then, there was such a guy who claimed to be the king of the world. Later, he was over. What Kizaru was talking about was Lox, a terrifying existence that brought together the 3 young emperors today, but it was still completely disintegrated, and he himself was completely erased from history. It can be described as boring. The king of the world really sounds ridiculous. If you want to say who is the king of the world now, you have to look at the mysterious existence of Mariojoy. One Piece is still relatively close to reality. After all, there's Luo Jia in front. We can wait and see. Shiryu of the Rain shook Kizaru away, and was about to prepare a big move to continue attacking the opponent, but Kizaru turned into a flash and left here. Shiryu of the Rain saw Kizaru flying in the direction of the execution platform. There is no admiral in town yet. Now, the Whitebeard pirates seem to be attacking more fiercely. After all, the execution time is approaching. If Ace cannot be rescued today, then what is the point of their coming to Marineford? Come to die? On the other side, at this time, Sengoku brought the radiophone bug close to his chest with his right hand, and said loudly, "At this moment, there are still 10 minutes before the execution time." And following Sengoku's words, countless people became nervous. Immediately, whether it was the pirates or marines, or the people watching the battle, they all became nervous. The Whitebeard pirates, feeling more anxious. Marine, on the other hand, hoped that Fire Fist Ace's head would fall to the ground as soon as possible. This is the performance of their Marine's victory. The civilians of Sabody Archipelago and Marine's family are eager for Marine's victory, a comprehensive victory, not only to behead Fire Fist Ace, but also to completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirate group, and all other enemies are also wiped out. Sengoku. The last 10 minutes, Naval Headquarters will win. 10 minutes left? The last 10 minutes, brothers, go. Finally, it's almost over. Fight the Whitebeard pirates, even at the cost of your life. That's right, never let any enemy stop the execution. If you want to stop it, please walk over my corpse. Fire Fist Ace must die. The remaining Marines have already started shouting, and it seems that one is more enthusiastic than the other, and one is more excited than the other, and the morale of each Marine has directly increased several times. The direct decadence and despair are all wiped out. 10 minutes, only the last 10 minutes, hold on for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, they Marine will win. However, Sengoku, who was watching all this from the execution platform, just said, there are still 10 minutes left to win. Sengoku felt that he was deceiving himself and others. In these 10 minutes, anything could happen, and, to take a step back, even if they executed Fire Fist Ace 10 minutes later, would their Marine win? Maybe, it can only be said that it was a small battle, small victories. In fact, the goal of this war is not only as simple as executing Fire Fist Ace, but also destroying the Whitebeard pirates. The most fundamental thing is to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Although Ace is the blood of Luogia, it is almost meaningless to compare him with Whitebeard and the huge forces behind him. The top officials of the world government just want to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, especially Whitebeard. The world is currently in a state of delicate balance. Once Whitebeard dies, the balance will be completely tilted, and the favorable side will naturally be the world government. However, the enemies who came to naval headquarters this time are not only Whitebeard pirates. Ace. Looking at the distance of more than 100 meters, there are still tens of thousands of Marines standing in front of them densely. At this time, Luffy feels a little exhausted. Facing such a large number of Marines, Luffy feels there was already a slight sense of powerlessness. I must rescue Ace. In a trance, he thought of Ace's head rolling down from the execution platform, and the headless corpse spurted out blood, and fell powerlessly on the execution platform. Thinking of this, Luffy felt like a nightmare. No, it was scarier than a nightmare. Therefore, he must not let such a thing happen. Luffy. We'll be able to save Ace. Advertisement. Sabo looked dignified at the side, looking at the densely packed Marines in front of him, more than ants, and his own consumption. Sabo felt a sense of dignity. At this time, the two were fighting side by side and kept rushing forward. However, they had been fighting for nearly 2 hours, and their physical strength was also exhausted. The fists they punched did not have the usual strength. There are thousands of Marines resisting. How can the two not be impatient? Justice shall prevail. It is absolutely impossible to let these criminals pass through here. A Marine roared, and the Marine who heard the sound became even more excited. Yes, justice will prevail. Does justice prevail? Not far away, Ling Bai, who has not moved yet, has heard several times today that justice will prevail. Indeed, justice must prevail. After all, the strong are justice, and the strong must prevail, so justice must prevail. At this moment, Ling Bai saw that Kizaru had appeared under the execution platform, bursting out with yellow light one after another, and each yellow light could cause a violent explosion, so that a large number of pirates were killed, blow up, or just die. Of course, death is not a pity for pirates. For Marine here, all pirates deserve death. The weak can only be cannon fodder here. Speaking of it, it is very pitiful. The pirates who come here are full of enthusiasm, but in the end, few young people can leave here alive or with healthy limbs. In order to save Ace, Whitebeard would have to sacrifice countless cannon fodder. For another person, he might not have made such a big move to naval headquarters. It can only be said that he regards Ace as his heir, and Ace's position in Whitebeard's heart is even beyond Marco and all of them. In addition, Ling Bai looked at the current Whitebeard, and it was obvious that he was unable to do what he wanted. At this moment, Whitebeard knelt on one knee and still grabbed Kong Yunki to stabilize his body. You must know that before playing, Whitebeard needs to be on a bottle and take medicine for a long time, and his physical condition will not be much better. Therefore, Whitebeard's body already had problems, and today he was attacked by the big Uzumaki spider, which further aggravated his condition and further deteriorated his physical condition. In the original book, Whitebeard was able to finally burst out with such a powerful force, and it was only a flashback. In the past, Whitebeard at its peak was indeed very strong. However, heroes will grow old, and the strong will grow old. That's the way it is today, but Whitebeard is still pretty good now compared to the original. Ling Bai, who was about to take the next step, suddenly felt a rush of heat behind him, and the temperature of the air also rose rapidly. The feeling of familiarity hits. It is Akainu. Ling Bai made a fist with his right hand, turned around and punched out. Of course, Ling Bai didn't forget to cover armament hockey at the fist. Boom. The air seemed to be about to burst, and it was the fists of Ling Bai and Akainu that collided, and immediately another strong wave spread. Ling Bai didn't expect that Akainu would stop fighting with Drago. There is nothing to say, I just want to leave your body here today, and throw it into the sea tomorrow to feed the Sea Kings. Akainu's tone was vicious, and his hatred for Ling Bai could be said to be deep in his bones. A burst of intense hot steam erupted from the fist, the air was twisted, and the temperature rose almost in a straight line. Ling Bai didn't speak, and at this moment, a strong electric current suddenly burst out from his fist, and this electric current carried super strong repulsive force, repelling Akainu away. Ask for flowers. Akainu retreated several meters at once, his right hand also felt a little numb, and he also had a look of surprise on his face. Looking at Ling Bai's right fist with crackling electric current, he was puzzled and surprised. What happened? Current, electricity, you look surprised. Ling Bai dodges, turning into a thunderbolt, and instantly appears in front of Akainu, and then, with a punch of a powerful arc, hits Akainu. And Akainu looked at this punch, the strong blue-white electric current, and the thunder and lightning he was familiar with, there was no difference. What happened? Advertisement, but doubts are doubts, Akainu also has to resist Ling Bai's latest punch. Another collision between fists, however, the electric current that was originally on Ling Bai's body directly transmitted an astonishing electric current to Chiju when Ling Bai's fist touched Akainu's fist. Therefore, the repulsive force of electricity caused Akainu to be knocked back several meters. What's the matter with this ability? Akainu frowned, he hadn't seen Ling Bai for a few days, why is Ling Bai strange again? But Ling Bai ignored Akainu's astonishment and punched out hard. 30 million volts. The common name of the move, Ling Bai, is such that the right fist covers armament hockey, entwining a powerful thunderbolt. A current of 30 million volts is nothing to Ling Bai, who can manipulate a current of 1 billion volts. And this is just a simple application of the electromagnetic gun. You must know that just by hearing the name of the electromagnetic gun, you know that this ability is not simply manipulating electric current. A punch with a current of 30 million volts bombarded the comrades. Electricity can cause repulsion, and at this time, Ling Bai used it. Boom! With a loud noise, while Akainu resisted with Dark Hound, two fists collided, and a huge impact force made both of them retreat several meters by their respective impacts. And this was just the beginning, the two rushed forward again, punching, and the electric current and lava shot in multiple directions in all directions. Suddenly, the battle between Akainu and Ling Bai became the scariest battle in the entire Marine Plaza. On the other side, seeing that time has become more and more urgent. As the distance drew closer, Ace was not far away from them. Marco immediately turned into a phoenix state and rushed towards the execution platform. The blue flame is burning in the air, but this is not a flame that can really produce a burning effect, but the undead flame of the phoenix. Ace. Here I come. Marco rushed to the scaffold. Seeing that there are only Ace and Sengoku on the execution platform, there is not much hesitation. However, at this moment, when Marco was still 5 meters away from the execution platform, Marco could already see Sengoku's shocked and angry face, as well as his clenched in. A fist ready to strike at any time. Boom! A black shadow hit, and then Marco felt his head was going to explode in severe pain, apparently hitting some meteorite, and then Marco was hit back to the ground. Noodle. Looking up, the Marines all started to exclaim. It's Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Hero Garp, the legendary Marine. It turned out to be Garp the Fist. Is he finally going to make a move? Now, Garp is sitting on the throne of Admiral where Akainu is. As Vice Admiral, he is sitting on this seat, looking down at everyone, and the gesture of holding the hunger is even more arrogant. Up. However, no one said Garp couldn't sit on the Admiral throne. Because, he is a Marine hero, fully qualified, Marine, who had pushed Luo Jia into desperation several times, had made countless military exploits and refused to be promoted to Marine Admiral many times. At this moment, seeing Garp sitting on the position of Admiral and resisting the Phoenix Marco, many Marines are even more excited. Garp. Only then did Sengoku realize that Garp had made a move, but luckily it wasn't something Garp couldn't imagine, and the opponent resisted Marco's attack. At this moment, the morale of the Marines has obviously increased by 5. 3 IE Chapter 81 Whitebeard, do you think you can stop the execution? 1/5? At this time, Garp is sitting on the Admiral throne where Akainu was before. As one of the legendary Marines and a legendary Marine hero, Garp sitting here is completely enough to deter countless pirates, and he is fully qualified to sit it's here. Garp. Sengoku now understands the meaning behind Garp's behavior. Sure enough, it is impossible for Garp to abandon Marine's duty and justice. If it weren't for the Celestial Dragons, Garp would definitely be one of the admirals, steadfast in carrying out his own justice. Marco, who was punched to the ground, felt the severe pain from his head. Garp punched him, and his head was about to explode. Under Garp's punch, any phoenix would it's bullshit. Damn, time is running out. Marco was distraught, and so were the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. That Garp guy. Whitebeard struggled to stand up from the ground, surrounded by Marines, but these Marines only surrounded Whitebeard in fear, but they didn't dare to approach him for the time being, and they pushed each other trying to push out an early one. The strength of Whitebeard, the presence of every Marine cannot be ignored. However, seeing that Whitebeard seemed to be on the verge of collapse, with many wounds on his body bleeding, the Marines rushed over boldly, swarming up, led by the rear admirals, and the crowd was densely packed. If there are too many ants, the elephant can be dragged to death. This is called crowd tactics. Moreover, the other party is an old man who is sick, in poor health, and has been stabbed several times. It seems that victory is in sight. A group of brats, do you think I have this level? 963. Lousy is. Life. Whitebeard's voice was still thick and powerful. He clenched his fist with his right hand, and the power of shock fruit directly wrapped his fist, and then, Whitebeard punched to the right. Click. There was a crisp sound of glass cracking, and under Whitebeard's punch, cracks like spiderwebs appeared in the atmosphere. Run away, that monster is about to activate its power again. The atmosphere is shattered again. Don't be discouraged, he's dying. Evil pirates are bound to be defeated by justice. And Whitebeard's fist smashed open the atmosphere, and in an instant, the ground shook, and at the same time, the ground was also greatly cracked, and a large number of marines were shaken out, or fell directly into the huge cracks in the ground. Sengoku, do you think I can't stop you? Whitebeard continued to attack, but after a round of shock fruit was launched, another group of marines rushed forward, trying to resist Whitebeard, and even killed Whitebeard. Whitebeard gives the marines the feeling that they're at the end of their strength. Seeing Whitebeard's posture now, Marine is also a little excited. The body is sick. The knife of the big Uzumaki spider, the knife wound stabbed by other marines, and the violent use of force caused old wounds. Can Whitebeard leave naval headquarters? This is why Marine is excited. Being able to kill Whitebeard is enough for them to go down in history, and even become Marine like Garp, known as a Marine hero. Whitebeard. Fate. You can't stop it. Sengoku didn't forget to hit Whitebeard on the execution platform, and what he said also had the effect of cheering Marine up. From the era of Locks, the pirates of the New World were famous. After the era of Locks, it was almost the era of Whitebeard and a few people. Whitebeard, his era, lasted too long. The closest man to the throne, both naval headquarters and the world government agree that Whitebeard is likely to become the next One Piece, and Whitebeard is also a huge hidden danger to the rule of the world government. Now is the best chance to get rid of Whitebeard. Victory is in sight. Daddy. Seeing the man hundreds of meters away from him, waving Kong Yunki and sweeping across Marine, Ace's eyes became moist. Yes, he is too capricious. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have let Whitebeard and the others come here. You wayward old man, execution is not something you can stop. A yellow flash struck, piercing Whitebeard's stomach at a desperate speed. It is Kizaru. Kizaru can be said to be completely handy when releasing flashes to Whitebeard now, unlike the previous flashes that were released to Ling Bai. No matter how many times they were released, they were eliminated. Whitebeard felt a sharp pain in his stomach, but he didn't even look down at his wound. Kizaru brat. Advertisement. Whitebeard slashed at Kizaru with a knife, and at the same time blessed the blade with the power of shock fruit. Call out. Another flash of light pierced Whitebeard's stomach, and Whitebeard's movements stopped for a moment. Blood almost spit out from his mouth. When he heard Marco's terrified screams, Kong Yunshu slashed at Kizaru, but there is no doubt that Whitebeard's movements now slow, so this knife can't attack Kizaru, who is known for his speed. Tread. Kizaru, die. With a roar of rage, the next second, Kizaru was slammed into the air by Diamond Jazi, who was shining with diamond light all over his body. In addition, Kizaru's glasses were directly smashed by the impact, especially the impact brought by Diamond Jazi. The huge force caused Kizaru to be knocked flying 100 meters. Daddy. Diamond Joes was extremely worried. Looking at the two round holes in Father Whitebeard's stomach, he almost burst into tears. This level is not enough for me. Go save Ace, Whitebeard. Whitebeard saw two executioners on the execution platform, and their appearance meant that Ace was about to be executed. Puff. Just about to take a step forward, Whitebeard vomited blood and knelt down on one knee again. His complexion also changed a lot. Daddy. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates yelled, but among them, almost all powerful crew members were held back by Marine. There are some things that you can't stop if you want to. Victory was in sight. The ghost spider looked at the foil Vista pinned down by him, and his tone was a little mocking. Hateful. Foil Vista is also extremely anxious at this time, seeing that Ace is about to be executed, but none of them can reach the execution platform, and the upper and lower sides of the execution platform have the effect in Garp standing at the top of the Marine guards. Damn Marine. Seeing that the executioner was already standing on the execution platform, Marco was in a state of anxiety. His body was burning with undead flames, and he was about to rush up again, but a black shadow came, and his body instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura, and Marco dodged quickly, but the right leg, which was too late to be pulled away quickly, was hit by some unknown force, so that the right leg turned into clothes that were about to be hung up. What happened? Marco's face changed in shock due to the inability to move his right leg. If you want to pass by here, kill me first. It was Vice Admiral, the fruit washing ability user, who was finally able to release the fruit washing ability with ease when dealing with Marco and others. Marco quickly flapped his blue flame wings and retreated, distanced himself from the woman in front of him. Damn it, here comes another legendary Marine. Marco was already scolding his mother in his heart, and his eyes swept around. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were restrained by Marine. Let them go a little further. Don't try to save Fire Fist Ace, who bears Luojia's sinful blood. Here, brat. Akainu spoke viciously to Ling Bai, and the lava fist collided with Ling Bai's lightning-wrapped fist. At this time, two colliding hemispheres had formed, and countless thunderbolts erupted at the collision. What does Luojia's son have to do with me? Do you think I came to Marineford to save someone who has nothing to do with me? Akainu, you think too much. Ling Bai laughed. What? Akainu was surprised, but also puzzled. Since Ling Bai didn't come here to fight the Fire Fist Ace, then why did he come here? Boom. At this time, Ling Bai had already increased the output of lightning, and the huge repulsive force directly shook Akainu out. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai rushed over again and stepped on Akainu's hunk, but Akainu also reacted quickly, so he wouldn't be like the previous CPO member. After several laps in quick succession, Akainu got down on one knee and then stood up. At this time, Akainu was puzzled again about Ling Bai's ability, because Ling Bai manipulated the thunder and lightning. Doesn't he have freezing power? Unknown freezing power, but now, he also has the ability to manipulate lightning, that is to say, 2 abilities? Freezing, lightning. Akainu frowned, or is it like Big Mom, who can use the soul fruit ability to manipulate flames and lightning, or similar to Drago, to manipulate wind and lightning? Advertisement. What is Ling Bai's ability? What is this monster, demon fruit power? Akainu is puzzled and full of fear. Akainu rushed to Ling Bai, and a great eruption shot directly crushed him. Ling Bai also punched him, the two fists collided, and the thunder and lightning burst out, as if the space was torn apart. Boom. The next moment, Akainu's lava fist was directly torn and shattered, and even Akainu's arm was directly blown away. In the next second, Ling Bai appeared in front of Akainu with teleportation, before both feet landed, and Ling Bai's right hand was already pressing on Akainu's peak cap, covered by armament haki. To deal with this kind of Logia ability, Ling Bai can hardly forget about using armament haki. Immediately afterwards, Akainu, whose face changed in surprise, was pressed hard by Ling Bai. There was an explosion, and a big pit appeared immediately under Akainu's feet. The huge impact force not only caused the ground to collapse into a big pit, but Akainu was lying in the deep pit in embarrassment. Ling Bai's blow just now armament haki was used, so Akainu, who fell into the big pit, could only bear the pain. And Ling Bai, from above, used the moonwalk to stay in the air, staring at Dong Yen. I shouldn't give you the chance to compete for the next Marine Marshal. Ling Bai said something that made Akainu feel a little inexplicable. Those who provoke justice, die. Akainu jumped up from the big pit, his fists turned into lava fists at the same time, and smashed towards Ling Bai. Boom. In the next second, a wave of terrifying air spread in all directions, and in an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, covering everyone's vision. Rumble. A burst of thunder rolled, and at the same time, a large number of lightning tore from the night sky and fell into the billowing smoke and dust. There is a red object in the loom. Yes, it is Akainu Admiral, torn to pieces. Mr. Akainu. Was he suppressed by that monster? Impossible, Mr. Akainu, but the strongest Marine Admiral. How could he be suppressed by that Ling Bai? But that monster is too scary. Hope Mr. Akainu beats him soon. Seeing Akainu fighting Ling Bai, it seems that Akainu has a tendency to be crushed. Ordinary Marines are terrified. Every time 3 admirals play at the same time, Akainu is the existence of the C position. This kind of position, in the Marine system, is either the highest status or the strongest metaphor, so almost everyone in Marine thinks that Akainu is the strongest admiral this year. However, was the strongest admiral crushed? How is this possible? In fact, ordinary Marines don't know that the man with the paper fruit ability of 1.9 is an admiral-level fighter, otherwise they wouldn't be so surprised at this moment. Now the Marines here are called from various branches around the world. Regarding the situation of naval headquarters, I don't even know about it, let alone the world government. Does that monster still have the ability to manipulate lightning? Sengoku's eyelids twitched, and there was horror in his eyes. Now that Akainu and Ling Bai are fighting, the thunder and lightning have struck down. Could it be Akainu's ability? Not Ling Bai's. Who else? Multi-fruit abilities. No, this is impossible. It may be a special paramecia, or the ability has been developed to an extremely terrifying level, such as Big Mom using the soul fruit. Ability to manipulate natural weather, fire, lightning, tsunamis, rain. At this time, Sengoku thought of Big Mom. Big Mom is a typical monster who uses one devil fruit ability to develop multiple abilities. However, at this time, I can't manage that much anymore. At this moment, Sengoku raised his right hand. Prepare for execution. We, naval headquarters, shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. At this moment, Sengoku used the radiophone bug to convey his words to every corner of Marineford, and even the people of Sabody Archipelago were listening carefully. Everyone's hearts were raised. People saw that at this time, the 2 executioners who were standing on the execution platform and stood face to face on both sides of Ace raised the execution knife at the same time. Execution is far away, executioner, just wait for Sengoku's next order. Execution time has arrived. Chapter 82 Super Electromagnetic Gun. Akainu was seriously injured and unconscious. The public execution must follow the normal process, and when the specified time point is reached, the execution will start on time. Unless there is the most special situation that interferes with the execution, then the executioner will be killed by simpler and more brutal means. But now, it is still a normal process. The 2 executioners have already raised the execution knife high, only waiting for Sengoku's order. Sengoku. Don't think you can stop me. Whitebeard blasted out with a fist, and unleashed the power of the shock fruit to sweep across a large area of Marine. The Marine floated up like a dandelion before it fell to the ground. Whitebeard added the power of the shock fruit to Kong Yunki again, and immediately swung the knife again. Seeing that the execution knife was raised high, and not daring to imagine that Ace would be beheaded later, Whitebeard frantically rushed to the execution platform ahead. However, it seems that the activity has become more intense, which makes Whitebeard's condition worse. And the execution platform in front of him is still dozens of meters away from him. Whitebeard, you're nothing more than a dead end. Sengoku shouted, "Look, Fire Fist Ace, the head falls." Whitebeard. The mole vice admiral attacked and stabbed directly, but was blocked by Whitebeard. Of course, Whitebeard could not move forward because of this. Mole Vice Admiral, as one of the elite Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters, although his strength is far from the top players, he can still resist the injured Whitebeard. Ace. Luffy roared. "Go away, rubber machine gun." In an instant, the speed of punching was so fast that it turned into an afterimage. However, there are tens of thousands of Marines ahead, how could Luffy's fist hit them all? Moreover, these Marines are not ordinary Marines, they are cannon fodder for the strong, but for Luffy, it is undoubtedly difficult for Luffy to move forward, especially at this moment of exhaustion. Too far. Sabo took a leap, stepping on Marine's head or shoulders and was about to rush over, but was smashed back by a giant Marine holding a mace, and the huge force made Sabo 13 feel like his mouth was about to burst generally. Punishment. At this moment, Sengoku gave an order and the two executioners, who had already tensed their nerves, chopped down the execution knife at the same time under the great pressure. At this moment, Ace, looking at Luffy, Sabo, Whitebeard and others, felt hopeless and helpless, not because they couldn't save him, but just wanted to see more of these important people in his life. At this moment, almost everyone looked towards the execution platform. Garp's position, being able to see the light of the knife, his heart seemed to explode. Thinking of Ace's head falling, he couldn't accept it, so much so that his body trembled. And Whitebeard's eyes also widened. A Marine rushed over at this moment, and was directly pinned to the ground by Whitebeard, vomiting blood on the spot. Ace, Marco and the others treated them heart-piercingly, and some people didn't even dare to look at this scene. People from Shichibukai, Marine, and Sabody Archipelago are all watching this scene at this moment. People seem to be able to think of the picture of Fire Fist Ace being beheaded and the picture of the head rolling off the execution platform. However, when the execution knife was still 30 centimeters away from Ace's neck, a thunderbolt suddenly tore from the sky, and landed on the execution platform at an unimaginable speed. As a result, thunder and lightning directly knocked out the two executioners, but the person closest to them, Fire Fist Ace, was fine. This, who? Sengoku's complexion changed drastically. Originally, Ace's beheading was a fait accompli fact at this moment. However, the sudden thunder and lightning made the execution fail, and both executioners were chopped off. Lost time. Human factors. Hey, what's going on? Gecko Moria was surprised. Why did a lightning strike suddenly prevent the execution at a critical moment? Someone prevented the execution, what happened? The executioner was struck by lightning. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Anyone with a normal head would know that the execution was prevented, and the lightning was also a man-made attack. Ace. Saved. But for another group of people, or for a small group of people, it is exciting at this time, such as Garp, Luffy, Sabo and the Whitebeard pirates, etc. Of course, Ace himself was even more excited. He could even feel the approach of death just now, but at this moment the two executioners fell to the ground. After being struck by lightning, their bodies were covered with smoke. He was saved? Who made the move? Advertisement. Countless people were puzzled. Whitebeard yelled, "Boys, someone bought us time, keep going." After a loud roar, Whitebeard swung his knife again, and immediately another group of Marines were shot flying. Great. Brothers, go. The big Uzumaki spider also roared, raised its long knife, and rushed to the Marine in front. At this moment, there are at least 30,000 Marines ahead. One can imagine how terrifying such a number is? Sengoku looked at Ling Bai angrily, because Ling Bai manipulated the lightning just now, so Ling Bai prevented the execution? No, it's Drago. Only then did Sengoku notice Drago in the distance, and looking at the drawn clouds in the sky, Sengoku knew that it was Drago who moved. Hateful. Sengoku was furious, and quickly ordered the executioners to come up next time. In order to avoid unexpected special circumstances, there were several batches of executioners. And Akainu looked at Ling Bai angrily. As for Ling Bai, he didn't make a move. Ling Bai can probably think of who made the shot. It was nothing more than Drago. After all, this guy has shot twice in Rog Town. The first time was on Luojia's execution platform, knocking Buggy unconscious with lightning in the past. He saved Luffy, who was about to be beheaded by Buggy. Now, it was another familiar scene. Drago's ability could completely affect thunder. Hateful. Akainu struck with a punch. The dog eats the red lotus. Dorag's hand is none of my business. Ling Bai taunted, and also punched out a punch at the same time, and with this punch, a large amount of ice gathered in Ling Bai's right hand, quickly forming a huge ice fist. Dorag. Only then did Akainu think of Drago. Indeed, Drago has this ability. Because of the previous fight, Drago used Thunderbolt. Boom. The two fists collided, and the lava exploded. Akainu's lava dog's head was smashed directly, and the two fists continued to fight for nearly 10 seconds. Finally Akainu was smashed out. You seem to be weakening, Mr. Admiral. Ling Bai reached the sky above Akainu with a dodge, and immediately landed on Akainu's face. The next second, Akainu shot out at a more terrifying speed, and Ling Bai's foot landed on Akainu's face at that moment. Ling Bai heard the sound of bones breaking. Boom. The next moment, lava burst out, and Akainu, who forcibly stopped in the process of flying backwards, directly disintegrated the ground with a radius of 20 meters, followed by a large amount of lava ejected from the cracks in the ground, like a scene of a volcanic eruption. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Akainu's expression became a little distorted, and the anger in his heart was hard to contain. At this moment, Akainu's entire body has almost turned into elementalization, and the ground under him has almost turned into scorching lava. The crimson lava pool is rising with white-hot steam. While the air is distorted, the temperature is also rising. Crackling. Ling Bai, on the other hand, stretched out his right hand, and the terrifying thunder and lightning raged and extended on his right hand, even forming a huge thundercolumn, with countless lightning entangled in it, releasing a terrifying deterrent force and sense of oppression. Akainu on the opposite side I became apprehensive. This is 300 million volts of lightning. He is even more confused about Ling Bai's ability. Freezing ability, Kendo, and now, manipulating lightning. Does that monster actually have other abilities? Tisk tisk, this looks horrible. Is there a thunderbolt tens of meters long extending from the arm? The stones on the ground are instantly turned into ashes. Manipulate ice with one hand, and control thunder and lightning with one hand. At this moment, a lot of attention was attracted to Ling Bai again. Including Dorag, Crane, Kizaru and others. At this time, Ling Bai took a step forward with his right foot, and when Akainu threw a fist of lava that was the size of a small warship, Ling Bai waved the huge thunderbolt formed by his right hand and swept across it. Super large great eruption. Akainu let out a roar. Boom. The fist of the lava collided with the thunderpillar, so could the lava be the opponent of the 300 million volt thunderpillar? The moment the lava touched the lightning, it was directly crushed and crushed. The sound of crackling and the sound of lava explosion, the two sounds are intertwined. Terrifying wind and waves spread around like a tsunami, and astonishing thunder and lightning spread in all directions, and the area with a radius of 30 to 40 meters was covered by lightning. Advertisement. The horrifying picture has caused countless people to tremble with fear. People saw that Akainu's lava was destroyed. Although Akainu continued to add more lava, it couldn't keep up with the speed at which the lightning destroyed the lava. Ling Bai is also increasing the output of lightning. Ultra Railgun. Now Ling Bai can manipulate a billion volts of lightning, while Enel can only use Thunderfruit at most 200 million volts, and the 200 million volts in the original work is enough to destroy the world. Now Ling Bai has increased from 300 million volts to 500 million volts, and it is still rising. Boom. Endless thunder and lightning filled this small space, and even in front of Akainu, there were dense thunder and lightning, like a spiderweb, covering the field of vision, and it was almost impossible to see Ling Bai clearly. The thunder and lightning raged on Akainu. Too powerful Raiden, even if Akainu can elementalize, even if he is a Logia ability user, so what? Akainu's lava also has a range of tolerance, or it is the same for all Logia ability users. If it exceeds this tolerance range, they are finished. For example, in the original book, Akainu and Aokiji competed for the position of Marine Marshal, and Akainu defeated Aokiji. Wouldn't he always use armament hockey? Looking at the burn marks on Aokiji's body, you can tell that Akainu's lava eventually exceeded Aokiji's tolerance. At this time, Ling Bai faced Akainu in the same way. If the super electromagnetic gun Thunderbolt used by Ling Bai in 103 was just to warm up Akainu, then now, it is directly torture. In the lightning area, Akainu struggled to withstand Ling Bai's continuous strengthening of lightning. The lightning fell on him, ignoring Logia's elemental physique, and his body was as if he was being whipped violently. Can you still bear it, Akainu? Ling Bai yelled, and then he showed a sickly smile. At this moment, the lightning has arrived, 600 million volts. But facing Akainu at this time, the powerful output will consume a lot of Ling Bai. Look at this everything, the marine and pirates in the distance, the revolutionary army, the people of the Sabody archipelago. Countless people are afraid. Ling Bai, what kind of monster is that? Boom. With an astonishing explosion, one person was blown away. It is Akainu. At this moment, Akainu is covered in ragged clothes, and there are shocking wounds all over his body. A lot of blood is oozing out of it, and some skins are even scorched. Smell. Electricity can generate super high temperature. Enel even melts gold with lightning. At this moment, Akainu almost turned into a bloodman. Call out. Ling Bai was about to kill Akainu, but at this moment, a white figure quickly attacked. Boom. It was Aokiji who temporarily frozen bullet. Hey, enough is enough, brother. Although there are often conflicts with Akainu on political views, but at this time, if no one makes a timely move, maybe 3 admirals will become 2 admirals. The previous CP boss is a bloody example. He was killed by Ling Bai. At this time, another figure also struck. It is Crane Vice Admiral. Akainu has fallen to the ground, and the whole person has fallen into a coma due to serious injuries. Not to mention the shocking wounds all over his body, he has turned into a bloody man, with eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth all covered. Bleed. Bleeding from the 7 orifices, Sakazuki. At this moment, Crane Vice Admiral saw Akainu's miserable condition, covered in blood, numerous wounds, shocking, even some parts have been burnt. Life is at stake, if you don't hurry. Sent for medical treatment, the consequences would be disastrous. And Ling Bai is also here. This monster obviously wants to kill Akainu. Without any hesitation, Crane picked up Akainu on his back and left here quickly. Akainu, seriously injured and unconscious. Chapter 83 Fighting Aokiji, the passage to the execution platform. Sakazuki. Seeing Crane leave quickly with Akainu on his back, Sengoku knew just how terrifying Ling Bai's ultimate move was. At this time, the 2 executioners who passed out had already been carried down, and Sengoku didn't even notice this process, because at this moment his attention was on Ling Bai, and the place where the explosion just now was now a deep pit with a radius of more than 50 meters, and the entire pit is scorched, and there is still a burning flame in it. Ling Bai also had blue electric arcs on his body, and his hair and clothes were automatically moving without wind. How strong is he? Sengoku on the execution platform clenched his fists and looked at Ling Bai in the distance in disbelief. Akainu, who was carried away by Vice Admiral just now, what is his condition now? The hanging hands clearly proved that Akainu has fallen into a coma. His earth-shattering explosion just now seemed to shake the entire Marineford, and countless thunder and lightning rage, killing Akainu in the Sea of Thunder was under countless lightning attacks. How is he now? Sengoku is worried about what happened to Akainu, there is no doubt about it. Naval Headquarters, it's not that Admiral died in battle. Decades ago, in Kong's Marine Admiral, 2 Marine Admirals were killed by Locks, and in the last Marine Admiral, 3 Admirals died in battle. This is undoubtedly terrifying. Back then, Locks surpassed the existence of Admirals and stood at the real apex. And Ling Bai, is he also a pirate at the same level? So, how is it possible that Sengoku is not worried about Akainu's situation? Today's Ling Bai is almost regarded by Sengoku as the next Locks. At this time, almost all the audience's attention was on Ling Bai's side. Akainu was seriously injured, as long as they were not blind, they could see, so that now they looked at Ling Bai with even more fear. Just now, the execution of Fire Fist Ace failed, which has already shattered their confidence, and now Ling Bai's strength even caused Akainu to be seriously injured? In a coma? The mood of many Marines is heavy to the bottom. It is impossible to imagine that such a young pirate possesses such terrifying power. Almost no one present could remain calm. This war is almost becoming Ling Bai's personal performance, and the battle images about Ling Bai will be reported to the whole world. A daunting existence is becoming a nightmare to dominate the world. Of course, now is just the beginning. Whitebeard looked over, but at this time, in addition to the mole Vice Admiral, the person Whitebeard is fighting against must also include Kizaru. Don't let Whitebeard get close to the scaffold, or he'll smash the scaffold with one punch. The tactic now is to let Whitebeard continue to consume, and finally kill Whitebeard. However, the shock was shocking, and the Whitebeard pirates began to attack again. Ling Bai just took a look at this. For Whitebeard, it is just a Conqueror's hockey problem. Those ordinary Marines can fall down by thousands. The Conqueror's hockey released by a top existence like Whitebeard is inevitable. It is also extremely terrifying. But now, in the Whitebeard pirates, everyone is fighting with this group of Marines. You must know that even if Whitebeard continues like this, he will be exhausted to death. The power of a single ant is negligible, but thousands of ants cooperate to kill an elephant. So, Ling Bai just shook his head. In the original book, there are so many Marines left today, and Luffy released Conqueror's hockey in an emergency to sweep past. On the other side, Luffy and Sabo, Ivankov and Lightning have started to continue their onslaught. I took a look at Ling Bai and Akainu just now, and knew that their strength was like a nightmare-level existence. Even an explosion of that level was not something they could bear, and Ivankov and the others felt lingering fear when they recalled it. At this time, Lightning Imazuna's hands turned into swords, and cut the ground directly, and directly buried part of the Marine after subverting the ground. Sabo, Luffy boy, here I come, one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, the giant Molly, saw that Molly held a huge harpoon in his hand, stabbed the harpoon on the ground, and immediately turned the ground up like a quilt. The originally flat ground, unexpectedly in the end, rice cake rolls were formed, and some of the Marines on the top were shaken out, and some were crushed. Molly's ability, on the ground, is somewhat similar to the ability of the Revolutionary Army Lightning. Therefore, at this time, the 6 people cooperated together and rushed to the execution platform. The Whitebeard pirates on the other side also took advantage of Marine's momentary loss of consciousness from the serious injury to Akainu, and rushed straight to the execution platform, and quickly advanced a distance of 30 to 40 meters. It was Kizaru and Mole who blocked Whitebeard's progress. In the distance, Drago looked at Ling Bai, standing on the high steel wall, with a serious expression on his face. The appearance of Ling Bai was also a surprise to Drago, and the strength of Ling Bai was a shocking surprise to him. Powerful beyond imagination. Drago fought against Akainu before, although Akainu suffered a disadvantage, but he also suffered a disadvantage. Both of them were injured more or less, and it is not easy to defeat each other. Most of the world's top combat powers are not much different. Otherwise, why Luo Jia was cornered several times by Garp? Whitebeard fought Luo Jia again for 3 days and 3 nights? Sengoku and Whitebeard are rivals again. Especially as enemies of different camps, if they can easily defeat each other, they would have already wiped out the opponent. Otherwise, do you still cherish each other with the enemy? Advertisement. The reason is that the top combat forces are almost all fighting at the same level, and it is difficult to determine the winner. Even if the winner is determined, it is not so easy for the winner to kill the loser. Defeating and killing are not the same concept. But Ling Bai seriously injured Akainu just now, and killed the strongest CPO before. Obviously it is not a level fight anymore. This is a battle of higher combat power against the next level of combat power. Drago, the heart is very messy. He felt that Ling Bai was a bit too strong and not a good person, and he didn't know what the future would be like for this world. Drago thought for a while, and went straight into the fragmented and dusty marine square. Perhaps, it is necessary to keep Ling Bai here, and now that he has shot so many times, it is impossible for his body to be exhausted. His body cannot have infinite kinetic energy. At this time, it should be easier to suppress Ling Bai than before. As for what Dorag thinks, Ling Bai doesn't know. At this moment, Aokiji stood in front of him. I want to try your strength, the same as the frozen power, your strength, or mine. At this moment, Aokiji rushed towards Ling Bai, releasing a strong cold air from his right hand. Who do you say is stronger? Ling Bai smiled. Your ice is only stronger in range and weak in attack, but my ice is very strong in terms of range and attack, and my freezing ability is superior to yours. Range? Attack? Aokiji was puzzled. At this moment, his cold right hand had touched Ling Bai, and Ling Bai was frozen in an instant. Is it so easy to be frozen? Aokiji was puzzled, but at this moment, Ling Bai, who was in the ice, the water that sealed him with lightning flashed on his body collapsed directly. This kind of ice is of no use to me except to be cold. Ling Bai shook his head and rushed to Aokiji. What kind of ability are you? Aokiji was extremely puzzled, using ice for a while, and lightning for a while. What kind of ability is this? Although I have seen the kind of Big Mom and Dorag, but such a powerful Ling Bai, one can't help but wonder what Ling Bai's ability is. In this way, it will be more beneficial for their marine to fight against Ling Bai. Is it important? Ling Bai rushed over, attacking with a row of ice picks in his right hand. Frozen razor pheasant. Aokiji let out a low cry, and immediately saw an ice bird, but facing the ice cone the size of the king of the offshore attacking from there. Aokiji's ice bird was like a toy. The ice bird was directly crushed. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji was also crushed by the ice cone, and during this period, Aokiji also touched Ling Bai's ice. So hard ice, and at this moment, a huge icicle rose from the ground. Ling Bai naturally jumped on it. Looking down at Aokiji who was crushed on the ground, Ling Bai landed on the top of the icicle, and then, on the side of the icicle facing Aokiji, another small icicle rushed towards Aokiji like an arrow shot out. Quick, is this aggressive? Aokiji looked at his pierced stomach, a little surprised. Elementalize. The next moment, Aokiji hurriedly backed away. Face me, you should be serious. With a dodge, Ling Bai appeared in front of Aokiji, and before he landed, he punched Aokiji on the face. The next second, Aokiji was knocked into the air, and because this punch carried armament hockey, the attack was real damage. You are too dangerous, maybe death, or Impel Down is for you. At this time, a deep voice appeared in Ling Bai's ear, followed by a gust of wind. It's Drago, but before Ling Bai could turn his head, he heard a voice. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and immediately after, Ling Bai saw a man in green clothes being blown away. Drago was sent flying. Finally, it hit the steel wall, and there was another muffled sound. Advertisement. Are sneak attacks popular now? It was Bullet, appearing next to Ling Bai at this time. He clenched his fist, and his bones rattled, was frozen by Aokiji just now. Bullet laughed. Go back to New World, after everything is over, I want to fight with you. Ling Bai. No problem. Bullet. I hope you give it your all. Certainly. Bullet. I want to try Garp's son, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After finishing speaking, Bullet was displayed on the same spot, dodged, and moved at a high speed to reach ultimate. 3 seconds later, there was the sound of a fist hitting the human body. It was Bullet's fist that landed on Drago's stomach. Sound. At this time, Drago's stomach turned over, and he was punched by Bullet. He almost vomited out the food he ate yesterday. In the next second, Drago was sent flying again. Compared to Aokiji's elementalization, it's still more comfortable to punch to the flesh. Bullet smiled ferociously, and Drago was slammed on the body of a Revolutionary Army commander, who was the commander of the Southern Army, Lindbag. The other side. Before the execution platform. Little Lightning, it's up to you. Luffy looked at the lightning of the Revolutionary Army, who nodded, understood what the other party meant, rushed to the front, cut the ground with 2 scissor hands, and then, a piece of the floor rolled up, and was thrown directly to the execution platform by the lightning edge. You, Straw Hat Luffy, and the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku's eyes widened. Even the road was paved, how could Sengoku not be angry? And Garp below also widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. Luffy, Sabo, you go up, we're here to cover. Ivankov hurriedly urged Luffy and Sabo to rescue Ace along the passage cut by the Revolutionary Army lightning. At this time, Ivankov, Haishia Jinbei, Revolutionary Army Commander Molly, and Lightning turned their backs to the passage, facing Marine in front of them, and made a gesture of making a move. Thank you, we will definitely save Ace. Luffy, come on. Luffy and Sabo looked at each other with firm eyes, and rushed up directly. Li Hao, Luffy, Sabo. Ace was shocked. He didn't expect the two of them to have reached this point now. Tears welled up again, and ultimate was moved in his heart. This is the brotherhood between them. Those two brats, Straw Hat, Ace's younger brother? Whitebeard looked into the distance. Luffy and the others were naturally watched by Whitebeard. Whitebeard pirates, fully assist Ace's younger brother, assist them, rescue Ace. At this time, Whitebeard stepped on the mole Vice Admiral on the ground and roared loudly. Then, Whitebeard's feet directly released the power of shock fruit. The moment the ground shattered, the mole Vice Admiral vomited blood on the spot. Hey, Daddy, help Ace's brother. Ace, here I come. With the sound of Whitebeard, the Marine who had just picked up the cannon and was about to blow up the passage was split into 2 sides by the foil vista knife. Diamond Jazzy was like a bull rushing, and a large number of Marines turned against each other. Ace's younger brother is doing well. I didn't pay much attention to them just now. I didn't expect them to be there. Marine is almost pinning down our Whitebeard pirates, so they ignore Ace's brother and them? Haha. All help Ace's younger brother Mai. Boom. At this moment, Garp landed on the top of the tunnel, and the huge pedaling force caused a lot of cracks in the tunnel. If you want to pass through here, step on the old man's corpse first. Garp assumes a stance to face the enemy. Sengoku, who was about to blow up the tunnel, was horrified, but at this moment Garp stood up and confronted his grandson. Garp, are you sure you're serious? Chapter 84 Burning Fist of Fire, Sengoku vs Whitebeard. When seeing Garp appear at the top of the channel, almost everyone was stunned. The pirates panicked, because Garp stood in the way, not to mention a pirate of Luffy's level, even a deputy-level member of the Four Emperors may not be able to pass. Luffy, how did they get there? Marine, on the other hand, cheered up, because that was their Marine hero, so powerful, he was definitely one of the Marines standing at the pinnacle of Marine, and might even be the strongest one. With such combat strength, what is a mere Straw Hat Luffy? However, not many people at the scene knew that Garp and Straw Hat Luffy are grandparents. Mr. Garp and Luffy, Garp's two disciples, Kebi and Beru Meber, were stunned. Is this the level at which grandparents and grandchildren want to face each other with swords? And look at Garp's determined look, is he really serious? Grandpa. Drago couldn't help but glance at the actions of his son and father, but he had no choice but to face Bullet's punches to the flesh. At this time, many people's attention was attracted by Garp. Straw Hat Luffy has already reached the execution platform. The distance from the execution platform is only this passage, but Garp resists here. Almost everyone agrees that this is without any suspense. Garp has no suspense to blow up both Luffy and Sabo. Grandpa. Get out of the way, Luffy yelled. He really couldn't do anything to his grandpa, but he wanted to save Ace. Two people, Ace and Garp, were the most important people in his life. It's difficult now. Sabo had a headache. When he was a child, he also regarded Garp as his grandfather. If you want to pass here, just defeat the old man. The old man is Marine. At this moment, Garp's clothes fluttered with the wind, and he was majestic. Although he was an old man in his 70s, he gave off the feeling of a super strong man. Grandpa, I'm going to save Ace. Get out of the way. Luffy frowned, and Sabo rushed forward. However, seeing that Garp still has no intention of getting out of the way, Luffy is a craftsman. Into second gear. A large amount of hot steam was released from him, and with a stronger posture, he rushed straight to Garp. And Garp, with a roar, punched Luffy, who rushed up. At this moment, Ace was stunned. Luffy and Garp, the two circled by each other. Boom. However, the result of 357 was beyond everyone's imagination. Garp's fist did not hit Luffy, and Luffy's fist fell directly on Garp's face. Immediately afterwards, Garp seemed to be disconnected like a kite, falling to the ground. And before falling again, Garp heard Luffy say, "Grandpa, I'm sorry." From the moment Garp fell, countless people watching all of this were stunned. Garp was knocked down by a supernova. Is Garp getting old, or is Garp draining? Ace's younger brother, they're going up. He actually went up. Come on, Ace's younger brother. Yizang, one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, exclaimed. Finally up, Whitebeard couldn't help being relieved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his body's strength seemed to have recovered a little because of this. On the execution platform, Sengoku was already scolding his mother in his heart. Garp, punch fake. With Garp's strength, even Admiral may not be able to sneak attack him. How can Luffy's direct punch land on Garp's old face with such precision? Sure enough, he gave water to his grandson, that old boy. At this moment, Luffy directly ignored Sengoku and ran to Ace's side, and was about to unlock the key with Sabo that he had stolen in advance. Ace. Luffy was pleasantly surprised. Luffy and Sabo, you. Ace was so touched, he didn't expect them to rush forward. Boom. However, at this moment, a golden light flickered behind them, and the entire execution platform almost shook. The golden circle of light continued to expand, quickly filling half of Marineford. Advertisement, that is, the legendary Marine, the Sengoku of the Buddha. Zone Phantom Beast Human Fruit Buddha form, the legendary Buddha. In my lifetime, I was able to see Mr. Sengoku use his abilities. Seeing Sengoku turned into a big Buddha standing on the execution platform, countless people were shocked. People's expressions were like witnessing the coming of a god. People were in awe of it. Sengoku. As one of his old enemies, Whitebeard had, BDAB, fought against Sengoku many times when he was young, so he was well aware of Sengoku's strength. Want to escape from under my nose? Sengoku looked down at the three of Luffy and let out an angry roar. At the same time, his right palm had already started to gather shockwaves, and bursts of golden light filled the palm of his hand. Third gear. Seeing this, Luffy inhaled on the spot to turn himself into a huge balloon, resisting Sengoku's blow. This ability is truly terrifying. Ling Bai looked at Sengoku. However, Sengoku was not serious either. He just put a little less water in Luffy than Garp, but in the end he still put water in. Shaking his head, he almost guessed what would happen next. Ling Bai turned and continued to face Aokiji. On the other side, with Sengoku's palm, the entire execution platform tilted immediately. You must know what a terrifying palm it was. The huge shockwave could easily crush a large area of the ground, let alone the execution made of a wooden plank. Therefore, at this moment, the execution platform collapsed directly. Hateful. Careless. The collapsed execution platform made Sengoku's face change in shock, and at the same time, Ace broke free from the shackles connected to the execution platform. Of course, he just left the execution platform completely. As for the sea stone, he was naturally still on him. But just as the three brothers fell down at the same time, Sabo took out the key in his pocket. Ace, here's the key. Not good. Seeing this, Sengoku, who also fell, immediately released another shockwave, aiming at Sabo and the others. Boom. At this moment, a flame shot up into the sky like a sea of fire. Fire punch. A crisp sound, accompanied by blazing flames, rushed to Sengoku's shockwave, collided with it, and finally formed a violent explosion in the air. Released. Sengoku frowned, realizing an unacceptable fact. It's a disgrace to let two younger brothers come to save my wayward big brother. Fire Fist Ace's voice was very pleasant, and the feeling of regaining freedom made him extremely excited. Luffy, Sabo, I'm free, Ace, long time no see. In a sea of flames, the three walked out. The Whitebeard pirates and Ivankov were extremely excited and surprised. Luffy, they made it, Ace is saved. Is it finally over? Ace's brother is awesome. All the Whitebeard pirates cheered, even Whitebeard smiled again. Whitebeard pirates, retreat. At this moment, seeing that his beloved son had been saved, Whitebeard shouted immediately, and wanted the Whitebeard pirates to withdraw from Marineford. After all, their goals have been achieved. It's not so easy to leave, Whitebeard. The Ghost Spider is attacking, as the Hawk Marine like Akainu, naturally cannot allow Whitebeard to leave. Because of today's battle, the two people named to die are Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard. Even if other people can leave, these two people must not leave. If they leave, this war will become a complete joke. Only by killing both Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, even if the decapitation is publicized, will naval headquarters be proven victorious. Hawk Marine, the explosion method is indeed a bit far away. I can't let Whitebeard and the others leave. Also, chase after Fire Fist Ace, since the execution of the normal procedure cannot be carried out, then kill them directly. Sengoku also roared. There are two options for execution, one is to proceed in the correct order, and the other is to kill directly. Obviously, we can only use the second option now. As soon as Sengoku said this, hundreds of Marines immediately surrounded Sabo and the others. Advertisement, Marine, don't try to block us, Luffy, Sabo, let's fight tacitly together like when we were kids. Get out of naval headquarters. Ace said to the two people around him that he was looking forward to joining forces with Luffy and Sabo at this time. It is good. The two nodded at the same time. Flame Ring Fire Pillar. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath, Rubber Machine Gun. The three rushed to Marine and shot at the same time. Immediately, dozens of Marines were burned by the sea of flames, the ground collapsed so that the Marines fell into the ground, and a group of Marines were swept away by Luffy's violent punches. To deal with this kind of Marine, the three of them who were in a state of excitement at this time were indeed swept away. You must know that among the three of them, the worst Luffy is at the level of a supernova, while Sabo is much better than Luffy. After all, he has become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army not long ago. And Fire Fist Ace with the ability of Logia is stronger. After all, when he went to sea, Ace was offered a reward of 500 million in a short time. He is a super newcomer that Naval Headquarters believes. As the first supernova, Ace is much stronger than this supernova. Now, there are naturally many Marines coming up, but with the three brothers joining forces, the Marines can't resist at all, let alone catch Luffy and the others, they can't even get close. Since we have been rescued, our Revolutionary Army should also retreat. Seeing that Ace was released, Drago felt a sense of relief in his heart. Want to go? I'm afraid you'll have to wait. A huge fused mechanical fist smashed towards Drago, and at this moment dragged back 7 or 8 meters. It is Bullet. Tough guy. Drago was angry and rushed over to meet the opponent. How capricious. Is that Revolutionary Army also Ace's younger brother? As expected of Ace's younger brother, both of them are very powerful. At this time, Marco on the other side was also excited. Since this is the case, let's work hard to prepare to retreat. With a smile on his face, Marco is extremely confident at the moment. That feeling is that the spirit of personnel is refreshing. This is the case with the entire Whitebeard pirates these days. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame ignited on Marco's body, and Marine fired a lot of bullets at this moment, but Marco's body was just like Logia's elemental body, the bullets were useless at all. Is it only to this extent? Marco smiled. Call out. However, at this moment, a shockwave fell from the sky, the ground exploded on the spot, and Marco was blown out. Pirate. You should accept justice. Immediately afterwards, the effect of releasing a strong golden light descended from the sky, and the majestic appearance of the treasure made all the surrounding Marines odd, and the pirates were extremely afraid. Arrest the Whitebeard pirates with all your might. Don't let even a fly in the Whitebeard pirates escape. Sengoku's tone was angry, and he really couldn't believe how things had come to this point. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. All the Marines seemed to be greatly encouraged and went straight to the pirates. Whitebeard. At this moment, Sengoku looked at his old enemy Whitebeard, with a huge body, but extremely fast speed. I'll deal with Whitebeard, you guys deal with the other pirates. Sengoku looked at the ghost spiders, who nodded and turned to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku, it looks like we're going to fight again in the Millennium. Ace was out of danger, which made Whitebeard excited, and his whole state became better. Immediately, Whitebeard clenched his fist, covered Shockfruit's power on it, and threw the punch at Sengoku with a growl, and Sengoku it is the right palm facing Whitebeard, pushing towards each other, and at the same time with a powerful shockwave force in the palm. In the next second, the atmosphere shattered and golden light shone. And the air suddenly vibrated, and the ground, with the two of them as the center, was torn apart on the spot with a radius of 30 meters. Buddha Sengoku and Whitebeard are fighting. The man who stood at the top of the pirates, and the man who also stood at the top of the Marines started a war. It's scary. Will they all go all out this time? At this moment, witnessing the battle between two legendary figures, countless people are shocked, horrified, expecting, and excited about it. Whitebeard, don't even think about getting out of here today. Sengoku slapped out again, releasing a terrifying shockwave, and Whitebeard on the opposite side naturally did the same, releasing the shock fruit ability again. Decades ago, in the First World War in New World, there was no winner. Chapter 85 Freeze Time and Space. Death of Aokiji, Yuzen of Admiral. Whitebeard, the Sengoku of the Buddha, two legendary figures who bear legendary powers at the same time. At this moment, two forces collided together. The golden circle of light collided with the white circle of light, and at that moment, the space was instantly filled with a large number of cracks, followed by the ground being fragmented in an instant. One can easily trigger terrifying earthquakes, and the other is shockwaves with terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the power of these two abilities colliding can be imagined. But the difference is that Whitebeard is not only injured but also sick, while Sengoku is fighting in full bloom. Although the two of them are over 70 years old, their strength is the top in the world. Both are legendary collisions. The power to destroy everything is colliding, and the people around can only keep retreating. The naval headquarters square is huge, but facing the collision of top combat forces, it is very small. The two shot at the same time. Sengoku's palm and Whitebeard's fist struck at the same time. In an instant, a huge aperture, centered on the two of them, covered most of Marineford. Boom. At this moment, astonishing fluctuations swept through everything. Even the naval headquarters, which was known as the symbol of peace and justice in the Great Pirate Era, had a large number of cracks, and the entire Marineford square was further fragmented. Terrifying, the power of Buddha Sengoku and Whitebeard. This is the power of standing at the top. Even if I get close and stand in the wind and waves, I feel like giving up hope of living. For the first time, witness Mr. Sengoku's shot, too strong. On the other side, the battle between Aokiji and Ling Bai was also extremely fierce. That lord, unexpectedly, 097, still has an invincible posture after going through countless battles. Concubine body. Concubine body. At this moment, Snake Jiyuan looked at Ling Bai in that direction, her eyes fascinated. At this moment, facing Aokiji, a large number of sharp ice arrows floated behind Ling Bai, and in the next second, he released them at Aokiji, who had just stood up from the ground. The dense ice arrows came through the air, piercing Quality's body, but the difficulty is that the opponent has elementalization, so at this moment Ling Bai's moves are a bit useless no matter how powerful they are. Troublesome elementalization. Ling Bai took a step forward, and appeared in front of Aokiji in the next second, and the latter retreated quickly as a conditioned reflex. It seems that although you are a monster, you are not truly invincible. Feeling that Ling Bai's condition is not as good as before, Aokiji is also a little excited. Of course, compared to Ling Bai, Aokiji's condition is worse. There are wounds on the stomach, chest, and back, which are just now. Bai was wounded and still bleeding. Although it was not a fatal injury, when Aokiji moved, the wound inevitably hurt, with a sense of tearing. You and that paper-playing guy are about the same strength, you can kill them both. Ling Bai snorted coldly. Compared to Akainu, Ling Bai didn't like the ambiguous Aokiji. In the original book, Aokiji ostensibly quit Marine after the martial dispute, but in fact he is a member of the Naval Headquarters Special Operations Organization, and his boss is Sengoku, who retired to the second line. Members Drake, Kabi and others ventured into New World as undercover agents the Blackbeard Pirates. Ling Bai can predict that after the Summit War, if Sengoku is to abdicate, the development of the story about the appointment of the new Marine Marshal will not be much different from the original work. Aokiji continues to be undercover? Come to him Ling Bai pirates? Possible. Or how to teach Naval Headquarters the iron lesson now. The so-called hurting his 10 fingers is not as good as cutting off one finger. At this time, Ling Bai's fist smashed Aokiji, with thunder and lightning covering Armament Hockey's fist, and fell on Aokiji, who instinctively crossed his hands to resist Ling Bai's attack at this time. However, Ling Bai's attack power is really terrifying. How terrifying is Ling Bai's pure physical strength? When there is no monster power, Ling Bai's physical strength is not much stronger than Aokiji, but with monster power, Ling Bai's poison will be stronger than Aokiji more than doubled. With a muffled sound, Aokiji was directly blasted out. And Ling Bai, at this moment, at the fastest speed, faster than Aokiji's flying backwards, appeared in the sky above Aokiji, and then, Ling Bai punched down again. This punch landed on Aokiji's mouth, causing his mouth to collapse. Puff. Just like the CPO members who played with paper before, Aokiji also vomited blood at the moment. It feels like my internal organs are about to explode. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji cried out in pain. A huge cold breath was released from his right hand and landed on Ling Bai, instantly freezing half of Ling Bai's body. Boom. In the next second, Aokiji was pressed hard by Ling Bai's right hand, hit the ground, and smashed a hole in the ground. This level of freezing is useless to me. Advertisement. Regarding Aokiji's ability, Ling Bai still said this. This kind of ice is indeed too weak. Of course this is for Ling Bai's Ice Teigu. A bolt of lightning flickered, wrapped around Ling Bai's body, and shattered the ice covering Ling Bai's body. The next moment, Ling Bai fell to the ground, and Aokiji, who had just stood up from the ground, was in even worse condition. Ling Bai swept forward with his right leg, and the latter retreated quickly. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai fell to the ground with his palm, and a large number of giant ice cones drilled out of the ground immediately, rushing towards Aokiji from the opposite direction. What a speed! This guy's ice is too complicated. It has been more than half an hour to fight Ling Bai. Aokiji has to admit that Ling Bai's freezing ability is above him, above the ability of frozen fruit. Maybe the frozen fruit has not been developed by him to ultimate. Maybe, anyway, Ling Bai's ability is too strong. This is how it is now. A large number of ice cones drilled out of the ground, as if consciously, attacked Aokiji, and the speed was quite fast, which seemed to be comparable to the flashes released by Kizaru. Boom! With a crisp sound, the ice picks finally collided together, causing a violent explosion, but Aokiji luckily avoided it. However, at this moment, Ling Bai, who seemed to have expected the position Aokiji was avoiding, slammed his foot on top of Aokiji's head, like a tomahawk. The dull impact sound was almost the same as the sound of bones breaking. At the same time, it was reported that in the next second, Aokiji flew upside down again, cut through the air, and was finally caught by the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Mr. Kuzan, I'm fine. At this moment, Aokiji's face turned pale, and it was impossible for him to be fine. But Ling Bai attacked again, and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral blocked in front of Ling Bai, holding a knife in each of his spider-like hands, facing Ling Bai. Pirate, don't be arrogant. The Ghost Spider faced Ling Bai directly, without any fear, and pointed several knives at Ling Bai, ready to strike at any time. Naval headquarters, the number of people who can be my opponents can be counted on one hand. Ling Bai shook his right hand, and an ice skate appeared, and the next moment he slashed at the Ghost Spider, and the Ghost Spider naturally made a move. Boom! Ling Bai slashed straight at the Ghost Spider. The ice knife released a powerful sword intent. Under the astonished eyes of Marine and Pirate, all the knives of Ghost Spider were cut off by Ling Bai's ice blade. The next moment, the skate in Ling Bai's hand disappeared. Ghost Spider! Aokiji yelled in great concern, but was horrified to see that the hands of the Ghost Spider were powerlessly lowered. How is this possible? The Ghost Spider was full of disbelief, and then his body was almost symmetrically divided into two sides. That's right, it is divided into two sides, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Slay Vice Admiral together. That's one of the strongest Vice Admirals in our naval headquarters. How is it possible? How could this be? Seeing the scene where the Ghost Spider was mercilessly dismembered, Marine was stunned and even trembled. She felt unbelievable and unacceptable to this scene. Trembling with fear, anger. As for the Ghost Spider that fell on the ground, its body was cut into two halves, all kinds of Buddhist objects in its body tilted out, and the ground was quickly dyed red. With fear in his eyes, he didn't close them. Ghost Spider. That villain. Unforgivable. Sengoku, who was fighting Whitebeard, also witnessed the Ghost Spider falling down with corpses on both sides. He died. Ghost Spider is dead. How can Sengoku accept it? Sengoku, it's not good to be distracted. Ace has been rescued, which makes Whitebeard feel happy at this time, and as long as he is happy, Whitebeard's physical condition will improve a lot. There was an explosion sound, followed by a huge force crushing on him. Sengoku was knocked away by Whitebeard's blow without any suspense. Advertisement Ghost Spider, he is destined to be unable to take care of it. What is he doing here? Glancing at Ling Bai, Whitebeard couldn't figure out Ling Bai's purpose. At this time, the four Shichibukai members who continued to be bastards all looked at Ling Bai, and they were shocked by Ling Bai's direct beheading of an elite vice admiral, and of course they felt extremely horrified. Only Snake G is committing nympho. The other three looked at Ling Bai with varying degrees of astonishment, especially Duo Lage was already planning to curry favor with Ling Bai for cooperation. On the other side, Ling Bai continued to charge Aokiji. You actually killed the Ghost Spider, that I can't let you go. Aokiji was furious to ultimate, and the aura of power seemed to be stronger. But at this moment, Ling Bai landed another punch on Aokiji, knocking him back several meters. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's right hand was able to diffuse a large amount of lightning, and a thunder column was formed quickly. Try the move I did against Akainu earlier. Ling Bai was simple and rude, and directly swept across Aokiji with this lightning pillar. Immediately, the sound of crackling electric arcs came out, and the crushed stones on the ground that had been relieved of lightning turned into powder, falling into the air and pervading the air. Frozen space. On the other side, Aokiji slammed forward and then pushed forward with both hands at the same time. Immediately, an extremely cold blizzard swept over an area of space. Ice, crushed towards Ling Bai. Frozen space. Interesting. It feels like the other party is a bit messy. Ling Bai waved the huge thunder pillar in his hand, collided with Aokiji's ice. With Ling Bai as the center, endless thunder was permeated in some moments, and the raging thunder and lightning swept everything immediately, covering him and Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji's ice swept under Ling Bai's feet, quickly freezing Ling Bai's legs, and Ling Bai finally felt the bone-chilling cold from Aokiji's current ice, which was unprecedented before, and the ice that froze Ling Bai continued to spread to Ling Bai's entire body. At the same time, the thunderbolt from Ling Bai's right hand also landed on Aokiji, and there was a crackling sound of thunder and lightning. As for Aokiji, it was elementalized to resist Ling Bai's attack at this time. However, the next moment, Ling Bai directly released the lightning to 700 million volts. Boom! Thunder burst. The sound of the explosion seemed to shatter the entire Marineford, and the white impact wave permeated the air, and finally pushed to the entire Marineford and even the surrounding waters. This shock pushed to the entire Marine Square, knocking countless pirates and Marines to the ground. And Aokiji, like Akainu, was blown up. The intensity of the lightning is beyond the range that Aokiji can withstand. What's more, not only the attack power of the lightning, but also the high temperature heat generated in it can melt the ice of Aokiji. 5 seconds later, Aokiji fell heavily to the ground, and his whole face was completely pale. However, his condition is actually better than Akainu's. After all, Akainu passed out at that time. Now Aokiji thinks that he is dying and almost died, so he almost didn't faint. Die. Good. Strong. Ultimate was shocked in Aokiji's heart, but it became difficult to speak in his mouth. Really, the injury was too heavy at 1.3. Do you want to experience real freezing? Beyond your ability to freeze fruit. Ling Bai's body was still entangled with lightning, and his output was high again. At this time, Ling Bai's state had obviously deteriorated again. Ling Bai came, looking down at Aokiji. In Aokiji's panic, Ling Bai snapped his right hand. Before you die, let you experience the strongest freezing move. Have you experienced the ability to freeze time and space? Immediately afterwards, under Aokiji's horrified gaze, with Ling Bai as the center, an ice blue space continued to expand, and finally covered him, and after that, even his thoughts were blocked. Aokiji stopped without knowing what happened. It was only when Aokiji's consciousness reappeared and his thinking was able to function. Aokiji discovered that the ice thorns blessed with armament hockey had pierced through his heart. Is this your frozen time and space? Sure enough. Same as what Sakazuki, they said, without knowing anything, you were. Feeling the rapid passing of life, countless good and bad memories came. Besides, did Aokiji vaguely hear someone calling his name anxiously? Seems to be his idol. Garp. After 10 seconds, Aokiji's life came to an abrupt end. Chapter 86 Wrath Garp, Garp Strikes. At this time, countless marine pirates looked over and couldn't believe that such a bad news happened in front of them. The ice knife pierced Aokiji's heart, and when it came out from the back, it was already bloody. Ice skates. A weapon pierces the heart. No matter how strong a person is, he will die, unless that place is not part of his heart. At this time, the air seemed to be still, and countless people felt a sense of suffocation. Seeing Aokiji's hand that wanted to be raised and then put down feebly, this is already a proof that this life has come to an abrupt end. The people in the Sabody Archipelago square, almost all of them had a look of shock and horror on their faces. They looked at Ling Bai on the screen in disbelief and fear. He pulled out the ice skate from Aokiji's mouth, and then disappeared into the air, among. What a terrifying picture, the spiritual pillar of countless people, one of the admirals of naval headquarters, Aokiji died in battle. Killed by Ling Bai. That's right, he died, ruthless kill. Is that a lie? How is this possible? How could Marine Admiral die? The invincible Marine Admiral, died like this. That monster, he killed Admiral Aokiji. What an unbelievable picture that was, a Marine Admiral who had made countless pirates and villains fearful, died today. For the people of Sabody Archipelago, this feels like a nightmare. And the people in naval headquarters, it is not the case. As if the spiritual pillar collapsed, everyone saw Aokiji's hand fell to the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. At this moment, people only felt a sense of suffocation. The person who was the strongest CP0 before, although he was a Marine Admiral level combat power, not many people knew about it, so the reaction was not too intense, which was different from their perception. Aokiji and others who are Marine Admiral, and now, Admiral Aokiji, die in battle. In the shock of the suffocation of countless people. An old man staggered a few steps. It was Garp. In Garp's eyes, the young Aokiji had always followed him like a follower 13, and he was also one of Aokiji's two idols, the other being the former Admiral Zephyr. Seeing Aokiji's hand hanging down feebly, Garp felt like being stabbed by a bunch of needles in his heart, and immediately, an unspeakable anger ignited in his heart, burning from the eye sockets that had already burst into tears. Soon, Garp's face darkened, with endless grief and endless anger in my heart. And this level of grief and anger, he didn't even know when was the last time, maybe it was also the first time in his life. Boom. In the next second, the ground under Garp's feet collapsed into a crater with a diameter of 3 meters, and the powerful explosive force made Garp disappear in place in an instant. Roar. Like an ancient ferocious beast breaking free from captivity, the sound of wrath made countless people terrified. Before Garp's feet hit the ground, the muscles of his upper body exploded, as if they were going to tear through his clothes. His clenched fists were even more bulging, and the force gathered in his fists was unbelievably terrifying. Garp the Fist, in terms of body art, is absolutely at the forefront of the world, maybe the top 3. Garp came, fists raging, and his face somber. Aokiji's death made him unacceptable. Today I offended so many people. After freezing time and space, the consumption of Ling Bai's body will naturally be more, and now Ling Bai feels that he has almost lost half of his blood. Killed a powerful CPO, then severely wounded Akainu, and now killed Aokiji. At this time, facing Garp, Ling Bai was full of fighting spirit, and he punched out, clashing with the opponent's fist. Pang! There was a loud noise, accompanied by an impacting wind and waves that swept mountains and seas in all directions, and the ground was further fragmented, and at the same time, it was flattened by the wind pressure from top to bottom. And Garp and Ling Bai were both pushed back by the shock at the same time, and they directly opened a large distance. Captain, this is, have you stabbed the basket? Garp the Fist? Terrifying power. Although that marine is not demon fruit power, it possesses legendary physical strength. However, although Garp is terrifying, don't forget that our captain is the one who is truly terrifying. You can see how amazing the people he has fought against so far are. However, 2 people died in a row, and I was almost killed. If you insist on monsters, you have to Ling Bai. The monks who broke the precepts watched the battle at this time, feeling that the war was coming to an end, Do you want to go up and help? I don't know if the captain can hold on. After all, he has been fighting for so long now. Our strength is also causing trouble for him. To Kizaru, I am just a casual kick. If Garp punches me, I think his head will explode. Advertisement, we have to let Shiryu, Bullet and the others do it. On the other side, Sengoku turned into a Buddha looked towards Garp. Aokiji's body lying on the ground was being carried away by Doberman Vice Admiral. Seeing Aokiji's powerless hands hanging down, Sengoku couldn't help but burst into tears. Originally, Sengoku had made a decision a long time ago. If he does not become the Marine Marshal in the future, then the next Marine Marshal will be Aokiji, and he will definitely recommend Aokiji. But now, Sengoku almost burst into tears, just like when he knew the death of Rosinante, whom he regarded as his son. The long-lost heartache hit again. And just at this moment, the victor who heard the cracking glass was Whitebeard's fist struck again. Under the effect of extreme anger and grief, he gathered the greatest shockwave power and blasted the past with his palms. Immediately, there were two places in this marine square that produced extremely violent force impacts. Garp and Ling Bai, Whitebeard and Sengoku. The collision of top forces made the marine plaza, which had already been shattered, almost collapse. Destroy the Ling Bai pirates and avenge Admiral Aokiji. At this moment, Sengoku roared, his voice filled with extreme anger. And with Sengoku's roar, the other marines who were in grief also came to their senses, and on the spot, their angry eyes became firm. Destroy the Ling Bai pirates. Avenge Mr. Kuzan. Ah! Destroy them. Tens of thousands of marines roared, and the sound was absolutely earth-shattering. Is it coming? When Luo saw the rushing marine, he directly released the huge operation space. And a large number of marines also began to encircle and suppress. Wable and others were surrounded. Looks like Marine is really angry. Shiryu of the Rain extinguished the cigarette butt, and immediately swung a knife and slashed, sweeping the ground and sending a group of marines flying out. The blood immediately sprayed into the sky and mixed with the flying dust. At the bay, Kong's eyes were hazy. Aokiji's death also made him very sad. He wanted to rush to kill Ling Bai, but the Red Earl directly pinned him on the melting ice. Although the strength of the old man is no longer at the peak, you can still do it. Fortunately, your strength is not as good as before. The Red Earl held Kong down, and a large amount of ice water slapped Kong on his body. On the other side, at this moment, there is a fat old man rushing into the marine square. It was Burndi, holding a scythe on his phone that he had amplified 100 times. An old man in his 70s has squatted in Impel Down for 30 years, but his movements are still extremely agile. Burndi rushed to Garp, and just as Garp was about to throw an even more angry punch at Ling Bai, D's scythe swept over. Garp, do you still remember the old man? Back then, the old man was caught by you. I can't forget this hatred. The scythe harvesting, plus the increase in size by 100 times, the power is also extremely terrifying, directly and fiercely swept Garp out, making Garp fly like a golf ball being hit. Garp's punch fell through. It's interesting, old man, I thought you wouldn't make a move. Ling Bai tore off the tattered and dusty clothes on his upper body, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Injuries are bound to happen, but Ling Bai's injuries are internal injuries that have not yet appeared, and external injuries are not obvious. Don't you still have your own plan? Kid, don't get beaten to death. Burndi. Garp, the old man is here to greet you, world government. Let them suffer the pain of losing everything like they did back then. At the beginning, Burndi lost not only his freedom, but also his most precious partners. The world government used shady tricks to arrest him. Just because of the damn celestial dragons. And Ling Bai kills celestial dragons and humiliates celestial dragons severely, so, for Burndi, Ling Bai is a friend. But, is your kid really a monster? Burndi is very clear that Ling Bai is probably the hardest hit here today, but he still seems to be alive and well. Monster? I'm pretty. Ling Bai shook his fist and disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared in front of Shichibukai and the others. Of course, the reason why Ling Bai appeared here was simply because the ground here was barely good. That lord. Seeing Ling Bai so close at hand, Snake G almost fainted from excitement, and wanted to rush up to talk to him, but thought that now is not the time. Advertisement can only stand in place. As for Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria, they felt like they were facing an enemy, and immediately became vigilant. Looking at Ling Bai's eyes is also like looking at a monster. But Ling Bai didn't pay attention to them. Boom. At this moment, with Ling Bai as the center, a mighty momentum was released, sweeping across the entire marine square in an instant. The space turned dark red almost instantly, and a dark red hemispherical area covered the entire marine square and even a larger area, and black lightning ravaged it even more. Boom. And the clouds in the sky also gave this courage a reaction on the spot. The tumbling clouds were torn apart by thunder and lightning. Conquerors hockey, and still, top-notch Rue color hockey. Under this courage, ordinary pirates and marines couldn't bear it at all, and just rolled their eyes and passed out. Although this Conquerors hockey only lasted for 6 seconds, how can ordinary people be able to bear the feeling of oppression that seems to be crushed by the mountains? Immediately, most of the figures that were originally densely packed disappeared on the spot. Some people who can still stand are also struggling to support, and their bodies are already crumbling. There are not many people who can remain unaffected by this kind of courage. Conquerors hockey. With my concubine. Hancock was shocked. He didn't expect that Ling Bai also had Conquerors hockey, and it was obviously stronger. Doflamingo is also shocked by Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki. After all, he is also the owner of Wangjizi 013 quality, but his Conqueror's Haki is not as powerful as Ling Bai. This is the world's top-level Conqueror's Haki, and New World's real. One level of monsters. Similarly, Sengoku's complexion became even worse after seeing countless Marines being stunned by Conqueror's Haki. Damn it, it's Conquerors, that monster has Conqueror's Haki. And, such a powerful Conqueror's Haki. The previous information did not say that Ling Bai has Conqueror's Haki. How much more is he hiding? The Marine generals were terrified. Looking at the large pieces of Marine that fell, some people trembled, and some even sat down on the ground in fright. The force just now. Although the amount didn't last long, until the overwhelming force crushed them down and washed them all over their bodies, it made them, every cell in their bodies and even their souls tremble. This is the world's top power, the power of despair. Flame Ring Fire Pillar. On the other side, a large area of flames emerged and turned into a sea of flames. Ace, we're leaving. Now is the time. Sabo frowned and looked at the countless fainted pirates Marine. No, Dad, and many brothers from the Whitebeard Pirates can't go. Almost half of the people stunned by Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki were members of the Whitebeard Pirates. It would be impossible to retreat now. They risked their lives to rescue themselves. As their own crew, Ace naturally couldn't let them down. That guy. Ace looked at Ling Bai, and Ling Bai looked at him at this time. Ace, that guy, is the enemy. Luffy frowned too. At this time, under the vigilant eyes of the three, Ling Bai walked over. Marine, who had not fainted, did not dare to approach him at all. The kings of the old era should withdraw from history and let new blood dominate this new era. Ling Bai looked at Ace. He couldn't let Ace leave here. Not surprisingly, Whitebeard wanted Fire Fist Ace to inherit his position, and it is estimated that Whitebeard himself knew his situation. At this time, it is impossible for Whitebeard to leave. With Marineford, it is impossible for the entire pirate group to escape unscathed. Marine also had no reason to let Whitebeard go. As for Ling Bai, there is no reason for Whitebeard to leave here. Whether it is Marine, world government, pirates, 4 emperors or even the Revolutionary Army are his enemies. Chapter 87 Fire Fist Ace, Die, a flame about to be extinguished. That man, what is he going to do? At this time, he casually killed a pirate who rushed over, and Hawkeye once again turned his attention to Ling Bai in the distance. Doflamingo wondered, isn't it because he wants to attack Fire Fist Ace? To be honest, I'm really curious what he came to Marineford this time for. Is he just participating in this kind of war to kill a few of the highest combat power? Of course, this is really scary. I actually witnessed the death of Admiral in my lifetime. But in fact, I feel that he seriously injured Akainu and killed 2 top fighters, and it was them who insisted on rushing up, not Ling Bai and making trouble for them. Now, seeing that Ling Bai seems to be planning to trouble Ace and the others, Doflamingo can't help but become curious. Subconsciously, Doflamingo has already regarded Ling Bai as a thigh that he must hug and make friends with top experts. The Don Quixote family grows further. Of course, it depends on what Ling Bai thinks, but now, with such a terrifying existence killing all directions in this battle, almost most of the eyes are on Ling Bai. Ling Bai has become the most dangerous person here. That brat, Whitebeard, who was fighting Sengoku, also saw Ling Bai and Ace on their side. Ling Bai's strength made even Whitebeard feel afraid and shocked. Now Ling Bai is facing Ace. This made Whitebeard feel uneasy again. What does he want to do to Ace and the others? Whitebeard pirates, follow my orders and retreat. The sense of uneasiness made Whitebeard realize that he should let the members of the Whitebeard pirates retreat quickly. After all, even Ace has been rescued now, and the ultimate goal of sending troops to Marineford this time has also been achieved. As for him, as the captain, maybe completely stay here. Because, the Whitebeard pirates want to escape. As the captain and their father, Whitebeard needs to cut off the rear. Otherwise, how can Ace and the others retreat? Do they rely on the Revolutionary Army? Obviously begging others is absolutely impossible for Whitebeard. Now it seems that it is impossible for naval headquarters to let the Whitebeard pirates leave. Of course, he is just an old immortal. Bury yourself in the new world and leave the era to Ace. However, it would be better if all could retreat. Whitebeard didn't know if there was such an opportunity. Before he left New World, Whitebeard had already thought that it was really possible that he would confess here. It was a strong intuition, a bad intuition, just like when he had a premonition that something would happen when Ace chased Teach. After a loud roar, Whitebeard punched Sengoku with a punch, and the atmosphere was torn apart immediately. The powerful vibration force shattered the ground under Sengoku's feet again, and Sengoku also staggered back several steps. Whitebeard pirates, retreat. After roaring again, Marco and the others woke up. Yes, their purpose has been successful and Ace has been saved. So they should retreat. However, at this time, in a sea of flames, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all looked at the transiting sun vigilantly. The person in front of them, who was about the same age as the three of them, made them feel a strong sense of danger. Hey, you guy, what do you want to do? Ace looked at Ling Bai vigilantly, with deep fear in his heart. After all, the power Ling Bai showed before was too strong. 2 Marine admirals, 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. Thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Kill you, then kill Whitebeard, and then kill the Whitebeard pirates, King's Landing New World. Ling Bai's tone was flat and his face was very calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. And what he said at this time was another purpose of coming to Marineford besides signing in. Crazy? Want to kill my daddy? Kill the Whitebeard pirates? At the moment, Ace is up. For Ace, Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates are his reverse scale and weakness, both of which are extremely important in Ace's heart, and Whitebeard is definitely the most important. Now, Ling Bai dares to say that he killed Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates? Ace was really angry. Ling Bai's words were extremely provocative to Ace. His hands clenched, his fists unconsciously, the flames wrapped around his body burned even more fiercely, and an astonishing aura erupted from his whole body. Ace, don't be impulsive, Sabo beside him hastily reminded the other party. Advertisement, however, at this time, Ling Bai continued to speak, and this sentence completely angered Ace. Since you can't dominate the new world, let me replace Whitebeard and dominate the new world. Boom. Hearing this sentence, the flame on Ace's body became even more terrifying, and it exploded so far, forcing both Sabo and Luffy to dodge a short distance. Whitebeard, my father, he can dominate the new world, and you have no right to replace him. In the next second, Ace rushed out towards Ling Bai directly. He was so angry that he rushed towards Ling Bai recklessly. In his eyes, Whitebeard is invincible. He can completely dominate New World, become the only overlord of New World, and become One Piece. And the biggest dream in Ace's heart is to make his favorite man, Papa Whitebeard, become the One Piece. That's right, making Whitebeard the One Piece. Now, Ling Bai said that Whitebeard can't dominate the New World? It's out of the question. Ace can't accept this kind of remarks. It felt like he thought the strongest man could run first, but someone provoked him, saying that man could not run first. Ace does not allow anyone to slander Whitebeard, otherwise he will attack the other party. Shenhuo Shiranui. Ace rushed over, wrapped his hands around the flames, formed two flame spears, and shot towards Ling Bai. This kind of fire, which is lower than Akainu's lava, is of no use to me. With two punches, Ling Bai easily disintegrated Ace's two flame spears. Just like what Ling Bai thought at this time, in the original book, Akainu told Ace that Whitebeard was a failure, and he couldn't dominate the new world after many years of fighting, so he angered Ace who wanted to escape, so that everything eventually came to naught and fell short. But I have to say that Akainu, who is serious, is also an old B********** D playing tricks. Although Ling Bai feels that he is also acting like Akainu now, anyway, he will kill Ace in the end anyway. Is that the extent? Ling Bai laughed, and in the next second his body turned into an afterimage, and in the next second, Ace felt like his stomach was overturning, and he felt a sharp pain, and then, he was thrown out ruthlessly. Ace. Damn it. D. Seeing that Ace was beaten, Luffy and Sabo were also angry. Second gear. With a low growl, Luffy disappeared on the spot. The hot steam emanating from his body was still permeating the air, and he approached Ling Bai in the next second, and launched an earthy move. The same is true for Sabo. His palms turned into claws, rushing towards Ling Bai. Rubber jet. Dragon claw. Bang bang. There were two muffled sounds in a row, and both of them punched out. In front of Ling Bai, they were almost vulnerable. Unless, the strength after 2 years, it hurts. Luffy rolled on the ground in pain. His rubber physique was ignored by Ling Bai's fist, and Sabo's situation was better. He was stronger than Luffy, and he was more able to bear, kneeling on one knee, frowning, feeling a sharp pain in the stomach. It's too strong, I can't bear it with an easy punch. Sabo became even more jealous of Ling Bai in his heart. That brat. What do you want to do to Ace? On the other side, seeing Ace and the others being beaten, and thinking of Bai's cruelty before, the uneasiness in his heart became more intense, and at the same time, anger arose. Whitebeard. Shockwave. Sengoku rushed over, and the moment he saw Ling Bai attacking Ace, he already had the idea of killing someone with a knife. Does Ling Bai want to kill Fire Fist Ace? Then it's even better. Advertisement. He was wondering how to kill Fire Fist Ace. Because this execution must never fail, Fire Fist Ace must die. If Fire Fist Ace leaves naval headquarters, the consequences will be disastrous. In this war, so many marine casualties, their dedication must not be in vain. Sengoku uses Ling Bai uses marine, this kind of mutual utilization, but Sengoku can't imagine, some things will be far beyond control. At least marine can't control it. Whitebeard wanted to rush to attack Ling Bai, but was blocked by Sengoku in time. Whitebeard, stay here today. Sengoku knew that Whitebeard wouldn't be able to last long, and his current state was better than Whitebeard's. This is the gap, not the gap in strength, but the gap in body. And this kind of gap can determine victory or even life and death. Firefly Fire Dharma. The crimson flame exploded, sweeping a huge wave of heat. Boom. As for Ling Bai, it was a huge fist of ice, blasting away the huge sea of flames, and the fist also reached Ace. In the next second, like a mountain pressing down on the top, Ace intuitively felt that his body was hit hard, his internal organs were cracked, and a hot current surged in his throat unconsciously while being blasted away. Wow. Ace. He vomited blood on the spot. D. Rubber jet bombshell. Luffy's rubber fist struck at an extremely fast speed, and when he was about to attack Ling Bai grabbed his fist with one hand, and then slammed it fiercely. It even hit the charging Sabo was knocked away. Flame on the outline. With a roar, a circle of flame walls burned on the ground on the spot. The injured Ace attacked again, but at this time, he was obviously in a bad state. Great Flame Ring. Emperor Yan. At this moment, Mera Mera Fruit, the most powerful move, is the ultimate move against Blackbeard before, but the problem is that it has not defeated Blackbeard. Now, a huge, good, sea of flames is coming that seems to engulf everything, almost engulfing half of Marine Square in it. Pay for your arrogance, Ace roared. Whitebeard, Luffy and Sabo are all his reverse scales. Boom. The flame is burning fiercely, such a flame can easily turn an island into a successor. At this moment, countless people are also looking at this place, but they can't clearly see what happened inside. As for Ling Bai, seeing the mighty sea of flames approaching, he rushed indirectly, rushed towards Ace, rushed through the ferocious flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea, and reached in front of Ace. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai landed a punch on Ace's mouth. It was a punch that broke everything, covered armament hockey, broke everything. It was not a punch that Ace could defend and resist. This era is no longer Whitebeard's and those who stand in my way, dead ears. Puff. With a muffled sound, Ling Bai's fist broke through Ace's mouth, piercing through everything. If under this punch, Ace can still live, it is impossible. At this time, Ace also opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief, perceiving his own life, which quickly disappeared. Feeling the most ultimate pain of Shanko, that was the first time such pain. The indescribable pain surpassed all previous pains. But the feeling of everything is also developing rapidly. In the face of death, everything will be meaningless. Chapter 88 Sabo is dead too. Luffy completely broke down. When Ace fell powerlessly to the ground, blood quickly stained the ground red. Now I have made a big mess. Ling Bai shook his head, thinking of Whitebeard, Garp, and Drago. These two people have a lot to do with Ace, but Ling Bai didn't have too many disturbances in his heart, probably because they killed too many people, and in this world where human lives are like grass. However, behind Ace, there is indeed a huge basket, and now Ling Bai has pierced through it. But compared to world government and naval headquarters, killing Ace is nothing. If it weren't for the Revolutionary Army and their Ling Bai pirates here today, holding back most of Marine's combat power, and Kizaru and the others fought as hard as today, the Whitebeard pirates would probably be defeated, and now Whitebeard, the converter is fine. After all, in the original book, Akainu burns 2 blood holes in his stomach one after another. Ace. In the distance, seeing Ace lying on the ground in the scene where Ling Bai's fist penetrated Ace's body just now, Sabo felt as if his heart was broken. A terrible tingling sensation hit him instantly, and he couldn't accept the fact that Ace had an accident. The pierced body made Sabo dare not imagine what consequences would happen. I am going to kill you. At this moment, Sabo roared. His face was ferocious, his face was full of anger, and his fists were also throbbing with veins. He charged straight over with lightning speed. Dragon's Breath. Facing Sabo's most powerful move at this time, Ling Bai released a thunderbolt as soon as he raised his hand. Ultra Railgun. A thunder fist shot out, colliding with Sabo's claw. The torn thunder and lightning filled with huge repulsive force, not only directly disintegrated Sabo's move, but also sent Sabo flying. It's better to kill such a troublesome character now. Ling Bai had already made a decision in his mind, and in the next second he appeared in front of Sabo who had just landed on the ground, and Ling Bai stepped on the opponent's chest with one foot. Sabo is not dead, he will be upset in the future. You can go down and join your brother. Ling Bai looked down at Sabo, with a calm face and indifferent eyes. Boom. There was a deafening explosion, and in just 2 seconds, the ground under Sabo was crushed, tearing out a huge deep pit, and Sabo, who was lying in the 980 of this big pit, felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. The strength of Ling Bai's kick is indeed terrifying. Although it is nothing to a top combat force, it is already an extremely terrifying blow to Sabo. Boom. Without pausing for too long, Ling Bai once again landed on Sabo's mouth. The huge impact caused a cloud of dust and gravel to shake. And what followed was the heat that rushed up Sabo's throat. Even though Sabo resisted vomiting blood, the blood still overflowed from his mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. Facing Ling Bai, Sabo can only be crushed, because the two are almost creatures of different world levels. The gap is too big, unless it's Sabo 2 years later. VR. I won't let you go, you put. Ace. The physical pain made Sabo slur his speech, and the eyes staring at Ling Bai were full of anger. You don't have a chance. The next moment, Ling Bai released a 50 million volt lightning bolt with his right hand, which pierced through Sabo's mouth just like Ace. The moment Sabo was pierced by Ling Bai's lightning, Sabo's eyes widened, showing the same disbelief, pain, helplessness, unwillingness, and anger as Ace just now. I don't know, wait a minute, can my state deal with the Whitebeard who is coming back? This time was undoubtedly Ling Bai's most expended time. When he came to Marineford, Ling Bai's shots almost never stopped. Obviously Ling Bai is not in the best shape. After all, the people he had dealt with before were all top fighters in this world. However, it takes time to get used to. From Ling Bai's point of view, the background of the world government surpassed all the people he dealt with just now. Although he is killing all directions, he is not yet invincible. However, after a series of fierce battles, Ling Bai's combat experience is also rapidly increasing. The other side. Luffy, who was beaten by Ling Bai just now and staggered towards Ace, finally saw the dying Ace. At this time, Ace's eyes were distracted, but when he saw Luffy, he smiled. Advertisement, Ace. The shocking blood hole stunned Luffy, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly beside Ace. Ace, Ace, don't close your eyes. Will not. Luffy was stunned, his eyes were blurred for an instant, and his heart seemed to stop beating. The scene in front of him made him feel like a nightmare. No, he was already in a nightmare. Ace. Big brother, I can't protect you anymore. Ace, who wanted to wipe Luffy's tears, failed to touch Luffy's cheek with his right hand, and then fell powerlessly to the ground. Ace's life also came to an abrupt end at this time, and in Luffy's palm, the life card he wanted to hold was also burned out, and finally turned into fly ash that could not be grasped, and was scattered in the wind. Ace, don't do this, can you hear me? Ace. Luffy panicked, couldn't believe it, anxiously clenched Ace's right hand, longing for him to say a word, but Ace, who had closed his eyes, how could he still hear it? Flutter. At this moment, when Luffy was about to collapse, the dead Sabo was thrown by Ling Bai, and his body happened to land in front of Luffy, side by side with Ace. Sabo. This. Sabo, who was also pierced through his mouth, was not as peaceful as Ace. Even if Ace was angry, unwilling to give up, he didn't seem to have too many regrets when he finally saw his beloved brother Luffy. Sabo, on the other hand, was unwilling to die. At the moment Sabo died, he was worried whether Ling Bai would kill Luffy too. Walking past Luffy, Ling Bai looked calm. Now that he wanted to kill Luffy, it was only a matter of one knife. However, the game has to be more fun, and now Luffy's background is a bit too complicated. Ling Bai doesn't want to make a mess for the time being. In the original book, Luffy's spirit completely collapsed because he couldn't accept Ace's death. Now, he has almost collapsed. However, now another brother Sabo also died in front of him. Under the double blow, Luffy will again how? Luffy. Ace. Sabo. At this time, in the gradually extinguishing sea of flames, Ace and Sabo lying on the ground, Haisha Jinbei, Ivankov and the others rushed out of the encirclement and came here. They didn't care about Ling Bai who was walking towards him. When they rushed to Luffy, they found that Ace and Sabo lying on the ground had already lost signs of life. Ace boys. Sabo boys, brother Ace, this is impossible. Don't scare me. Ivankov and the others looked at Ace and Sabo on the ground with horror on their faces. They had lost any signs of life, and they had already lost their skills in revolving heaven. No matter how they called them, they were only facing the gradually cold corpses. Tears welled up uncontrollably in an instant, as strong as a Haisha even, BDFC, sobbed softly. And Luffy, at this moment, raised his head, his eyes were blank, his mouth widened. Because he couldn't accept the death of two good brothers who were his relatives, Luffy's spiritual world completely collapsed at this moment. Having lost his two good brothers, it will be even more difficult for him to get out of the shadow of this extreme grief. No, Luffy, he's having a nervous breakdown. Ivankov, who can barely be regarded as a doctor, also discovered the abnormality of Luffy at this time. On the other side, when I saw Ace lying on the ground in the fading sea of flames, Luffy who was looking up and collapsed, and the sad seaman Jinbei and the others. Garp, who was pinned down by World Destroyer, staggered a few steps. Unable to accept the fact in the distance, even though he already knew what happened, he couldn't accept it. The life ended on the ground made Garp's heart pierced like a knife. Advertisement: the feeling of being pierced by a knife is like being hit by a bolt from the blue. When World Destroyer strikes again. What? At this time, Garp seemed to have exhausted his maximum strength, and let out a heart-piercing roar. Then, he clenched his fist, and the suddenly swollen muscles caused several holes in his clothes. With a roar, Garp slammed into the World Destroyer with a ruthless iron fist. Boom! Like a thunderclap capable of tearing the sky, Garp's punch landed on the 100 times amplified broadsword that World Destroyer slashed over. The terrifying power that surpassed that before even exploded the opponent's sword, and the impact force that swept over, and also caused World Destroyer to be thrown into the air. What a powerful force! What's up with this Garp guy? Witnessing the explosive expansion of Garp's rage in a straight line, he was so angry that he punched Ultimate, which shocked World Destroyer. Of course, Burndy didn't know that Ace, who had become incontinent in the distance, was as important as a grandson to Garp, but at this moment, how could Garp accept Ace's death? How could he not be furious? In the next second, Garp disappeared in place and rushed towards Ling Bai. And at the same time, it was almost at the same time that Garp developed Ace and died. Drago also found out that Sabo, whom he raised and regarded as his son, and Sabo whom he favored, also died. The wordless grief almost broke Drago's heart, and tears flowed out. Boom! The next moment, Bullet was knocked into the air. However, Bullet, who was in a state of fighting excitement, completely ignored his injuries, and with a terrifying explosive power, he appeared in front of Dorag with lightning speed, and then landed on the mouth of Dorag, and then threw Drago kicked away. And this force finally caused Dorag to be kicked out of the marine square and landed on the ice that was about to melt outside. It hurts. Ignoring that the wound on the stomach was bleeding, the next second Bullet disappeared here. He absolutely cannot let Drago leave here easily. Has the captain started planning, though? Interesting. In order to have a duel with Ling Bai after everything is over, Bullet has to block the attacks of other powerful enemies for Ling Bai. Before coming to Marineford, they had already planned. So Ling Bai can be so unscrupulous now, of course his subordinates have to make clear arrangements. On the other side, at the same time, when the red bead fell off Ace, bounced for a long distance, and rolled over the sloping ground to Whitebeard. In the midst of the shock that Fire Fist Ace and Revolutionary Army's second-in-command Sabo were killed by Ling Bai, Sengoku and many Marines stopped fighting, and almost everyone was extremely shocked. To Sengoku's surprise, Ling Bai couldn't help but kill Ace, and even Sabo by the way. Who no one thought that Ling Bai would be so cruel, killing two important figures of the superpower at once. This just pierced the sky. It seems even more shocking than the incident where he killed celestial dragons on live broadcast. At this time, Whitebeard picked up the red bead from the ground. This is a bead he is familiar with, because it hangs on Ace's body and is used as an accessory for Ace. Now, it has been scattered on the ground. In the distance, on Ace lying on the ground, Whitebeard could clearly perceive that the light of his beloved Ace's life had been extinguished, and in his ears, Marco's voice kept coming. Their heart-piercing shouts, the name they shouted was Ace. And Marco and the others were all crying or choking up one by one at this time. Ace. Whitebeard's tears couldn't be stopped, even he who had never shed tears in his life finally burst into tears at this moment. On the other side, Ling Bai is also looking at Whitebeard in the distance at this time, waiting for Whitebeard's final eruption. The death of Ace will allow Whitebeard's combat power to return to the light and even reach the peak of his heyday. Blackening is strong by 3 points. When you are angry, you can directly increase your combat power. Just now, Ling Bai killed Ace and Sabo. So far Whitebeard, Garp and Drago have completely ignited their anger. Chapter 89 Wrath Garp Strikes, Whitebeard Strikes. Ling Bai completely offended the top bosses of the 3 big forces at once. Ling Bai killed their most important person, so that the anger in their hearts was completely ignited. Drago, the leader of the revolutionary army. Garp, who is probably the strongest marine, and Whitebeard, strongest man in the world. Others, even if Kaido of the Beasts are so reckless, they might not dare to come out of the Island of Ghosts. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. But at present, Ling Bai has nothing to fear, because when they came to Marineford, they had already drawn up a plan. Ling Bai killed Ace, and others held Garp or something. No matter what, Garp has World Destroyer. This kind of monster resists with an overnight vendetta. Ling Bai is not Kaido's kind of brat either. Roar. At this moment, a black shadow came, followed by a roar, like a ferocious beast coming out of the cage, attacking from Ling Bai's right side. The speed was so fast that even a gust of wind blew up. It was Garp. At this time, he clenched his fist, his veins bulged, and his feet hadn't even landed on the ground. His tense body gathered all the strength of his right fist, crushed. At this moment, Ling Bai threw out a punch without hesitation, and Garp's arrival was expected. The strongest monster. Ling Bai also gathered all his strength into his fist, received Garp's punch, and slammed it out fiercely. At this time, because Ling Bai beheaded Ace Fire Fist, the target of Naval Headquarters execution this time, almost all eyes were on him, the eyes of countless people in Marine Square, and the eyes of countless people in Sabody Archipelago, especially now in Sabody Archipelago. The number of people gathered in the square is twice as many as in the original book, and the battle situation is not like the original book. The Whitebeard pirates are simply fighting against the Naval Headquarters. Now in Marineford, 4 forces gather here, and Ling Bai even more. It is an existence that directly becomes the protagonist after one battle after another. 2 powerful fighters died under his hands, and Akainu was also taken away because of serious injuries. At this moment, everyone was watching. Garp's unimaginably terrifying punch hit Ling Bai. No one could estimate the power of Garp's punch. How terrifying is the power of the legendary Marine. Boom. When the 2 fists of Garp and Ling Bai collided, there was a sound that almost shattered the eardrums of people in Marine Square. At the same time, the ground under their feet, with a radius of about 30 meters, was shaken by the collision of their fists. Crushed by the impact force, countless gravel exploded on the spot, and a large amount of dust gathered into a huge mushroom cloud. As for the strong wind and waves spreading in all directions, the ordinary Marines and pirates in the Marine Square were swept away on the spot. At least they rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Garp. Even Sengoku showed a shocking expression. You must know that he and Garp have been true brothers for more than 50 years. Even if Sengoku is the first time to see Garp so angry, this family is probably crazy. I don't know how powerful it is, and this is still colliding with the opponent's fist. If it falls on Marineford so far, the destructive power is absolutely unimaginable. Garp is an existence standing at the pinnacle of physical arts. What a terrifying monster. Even after fighting for such a long time, killing 3 top fighters and killing 2 of them, but now, I can still fight Garp. Existence beyond our concept is not a creature in the same world as us. With a shocked expression on his face, Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye next to him. Mahawk, are you right? Really? Hawkeye, who has always been taciturn, also said the same thing. Ling Bai is indeed terrifying. At that age, he looks like he is still underage. However, the power he displayed is really terrifying, and he is not from a system. Power is terrifying, but physical skills, devil fruit ability, and swordsmanship are all extremely terrifying. Isn't this a monster? Especially Ling Bai's kendo, which Hawkeye pays most attention to, is actually the kendo of a great swordsman. Hey Law. If he dies, can the world government give me his body and shadow? In that case, I will be invincible. Thinking that Garp has taken action now, Gecko Moria is thinking whether Ling Bai will be beaten to death. Although I don't know why Garp is so ruthless, is it because he realized the great danger of Ling Bai and killed Aokiji, which made Garp furious, and then as for Garp's determination to kill Ling Bai here. Moreover, it is impossible for Whitebeard to remain indifferent to the death of Fire Fist Ace. So, will Ling Bai be killed? At that time, Ling Bai is dead, so if his shadow and body can be obtained by Gecko Moria, how terrifying would it be? However, Gecko Moria, who was planning to plan, his words reached the ears of Shiji not far away. Immediately, Shiji became annoyed. She stepped forward with a pair of long legs, and she, who was not bad in physical skills, directly kicked sweeping towards Gecko Moria, with extremely violent power. Snake G's high-heeled shoes pressed against Gecko Moria's old face. Immediately, Gecko Moria's face burst into blood, and the whole person was swept away by that force more than 50 meters away. Advertisement, hey, what is this woman doing? The movement nearby made both Doflamingo and Hawkeye turn their heads. Disrespectful and disgusting guy. Shiji only said this, but she was worried about the adult in her heart. The camera goes back to Ling Bai and Garp. It was still a fist-to-body fight. After a while, both of them were punched several times by each other, and they were still very ruthless. I'll kill you, brat. Garp's tone was cold, and his complexion was extremely gloomy at this time. The grief in his heart was transformed into anger, and anger turned into strength. He needed to vent it. Wolf vent it. Aokiji, whom he regarded as his disciple or even his son, died under Ling Bai's hands, and not long after that, Ace died too. At that moment, Garp's spiritual world seemed to collapse. He originally thought that Ace was released, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that after Ace left Naval Headquarters, he could have a new life. Back to the first half of the Grand Line, let him stay in New World, stay in that turbulent and chaotic New World, but for pirates it is as safe and fast as heaven. But now, all fantasies have been torn apart by Ling Bai, and countless memories about Ace flooded Garp's mind, which made Garp extremely sad and unacceptable. Boom! The fists of the two collided again. Immediately afterwards, both of them were shaken several meters away by each other's terrifying power. They also hit the wind and waves and spread out directly. No one dared to approach the battle between the two for a long time. Even more, retreat as far as possible. If it weren't for the huge size of the Marine Square, there would be almost no place for people to hide. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it will be your next life. Ling Bai laughed and rushed forward at this time, and pushed forward with his right hand from behind. Immediately, a huge icicle appeared on Ling Bai's right-hand side, and it hung in the air to bombard Garp. The diameter of the icicle was as large as 2 meters away. Controlled by Ling Bai, he smashed towards Garp with a terrifying speed and power. On Garp's side, his fists never loosened, they were always clenched, even though the fight had only started for 3 minutes. A punch hit the icicle, and the huge icicle was about to be cracked and shattered on the spot. At this moment, Ling Bai's hand touched the other end of the icicle, and released armament hockey directly, covering the icicle. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai also punched the icicle, and Garp on the opposite side was hit hard by the icicle, and then he flew upside down. Of course, Garp stood on the ground very quickly, and then rushed towards Ling Bai again. Under the high-speed movement, Garp reached in front of Ling Bai in 3 or 2 steps, and before his right foot landed, he went towards Ling Bai. Ling re-punched him. Ling Bai defended with crossed hands. Boom! Because the ground under his feet couldn't bear this kind of pressure, the ground that had been torn to pieces was shattered again. No matter what, even if I risk my life today, I will keep you here. Grieving and extremely angry, Garp, whether it is to avenge Aokiji and Ace, or for the justice of Marine that he has always adhered to in his heart, Garp will keep Ling Bai's life here no matter what, and this extremely dangerous monster must be killed directly. In Garp's heart, he is very determined. The ground collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed in. Asking for flowers. And at this moment, Whitebeard on the other side, who had lost his beloved Ace, could not hold back the tears that poured out of his eyes, dripped tightly from his chin to the ground, and was swallowed by the dust on the ground. Everyone only knows Garp's anger at this time, and the legend is that Marine is trying to suppress Ling Bai. But not many people noticed, Whitebeard was also furious. At this moment, holding the red bead tightly in his hand, Whitebeard swung the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand, and rushed towards Ling Bai. With his body like a little giant, every step he took shattered the shattered ground further. The sound of hurried footsteps was also heard by everyone. Whitebeard, who came over with a gloomy face, immediately attracted most of the attention. It was only then that people remembered that Fire Fist Ace, whom Whitebeard tried his best to rescue, had already died at the hands of Ling Bai. So, at this moment, Whitebeard is already furious. Whitebeards are here. I almost forgot about Whitebeards. Scary. The aura on Whitebeard is even more terrifying than before. It is said that when people are angry, they will be very scary. Advertisement, my god, this time Ling Bai, is he going to face 2 top existences at once? Tisk tisk, can you still teach children to live? Seeing those 2 old men, my legs are weak, let alone facing them. How does Ling Bai deal with an opponent of this level? Everyone else will be beaten to pieces, right? The appearance of Whitebeard scared countless people, especially the aura that Whitebeard released at this time was more terrifying than ever before, which made countless people terrified. Father, it's shocking, it's all because of that B*****************, D, Ling Bai. Ace, my beloved brother. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were deeply saddened. Whitebeard, that guy, his strength just now seemed to be suppressed, but now he is obviously stronger. Seeing Whitebeard rushing towards Ling Bai, Sengoku's expression changed again. If Whitebeard just now had a sickly attitude, then he seems to be in his prime right now. It's hard not to be shocked by Sengoku, others even more so. Whitebeard. Ling Bai did not forget the existence of Whitebeard, but the appearance of Whitebeard at this time really caught Ling Bai by surprise. After all, he still had to deal with Garp. On the other side, Whitebeard smashed the ground and covered a white transparent sphere with his clenched fist, which is exactly the power of shock fruit. Boy, the old man will help you. Garp, after all, I won't let you get what you want. At this moment, a messy old man came over, holding a huge sword in his hand. It is World Destroyer Burndy, and the Teidao in his hand has also been amplified by him with the Momo fruit by 100 times. Of course the power and speed will also be amplified by 100 times. B***************** D. 11 Garp noticed the rushing Burndy, and was about to hit the opponent, but was hit by Ling Bai's punch. Garp had to defend, but when Burndy attacked immediately, he directly. It flew out, and the body was blasted into the distance in a parabolic form. Whitebeard is coming. Burndy gave a word of warning, then rushed to Garp's side. At this time, Whitebeard's fist had already slammed down on Ling Bai, and the huge fist released the power of shock fruit, causing the air to twist a little. At this moment, Whitebeard's anger was speechless. With a gloomy face, he kept silent, and his fist was the proof of his fury. Ling Bai took a step back with his right foot to stabilize the next impact, and then, he released a punch of thunder and lightning, and blasted up. Whitebeard, who was more than 6 meters tall, was naturally taller than Ling Bai. In comparison, Whitebeard's powerful aura was much more terrifying. Click. The next moment, the atmosphere cracked, and the lightning from Ling Bai's fist also diffused. The atmospheric cracks visible to the naked eye intertwined with the lightning, forming a spider that stretched tens of meters. Net area. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding ground vibrated. No, in other words, this space was vibrating. Marine Square, Tilt 6 on the spot. Chapter 90 The Remnants of the Old Era, Tragic Whitebeard. At this moment, the collision between Whitebeard and Ling Bai, Marine Plaza, was tilted on the spot. The strongest man in the world fought that man. Terrible. Naval headquarters is going to crack. Looks like Whitebeard is scarier than ever. Did the death of Fire Fist Ace make him explode? Damn it, the monsters are fighting, and I, the ants, have nowhere to hide. Father is furious. It's horrible, Father's body. Whitebeard and that monster are going to blow up Marineford. In the slanted Marine Square, weak Marines and pirates can only avoid it. In the direction where Whitebeard and Ling Bai confronted each other, there were a lot of white tearing marks in the atmosphere, some of which were torn due to the power of shock fruit, and some were pure lightning. Whitebeard, how long can you sustain this posture? Ling Bai looked at Whitebeard, constantly increasing the release of lightning, and Whitebeard was also constantly pressing down. At this time, Whitebeard's furrowed brows and gloomy face revealed Whitebeard's silent anger at the moment. In the original anime, Akainu killed Fire Fist Ace, and was completely crushed by the remaining blood of Whitebeard. Bury my beloved son with you. Brat. Boom. The traces of atmospheric tearing expanded further, until 5 seconds later, it exploded in the form of a shockwave, and both Ling Bai and Whitebeard were shaken away by each other's strength. Both forces have reached their peak. What? Whitebeard let out a roar, and punched Ling Bai in the direction of Ling Bai. In an instant, the atmosphere was torn apart, and several huge cracks were torn on the ground. The huge impact of 007 rushed towards Ling Bai like a prehistoric flood. Bai, the ground that was already rough due to the fierce fighting was instantly flattened by this impact. On the other side, Ling Bai clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. Rumble. Endless thunder filled the air, and a large amount of thunder and lightning spread, sweeping a huge thunderstorm towards Whitebeard, colliding with the shockwave caused by the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. The white shockwave collides with the blue and white thunderstorm. Boom. A sky-high explosion resounded throughout Marineford. The ground that was first affected by the 2 waves of machining collisions was crushed again, the fist-sized gravel was directly evaporated into dust, and other larger gravels also exploded and were thrown several meters high. And the weak people in the Marine Square were directly blown away, and finally hit the wall or building behind hard. Whitebeard. Seeing the terrifying impact of the two, Sengoku's cheeks were sweating. It was different from the fight between Ling Bai and Garp just now. The two of them used physical skills just now, and they fought purely from fist to flesh. Now, the two are into the world's top capable users collide. The unknown ability to manipulate lightning and freezing, multi-fruit ability is absolutely impossible to exist, because this is the rule of the sea. This kind of existence has never appeared in history. So Sengoku only classifies Transit as possessing some kind of extreme the powerful Devil Fruits ability user. Manipulate lightning and ice. It can be said to be the combination of the legendary Thunderfruit and Frozen Fruit. Its power can be imagined. And the other, Whitebeard, is the strongest man with the power to destroy the world like Shock Fruit. The collision of these two people can be imagined. In the current collision between Whitebeard and Ling Bai, the dilapidated Marine Plaza is now even more cracked. And this is just the beginning of their two monsters. Sengoku can predict that the two of them, neither of them can stop. And Sengoku is hoping that both of them are dead. On the other side, World Destroyer used all his strength to try to suppress Garp, who was in a rage. Although Burndy could not defeat Garp, of course Garp could not defeat the old man in front of him. You must know that this is not the theatrical version of Luffy's home game. Burndy's power, it's all scary. Even if a harmonious object is picked out from the nostril and ejected, after 100 times the speed and power increase, it will become very vigorous, not to mention Burndy picked up a gun casually, and the bullets fired after 100 times the speed and power of the power increase is also terrifying to the ultimate. Two powerful old men from the old era are confronting each other. Haha, Garp, isn't it great to be a running dog of the world government? You can't save the people who are important to you, and you have to help the world government deal with the people you cherish. Burndy also just learned that the Fire Fist Ace who was executed by Ling Bai was an important relative regarded by Garp as his grandson. Thinking of this, Burndy laughed. He hates the world government and celestial dragons, and he also hates Marine who supports celestial dragons and world government rule, not to mention that Garp was the main person who arrested him and sent him to Impel Down. 30 years of long years were wasted in the cold Impel Down. It's no wonder Burndy didn't hate Garp, but now he knows that the person Garp cherishes has been beheaded, and now he is dragging Garp even more. Burndy laughed, and laughed out loud. Advertisement. Garp punched and knocked out one of Burndy's old teeth, but Burndy was still laughing and fighting back. No matter what, the old man won't let you near Ling Bai, Garp. He who dares to kill celestial dragons is Laozi's friend. The king of celestial dragons is coming, and I want to protect him. At this point, Burndy goes on the attack. You scum of the world, get the hell out of here. Garp is angry and furious. At this moment he just wants to kill Ling Bai. When the opposite world destroyer is resisting him with all his might. At the same time, outside the ice of Marine Square, Drago, who was in great grief, was restrained by Bullet. Bullet's combat power was second only to Ling Bai and the Ling Bai pirates. The most ferocious criminal in Impel Down, Sengoku and the others have always evaluated Bullet as the strongest criminal in Impel Down. Today's Drago is facing a monster that is as powerful as him. And what about Bullet? It has been combined with a warship to form a huge Gundam. Although Drago can launch tornadoes and thunderbolts, there is nothing Bullet can do. After all, it is very difficult to tell the winner in a level battle. Bullet couldn't make Drago suffer a lot, and neither could Drago. I didn't expect our captain to kill your second in command, which surprised me, but Dorag, don't disturb our plan, tisk tisk. Bullet looked down at Drago. So far, Ling Bai's plan is still going on without interruption. Sabo. Drago clenched his fists, tears poured out of his eyes, and his heart was filled with grief that he had never felt before. Shot back to Whitebeard and Ling Bai. Without the interference of others, the battle between the two continued. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki in his hand, covered with the power of Shockfruit, and slashed towards Ling Bai, and Ling Bai still punched him, but this was covering Armament Hockey's right hand and smashing towards Kong Yunki's blade. At the moment when the atmosphere was torn apart, the ground under Ling Bai's feet was torn apart, and huge cracks spread further to the naval headquarters building behind. The cracks are bigger. This building, in the age of the Great Pirate, is regarded by the world as a symbol of justice and peace. Now, the building is cracked. The headquarters building is cracked. Justice and peace seem to have collapsed. My God, naval headquarters. This terrifying power, as ants, where can we find a place to hide? Countless Marines have already panicked, and when the headquarters building was torn apart, many people felt as if their faith had collapsed. Naval headquarters is gone, it can be rebuilt. At this moment, a burst of dazzling golden light flashed in front of countless Marines, and a huge figure stood in front of countless Marines. Big Buddha Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku. But, that's right, the naval headquarters is gone, and it can be rebuilt, just like when the Golden Lion broke into the naval headquarters and destroyed half of Marineford. All Buddhist objects can be rebuilt. Justice shall prevail, justice shall prevail. Countless Marines are encouraging each other, but it is difficult to calm their inner fear and anxiety about the war. Mr. Sengoku, what should we do now? Now the war is almost the home of the monsters, and the injured Kizaru has no choice but to come over. The unimaginable war made Marine not know what to do for a while. Too many casualties. Here, it is interpreting all the time what is meant by human life being worthless. Looking at the Marines who fell to the ground and did not get up again, the Marines who were seriously injured or slightly injured, and the trembling Marines, who were about to order the encirclement and suppression of the Whitebeard pirates, they became a little confused for a while. This time, the price is too high, the price is beyond imagination. Boom. At this time, Ling Bai jumped up and landed on Whitebeard's chest with a huge force, causing Whitebeard to be knocked away by 7 or 8 meters. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard staggered back for several steps before he managed to stabilize his body, and the place where it was stabbed by the big Uzumaki spider before, is now bleeding again. Puff. Whitebeard, who was about to rush to give Ling Bai another blow, felt a surge of heat in his throat at this moment, and he couldn't help vomiting it out, and his body knelt down on one knee uncontrollably. Advertisement, Whitebeard, are you dying? Ling Bai fell on the broken ground. To be honest, his condition is also not good at this time. After all, he has been fighting for so long, and he is already at the moment when Ultraman lights up the red light. You know, Whitebeard couldn't press down 1 admiral today, but Ling Bai pressed 3. Maybe, Whitebeard in his real prime can do it. Whitebeard's age is about the same as Garp Sengoku's, but in terms of physical condition, Whitebeard is much worse than the two of them. It's not that Whitebeard has had more horrific battles than they have. Ling Bai estimated that the shock fruit's power brought Whitebeard a side effect, and the long-term use put a huge burden on his body. This level, for me, is far from certain. Lousy is Whitebeard. For a moment, Whitebeard thought of Ace, and then, a strong will made Whitebeard stand up again. Daddy. In the ear, Marco's shouts came again. At this moment, Captain Tien Duo rushed over when he saw his father vomiting blood, Marco and the others. However, Whitebeard did use up almost all his strength and punched behind him with a punch. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere was torn apart again. Behind Whitebeard, the ground split open because of Whitebeard's precise shot, creating a big ditch over 20 meters. It directly separates the entire marine plaza. The yell separated Whitebeard from Marco and all of them. Daddy. Everyone roared in grief, knowing what Papa Whitebeard was going to do. He clearly wanted to stay here. Whitebeard pirates. Take Ace's body and retreat. Disobedient. Expel the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki and roared. The cloak behind him fluttered violently, leaving Marco and the others with an upright back. That is, a figure with great fatherly love, Daddy. Father, don't. At this time, ignoring Marco and the others, Whitebeard turned to Ling Bai. The kid in front of him is a top-level monster. Whitebeard knows very well that he must kill this monster here, otherwise, maybe in the future, Marco and the others will have a hard time. Even be exterminated, and he, Whitebeard, is here to stay. It's not that easy to go. On the other side, Ling Bai violently tore his hands forward, and in the pitch-black sky, a large amount of thunder and lightning struck down, directly landing on the huge ship in the distance at 2.1, that is. The giant ship stopped by Ling Bai with one hand, the Whitebeard pirates, the legendary ship, Moby D*K. Boom. The continuous explosions shattered the Moby D*K and set it on fire. Your time is over, Whitebeard. Coming head on, Ling Bai caught Whitebeard's fist with his bare hands, but the ground sank because of it, and the headquarters building directly behind collapsed. At this moment, Whitebeard turned his head slightly, and saw the Moby D*K that had been burned up, and the corners of his eyes shed tears again. My old friend, I will never sail the new world with you again. Father, let's go together. The big Uzumaki spider wailed loudly. He knew that Dad's body had deteriorated a lot compared to when he first arrived. If it wasn't for his previous knife, he wouldn't be like this. Father, if you don't leave, we won't either. In front of Whitebeard, the atmosphere tore countless cracks, and the cloak behind him kept fluttering with the wind. Whitebeard pirates, give lousy orders to withdraw from Marineford immediately. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no boat to carry me. Whitebeard's power suddenly exploded at that moment, pushing Ling Bai back in, and the huge vibration force also made Ling Bai's throat surge with heat. The remnants of the old era? I will give you the most honorable death? Ignoring the injuries on his body, Ling Bai stood up from the ground, entangled in lightning and rushed towards Whitebeard. Chapter 91 Whitebeard towards the end of his life. The terrifying battle between Whitebeard and Ling Bai is still going on. Looking at the unimaginable battle, countless people feel their scalps go numb, and the weak tremble even more. Both Whitebeard and Ling Bai have surpassed all the cognitions of countless people in the world. Scary creature. At this time, the terrifying thunderstorm collided with the power of shock fruit again, and the white transparent light wave collided with the blue-white minefield. The naval headquarters, a symbol of justice and peace in the era of great pirates, finally collapsed. In the eyes of shock, the building was annihilated due to the collision of two forces. Of course, this is just the beginning. The naval headquarters building is one of the most front buildings in Marineford, and after this building, there are a lot of buildings. At this time, behind Whitebeard is the big ditch, separating Whitebeard from his beloved sons. Whitebeard, I forgot to tell you some good news. Your good son, Teach, was also killed by me. Whitebeard was crushed in the ruins of the headquarters building, his body was covered with dust, and the wound torn by Whitebeard's Kong Yun was still bleeding, but this is for Ling Bai. It wasn't a problem. The fight with Whitebeard made him feel exhilarated, and Ling Bai was also full of fighting spirit. Teach. Whitebeard stood up from the ruins, muttering Blackbeard's name to himself, a name he hated so much. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for Teach, and Teach is the culprit of all of this. But with Teach, now dead, a stone was dropped from Whitebeard's heart, and of course there were bigger stones that could not be dropped. He was struck by Ling Bai's lightning many times. Although he didn't have too many obvious external injuries, the impact caused serious internal injuries, especially when Ling Bai punched him on the chest. The huge impact with all the strength, all the internal organs will explode. The only thing that could keep Whitebeard going was his monstrous willpower. Air shock, once again, 13 slashed towards Ling Bai with Kong Yunket, and the torn atmosphere immediately swept up a huge storm. Before, in such a storm, countless marines were like duckweed unable to control their bodies. Under the attack of this huge shaking force, another building in Marineford was destroyed. With the power of Whitebeard shock fruit, even a tsunami can be set off. One can imagine what a mere Marineford building is. And Ling Bai also waved a punch at this time, and similarly, pushed a thunderstorm horizontally against the shocking power of Whitebeard. And every time the thunderstorm and shock force impact, it will form a more terrifying destructive force, so that the buildings on the Marineford side are torn apart and collapsed. Under the impact of that kind of power that can be called a god, Marineford's very strong fortress doesn't seem to be much different from tofu at all. Rumbling. The sound of buildings collapsing and crushing shook the heavens and the earth. The battle between Whitebeard and Ling Bai gave people a feeling that the real gods were fighting. Make countless people in Marine and Sabody archipelago tremble. They'll never forget the days when the world had the power of shock fruit. Whitebeard pirates, retreat. Seeing Whitebeard's figure getting farther and farther away, the battle that seemed to burn his life, Marco broke down in tears, and said with difficulty the words to make the Whitebeard pirates retreat. And others also burst into tears, but, Father. Father. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were in great grief, and the big Uzumaki spider was crying into tears. Marco said with difficulty, this is the order of the father, he is fighting for the opportunity to let us escape. Whitebeard pirates, retreat, Marco roared, while the others, after giving Whitebeard a deep old look, turned around with difficulty and began to flee towards the bay. At this point, Marco is the leader. Siege the Whitebeard pirates. But at this moment, seeing the effect of the Whitebeard pirates retreating and still hesitating whether to fight or not, they yelled directly. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates can't go. Following Sengoku's words, other marines also quickly started to act. We are about to win, don't let any pirates go. Mole Vice Admiral and many other Vice Admirals also started to act. So soon, the shattered Marineford Square was in chaos again. The Whitebeard pirates are retreating, and Kizaru and the others are chasing Marco and the others. Of course, there is also the Ling Bai pirates, who are not in the pursuit. For the Ling Bai pirates, except for Bullet and Ling Bai, the others gathered together. Although there were some marines rushing up to deal with them, even a sandblade from Klockedar was enough to instantly kill them. Among the few people, it seemed that no one was injured, of course, but it was also thanks to Luo's existence. In this kind of battle, even if you are injured, it is only a trauma, and of course there are serious traumas, but here, even if an arm or a leg is broken, he can connect it. Op Fruit ability, nicknamed Death Surgeon, advertisement. Specialize in surgery. Although some marines came up to arrest them, but these few people were here, few vice admirals and even admirals can't do anything to them. And now, what about the strength of Admiral in naval headquarters? Garp is pinned down by World Destroyer. Sengoku looked over at Whitebeard. While Kizaru pursued Marco and the others, Aokiji was killed in battle, and Chushin was seriously injured and taken away in a coma. Now, looking at naval headquarters, how many can play? Of course, this kind of ability to fight is for the Ling Bai pirates, not for ordinary gangsters. The captain's side is too scary. There's no way we're going to get involved, and neither is Bullet. It's almost over. When I get back to New World, I have to take a good rest. Shiryu of the Rain took a breath. It's almost over, indeed, but is the captain all right with Whitebeard? Lao Sha. There is no problem at all. That old man is over. After today, his era is also over. At this moment, watching Whitebeard retreat steadily under Ling Bai's attack, Lao Sha knew that his era, the strongest man in the world, would come to an end after today. Our boat is out there, we have to check it out, or we'll be swimming back to New World later. Shiryu of the Rain said that the others were also awakened. However, Shiryu of the Rain and Wable chose to stay in the Marine Plaza for the time being. After all, if there is any change in Ling Bai's side later, they have to take action. The current situation is that Ling Bai does not allow them to make a move. And Lao Sha and the others went back to the boat to guard the boat. On the other hand, Marine is chasing the bearded pirates almost with all his might. Standing on the steel wall, Kizaru watched Drago and Bullet, as well as the Red Earl and Kong, who were fighting hard. I don't know what the ultimate meaning of this kind of war is. Originally, I just wanted to execute Fire Fist Ace, but in the end, this is the result. The old man doesn't understand either. Muttering to himself, Kizaru looked at the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who were running away, jumped into the air, and made a special gesture. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Countless light bombs gathered behind Kizaru, and then they were released. Yellow flash bombs were released densely, like a heavy rainstorm, shooting and bombing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who were fleeing. The weak pirates couldn't resist Kizaru's terrorist attack at all. With Kizaru's strength, even Marco, the strongest among them, would have to be beaten. At most, Marco would only spend a few rounds with Kizaru, and we'll have to see if Kizaru is serious about fighting. Countless light bombs exploded, and the large ice surface and the ships of the Whitebeard pirates were bombed, and they were vulnerable to a single blow. Kizaru. Marco swept the blue flame of the gorgeous phoenix, rushed towards Kizaru, and finally successfully pressed his foot on Kizaru's shoulder, and then interrupted Kizaru's big move, and kicked Kizaru away. In addition, other marines are also besieging the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who have fled. Mole Vice Admiral, Smoker, Hina, etc. Marine. What's the point of this war? Smoker, who has a true heart of justice, can't help but become suspicious during the arrest operation at this time. Aokiji's death in battle made him feel a deep sorrow, which means that is the goal he was chasing. Now, even though their marine captured and wiped out all the Whitebeard pirates, another desperate fact is the rise of another behemoth. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates are gone, but the Ling Bai pirates will completely replace the Whitebeard pirates. The era of 4 emperors in New World is not over, it just changed to a pirate emperor, and, most likely, the Sea Emperor who is more terrifying than Whitebeard. Therefore, this is the final consequence and truth of this war. Horrible, scary enough to make Smoker tremble, it doesn't make sense to say that anymore. Mole Vice Admiral was also helpless, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Continue to siege the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Tashiji's eyes widened, and he pointed forward in fear, that is, directly opposite the bay. A pirate ship was heading this way. Advertisement, Colonel Smoker. That's, what? Smoker is also noticing the presence of the ship at this moment, and so are the others. It's the Red Hair pirates. How is it possible? Is the Red Hair going to intervene at this time? Another superpower has appeared, it's really disappointing. And indeed, it is the Red Hair pirates ship, Red Force, that is approaching the naval headquarters. One of the legendary ships. At this moment, what makes Marine apprehensive, fearful and even desperate is that the red hair of one of the 4 emperors also appeared at this moment. On the other side, the camera returns to Ling Bai and Whitebeard. Their strength and their combined impact have destroyed half of Marineford. On the ruined building, at this time, Ling Bai and Whitebeard were nearly 20 meters away. The bruised Whitebeard was covered in blood at this time, just like in the original book, after being brutally attacked by the entire Blackbeard pirate group. The thunder and lightning released by Ling Bai is really terrifying, but Whitebeard's ability to withstand it is also extremely terrifying. But in the end, after the confrontation, Ling Bai was still more ferocious. It really is a real monster. At this time, Ling Bai couldn't help being shocked by Whitebeard's monster. At this moment, Whitebeard slashed towards Ling Bai again, but the information that Ling Bai clearly captured was that the speed of Whitebeard swinging the knife became slower and slower, and even covered the blade of Kong Yun's knife. The white ball of light also covered it again after it automatically shattered. Clearly, Whitebeard is dying. Whitebeard, it's all coming to an end. The right hand is aimed at the Whitebeard, and the blue-white electric light wraps around it, releasing a strong arc. And around Ling Bai's body, there was also a dark, spinning body wrapped around it. Ling Bai's aura was rising rapidly, and a huge aura was released. Click. Just when Whitebeard's supreme sharp knife was about to hit Ling Bai's head, Ling Bai, who had no intention of dodging at all, aimed at Whitebeard's hunk with his right hand, and shot out a yellow streak. Flashing lasers, and the lasers are naturally entangled with blue and white lightning. This laser, with a desperate speed and power, penetrated Whitebeard's body, and shot from behind Whitebeard into the void further away. Railgun attack. A real laser-type attack is extremely powerful, and it is no longer simply using lightning. After all, for Ling Bai's abilities, the electric shocker is the foundation to manipulate lightning, and the railgun is the move. Today's Whitebeard is already in the state of a weak ultimate. If it weren't for that will to fight on, he would have fallen down a long time ago. Even Ling Bai's current attack cannot be defended. At the beginning of the battle, Whitebeard was naturally able to defend against such an attack, but now, it has. Impossible. The battle between the two has lasted for more than half an hour. After Whitebeard's huge output beyond the limits of his body, he reached the point where he was about to run out of fuel. Also after this attack, Whitebeard's whole body shook, his eyes widened, and Ultimate's pain can be imagined. And the strength and speed of the Kong Yunki in his hand slowed down almost instantly, and at the same time, the power of the shock fruit blessed on it also disappeared. Ling Bai easily caught the knife. Bang! With a crisp sound, the strength in his hand could no longer hold the Kong Yunchi knife that accompanied Whitebeard's life, and the knife was let go from Whitebeard's hand weakly. The precarious Whitebeard staggered 3 steps while looking at Ling Bai, and finally stabilized his body. In this regard, Ling Bai meant to continue fighting, because he understood that from the moment Kong Yun cut off, Whitebeard no longer had the strength to fight any longer, and he would eventually die at this moment. At the beginning, towards the end of life, the burned-out lights will eventually go out. Whitebeard, Chapter 92. The Redhead arrives, new check-in. Whitebeard, is this dead? This seems to be dead. It can't be true, can it? How can you die? Whitebeard is still standing. Have you ever seen a man die standing? How do you say it? Even if you die, you will never surrender, stand up and die. And looking at Whitebeard's injury, he's covered in blood, so he won't be able to survive, right? It's good to be dead. Whitebeard is finally dead. At this time, in the square of Sabody Archipelago, there was a sea of people, and densely packed people looked at the dilapidated naval headquarters on the screen. At this time, where does the solemn naval headquarters still have the previous style? Now it has been reduced to ruins. But what people pay attention to is not this, but Whitebeard, who is still standing but covered in various injuries and blood. At this time, he stood, but closed his eyes. Do you died? But how can a person die standing up, although not dead? But why is there no movement now? Whitebeard. Sengoku muttered to himself, frowning, and looked at Whitebeard, and the other Marines who stayed at the Marine Square and did not hunt down the escaped Whitebeard pirates also looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, is he dead? But he is still standing. Whitebeard, do you have any last words? However, on Ling Bai's side, he is the closest to Whitebeard, only about 5 meters away, so he can naturally feel that Whitebeard and his breathing are also rising and falling slightly and slowly. But Ling Bai also knows that soon, Whitebeard will really come to an end. Would you do anything to the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard spoke, but the voice was very weak, his mouth moved, but this also let people know that Whitebeard is not dead yet. Some people had already started to cheer for Whitebeard's death, but at this moment the whole people were frightened again. At this moment, Whitebeard, who knew that he no longer had any strength to fight, seemed to want to give in to Ling Bai. However, the reason why Whitebeard had this kind of surrender was out of his fatherly love for Marco and the others, and his whole life of fighting. Whitebeard believes that the greatest treasure in the world is his family, not money, power, or status. Nor is the so-called Raftel. For Whitebeard, the most precious thing is naturally his family. Now, he is no longer able to fight and suppress Ling Bai. He only hoped that Ling Bai would not kill Marco and the others. Won't. Ling Bai's tone was flat, although he said he would not speak, but this was also based on the fact that Marco would not come to harass him, otherwise Ling Bai would not let them go. Moreover, the power of the Whitebeard remnants is extremely large. In the middle, the remnants of the regiment were severely defeated by Blackbeard once, and behind them, Wable also swept. Although Whitebeard is gone, their main force is still there. For Ling Bai, this is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger. Winner and loser, I lost, I hope you don't kill them all. Whitebeard's voice has become extremely lonely, even though he has great hatred for Ling Bai, but now he only hopes that Ling Bai will not attack Marco and the others. He knows that it is absolutely impossible for Marco and the others to defeat Ling Bai. At this time, bursts of memories hit him. It was about, after he disbanded from the Locks Pirates, he met Marco, then he met the Ice Witch, and then he met a Moby D*K, carrying all the fond memories of a large family for decades. My life should be enough, they gave me everything, but I failed to give them a new era, Ace. Luogia. And ultimately did not protect you of course, he is also my beloved son. My beloved sons, forgive Daddy for leaving behind a monster that Daddy can't defeat. If Daddy is in better health. I just hope you don't mess with him in the future. He is too strong. My beloved sons, I hope you can live well, Father, I can no longer protect you. This is Whitebeard's voice, only Whitebeard knows. Whitebeard, are you still standing? Are you dead? Sengoku was a little ashamed, and Whitebeard felt to prove that Whitebeard was really dead, but he is still standing now. However, following Whitebeard's words, the regiment was horrified by Sengoku. At this moment, Whitebeard exhausted the last ounce of strength in his body and shouted loudly, One Piece really exists. Whitebeard, Sengoku roared, his face changed in shock, his face was instantly filled with panic, he couldn't imagine that Whitebeard would say this. With that sound, Whitebeard exhausted all his strength and exhausted the last strength of his body, so that his voice could resound throughout the Marine Plaza. Advertisement of course, nature is conveyed to the Sabody Archipelago Plaza by video call. At this moment, whether it is naval headquarters or the people in Sabody Archipelago Square, they almost suffocated when they heard this sentence. This is Whitebeard's final last words, different from the original Whitebeard also said that someone will inherit Ace Luogia's will to challenge the world government, but only need to have the words, One Piece is real, is enough. In the end, Whitebeard did not forget to give the world government a hard blow, but it was a pity that he couldn't give Ling Bai a hard blow. Whitebeard is the man closest to the throne, and he is one of Luogia's best friends. Legend has it that Luogia once told Whitebeard about Raftel's treasure and revealed Raftel's coordinates to him. Now, with Whitebeard's words, again there is more than enough weight. He said that it exists, it must exist, there is no doubt about this. One Piece really exists. At this moment, when Whitebeard's words came out, I don't know how many people in Sabody Archipelago had expressions of fear reaching ultimate, and the whole person seemed to fall into the abyss of a nightmare. People still don't know that Luogia can start the era of great pirates with one sentence, and Whitebeard can also push the era of great pirates to its peak with one sentence. When both the world government and naval headquarters believed that this public execution was the prelude to the complete end of the era of great pirates, they did not expect that the passing and end of the king of the old era was the prelude to the rise of the king of the new era. Of course, this is something for later, Whitebeard. Pluton Rayleigh murmured to himself, shaking his head, Luogia's blood was dead, and now, Whitebeard was obviously coming to an end. Rayleigh knew, Whitebeard's words were Whitebeard's final last words. Does One Piece really exist? Then, the One Piece must be me? Kid was very excited, but he didn't expect Whitebeard to say such words at this time, and Kid was as excited as if he had been beaten. In addition, there are many pirates whose blood boils because of this sentence. The era of the great pirates has been started for more than 20 years, but for so many years, countless pirates chased One Piece, and the Grand Line flooded with countless pirates every day, but after so many years, no one has captured the One Piece, and people even some wonder if Luohaji was joking before he died, but in fact there is no such thing as One Piece. Up to now, Whitebeard has said that One Piece exists, so it is confirmed. At this time, it is no wonder that the pirates are not boiling, and of course the common people will be terrified. Naval headquarters, at this time Sengoku was trembling with anger, and because of this sentence, the other Marines also became panicked. They are very clear about how terrifying the weight of this sentence is, how much information is there, and what it represents. Both Garp and Burndy stopped, Drago and Bullet stopped. Red Earl and Kong stopped, the big brothers were all shocked by this sentence. The Red Hair pirates who had just entered Marineford Bay also happened to hear this sentence, and they couldn't help being moved by it. So, One Piece does exist. Redhead also missed that treasure, because when the Luogia pirates went to Raftel, Buggy got sick with a fever, and Redhead stayed to take care of Buggy, so he didn't go to Raftel. But the Redhead knows that One Piece does exist, but it is definitely not the innumerable wealth that other pirates think. The war has gone beyond imagination, the peacemaker red-haired grim-faced. At this time, when they entered the bay and saw the fleeing members of the Whitebeard pirates, their faces were full of tears and grief, and the red hair vaguely guessed something. Marco. The red hair shouted to Marco who was not far away, and the latter was looking at the red hair and them. What happened? Although he had guessed something, the redhead still wanted to ask. Marco said with great grief, Ace, he was killed by that Ling Bai. After the father broke it off for us, he also chose to die with Ling Bai, but the father. Whitebeard couldn't beat Ling Bai, let alone kill Ling Bai. Now, Whitebeard finally put his life on the line. I see. The redhead sighed. At this time, the red force entered the bay, and Marine and the others didn't dare to do anything. In front of them was the red hair of one of the 4 emperors and his powerful subordinates. Red Hair Pirates, the pirate group with the highest average reward. The average strength of the 4 emperors is the highest, also known as the Iron Wall Pirates. The overall strength is extremely terrifying. Kizaru, don't move. At this moment, Kizaru, who was about to release the laser, was pointed at by Beckman with a gun. Yo, Beckman. Kizaru really didn't move. Red Hair. Smoker's face was full of anger, but he could only be helplessly angry in the end. He knew this very well. His strength was no different from that of an ant in front of the red hair and the others. Immediately afterwards, the redheads continued to move forward, birthing the red force in the bay where the ice melted, and everyone disembarked and entered the broken Marine Square. Advertisement. It was also at this time that the red-haired group appeared in the field of vision of the people in Marine Square and the people in Sabody Archipelago. There are not many people in this group, but they give people a mighty momentum. As one of the 4 emperors, even if this group of people is not groomed, their names can scare countless people. 4 emperors' redheads also appeared. Redhead, Shanks. Do you want to continue fighting? The weak Marine is desperate, and ordinary people also feel that what happened in Marineford today is like a nightmare. Yes, the world has collapsed. Redhead. UB **************. D. The appearance of the red hair also made Sengoku's complexion change again. Fortunately, he didn't have a heart attack, otherwise what happened today would kill him. Everything has developed in a direction beyond imagination, which is completely different from what naval headquarters and world government expected. One thing, of course, is that Firefist Ace and Whitebeard are dead. After Whitebeard finished that sentence, nothing happened. He stands dead but unyielding, tragic enough, upright. At this time, all the Marines were watching the redhead warily. And the red hair glanced at the many Marines, but looked at Ling Bai in the distance. At this time, Ling Bai and the red hair were separated by the big ditch that Whitebeard made before. But time, back to 10 minutes ago, after Whitebeard uttered his last words, his life finally came to an end. But he didn't fall down. His cape, with the pattern woven by the Whitebeard pirates, still blows in the wind. Now, Whitebeard, die, end of life. But, even though he died, he was unyielding. Ling Bai couldn't help admiring him. No one, the dog died standing up. In this world, maybe only Whitebeard can be like this. As expected, the strongest man in the world, ding, sign-in found, do you want to sign in? At this moment, the voice of the system came from his mind, and Ling Bai knew that this was the same as when Blackbeard died last time, and now Whitebeard's death naturally also triggered the sign-in. Is it true that if the boss dies, the sign-in will definitely be triggered? Of course, this kind of sign-in, the reward should also be huge. Sign-in. Ling Bai didn't hesitate, but he just didn't know, is the ability to sign in this time shock fruit? Sign in successfully. Reward. Honkai open black lens bracket awakening close black lens bracket. Crash. For a while, Ling Bai was a little confused about the rewards for signing in this time, and soon after a huge force in his body and related information came into his mind, Ling Bai suddenly realized what kind of ability this is. Honkai. This ability is a powerful ability that has the same effect as the shock fruit. It is different from shock fruit. The ability of shock fruit needs to be released with hands or weapons, etc., while Honkai only needs to use thoughts launch, of course, can also be triggered by hands, feet or weapons. However, using thoughts to activate is already terrifying. For example, now that Ling Bai is in naval headquarters, even if he stands still, naval headquarters will collapse. This is an idea to activate. Just like the Golden Lion levitating dozens of islands, how he activates this ability, only he knows. Ling Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion, how powerful this ability is. In fact, Honkai is equivalent to Ling Bai getting an alternative shock fruit. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai faced the redhead and the others. If you still want to fight, then I will fight you to the end, Ling Bai. Facing Ling Bai, the red hair pulled out the knife, Griffin, from his waist, and faced Ling Bai with a fighting attitude, and Beckman and the others did the same. Red hair, you don't think I'm afraid of you? Ling Bai laughed. Although he has been fighting for so long now and has eliminated many top fighters, if he wants to fight Hongfa again, he will probably be rubbed on the ground by the opponent. However, Ling Bai is not afraid of redheads. Moreover, momentum absolutely cannot be lost. It's crazy, but he does have crazy pictures, Doflamingo said with a sigh. Ling Bai, indeed, is an existence beyond imagination. P.S. This ability comes from the anime, Charlotte, Honkai, and it can be regarded as the awakened shock fruit. The anime is relatively unpopular, and the ability is not the protagonist of this anime. It is short-lived. This book strengthens this ability. Just treat it as awakened shock fruit. If you don't want to add devil fruit to the protagonist, it's okay to give it to your subordinates. It's okay to shape the protagonist to give people a sense of mystery, so that people in this world can't guess what the protagonist's ability is. And in the future, the ability of other dimensional worlds will be added. If this book is written down, it may be developed in other worlds. I am afraid that everyone will misunderstand, so I must explain here. Chapter 93. Leave with a swagger, redheads want face. At the moment, everyone is looking at Ling Bai and the redhead. The sudden appearance of the red hair caught everyone off guard, and at the same time, they couldn't help but panic. They didn't know if this war would continue. This war had already caused countless people to tremble and fear, and few people were willing to continue. Now, has it developed to the collision of two new world top powerhouses? The people present, even Sengoku, couldn't help bearing heavy pressure in his heart. Even he, after calming down, was unwilling to continue. Now, Marineford is the home of the pirates. What does the redhead want to do here? Beyond the scope of the contract, I should too. Seeing the appearance of the only friend with red hair, Hawkeye put away Hey Daoya, turned around and left. Since your goal has been achieved, shouldn't you leave? Seeing that Ling Bai was still so arrogant, even if the redhead was annoyed, there was nothing he could do. Looking at Whitebeard's body in the distance, the redhead couldn't help feeling emotional, but what was horrifying was that he didn't expect Whitebeard to die in battle, and he didn't die in the hands of Marine, but was killed by Ling Bai. As for the body of Ace, it was already in Marco's place, and it was also killed by Ling Bai. Both are dead. Staring at Ling Bai on the other side, the red hair felt deeply afraid. He used to think that Blackbeard was the most dangerous person right now after seeing the news about Ace being handed over to the world government by Blackbeard, but now it seems that the most dangerous person is Ling Bai. Even Whitebeard was killed by his hands, and he brutally killed Ace. Of course, there was a situation that the redhead didn't understand. Ling Bai also killed 2 top fighters, and Akainu almost lost his life. Yes, I did it all. In the next second, Ling Bai actually appeared in front of the red hair and the others, crossing the big ditch. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides was only 5 meters. And when Ling Bai appeared on this side, he obviously didn't step on the ground with all his strength, but what was frightening was that, except for a small piece of ground under Ling Bai's feet, the red-haired and their side instantly shattered. Turned into sand. So much so that the redheads got their feet partly sunk. What happened? The sudden change on the ground made the red-haired people more vigilant. It scares you. Can this level scare you? 443 Ling Bai shook his head and sighed, but with a smile of enjoyment on his face. This is Ling Bai's new ability, Henkai. Its destructive power is definitely very strong, and in terms of operation, Song Zhongling can activate it with mind. He stood where he was, and the ground collapsed by itself. What ability? The redhead was puzzled again. Legilu, the invisible force shattered the ground. What happened? Beckman. It's like the ground is being crushed by gravity, but obviously we are not experiencing gravity, and that guy is not the blind old man we met last year. The red hair pirates were all puzzled by the sudden change on the ground, and they were slightly taken aback. The danger of Ling Bai is obvious to all. If he makes a sudden move, it won't be those little pirates who make a move, minutes kill. At this time, everyone is also curious about Ling Bai's ability, but Ling Bai will never tell others what his ability is. Everyone in this world thinks that Ling Bai is a capable person, but no one knows what kind of capable person Ling Bai is. Ling Bai can manipulate ice and lightning, but that doesn't mean that Ling Bai is a multi-fruit capable person, because in this world, people with multiple fruit abilities absolutely do not exist. This is people's inherent cognition, and it is also the rule of this world, so people can only classify Ling Bai's ability as a powerful devil fruit like Big Mom at most. Hey, are they going to fight? That monster, is it going to collide with the red hair of one of the 4 emperors? Continue like this. The appearance of another 4 emperors has already caused countless people to panic. Now it seems that the red hair is going to fight Ling Bai? This can't help but make people even more uneasy, even for Sengoku. Ling Bai, this war should be over. The farce-like war should end, BDAF. The red hair stared at Ling Bai. If you want to continue, then I don't mind starting a war with you. Your existence will make this era fall into a deeper and a terrible disaster. Advertisement. Ling Bai's eyes were indifferent. As a pirate, can't you be more pure? A peacemaker like you has a problem with his head, longs for freedom and dreams, and loves sailing and adventure. So don't hang up the pirate flag. You are still a virgin, red hair. You are such a strange person. Ling Bai shook his head and looked at the other party. I don't mind. I will wipe you all out in New World in the future. See you in New World. After speaking, Ling Bai walked towards Shiryu of the Rain and the others. The goal has been achieved, the plan has come to an end, Ling Bai will naturally retreat. What Ling Bai said made the redhead very annoyed, which means that everyone is a pirate, so don't pretend to be a good person. Since it is for world peace, why not become a marine? And Ling Bai also said harshly and then wiped them out in New World. Captain, are we going to turn Guy? Shiryu of the Rain laughed. That's right, we're going back to New World. With a wave of his right hand, Ling Bai led Wable and Yuji Shiryu towards the bay, and then the old man World Destroyer followed. And Ling Bai naturally saw Garp. Garp was on the right side of Ling Bai's direction of travel, glaring at Ling Bai with the anger that was suppressed to ultimate. Next to Garp, Sengoku, who had returned to normal, pressed Garp's right shoulder, meaning to calm Garp down. Now, there is no need to continue the fight, otherwise there will only be more terrible casualties, and this time, Naval Headquarters has it won. Naval Headquarters can be said to have won if only the deaths of Firefist Ace and Whitebeard were considered, but neither of these two was killed by any marine. Strictly speaking, Naval Headquarters suffered a disastrous defeat in this war, and Naval Headquarters could not help but suffer heavy losses, and it also had to welcome the rise of another monster in the New World, an existence more terrifying than Whitebeard. Of course, this is a story for later. Garp, calm down, Marineford can't take it anymore. Sengoku's tone was helpless and low. If he was angry, he might not be less angry than Garp, but as the Marine Marshal, he had to consider more things. From the standpoint of the interests and standpoint of all Marines, this war has been fought so far. There is absolutely no need to fight anymore, and there is no need to fight anymore. Marine has been seriously injured, and how long will it take to recover from the rest? Sengoku, hold me down, I'm afraid I can't help it. Thinking of Ace, Garp's eye sockets couldn't help getting wet again. How could Garp's heart feel better if he didn't kill Ling Bai here? On the other side, Ling Bai looked at the two of them for several seconds, showing a meaningful smile. If you provoke Marine like this, they probably won't be able to sleep well for the next year. Shiryu of the Rain sighed. Ling Bai, as long as I'm here, the world government won't be able to sleep well. World Destroyer. Boy, let's subvert the world government. I can still do a big job. To subvert the world government is the old man's lifelong dream, but with his own strength, it is conceivable. The background of the world government is still unfathomable. As far as I know, the hidden king of celestial dragons is mysterious and extremely terrifying. This existence, like a real god, looks down on the human world from the upper realm. Ling Bai has never underestimated the world government. The world government has existed for 800 years, and the celestial dragons have ruled this 800 years. 800 years, such a long time. Even if a pig lives for 800 years, it will become fine. Moreover, Ling Bai even felt that the existence of the world government has been using pirates to balance the world. There is a saying that the emperor's technique lies in balance. Balance is the only way to get the greatest benefit. If there are always pirates or other dark forces in this world, the world will need the protection of the world government, and the world government can always maintain the rule of the system. And according to the original book, I'm so-called extinguishing the lights. Does it mean that I will carry out a historical cleansing every once in a while? To wipe out those forces that cannot be controlled in one fell swoop. Ling Bai thinks it is very possible that must be an existence beyond imagination, and the five elders will not be weak, and the huge Mariajoy must also have other strong people. World government cannot be underestimated. World Destroyer said, I have seen the so-called five elders more than 50 years ago. These old men are said to have undergone immortality surgery. Ling Bai. As expected. At the bay, Ling Bai also ran into Hexia Jinbei and the others. At this time, Jinbei and Ivankov were carrying the collapsed Luffy and the dead Sabo respectively. But they don't walk like Ling Bai, they just run away in grief. Dorag, Sabo he, and Luffy Boy also broke down. Advertisement. Finally rushing to Drago, Ivankov said to Drago, who was also in great grief. I know. Drago couldn't help covering his eyes, the pain in his heart almost made him cry out. I won't let you go. When Bullet joined Ling Bai and the others, Dorag stood in front of Ling Bai and the others. At this moment, Tarag uttered harsh words. Ling Bai smiled and said nothing. This time, he and the world government, naval headquarters, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and the revolutionary army were all in full swing. Especially the revolutionary army. Even the world government doesn't know where they are hiding, and Ling Bai only knows that their headquarters is in Baldigo, an island of white soil in the first half of the Grand Line, but Ling Bai doesn't know where this island is. Grand Line is very big. If this island is discovered, Ling Bai will also destroy them. After that, several people passed by Drago directly. I look forward to your going to paradise. Ling Bai did not forget to leave a word for him. At this time, Kizaru and the rest of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates were also staring at Ling Bai and the others. They have never seen such an arrogant Marine, so arrogant here. Swaggered to naval headquarters and swaggered away. Marine, can you not be angry? He had an inextricable fight with the Red Earl, his shirt was long gone, and he was also glaring at Ling Bai at this time. Are you ready for the next changes in New World? Ling Bai smiled at Kong. The old man in front of him is Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Kong didn't speak. The moment he saw Kong, Ling Bai couldn't help but feel that it was a good move for him to take the Red Earl away from Impel Down, otherwise he would really be rubbed by Kong and Garp. These are top combat powers, and only the existence of the same legend can suppress them. 10 minutes later, under the glaring gazes of countless people, Ling Bai and 10 of them boarded the ship, and no one was stopping them at this time, although they couldn't stop this group of people. Ling Bai's record is there, beheading CPO Admiral level combat power and Marine Admiral Aokiji, and seriously injured Admiral Akainu. Finally, kill Whitebeard too. Such a record has already made those monsters in New World not dare to move. In a short time, Ling Bai will have a moment of peace. Damn, this kind of war, what have we done? Smoker threw down the weapons in his hands angrily, and they watched Ling Bai and the others leave helplessly. Hina can't help it. Although Hina is very angry, the monster just looked at Hina with evil eyes, which made Hina feel very uncomfortable. Hina frowned and looked at Ling Bai. Just now, Ling Bai's eyes seemed to swallow her up. Now, of course, they are leaving. This time, naval headquarters, I'm afraid we need to meet the rise of a new thick man. Kizaru lost that attitude of an old B************, and his tone was a bit lonely at this moment. On the other side, the redhead looked at Sengoku. Now that the war is over, please allow me to take Whitebeard's body. I will not allow anyone to desecrate Whitebeard's body. At the beginning, after Luo Jia was executed, his body was displayed in public for several days. If Whitebeard's body was not taken away, it would be the same if nothing happened. Please do me a favor. The redhead faced Sengoku very seriously. Chapter 94. The war is over, but the haze continues. Please do me a favor. At this point, the redhead looked at Sengoku seriously. That's right, redhead had to take Whitebeard's body. The goals of world government and naval headquarters have also been achieved. Both Ace and Whitebeard have died here, so I want to bring their remains back to New World. Impossible. How could you take Whitebeard's body? Only the public display of Whitebeard's head can show the victory of our naval headquarters. Before Sengoku could speak, a Marine Rear Admiral became angry. You know, in this war, many Marines, while extremely terrified, were also full of anger. It seems that Marines are now restrained everywhere, by those extremely evil pirates oppressing. None of the Marines present felt happy. And many Marines present at the moment hoped to behead Whitebeard and make it public to show the victory of naval headquarters. However, strictly speaking, naval headquarters, where did they achieve any victory? The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral was cut in half, Aokiji Admiral died in battle, Akainu Admiral was seriously injured and unconscious, and there are countless, Marines suffered heavy casualties. Victory. Where to start? It is good. After thinking for 10 seconds, Sengoku finally spit out the word, yes, he needs to give the redhead a face. The face of the red hair is still very important, not because of the inextricably important relationship between the red hair and the world government that Sengoku knows, but because the red hair, as a Sea Emperor of the New World, is in today's world. Marine is in a weak situation, this face must be given. Even if the red hair is not here to save face, Kaido of the Beasts is here, and the ant is here, this face must be given. This is the role of Emperor Yinhai. Today, Marine can no longer bear to face the four emperors' pirate group. If they confront each other, their naval headquarters will forcibly leave Whitebeard's body behind, and it may be inevitable to fight the redheads. The one-armed emperor of the sea is different from the other three monsters of the four emperors. The red-haired monster is a monster among normal humans, while Whitebeard and the others can hardly be called human beings. Therefore, no matter which emperor of the sea is here today, they want to take away Whitebeard's body. As the Marshal of Marine, standing on Marine's standpoint, Sengoku also needs to fully consider Marine's interests. Mr. Sengoku, but, the speaking Marine Rear Admiral wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Sengoku. Enough. The war is over. Firefist Ace and Whitebeard are dead, there is no need to do anything more with their remains. After speaking, Sengoku took a deep breath and shouted, the war is over. The long voice was conveyed to almost every corner of Marineford, and at the same time, it was also conveyed to the people on the Sabody Archipelago side. The war is over. Also at this time, countless civilians were stunned for a moment, but immediately, people cheered. Unexpectedly, the terrible war is over. For a time, countless people wept with joy. However, this is just the thoughts of ordinary civilians, and it is just the temporary cheers of ordinary civilians. Because the vast majority of people just want to live a peaceful and ordinary life. As long as the world is not destroyed, as long as the naval headquarters is still there, then their lives can still continue. As for what will happen in this world in this period of time in the future, people cannot guess. Moreover, only the people of the Sabody Archipelago know about it now. As for the world, many people don't know about it, and many Marines guarding the world don't know about it either. At that time, the world government will let naval headquarters convey the news of the victory of the war to the whole world. Although this era will completely fall into a rampage, in order to rule, many things must be covered up. In Marineford Bay half an hour later, the revolutionary army had all withdrawn. While the Whitebeard remnants are still here, many pirate groups under his command have retreated in advance, only the captain of the main ship, Marco, and the others are still there. Advertisement. With the red hair pirates here, Marine didn't dare to act rashly, and didn't dare to chase the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Also, Sengoku doesn't want any more casualties. At this time, the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace had been put back on the boat. Looking at the two bodies lying quietly on the two large beds, the captains all cried. All the captains who came to Marineford were there. Except for a few people, the others were injured to varying degrees. Of course, some were injured, but fortunately there were no deaths. However, the death of Dad and Ace wiped out everyone's hopes in an instant, and it was like a beautiful world collapsing in front of them. The pained mood turned into unstoppable tears that kept pouring out, and everyone cried into tears. The red hair sighed helplessly. Lajalu, who usually ate chicken legs, became serious at this moment. Everyone in the red hair pirates was silent for a long time. They're red hair pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates, the sending system is not bad. Marco, I don't want you to trouble them in the future. Redhead solemnly reminded, they are too strong. Even a bullet is not something you can easily deal with. Moreover, their strongest, Captain Ling Bai, is the most terrifying. Today, Ling Bai killed 2 admiral-level fighters successively, Aokiji died in battle, Akainu was seriously injured and unconscious, and finally, Whitebeard was over. His strength can no longer be simply measured by strength. If Marco and the others go to trouble Ling Bai and want revenge, one can imagine what Marco and the others will have to face. Without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates are no longer on the same level as Ling Bai. If Marco and the others take revenge rashly, facing them may be a catastrophe. As for Marco and the others, the redhead knew that even if he advised them not to go, there was a high probability that they would go. That B****************, D, I will definitely kill them in the future. Marco groaned. Foil Vista. I will definitely avenge Papa Ace and the others. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also responded one after another. If there is no revenge, it is definitely impossible. In Marine Square, thousands of medical treatment Marines have already started various treatments, and countless people are running here. If some seriously injured people are not treated in time, their lives will be in danger. Hurry up. Don't add any more casualties. At this time, Garp is shouting here, trying to ease the grief of losing Ace with busyness. This is Marine Square, and now there is only Marine here, and of course there are many pirates who died here. Half of Marineford was destroyed and reduced to ruins. The air was filled with the smell of gunfire, blood, and dust. The three smells mixed together made the air in Marineford extremely turbid and strange. The nightmare war was finally over, and many Marines wept with joy. At this time, in a room in Marineford town, Kong, Sengoku, Kizaru, Suru and Vice Admiral are all here. Everyone was covered in dust, quite embarrassed, but at this moment they had no leisure to take care of these. It was Aokiji who was lying on the hospital bed at this time, but he was not a patient. Aokiji was dead, and the body was here, which made Sengoku and the others extremely sad. Kuzan. Sengoku almost burst into tears, his tone was choked up, he couldn't bear to see Aokiji. Not surprisingly, the next Marine Marshal will be you. Just like when Kong elected Sengoku as the Marshal of Marine, Sengoku has already left this position to Aokiji, believing that Aokiji can carry the true mission of Marine in the era of great pirates and completely change the world. But now, Aokiji is dead. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral was even worse, being cut into two sides. We want to bury them both. Advertisement. Glorious burial of all the dead. Several people fell into grief, unable to accept the death of Aokiji, the death of some important generals, and the defeat of Naval Headquarters. In fact, Naval Headquarters did not win, because after sending away a Whitebeard, there will be more terrifying existences. Seeking flowers. 0. Today, there is a Ling Bai. Sakazuki's condition has improved, although he hasn't woken up yet, but with his physical fitness, he will recover in a short time. Fortunately, we stopped the demon in time. Otherwise, if we were a step slower, maybe Sakazuki would. He said happily, and also wiped away his tears. It's fine. We didn't expect that Ling Bai would be so terrifying. In a short period of time, our Marines can't do anything to him, we can only let him develop. Unexpectedly, this empty-born monster, 2 weeks before and after, such an appalling growth rate. The war has completely exceeded all of their expectations. Originally, it was only to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Leaving aside the joining of the Revolutionary Army, in fact this time the Revolutionary Army didn't do anything, so they restrained the Whitebeard pirates. But what is terrifying is that the addition of Ling Bai and the others made this war even more terrifying. That shouldn't be his growth rate, maybe he's already so powerful, he's just hiding, and we don't even know where this monster came from. But it doesn't rule out that he does have such a terrifying growth rate, but this is too scary, I can't imagine. 0. Crane Vice Admiral said with lingering fear. In addition to his ability to use ice and lightning, Pelusolino and I also discovered that he also possesses another weirder ability, which can eliminate our ability, as long as it is touched by his left hand. If we touch it, the ability we want to activate will be eliminated by the other party. Kizaru nodded. That's right. Kong. Multi-fruit ability. Sengoku shook his head. This kind of person does not exist, but if there is a special case, maybe, but the point of the question is not about what ability he is, right? Exactly. Sengoku. We have all seen his danger, and now we are powerless to stop his rise. At this time, Crane suddenly thought of a problem. Actually, have you ever thought that this war is just that Ling Bai used our marine to get rid of the Whitebeard pirates? And he then took Whitebeard's place. So, if this is the case, it seems that our naval headquarters and the world government have been counted. Scary guy. Moreover, there are those words of Whitebeard before his death. I don't know what will happen because of this. The era of great pirates may not only not decline because of Whitebeard's death, but the new emperor will replace the king of the old era. Let this era become more unpredictable and terrifying. 2 hours later, the middle and high-level generals of naval headquarters started an impromptu meeting in a small temporary conference room. First of all, it is about that a Marine funeral will be held in the Marine cemetery 3 days later. The Marine who died in the battle in Marineford this time will be buried in the Marine cemetery. The second is about how to rebuild naval headquarters, how to deal with the world's chaos during this time. Possible events. In this period of time to come, the world will definitely not be peaceful. And what naval headquarters can do is to maintain the order of this world as much as possible. As for Ling Bai, they can only put it aside for now, because Ling Bai is something they can't deal with at the moment. Finally, report all this battle. At night, in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the 5 elders had a serious meeting while the celestial dragons lavished their entertainment. Tonight, 5 elders will not be able to sleep, and they may not be able to sleep soundly in the next few days. Although the war was over, they did not achieve a real victory. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, they damaged 2 top combat forces, but they also allowed Ling Bai to take advantage of the opportunity to rise. In any case, the haze continued, and all of this was beyond imagination. Chapter 95 5 Elders Meeting, back to Sabody Archipelago. While naval headquarters was dealing with various casualties. The Holy Land of Mariajoy, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Mariajoy is still brightly lit, and Celestial Dragons is still carrying out various entertainment activities at this time. The guards are patrolling the streets in the huge city. The sound of scolding, lewd laughter, and the screams and begging for mercy of the slaves, etc., but this has long been something the guards have become accustomed to. Serving the divine celestial dragons, the descendants of the Creator, is a lifetime honor that many people can only wish for. However, unlike these buildings, there is another huge and solemn building. 5 elders, they are here. 5 faces, dignified and gloomy, angry and heavy, of course, thinking about Lord I Am, the old men are also a little panicked. The war has actually failed. It's really unexpected. The first to speak was the old man holding the first-generation Goosh. If only from the death of Luojia's blood and Whitebeard's death in battle, it can be said that we have won the victory, but for us, the victory of the war is obviously not a condition to be measured by this. A statement can only be used to inform the world of news. Guy Yadu died in the battle, and several other CPO members also died in the July 20th. For the CPO organization, it is already a heavy loss. It is recommended to bring back the original CP9 genius, Rob Lucci, let the CPO organization increase fresh blood and stop Marines' pursuit of them. Quote. Gaia died in battle. Kuzan died in battle. Sakazuki was seriously injured and comatose, but fortunately the situation has stabilized now, otherwise we will lose such a powerful combat power. Marine, you can have as many as you want, but they are as strong as Admiral, theirs is so hard. Kill 2 people, seriously injure 1 person, and then kill Whitebeard. One of the key points we need to pay attention to is, how strong is this monster? Very strong. It's beyond imagination, and I don't even know what ability user he is. How much does this guy hide? The past of Admiral's death in battle was also in the era of locks, and this time it seems to be more serious. It's time for us to add some fresh blood to Marine. Moreover, the entire Marine system has been seriously damaged this time, and fresh blood must be integrated. How to add fresh blood? Let's hold it once, the worldwide conscription. Conscription is carried out on a large scale from all over the world to the entire Grand Line, and we pay special attention to the addition of high-end combat power. Sometimes we still underestimate the masters of the people. If they are indeed very powerful, it is not a bad idea for us to break the rules and promote them. Also, Marshal Marine, it's time to change. This incident is too serious. I don't know how to explain it to Mr. IM. Sengoku's leadership ability is really not good, and sometimes he fights against us. I wait, what is needed is an obedient Marine Marshal. Sengoku is also responsible for what happened. Moreover, Magellan has to deal with Impel Down. Under his management, Impel Down has already lost twice. Let Sengoku step down. I think Sakazuki can do it. As for Sengoku, just put him in another position. Agree. Sakazuki being the Marshal of the Marines is in our interests, and the old man likes the Marines who are hawks, but don't like the ones who are doves. Don't deal with Ling Bai for now, and we don't have time to take care of it right now. Of course, we must always pay attention to their actions. Phew, it's been a lot of trouble recently. Let's go meet Lord IM later. No, let's talk about it tomorrow. Mr. IM may be going to sleep. Likewise, around the same time as the 5 elders meeting, New World's Morgan's press headquarters. The Birdman Morgans is writing hard. The war is over, so it is time for TN News. The scale and influence of Morgan's news is second only to the World Government News Agency, and it has the same status and strength as the World Government to influence and control fishing boats. Advertisement. The news this time is really terrifying. Compared to what Ling Bai did, Luojia's blood is not dead yet, so what? But now he is really dead. I didn't expect such a horrible thing to happen. I thought it was just a matter of the naval headquarters and Whitebeard pirates, but later, the Revolutionary Army and the Ling Bai pirates appeared. The Revolutionary Army can't mention it for now, but the Ling Bai pirates are shocking. Behead the mysterious strongman sent by the world government. It is said that this person has admiral combat power. Kill Aokiji, hurt Akainu. The sorrow of Marine Admiral. Whitebeard's final battle. Luojia's bloodline has become a swan song. Why? The end of the old age, the rise of the new age. Whitebeard. One Piece is real. One after another, news headlines are being created by Morgans. He is used to exaggerating words and exaggerating events, and this time is no exception, and the world is also keen to read his news. Because, he has the power to monopolize the world's fishing boats. Especially here, the world government can't control too much. New World. New World, welcome the birth of a new emperor. The birth of the new Sea Emperor seems to be one of the most important consequences of the favorite event. When Ling Bai defeated Kaido last time, Morgans had already reported it once, calling Ling Bai the most likely to become the new pirate, the existence of the emperor, and now even a week has passed, and such a horrible event has happened. And Ling Bai, king of the new world, has become the new king of the sea, and he deserves it. And this is an indisputable fact. At this time, there are already many people waiting in the office where the Birdman Morgans is. The important news will start to be printed endlessly tonight. There is no market until the relevant newspapers are sold, that is, the whole world has received newspaper time. And the newspaper will spread like a virus the next day, quickly sweeping the whole world. You must know that the world still does not know the outcome of this war. At the same time, this war was called Summit War. The next day, Sabody Archipelago. The Ling Bai pirates, who left from naval headquarters, arrived here not long after the sun rose. After all, returning to the New World also required coding at the Sabody Archipelago as a transfer station. Unexpectedly, I came to the Sabody Archipelago again, and the old man actually felt a little bit embarrassed. World Destroyer sighed. Sabody Archipelago is still as beautiful as it was back then, but it is precisely because of this that Burndy has a sense of embarrassment. The old man is too. The Red Earl felt the same way. The Red Earl is also going to make a transfer here, and what he told Ling Bai is that he intends to find the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit that can restore his age and strength, but he does not intend to enter the New World at present. He needs go to South Blue, that is the hometown. Red Earl, see you later. I look forward to returning to the Peak of You. Of course I am on Hive Island, the island now called Paradise. Ling Bai said to the Red Earl. Thank you for releasing this old man. Within a year, this old man should be on Beehive Island. Immediately afterwards, the Red Earl disappeared from everyone's sight. Advertisement. Hey, will this old man come back? Lonely Red, he doesn't bother to be with anyone. Reign of Shiryu said. Ling Bai. The strong man in the old era valued promises very much, and he should find that Phantom Beast soon. Without this devil fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to survive Duohei. After all, they are all old men who are about to die. Bullet looked at Burndy. What are your plans? Burndy said with a smile. I plan to go to the paradise. I have no place to stay, old man. It looks like he's joining us. Burn D. Does Sabody Archipelago still have celestial dragons to play with? I'm looking forward to it. Lao Sha said. Originally there were, but after being frightened by the captain once, I probably didn't dare to come. Killing celestial dragons live, the one who has never been seen before or since. On the other side, today's Sabody Archipelago is also bustling. When the war ended, many pirates began to reveal their bloodthirsty nature. Since One Piece exists, they should enter the New World all the more. All of a sudden, the Sabody Archipelago was surging, and many pirates were ready to go. And today, Supernova and the others are also preparing to enter the New World. Kid and the others are eager to try, especially Kid, who is even more excited. New World, are you ready? Kid roared wildly, and knocked out a nasty-looking bald pirate with a casual punch. The latter fell heavily on a tree and passed out immediately. In this Sabody Archipelago, there should be no opponent for him, right? So does New World. He is ready to enter the New World to challenge the so-called Kings of the Sea. Kid, who has never suffered setbacks and failures, is quite confident. Kid, let's be careful. New World is not Sabody Archipelago, that place is said to be full of monsters. As Kid's head like Kira, remind the other party. Apu also reminded. Indeed, 3.2 New World is a bit too complicated. Drake, in the New World, there are strong people like clouds, especially those monsters, who are almost not in the same world as us. At this time, the four supernovas Kid, Kira, Drake, and Apu have formed an alliance and are ready to challenge the New World together, and Kid is the leader. In addition, there are four other supernovas, Luffy and Zoro needless to say, Bonnie and Capone Bej are also preparing to enter New World today. And the purpose of Bonnie entering New World is not like Kid, wanting to seize One Piece, but to go to New World and kill Ling Bai. Ling Bai, who killed Whitebeard and Ace, and Bonnie, who carried their hatred, made Bonnie hate Ling Bai. Since last night, Bonnie has been up all night, unable to forget Ling Bai, thinking about killing Ling Bai all the time. Mausoleum White. As in the original book, she wanted to challenge Blackbeard, but failed, was captured by Blackbeard, and of course was saved by Akainu in the end. But this time, she wants to challenge and kill Ling Bai. What will happen? After all, Akainu hasn't woken up yet. Chapter 96 Bonnie, what a disaster. That man, I will never let him go. Bonnie, who held Ling Bai's reward some time ago, looked at the face that made her hate to ultimate. At this time, the man Bonnie was talking about was naturally Ling Bai. However, Bonnie is 22 years old this year, while Ling Bai's age is only 16 according to the reward, and Bonnie is several years older than Ling Bai. Just yesterday, Ling Bai ended Ace and Whitebeard in Marineford, and the scenes of Ling Bai killing them both were broadcast live on Sabody Archipelago. Bonnie naturally saw it. As a result, Bo treats Ling Bai as if he has a blood feud. At this time, Bonnie pressed Ling Bai's bounty on the trunk of the tree next to him, and then pierced the bounty with a knife, and nailed it to the trunk. This seemed to be a way for Bonnie to vent his hatred. Next stop, New World, Beehive Island. Bonnie yelled, being a beautiful woman, but almost her whole person didn't look like a woman. Big sister head, are we entering the New World today? Yes, Captain, is that so? The younger brothers behind Bonnie were a little uneasy. Don't look at Bonnie as a big beauty, but as crew members, they don't have anything wrong with Bonnie, a powerful woman who can modify other people's ages at will, and they don't even dare to say the other party is regarded as a woman. Big Eater Bonnie, one of the supernovas, P******** D her off, turning you from a pretty boy to a Mediterranean in minutes. That's right, go to Beehive Island, Bonnie said affirmatively. But, Captain, Beehive Island, that place, is Ling Bai's territory. Yeah, Beehive Island is already Ling Bai's territory. Hearing that Bo Ni said that he was going to Hive Island, everyone trembled. After all, yesterday's live broadcast is still vivid in his memory. Ling Bai almost single-handedly swiped Marineford and defeated 4 super bosses. Among them, 3 kills and 1 was seriously injured and passed out. Think about it, they all made their scalps tingle, and they even thought of going to the Hive Island. Some of them had a feeling of loose bladder. Today's Hive Island, in the eyes of many pirates, of course Marine doesn't care about it. Beehive Island is on the same level as Kaido of the Beasts, Oni Island and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's Cake Island. For many people, it should be called hell, an absolute forbidden zone. Who dares to say no? Bonnie stared at them, his voice was angry and domineering, so that the younger brothers were stunned for a moment, their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly said that they were going to Beehive Island. But Bonnie didn't know at this time that the Ling Bai she hated was in the Sabody Archipelago. Since she entered the New World to coat the ship, Sabody Archipelago was the transfer station for the first half of the Grand Line. Of course, Ling Bai and the others also had a full meal here. Pause. Of course, soon they will meet. On the other side, Kid's evil Generation 4-person alliance, at this time, met Yoroj, a broken monk. Ling Bai had already separated from them, and was going to stay in Sabody Archipelago for half a day, return to New World after coating, and then start a series of necessary actions after the war. At this time, Luo, Yoroj, and Hawkins also bumped into the Kid Quartet. There is a feeling of jealousy when the enemy meets each other. I didn't expect to see you 3 again. Luo. Kid felt uncomfortable when they saw Luo, especially when they saw Luo. I didn't expect that you are still in Sabody Archipelago. Luo is naturally displeased with Kid, who is so conceited as ultimate. Kid, who has the qualifications of a king, is the most arrogant among the supernovas this year. They are here, which means that the monster is also here, right? After leaving Marineford, they came to Sabody Archipelago again. Drake was shocked in his heart, and the other supernovas naturally thought of this too. Now, that Ling Bai is in Sabody Archipelago. Advertisement. As a terrifying existence that swept across Marineford, even younger than them, but whose strength surpassed the world they knew, it was no wonder that Drake and the others were not shocked. Today's Ling Bai is definitely a man of the world, enough to make countless people fear, worship, and tremble. Now, he is in the Sabody Archipelago. Kid, don't mess with them. Seeing Kid's feverish head, Kira couldn't help having a headache, and quickly grabbed Kid, fearing that his big brother would make a move. After all, their status is not what it used to be, and now they rashly attack them, angered the giant behind him, and then they will know how the dead characters are written. Kira, what do you want to do? Kid, who was already very irritable, couldn't help being a little annoyed when Kira grabbed him with his hand. At this time, Drake also pressed his right hand on Kid's left shoulder. Kid, don't be impulsive. Undercover Drake, I still hope that Kid will not ruin his marine action plan. Drake and them are now allied to make it easier to do things, and use Kid's strength to reduce obstacles as much as possible. If Kid keeps causing trouble, it will naturally be very annoying have to. Humph. Kid snorted coldly. It's been a long time, everyone. I don't know if we can meet again in New World in the future. The precept breaker monk laughed. Luo. Don't pay attention to this red-haired hedgehog, after all, people with the aptitude of kings are a bit more arrogant. Luo said words full of provocation and contempt, but his tone was serious. Hawkins. Kid, the probability of your accident in New World is relatively high. At this time, Hawkins is using cards to calculate. The 7 supernovas confronted each other, but they didn't fight in the end. If it had happened in the past, they might have already fought. However, Drake and the others were afraid of the terrifying existence behind Luo and the others. It was absolutely impossible for them to challenge at the moment. Exist. On the other side, when Ling Bai entered the commercial street in the illegal area, he bumped into Rayleigh who came with Shaki. Of course, these two people are not shopping here, it's just that Rayleigh intends to prepare some things to leave Sabody Archipelago, he intends to, such as training Luffy, of course Rayleigh's training for Luffy is uninvited. For the will of Luo Jia and the red hair, now, that will is being passed on by Luffy, and this light cannot be easily extinguished. That is, the new era that Shanks gambled with one hand. However, at this time, Rayleigh and the others bumped into Ling Bai. Of course, Ling Bai just looked at them for several seconds without speaking to each other. Ling Bai killed Rayleigh's brother Luo Jia killed his brother's son. Speaking of which, Ling Bai and Rayleigh are now enemies. But Ling Bai didn't intend to be friends with Rayleigh after all. Afterwards, the three of them passed by, and Ling Bai came here by himself. Why is he here? After seeing Ling Bai walking away, Shaki frowned before speaking. I don't know, but if they want to go back to New World, it can't be more normal here. Seeing Ling Bai, Rayleigh's complexion was not good. But don't worry about them, that guy, if there is no accident, he will be the new emperor of the sea when he returns to New World. Also, an extremely dangerous person. That's why I'm going to train Luffy, hoping to give him a little help. Rayleigh has been from Murloc Xiaoba, and through him asked Hexia Jinbei, where is Luffy now, and wait a minute, Rayleigh is going to find Luffy. Today's Luffy is in an extreme mental breakdown and has not come out, and his whole spiritual world has completely collapsed. Rayleigh is worried about him. Advertisement. On the other hand, many people who saw Ling Bai recognized Ling Bai immediately. People felt fear as if they saw the pirate emperor coming. That monster, even looking at him from a distance, makes me feel afraid. It's been 5 minutes and my legs are still shaking uncontrollably. Phew, he's finally gone. From Naval Headquarters, to Sabody Archipelago, even the people from Naval Headquarters can't do anything to him, right? Perhaps, this world is beyond salvation. The king of the old era is dead, and someone else will take his place. People, seeing Ling Bai, many people, it's no wonder they don't tremble. The news of Ling Bai's appearance in the Sabody Archipelago quickly spread, and the news also reached Naval Headquarters, which is still dealing with the wounded and other post-war affairs, and has no time to take care of Ling Bai, and now Naval Headquarters can only open one just close one eye. The most surprising thing is that the news reached Bonnie who was about to leave Sabody Archipelago. Indeed, the appearance of Ling Bai made Bonnie feel like a pleasant surprise. Immediately afterwards, with a rage that could not be vented, Bonnie rushed to look for Ling Bai regardless of the trembling and frightened younger brothers behind him. She just wanted to kill Ling Bai and avenge Whitebeard and Ace. And soon, she and Ling Bai met. B***************, D, I'm going to kill you. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Bonnie, who saw Ling Bai, rushed forward with a roar, and was about to activate the fruit ability. Her fruit ability is extremely strange, and it is not a power-type ability, but if it touches someone, even if it is like a strong person like Ling Bai will not feel good, and even directly become an old man who is about to die. The sudden appearance of Bonnie made Ling Bai understand what the other party was going to do. Ling Bai knows that in the original book, Bonnie seeks revenge on Blackbeard who killed Whitebeard. This woman is 250, Ling Bai doesn't know how she got involved with Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, but one thing can be speculated is that Bonnie may be the daughter of Tyrant Bear or some kind of relative, because both of them are from the same country. At this time, under the shocked eyes of people near and far, Ling Bai disappeared in place. In the next second, Ling Bai appeared beside Bonnie as if teleporting, and Bonnie, who was rushing towards him, suddenly stopped, with a painful expression on his face. Because Ling Bai's fist had landed on her stomach, the overwhelming pain almost made Bonnie spit out all the food he ate not long ago. I like women, but I don't care about women. Ling Bai laughed, knowing that Bonnie's ability is very strange, so Ling Bai also pays attention to the other party. With Bonnie's ability, he can modify other people's age at will, from big to small. In terms of age modification, Bonnie's ability seems to be much more terrifying than Ain's regression fruit. Of course, Ain can make everything go backwards. Enduring the severe pain in his stomach, Bonnie wanted to continue attacking Ling Bai, but Ling Bai, whose observation haki had already reached the level of predicting the future, once again landed a punch on Bonnie's stomach. With this punch, Bonnie could no longer stand in front of Ling Bai. And the thunder flew out directly, and finally smashed on a big tree, and even made a hole in the big tree. People who don't realize the gap between power are pathetic. They always try to shake the tree with an attitude of overreaching. Who gave you courage? In the astonishment of everyone, Ling Bai arrived in front of Bonnie, grabbed Bonnie's clothes and grabbed him, causing his legs to leave the ground. Follow me back to paradise. Ling Bai is smiling, pure smile, clear eyes. However, the harmless appearance of humans and animals is often the other side of Ling Bai as a demon. Ling Bai is very optimistic about Bonnie's appearance, figure and ability. Ling Bai will see if he can be like Leaping Rabbit. In addition, Ling Bai wants to know why this woman is related to the world government. In the original book, even Akainu was frightened into a cold sweat by her escape. Chapter 97. After the war, the world was shaken, and Big Mom's actions. Even women are so hard. The huge movement made both Shaki and Rayleigh discover that Ling Bai was attacking Bonnie, one of the supernovas with a big stomach. I don't know what will happen to her, but this kind of thing between pirates is related to Ling Bai, so don't worry about him. Rayleigh shook his head and could only mourn for Bonnie. And seeing Rayleigh like this, Shaki could only mourn in silence. People in the audience watched Ling Bai grab Bonnie at this moment. After being punched twice by Ling Bai, Bonnie felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. Ling Bai's punch was indeed a bit fierce, but Ling Bai was merciful, otherwise if Ling Bai threw a strong punch, Bonnie's stomach might be pierced, but with Bonnie's defensive power, he could ascend to heaven on the spot. Nowadays, the only women who can be said to have strong defensive power are the two women among the flying six children of the Beast's pirates, and the strongest defensive power is Big Mom. Immediately afterwards, Bonnie was taken away by Ling Bai under Zongmukui Road. As for Bonnie's pirate group and her men, it is estimated that there will be none in this life. Bonnie. Miserable. Unlike Marine, if Ling Bai wanted to kidnap a female Marine, it would be really difficult, but female pirates are much simpler. Pirates are fighting and killing each other. When Ling Bai met Bullet and the others in the afternoon, Bullet and the others discovered that Ling Bai had pulled a woman back. It was Bonnie who was caught by Ling Bai, who took a seastone handcuff from the slave trader and handcuffed Bonnie, so that Ling Bai didn't have to worry about Bonnie's ability at all, the ability that can make you easily become an old man, so to speak extremely scary, and with the seastone, Bonnie can no longer activate the ability. Hey, Captain, what's the matter? The monk who broke the precepts was puzzled. Wasn't this woman Bonnie, one of the supernovas of the same class as them, with a big stomach? Jewelry Bonnie, girl with a big stomach. Hawkins said. Lao Sha, it seems that someone is about to be murdered. Bullet. What special ability does this supernova have? Luo said. I don't know the name of devil fruit, but it can modify the age of itself and others, and can directly turn people into dying old men, or newborn babies. The fighting power is average, but the ability is very troublesome. Modify age. Burndy became curious. I don't know if I can make the old man return to a young posture. Of course, but do you think this woman is willing? Ling Bai pulled Bonnie with an iron chain, and the latter glared at the crowd. If it hadn't been for the fact that his throat was broken and his mouth was dry, Bonnie would be cursing now. Of course, this does not prevent Bonnie's eyes from being full of anger, with hatred. Shiryu of the Rain put forward a hypothesis: since this woman can modify her age, if she keeps herself or others in a young state, can she achieve the effect of immortality? Theoretically. Yes, Ling Bai also began to think about it, but this ability is just a hypothesis, just like Ain's regression fruit, although it can reverse the age, but it can't make people's internal injuries disappear with the regression, that is to say, Ain's retrogression it is just a person's superficial state, but it does not actually allow a person to return to the body functions of many years ago. After a certain age, he still cannot escape death. And Ling Bai also thought of a strange ability, Mrs. Shi's time fruit, which can travel through time and space, but can only travel through the future, but cannot reach the past, so even if she wants to change something, Mrs. Shi can't do it. Is it the same with Bonnie's abilities? With huge limitations. After all, this world already has certain rules to balance the power of devil fruit. However, who doesn't want to live forever? No matter how powerful the power is, it can't prevent the body from aging and the loss of life. This is undoubtedly very sad. Only op fruit, right? One op fruit, that's the value of Whitebeard's head. Everyone looked at Luo, the immortality surgery was like a thunderbolt, and it was said to be the highest use of op fruit's ability. But Ling Bai said, What kind of immortality surgery? Assuming that the group of 5 elders have all undergone immortality surgery, but now the Op fruit is on Luo, so the previous generations of Op fruit abilities are all dead. Op fruit ability users can't use immortality surgery on themselves. There are some things that have yet to be studied. Everyone was talking about this matter, but Bonnie could only glared at Ling Bai viciously, saying that they were not interested in Bonnie. Advertisement. After all, if Ling Bai took her aboard, she was destined to be unable to escape Ling Bai's clutches. As for Bonnie's rebellion against Ling Bai doesn't care. As long as she has 100 ways to resist, Ling Bai has 1,000 ways to make her kneel down and beg for mercy. For example, for more than 2 days before Ling Bai and the others returned to Hive Island, Ling Bai didn't give Bonnie a drop of water to drink, and there was no food. And after Ling Bai left Sabody Archipelago, the news of Bonnie being taken away by him also spread to naval headquarters, and then to world government, 5 elders, who were once again outraged by Ling Bai's behavior, but now, they have no time left considering the existence of Bonnie. Ling Bai's strength made them fearful. However, Bonnie's identity is very special, and the 5 elders have a lot of headaches, and Ling Bai, they can't make a move on Ling Bai. At the same time, just today, the world government reenacted the bounty for all the crew members of the Ling Bai pirates. Ling Bai, offering a reward of 5 billion Baileys. Descendants of the Devil Bullet, a reward of 1.97 billion Baileys is offered. Shiryu of the Rain, a reward of 1.5 billion Baileys is offered. Sand Crocodile Graham Lock Doll, a reward of 1 billion and 30 million Baileys is offered. Wable, there is a reward of 540 million Baileys. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, a reward of 420 million is offered. Broken Monk Uroge, a reward of 360 million Bailey. Magician Hawkins, a reward of 320 million Baileys is offered. Among them, Ling Bai's reward was drawn up by 5 elders himself, and the others were drawn up by world government officials. Everyone's bounty has risen. Ling Bai, who was offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys, with the explosive expansion of the reward order, it is enough to see that the 5 elders have admitted to his danger. In addition, the world government also redrafted the rewards for the Impel Down jailbreakers Red Earl and World Destroyer. For the 2 of them, the world government is now a little worried that they will cooperate with Ling Bai and even become the crew of Ling Bai. Red Earl, there is a reward of 2 billion and 60 million Baileys. World Destroyer, a reward of 1.83 billion Baileys is offered. The new bounties are partly increased on the basis of their past bounties. At the same time, news about the Summit War finally began to sweep the entire world, and along with it, there was a new reward order for Ling Bai and the others. Immediately, the world shook. Among them, the world government informed the world that naval headquarters won a major victory in this war, because Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace died in battle, so the victory is beyond doubt. Regarding authenticity, the world government naturally wants to cover up the facts. After all, for the sake of the face of the world government, these also need to be done. However, the Morgan's News, which is against the world government, tells a different story. After the Morgan's News, the focus on naval headquarters victory has faded. The new world monster named Ling Bai, now the master of the Hive Island, participated in the Summit War, killed a top combat force sent by the world government, killed Aokiji, made Akainu seriously injured and unconscious, killed Fire Fist Ace, and ended Whitebeard. The record is unprecedented and extremely terrifying. The whole world, because of this incident, was surging like a tsunami. And because of all these achievements, Ling Bai is already another Emperor of the Sea in New World. The era of the great pirates continues, Whitebeard is dead, and the era of the 4 emperors continues. Because, when the old era is over, the new era will begin. Finally, about another horrific event, that is, before Whitebeard died, he revealed the fact that One Piece really existed. For a time, the world boiled further. Advertisement. On Hive Island, Judge, who had brought the power of the entire kingdom here as promised, fell into a daze the moment he saw the news. Quote. How can it be so powerful? This rider is too powerful. Admiral was killed and wounded. Whitebeard was also killed by his men. Is he already invincible? At this moment, Judge was trembling with excitement. Now, he understands that if he can't hug Ling Bai's thigh tightly, then he will live in the gutter for the rest of his life. Sacrifice Reiju before, it seems that this is not worth it. Of course, Judge didn't know that Ling Bai wanted to swallow his power and technology completely. Just like what Dama did to Wenji Mokei's family in the original book. Mixing with beasts, unless he is also a beast, then he can only be swallowed by beasts. At this time, the world is shaking, especially the New World, which is already surging. Ghost Island, who was injured by Ling Bai some time ago, has recovered from his injuries. After reading the latest newspaper, Kaido's drunkenness dissipated immediately. After a while, Kaido burst into tears. Whitebeard, yes, you are dead. He didn't die at the hands of Lousy. Ling Bai, great, the world is going to be lively again. Ling Bai, has he finally been recognized as King of New World? And Whitebeard, finally admits that One Piece really exists. At this time, seeing Kaido of the Beasts who was crying bitterly, they were all puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask what happened to Kaido. Whitebeard is dead, shouldn't Kaido boss Zhao Lahao be happy? But why is he crying now? It's just that Jin and the others don't know that Kaido and Whitebeard were crew members back then, and Whitebeard's status in Kaido's heart is one of the most recognized men in Kaido, and the other recognized men are Lux, Kazuki Oden, and Red Hair. On the other side, Cake Island. Well, Whitebeard, you're finally dead. Well. The Fishman Island will be my Charlotte Linlands from now on. At this time, the ant was on the cake castle, twisting her bloated body under the moonlight, dancing a dance that was clumsy but not beautiful at all. Brother Smoothie. Mom, I'm here. Smoothie, one of the stars of Dessert General, immediately responded to Dama's words. Big Mom. Go to the Fishman Island, let the king of that place promise that the Fishman Island will be sheltered by the Big Mom pirates. Yes, Mom. Smoothie agreed without even thinking about it. Of course, now, on the Fishman Island, their ant pirates make a move, isn't that easy to catch? And ant, thinking of the dessert of the Fishman Island, stomach acid, which is more terrifying than sulfuric acid, gushes out and drips on the ground, corroding the ground so that thick smoke rises in an instant. The dessert of the Fishman Island, it is the most delicious dessert in the world in the eyes of my aunt. But Ant doesn't know, the Fishman Island is what Ling Bai wants most. Chapter 98 Return to Paradise, Battle Plan. When the news of the Summit War spread throughout the New World, this originally chaotic sea area also became turbulent. Especially the territory of the Whitebeard pirates is undoubtedly the most turbulent. The Whitebeard pirate group owns the largest territory among all the big pirates and other big forces in New World. It's not that the Whitebeard pirates invaded the territory on their own, but that in this world, not every country can become a member of the world government, and they cannot pay a huge amount of heavenly gold as a franchise fee, and they will need to pay the same huge amount of heavenly gold every year in the future. This level of heavenly gold is not available everywhere. Therefore, many places in the New World are under the protection of various forces, and they do not need to pay the level of money in the sky, but they can enjoy peace and stability. However, Whitebeard died in battle, and his territory lost its protection. Although the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are still there, many pirates are not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates without Whitebeard. Before them, most of the feared, it's just Whitebeard, the man who can make people give up the idea of living even if he sits there. Now, Whitebeard has died in battle, and the pirates are naturally surging. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates staged a scene of burning, killing and looting, and various pirate forces wanted to occupy the land and become king. But there were also many people, who were celebrating Whitebeard's death, when suddenly there was gunfire. Yes, wandering around on their islands, those pirates who were originally kind have revealed their extremely vicious side. The absence of Whitebeard means that no one can suppress them anymore, and they can also do whatever they want burning, killing, looting, occupying land as king. However, these pirates will not be happy for a few days, after all, Ling Bai is going to take over Whitebeard's territory. If you are the pirate emperor but don't have a territory, it is obviously impossible, even if you are a red hair. There are many islands with the flag of red hair pirates 273. On the third day after Sabody Archipelago left, Ling Bai and the others finally returned to the New World Paradise Island. After landing on the island, the members naturally separated, and everyone went their own way. If there was a meeting, it would be natural to notify. But here at Ling Bai, it's not like holding meetings every day, and it's not like the Whitebeard pirates where all the members get together. Ling Bai also has his own private life. Of course, Ling Bai has already decided that all the staff will rest for 3 days. After 3 days, they will start to take down Whitebeard's territory. Among them, the Fishman Island is the most important to Ling Bai. The Fishman Island means Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons. It is imperative. Is Judge here? When Ling Bai saw the large number of ships moored in the harbor of Paradise Island, including the castle that was Reiju's symbol, Ling Bai knew that Judge was coming out in full force. The Kingdom of Germa had no fixed territory, and this row of ships was naturally the territory of the Kingdom of Germa. It seems that Judge is doing a good job. To take over Whitebeard's territory, Ling Bai needs to use Judge's blood factor clone soldiers. Rather than recruiting a group of pirates as his subordinates, Ling Bai prefers this cold fighting machine, obedient, easy to use, without emotion, without fear, and absolutely follow orders. Seriously, in Ling Bai, they are excellent fighters, they are invincible, as long as the enemies they encounter are not too strong, but if soldiers with the strength of Reiju can be mass-produced, it is estimated that Kasuma will the world has been swept away. Even the world government is eager for Judge's bloodline factor technology. But just like the iceberg in the capital of Seven Waters, in order to prevent the Pluton design from falling into the hands of the world government, he chose to join the world government to work for them, so that the world government can't blatantly want the design of Pluton, and Judge is worthy of being a genius, joining the world government, so that even if the world government desires to get the blood factor, they have nothing to do with Judge. Soon, Ling Bai met Judge, and of course his 3 Shamat sons. Reiju was not here. After all, Reiju had been given to Ling Bai by Judge. Judge is worthy of being a ruthless person, for the sake of his family and kingdom, he can sell his daughter. But Ling Bai was also amazed by Judge's behavior, sending his daughter so smoothly. He really deserves to be a man who can treat his children as tools. Moreover, after all, Reiju is also a big beauty, and has a good strength, and she is not a vase, which is what Ling Bai wants. If it can only be a vase, Ling Bai is not interested. Advertisement. At this time, seeing Ling Bai enter the living room, Judge immediately stood up to greet him, and the same was true for the red, blue and green trio behind him. The attitude is also respectful. After all, the whole world should know by now that the person in front of him has swept everything in Marineford, and his record can scare the world into paralysis. It feels like he's stronger than last time I saw it. He looks harmless to humans and animals, but the problem is, he is so selective. It doesn't look as strong as us, but that body actually possesses such terrifying power. It's really scary. It's good that Reiju followed him, and she dedicated herself to the benefit of our family and the kingdom. This is one of her responsibilities as a member of the Wenji Moke family. Ling Bai and Judge chatted alone inside, and Yongji and the three of them naturally came out. Seeing Ling Bai again, the three of them were also very shocked. In just a few days, what Ling Bai did was almost unacceptable to this world. On the other side, looking at Ling Bai, it was Judge who spoke first. Your Excellency, are you attacking Whitebeard's territory? This time, Judge has brought all his troops here, nearly 50,000 people, and the number is naturally huge. The number of this level is no less than that of a Whitebeard pirate group, nor is it inferior to Beast's pirates. But this is only in terms of numbers. After all, the power of the Sea Emperors is not only reflected in numbers. Judge knows that Ling Bai is now one of the 4 emperors, replacing the terrifying existence of Whitebeard, so his attitude is also extremely respectful, but not to the point of being humble. As a king, Judge also has his own pride. Now, Judge estimates that Ling Bai is going to attack Whitebeard's territory. Compared with other places in New World, Whitebeard's territory is now no man's land, and from the top BDAI, the day after the war ended, some people started to do it, occupying the land one after another, and New World was panicked for a while. At this moment, various forces are about to move around. Who would want a piece of the cake left by Whitebeard after his death? Yeah, just 3 days later, and then started taking over Whitebeard's territory. Really, Judge knew it was. However, Your Excellency, Whitebeard has a lot of territory, and do you know where Whitebeard's territory is? Whitebeard's territory. I know about this, except for the Fishman Island, I don't know about other places. After being reminded by Judge, Ling Bai suddenly realized that he really only knew the Fishman Island. As for the other sites in Whitebeard, he didn't know, or even how many and where. After all, Ling Bai is now in New World, and it is only active here in the park, and the route from the New World entrance to here. Ling Bai doesn't know about the whole New World and other places, and of course he hasn't been there, and he has only been in this world for less than 20 days. Hey, Your Excellency can find Doflamingo. Doflamingo's intelligence capability is said to be the 3rd in the world. Doflamingo. The 3rd intelligence capability in the world. That's right, the first is the Big Mom Pirates, and the second is the world government. Of course, the world government used to be the number 1 in the world. So, I see. Advertisement. It seems that Doflamingo still needs to be used, but Ling Bai estimates that there are still many places where he will use Doflamingo in the future, and the value of this guy is very great. Judge smiled and said, if Your Excellency needs to leave in 3 days, then my troops will be at your disposal. Judge, after everything is over, I may not be unable to help the Wenji Moke family to return to the glorious moment of North Blue. Seeing that Judge was so excited, Ling Bai did not forget to draw a big cake for him. Haha, I'm sorry for your trouble. Do we still have a chance for long-term cooperation? Judge is also planning to hold Ling Bai's thigh all the time, and with Ling Bai's strength and fame, Wenji Moke can return to the top of North Blue. Besides, Ling Bai doesn't like North Blue, does he? The New World is the target of this monster, and the existence that can dominate the New World is the Overlord. Now Ling Bai, the boy in front of Judge, is already one of the kings of the sea, and he was born in less than 20 days. The speed of this rise, it's really scary to ultimate. It's like a lie that only appears in the story, but now it really exists in reality. By the way, Your Excellency. Reiju. It's okay. Reiju. Very obedient. Ling Bai's face was calm. Speaking of which, he hasn't picked this flower yet. This conversation lasted for more than an hour, and in the end Judge wanted to treat Ling Bai to a big meal, but Ling Bai decided to forget it. At night, Ling Bai returned to his residence and finally saw Momosuke and Reiju. Today, Reiju is wearing a white shirt, while Momosuke is a white patterned cheongsam. Looking at Momosuke's clothes, Ling Bai couldn't help being surprised. Sure enough, Momosuke knows him best. At this time, Momosuke has already prepared Ling Bai's dinner, and Momosuke's cooking skills are still good in Ling Bai's opinion. During the meal, Ling Bai looked calm, while Momosuke kept looking at Ling Bai, and of course brought food to Ling Bai from time to time. As for Reiju, he could only sit opposite Ling Bai, with a calm expression, but he was very disturbed inside. Ling Bai, one of the current kings of the sea, can you believe it? I am sitting in front of him now, and he, 3 days ago, in Marineford, killed all directions, Admiral almost killed too. But there is also a member of CPO, it is said that it is not inferior to Admiral's existence. Of course, the last to die, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, was also killed by Ling Bai. Facing a ruthless character like Ling Bai, Reiju is like a woman who has never seen the world, and now she can only feel uneasy in front of Ling Bai. What's frightening is that the king of the sea is now younger than himself, just a boy, and Reiju is already in his 20s. Moreover, her father even gave herself to Ling Bai, that is to say, now her Reiju, except for her surname Wenji Moke, has almost no relationship with Wenji Moke's family. After eating, Ling Bai took the two of them to take a bath in the hot spring pool in the house. Seeing that Momosuke's face was reddish, Reiju also knew that he was also doomed. After all, the powerful marine woman Vice Admiral beside her can't escape Ling Bai's clutches. And she, let alone. Still, it was better to think of myself than the woman who entered the dungeon under the house today. Chapter 99 Naval Headquarters Action. Dressrosa, King's Heights, Royal Palace. At this moment, Doflamingo, who is holding a phone bug customized to his standard, is squatting on the window sill, looking at the town below. Located on the Highlands of the King, you can have a panoramic view of all the scenery in the town. There are so many orders from New World recently, Shishi. Doflamingo, who had just finished the call, was talking to him that a certain pirate force in New World wanted to buy a large amount of arms from him. Doflamingo, as a New World black and white businessman, many forces purchased through Doflamingo. Arms or other illegal activities. Today, there are already 10 factions who called Doflamingo to buy arms. Of course, it is not a big force, but it is not small, and the more Doflamingo is for their business, the better. The reason why New World has received a lot of orders from Doflamingo in the past few days is simply because of Whitebeard's territory. Now, in order to compete for this huge cake, even one of the 4 emperors, Aunts has made moves, but it is relatively compared with others, they only want Whitebeard's territory in New World, and what Big Mom wants is the Fishman Island under the Red Line. The largest piece of land in New World has been vacant, and there is no place for Whitebeard to suppress. At this time, various forces are undercurrents. Who doesn't want to get a piece of it? Just at this moment, Doflamingo's phone bug made a boo 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 sound again, and Doflamingo habitually thought it was a new order, but after so many calls with orders, Doflamingo had already given up down to deal with ideas. However, this call was a person that surprised Doflamingo. Klockedar. Hey, Sand Crocodile, what do you want to do? Doflamingo's face became serious. After all, the person behind the Sand Crocodile is Ling Bai, and Ling Bai is already a powerful existence of one of the 4 emperors today. Is the call from Klockedar meant by Ling Bai? Doflamingo, our captain, would like to know where Whitebeard's place is located. Where is Whitebeard's place located? Doflamingo's heartbeat accelerated in an instant. That Ling Bai actually wanted to know the location of all the sites in Whitebeard. So, does this mean that Ling Bai wants to seize these sites? If Ling Bai wants to capture these sites, then, what else? Anyone else's business. What about his Doflamingo orders? Wait, those orders are a fart. Besides, the orders are still sold, but do those forces dare to collide with Ling Bai? Collision with the 4 emperors. Too long. However, Doflamingo's heartbeat and breathing couldn't help speeding up when he thought of this. Sure enough, Ling Bai was about to make a move. He just guessed that Ling Bai would never let Whitebeard's territory go. The location of all of Whitebeard's sites except the Fishman Island. At this time, Klockedar said calmly. And this is the Doflamingo that Ling Bai asked him to ask. Ling Bai knows that there is still a certain relationship between Klockedar and Doflamingo. As for the location of Whitebeard's territory and how many territories Whitebeard has, Ling Bai really doesn't know. In the original book, Blackbeard said that after entering the New World, he quickly laid down Whitebeard's territory. The reason is that Blackbeard used to be a crew member of Whitebeard, he is familiar with how much territory Whitebeard owns, besides, Blackbeard is also extremely powerful, who can resist? Hey, I understand. Give me a day, not even a day, and trust my intelligence capabilities. Klockedar, the guy behind you is about to make a move, right? Klockedar. 3 days later, late. Hey, I'm also looking forward to it. After finishing the call, Doflamingo immediately ordered to use his own intelligence system to find out the location of all Whitebeard sites, which sea area and specific location. One must know that Doflamingo's intelligence capabilities are indeed the 3rd largest in the world. Advertisement. It seems that the New World is going to shake up again this time. Those forces who want to seize Whitebeard's territory, dare to compete with monsters like Ling Bai. Can they rob Whitebeard with Ling Bai? The only ones who belong to the territory are Aunts. Or other strengths of the same level. As for what might happen next, Doflamingo can't help but look forward to it. The terrifying existence known as the King of the Sea these days, how huge will his next movement be? On the other side, Paradise Island. Captain, I have asked Doflamingo to investigate, and he said, within a day, maybe not a day. Klockedar reported to Ling Bai that it was originally planned to take over Whitebeard's site in 3 days, but he must first know the specific location of Whitebeard's site before making relevant action plans. I see. Not long after Klockedar left, Momoshiki came in when Ling Bai was playing with the electric arc in his hand boredly. At this time, Momoshiki is different from wearing a cheongsam yesterday, but wearing a formal suit, and also wearing a Marine's Justice cloak behind her. The whole person is heroic, mature and glamorous, and her formal attire perfectly outlines her hot and perfect figure. Ling Bai, I'm going back to Naval Headquarters. There was reluctance in Momoshiki's eyes. Naval Headquarters. For what? Momoshiki. Marine's funeral has been postponed, our important Marine needs to go back to attend the funeral. Marine's funeral. Ling Bai could still understand this, and the funeral was extremely solemn, almost all the important Marines who died were done by Ling Bai. Gion, come here. Hearing what Ling Bai said, Momoshiki obediently sat on Ling Bai's lap. From the bottom of my heart, your justice is more important, or me. My master. Ling Bai is the most important. Hearing this, Ling Bai is very satisfied with this. Ling Bai is also a little proud of being able to train a Marine Admiral level combat power to the point of obedience and even abandoning justice. So far, Momoshiki is Ling Bai's favorite woman. Ling Bai smiled and said, next time I come back, I will reward you well, Gion. By the way, Ling Bai, our naval headquarters, is preparing for a worldwide conscription, and it seems that the world government think me and another Marine, the old man code-named T-Dolphin as Marine Admiral, and Akainu is promoted from Admiral for the Marshal. World conscription. Akainu is Marshal, Momoshiki promoted to Admiral. All of a sudden, Ling Bai knew a lot of important information. Of course, this is also expected. After the Summit War, the actions of naval headquarters and world government will basically not change much from the original book. However, there will be no martial battle this time. After all, Aokiji has already died in battle, and Akainu will definitely take office directly. Plus, the appointment of Marine Admiral. Ling Bai, what if first become Marine Admiral? Momoshiki said with some concern, after all, if you become Admiral, you definitely don't have much freedom, and Admiral has to bear a lot of responsibilities, and you often have to sit in naval headquarters. How can you be so free as when you were Vice Admiral? If she doesn't have enough freedom, why does she often come to the paradise to see Ling Bai? If you want freedom, you don't need such a high position. This is what Garp has said many times. However, not everyone is Garp, and not everyone can refuse to be promoted to Marine Admiral. Advertisement. The reason is, do you think you can do what you want? Don't worry, you can't be Admiral. Seeking Flowers 0. Ling Bai shook his head. Momoshiki was a little surprised. Why? It feels like Ling Bai underestimated her, although for Ling Bai's sake, she doesn't want to be an Admiral. Because there are two folk monsters who are stronger than you and the T-Dolphin will become Admiral. Two folk monsters. Momoshiki was even more surprised. It's just two monsters from the folk. They are not Marines yet, but because they are too perverted, they will be promoted by the world government and become Marine Admirals directly, so you can only become a backup Admiral. Unless they die in battle, you will chance to be Admiral. Is there really such a thing? Momoshiki frowned. After all, it should be an extremely shocking thing for the whole world to promote two people directly to Admiral, and how did Ling Bai know? Let's wait and see. By the way, after returning to naval headquarters, what happened there? And tell me, did you bring it with you for your little phone bug? Bring it. Momoshiki let Ling Bai look at a watch on her right hand, which was actually a phone bug, used to contact Ling Bai. It is foreseeable that Momoshiki is likely to be the most powerful undercover agent in the world, and her identity is also the fiercest. As Ling Bai's woman, she works as an undercover agent at naval headquarters. Of course, she was originally full of justice. She has been completely instigated by Ling Bai. As for Bullet and the others now, they also know that Momoshiki is a woman who often goes in and out of Ling Bai's residence. Just a woman. Nearly 2 hours later, Momoshiki, who swallowed the last mouthful of bird's nest, came to the harbor of the paradise with a slightly rosy complexion, boarded a small warship, and set off for the Red Line. As a Marine, she doesn't need to coat the warship. Going back to the first half of the Grand Line, Momoshiki doesn't need to go through the undersea channel, and can directly board the Red Line. This is the second half between the first half of the Grand Line and New World. The first passage is of course the most convenient, but, apart from the Marine, the only ships that can pass through here are ships from allied countries or approved merchant ships, etc. It is impossible for pirates or other forces to pass through here, and they can only take the extremely dangerous undersea channel. On the other side, what Ling Bai didn't know was that there was a warship passing by from a distance, and the people on the warship were the former Marine Admiral Zephyr and his students who had retreated to the second line. Pirate, damn it. Zephyr stared at Paradise Island from afar, and seemed to have seen Ling Bai, one of the pirates he hates the most now, one of the kings of the sea. Ling Bai personally killed one of his most beloved disciples, Kuzan, one of his best students. 3 admirals, all as his students, were the 3 monsters back then, and Aokiji was the youngest among them. Aokiji is only in his 40s this year. His life should have a long period of time, but his life was ruthlessly terminated by Ling Bai, that villain. Zephyr even cried bitterly all night because of this, and now he has not thought about eating or drinking for more than 2 days. Obsessed with Aokiji's death and unable to extricate himself. At this time, Zephyr is no longer the one who didn't kill Admiral back then, because after experiencing too much, he has gradually realized that all pirates deserve to die. The heart of justice has changed. Zephyr's justice is more extreme than Akainu's justice. Now, Zephyr is going back to naval headquarters to attend the funeral. Teacher Zephyr. After Zephyr died, his student Ain didn't know how to comfort his teacher. The people on the warship, Zephyr's students, were silent. Chapter 100. Ling Bai is on the move. The haze of the Revolutionary Army. Cake Island, at this time, is night. A few huge ghost figures, with evil smiles, are collecting souls in the town of Cake Island. Residents living in Cake Island can enjoy the protection of aunts on the condition that their souls are collected by aunts every once in a while. This is probably the most special protection fee in the world. Although they are afraid of aunts, people have become accustomed to it. At this time, after the soul collection is finished, the ant seems to have just enjoyed the perfect food, and now her eyes are closed with satisfaction, while Prometheus the sun, Zeus the thunder cloud, and Napoleon in the cocked hat all have innocent expressions on their faces. As Smoothie going. At this time, the ant asked the members of the Charlotte family. Smoogie and the others are at the harbor, ready to go. The one who answered was the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri. Yeah, the dessert from the Fishman Island. Well, it's so delicious. The ant muttered to herself, for the Fishman Island, what she misses the most is naturally the desserts there, the most delicious desserts in the world. As for the two historical texts that are still in the Fishman Island, one is a confession, and the other is one of the coordinates of Raftel, the ant did not pay attention to it, and the more important Poseidon now knows that this ancient weapon has reappeared how many people in the world. The fact that Shirahoshi is an ancient weapon is a big secret. On the other side, the harbor, 583, of Cake Island, a ship with multiple dreamy colors just like Cake Island, is preparing to set off. The captain is Smoothie. As one of the desert stars, the reward is more than 900 million. She is an extremely powerful woman. The ant's children are all the result of the ant's special marriage with a man with a strong bloodline. Although few of them look normal, they are all good. Among them, several extremely powerful children were born. At this time, Smoothie has boarded the dream ship, and she is ready to be ordered to set off to the Fishman Island. The ruler of that island is no longer Whitebeard, and the next, of course it should be their Big Mom pirates. New World, the most powerful woman, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The camera returns to Paradise Island. At this time, Doflamingo has already informed Klockedar of the general information about the Whitebeard site, including how much the site is and where it is. Very well, let's go tomorrow. After getting the relevant information about Whitebeard's site, Ling Bai will naturally not waste too much time to continue to rest and recuperate. Of course, the site is just a mere site, and there are not many powerful forces guarding it. Moreover, in the original book, Blackbeard is just a few seconds away. Most of the territory was laid down. Nowadays, most of the people who make these territorial claims are small forces. Of course, for Ling Bai, they are just some small forces. In the evening, everyone met again, this time it was a battle meeting. First of all, Whitebeard's territory has a large area, but the islands are relatively close to each other, and they are not too scattered. Except for the Fishman Island, there are a total of 41 islands. The sea area between is also, but this problem is not big. Ling Bai's goal is to defeat them all. Of course, it would be best if they could directly insert the flag of the Ling Bai pirates and defeat them. 41 islands. Bullet is in charge of 10 islands. World Destroyer, who has chosen to live in seclusion, takes care of 9 islands by the way. Shiryu of the Rain is in charge of 7 islands. Klockedar is in charge of 5 islands, and the remaining 10 islands are assigned by Luo, Uroj, Hawkins Supernova. The trio is in charge. In addition, they are divided into 5 pairs of troops, and they will lead the Germa Legion, each with 5,000 people. There are only 25,000 people in total, and the Germa army has nearly 50,000 people. Ling Bai doesn't need so many people for the time being. I feel that the scale of 5,000 people is already very large. Of course, this is the reinforcement behind. Just keep adding people. However, the enemy should not be that exaggerated. Although there are not many people in the Ling Bai pirate group, they are still very elite overall. Of course, if there are strong people among those who have attacked the Whitebeard site at this time, then naturally it will be another matter. Advertisement. Overall, Ling Bai is still very confident in Bullet and the others. Ling Bai, on the other hand, took Wable with him, and Ling Bai planned to go to the Fishman Island in person. There was no way. Wable was a fool who couldn't even recognize himself in the mirror, a typical waste with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. Fortunately, his strength was extremely terrifying, otherwise Ling Bai would have kicked him into the sea with one kick. Ling Bai went to the Fishman Island this time. In addition to taking over the Fishman Island, he also wanted to see that the Fishman Island can be checked in. After all, the Fishman Island is also a special place. In addition, he plans to take the historical text along the way. Ling Bai knows that today's the Fishman Island has 2 historical texts, one is that whose confession. To be honest, Ling Bai has no interest in this, and the other is Raftel's coordinate historical text, which has also become a red text, a total of 4 pieces, and this is one of them. In the original book, after losing the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the Fishman Island was given to the ant by Hexia Jinbei in order to seek asylum. With everyone nodding and agreeing to the battle plan, Ling Baizan will return to his residence. At this time, Reiju, who was still uneasy, had been waiting for a long time. For the existence of Ling Bai, Reiju was like looking up at a god. Yes, that was the feeling. And Ling Bai, when he first came in, also clearly noticed Reiju's uneasiness. Reiju, what do you seem to be afraid of? Huh, no, your lord. Reiju isn't afraid of anything. Ling Bai leaned closer to the other party and said, get back to the previous feeling, as before, charming and sexy, in front of me, you must have the confidence of this kind of woman. Ah, this, I think I can. Come with me to the Fishman Island tomorrow. Go to the Fishman Island. That's right, it is good. Didn't ask what to do in the Fishman Island, because Reiju knows, she just needs to be obedient. But in fact, Reiju thought to himself, Ling Bai is still easy to talk, and he looks harmless to humans and animals all day long. It seems that there is nothing to be afraid of, and he has no heirs at all. Staying here is indeed much better than staying in the cold Germa kingdom and the Wenji Moke family. That's right, that's it. Moreover, Ling Bai didn't let her be his slave or any servant here. Thinking of this, Reiju seemed to have figured it out all at once, and suddenly, the anxiety in his heart disappeared, and what followed was the confidence, charming and sexy, and Yuji temperament before, and the whole person seemed to be radiant again in an instant brilliance. The next day is coming soon, the mighty fleet set off from the paradise, and Ling Bai took Reiju and Wable to the Fishman Island on a small boat. As for Wable, nature is at the helm. It was at this time that Reiju realized that Ling Bai and the others were going to attack Whitebeard's territory and completely turn Whitebeard's territory into theirs. I have to say how crazy this kind of action is. Of course, there are not many people in New World who have the qualifications of Ling Bai. And they are going to the Fishman Island, because the Fishman Island is also Yuzi's territory. Reiju's heart beat faster, looking at the boy in front of him. No, it's a man. A real man. Humans adore being strong, and women like strong men, there is no doubt about it, and Ling Bai is the most powerful among the powerful, and he is also very good looking. Reiju couldn't help but be moved. At the same time, the world government naturally also received the news that the Ling Bai pirates set off with a mighty team, which made the 5 elders Buddhist altars unable to sit still. Advertisement. That guy, what the hell is he going to do? At this time, it is probably time to take action on Whitebeard's territory. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. The new world is in chaos now, especially on Whitebeard's territory. There have been many incidents of pirate disasters. Obviously, it will not end for a short time. If the monster makes a move, it will naturally be able to calm these people down. So, wait and see what happens, and we can't do anything to him for the time being. The current situation in New World is more turbulent than in the past, and this may only be the beginning. Perhaps, the situation in New World may completely get out of control. This old man is very worried. Now I am preparing for the world's conscription, and there are many things that I need to wait to deal with. That's right. However, that guy judge actually provided Ling Bai with mercenaries. I really didn't expect that. Mercenaries are legal, and judges' mercenaries are legal among the legal ones. Anyway, he is a member of the world government, and part of Germa Kingdom's financial revenue depends on providing mercenaries to others for many years. As for whom it is provided to, it is all casual, and the world government has no control over it. After all, if your world government wants to collect money from others and not allow others to do business, it is obviously unreasonable. So even if Judge provides a large number of mercenaries to Ling Bai, the world government can only pretend not to see it. I hope the result of this world conscription will not disappoint me, right? It doesn't matter if you have low-level combat power. The more mid-level combat power the better, the more high-level combat power the better. As for the top-level combat power, if you can have one, the old man is laughing. It is very likely that there is no one. After all, top-level combat power is not something you can touch casually. But it is also possible to recruit top combat power, the old man has this hope. Ling Bai didn't know what the 5 elders were discussing now. In Ling Bai's eyes, these old men are like tortoises, and they probably haven't left Mariajoy for decades. On the other side, in a place where even the world government tried their best to find out but could not find out, the first half of the Grand Line, the island of White Soil, Baltigo. That is, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, all the Revolutionary Army was immersed in a wave of extreme grief. Their chief of staff, Sabo, died. By that demon Ling Bai, brutally killed by him. Sabo is a chief of staff of 3.1 who is loved by all subordinates of the Revolutionary Army. He is young, powerful, and possesses unparalleled charisma and leadership. However, he has now turned into a cold corpse. Only then did people realize that this smiling boy would never come back. Everyone was in great grief. The plan to overthrow a tyrant country had been postponed. No one was in the mood. Drago fell into extreme grief and self-blame, and he already regretted it in his heart. Back then, if he had been firmer and refused Sabo to go to Marineford to rescue Fire Fist Ace, it would have been fine. What would Fire Fist Ace have to do with him? Relation. Not only is Sabo dead, but now, Drago's son, Luffy is still in a state of collapse, and only Ivankov's tranquilizers can prevent him from going berserk due to a mental breakdown. Drago cried. You must know that at the beginning, he resolutely refused to go to Marineford, and after leaving Impel Down, he returned to Bardigo. What does the Fire Fist Ace have to do with him? In Dorig's mind, Ace is nothing compared to Luffy and Sabo. Drago, who had already cried into tears, and Koala, Sabo's childhood sweetheart, also passed out from crying, woke up and passed out again because he couldn't accept the fact of Sabo's death, and he still hasn't woken up yet. Today's Revolutionary Army headquarters, the lingering haze is like the dark clouds that have accumulated in the sky for many years, and countless people are immersed in grief. Chapter 101 Gather the 2 royal powers of the Fishman Island. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located in a special sea area where there is no sunlight for many years, the island of White Soil, Baltigo. At this time, on this island, not only the Revolutionary Army and others are here, but also Hexia Jinbei and Pluton Rayleigh are here. Both Jinbei and Rayleigh came here because of Luffy. Of course, it was the Revolutionary Army who led the way to reach this island. The Revolutionary Army, as the #1 reactionary force in a world government, poses a greater threat to the world government than the 4 emperors. The threat is even greater. The world government has been looking for this hidden island for many years, but they have not found it. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army also has an anti-tapping phone bug. Even if the world government wants to eavesdrop on the Revolutionary Army's calls, it will not be able to eavesdrop, let alone find the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, after giving Luffy a sedative injection, Ivankov couldn't help shaking his head and sighing when he saw Luffy, who had stabilized. Luffy, who has calmed down, is different from the madman-like posture when he was not given sedatives, but the current state of sluggishness like a vegetative state also makes Ivankov and the others quite worried, because they cannot accept the death of Ace and Sabo and fell into it's been a few days now in the midst of an extreme mental breakdown, but Luffy still can't recover. Ivankov, what now? Drago, who can call the wind and call the rain, is also panicking now. Sabo's death makes Drago even more afraid that Luffy has something wrong. I don't know, there's nothing I can do about the current situation. Ivankov is also immersed in the grief of Sabo's death and Luffy's collapse. It is hard to imagine that the death of Sabo and Ace will cause such a terrible blow to Luffy. Hexia Jinbei. Mr. Luffy will definitely get through this difficult time. I'm sure he'll get through this. Rayleigh said so 13 times. Drago also knew that the legendary deputy of the One Piece wanted to teach Luffy himself to make him stronger, and for this, Doriger also regarded it as his seat. Everyone is praying in their hearts that Luffy can turn the bad luck into good luck. On the other side, the Fishman Island. Charlotte Tesmoji, who set off from the Fishman Island one day earlier than Ling Bai, has already arrived outside the Fishman Island and is about to enter the interior of the Fishman Island. At this time, the peaceful environment of the Fishman Island is slowly being lost, and without the shelter of Whitebeard, the pirates who usually come to the Fishman Island for sightseeing, fun, and food, now finally show their ferocious fangs. To the Fishman Island stretched out the butcher knife. No way, who doesn't goose catch mermaids? You must know that mermaids are definitely the most expensive in markets such as human trafficking and slave trading. Even if a mermaid is not very outstanding, compared with a beautiful human beauty, this mermaid is more valuable, especially celestial dragons. Desire, even more abruptly raised the market price. Of course, as long as it is the population of the Fishman Island, it is also very valuable in this dark market, and celestial dragons are the most popular. Therefore, in the past few days, as the news of Whitebeard's death spread across the world, many pirates or slave traders and human traffickers of illegal forces began to rush to the Fishman Island and flock here to hunt people, but the Fishman the island's local army is fairly strong, and has already resisted a wave of attacks from foreign forces. As for the people who sneaked in here, the patrol team here may not be able to find them. At this time, Neptune, the god of the sea, was already in a state of desperation. After all, he knew that his army could not always protect the Fishman Island. This is really helpless. The Fishman Island actually needs Whitebeard's protection. Now that Whitebeard is dead, the Fishman Island has no one to protect them, so they can only fight on their own. But at the same time, Neptune was also terrified. In the early days of the Great Pirate Era, because the Fishman Island was located in the undersea channel, countless pirates passed by here, and naturally many of them had evil intentions. Time has been reduced to a purgatory on Earth, and it was later that Whitebeard announced that the Fishman Island was under his protection, which made the Fishman Island enter peace. Neptune couldn't help but feel helpless. As the ruler here, his greatest responsibility is to protect the island, but now that all kinds of evil forces are pouring in, Neptune feels exhausted. He doesn't know how long his Poseidon army can resist. And the people here are already panicking. On the other side, another ship entered the Fishman Island. When the evil forces coveting the Fishman Island saw the flag of this pirate ship, many people began to tremble. I read it right. That's the flag of the Big Mom Pirates. Are you sure it's the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors? It sure is. I've even been to Cake Island once. That's Charlotte Tesmoji, one of Big Mom's desert generals. She looks so scary. Advertisement. As this, is it that Big Mom is going to take over the Fishman Island? Then the business of our murlocs and mermaids will be terminated. How can it be so easy to take over? And before they take over here, why don't we catch as many mermaids as possible on the Fishman Island? After finishing this vote, it will be enough for us for a long time. Celestial dragons, mermaids are overpriced. That's right. It seems that you are the brother who understands. So, we have to work harder to hunt mermaids. When the evil forces saw the people led by Smoothie, they retreated one after another. This overlord-level force that has been entrenched in New World for many years made them terrified. Smoothie, on the other hand, glanced at these pirates and ignored them. She is going to meet Neptune, god of the sea. At this time, the Fishman Island, in order to defend against foreign invasions, has sent a lot of troops to guard the entrance, but how could the Fishman Island Shiro resist Smoothie? Just being swept by Smoothie's long leg, a crowd of people lay down. Too weak. Smoothie felt very disappointed. Soon, she broke through the siege, and finally met Neptune, the sea god. Big Mom Pirates. Seeing Smoothie coming to the Dragon Palace, Neptune's face changed. As one of the strongest fighters under the command of Big Mom, Neptune naturally knew Smoothie. It seems that you also recognize us, sea god Neptune. To make a long story short, my mother, Big Mom, wants to protect you the Fishman Island. Shelter. Neptune's complexion changed again. He understood what Smoothie meant by asylum, that is, let the Fishman Island become the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, and the territory of the Big Mom Pirates is better than becoming the territory of Whitebeard. Definitely much more terrifying. That woman, not Whitebeard. During the nearly 20 years of sheltering the Fishman Island, Whitebeard has not asked for a penny of protection fees from here, and if it becomes the site of the ant, will the Fishman Island still have a good life after that? You know, who is Big Mom, the whole new world knows it. Sadly though, are there any other options for the Fishman Island? No, Neptune couldn't help feeling sad. Now that the ant sent someone to take the initiative to protect the Fishman Island, perhaps in the eyes of the ant and the others, this was already an extremely sincere approach. Neptune, what do you think? Smoothie looked at Neptune. She was bound to win the Fishman Island, and she didn't want to leave empty-handed, or her mother would be angry. Mom is angry. That's scary. In Cake Island, there is no one who is not afraid of his mother. Let me think. At this time, Neptune had already thought of the soldiers outside who were guarding the entrance of the Fishman Island or stepping up their patrol inside the Fishman Island. In the past 2 days, people on the Fishman Island have been in panic, and how long can Neptune protect his territory with his own strength? The answer to this is unknown, but the answer is definitely not much. One thing is for sure, the Fishman Island certainly cannot defend itself. 3B. After thinking for a few minutes, Neptune finally spoke a few words with difficulty. They, the Fishman Island, accepted the shelter of Big Mom. Advertisement. Smoothie snorted coldly. She understood that it would not take much effort to take down Amir the Fishman Island. At this time, Smoothie also continued. My mother, I need 10 tons of desserts, can I prepare them in 3 days? 10 tons of desserts, this is another purpose for the ant to order Smoothie to come to the Fishman Island. 10 tons of desserts, don't think it's a lot, but for the ant, that's just a month's worth, and even less than one can be eaten. 10 tons. Neptune was shocked, knowing that Dama likes to eat desserts, and the people in Dama's territory are said to have to hand in a lot of desserts every month, and I never thought about it so much. In this regard, Neptune was frightened. Can't you? Neptune said helplessly. 10 tons is fine, but there is not enough time, at least 1 ton of dessert can be produced in a week. I can only wait for 5 days at most, and you also know how powerful and terrifying my mother is. 5 days. Well, Neptune had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. The whole new world is very aware of Big Mom's horror. Also, since the Fishman Island accepts the protection of Big Mom, then the people here should call her Mom 233 Mom from now on. All the people in Dama's territory respect Dama as Mom. The main ship of the Big Mom pirates is called Queen Mother Anthem. In the end, for the safety of the Fishman Island, Neptune, the god of the sea, could only agree to all the requests made by Smoothie. This time, Neptune finally fully realized how sad it is for the weak to exist in this world dominated by the strong. However, what can he do? The army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom can't protect the Fishman Island at all. Thinking of the Fishman Island that has become a hell on earth, Neptune is terrified. He must not let the Fishman Island fall into that situation. On the other side, when Smoothie was still making conditions with Neptune, Ling Bai and the others also entered the Fishman Island. It wasn't long before the talents of the Big Mom pirates came, and now. It's the Emperor of the Sea who has just come to New World these few days. You are so young, but, thinking of his deeds, my legs feel weak. My body is shaking uncontrollably. He doesn't want the Fishman Island too, does he? So what shall we do? The forces of the 2 pirate emperors have come to the Fishman Island. Moreover, Ling Bai has come here in person. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, the pirates and slave traders also trembled, feeling extremely horrified. As for the people who saw these evil forces after Ling Bai entered the Fishman Island, they just said a word to the fool Wable. Kill all of these people, and leave no one behind. Okay, brother. Wable was instantly excited, he felt honored to be called by Ling Bai to do something. And Reiju couldn't help being shocked. This harmless boy, in a word, controls life and death, although those people really don't look like good things. But Reiju, too, can't help being a little obsessed. P.S. Here is a bit complicated, should the mermaid be called 1 or 1? I'm 1 here. I haven't decided on a title yet, so I'll do some more research and come up with something normal. At this time, there are 4 general stars. 2 years after the original book, Kid picked up 1. Later, Kid thought he was great, so he challenged the red hair, but he was abolished. Chapter 102. New check-in, first collision with Ant. Soon, these evil forces who wanted to hunt the population of the Fishman Island were massacred by Wable in the midst of endless fear and wailing. Wable is just stupid, but his power is extremely terrifying. One of Zephyr's hands was cut off by Wable. Although Ling Bai didn't know how Wable cut off the old man, even if Wable wants to sneak attack Zephyr, facing that kind of combat power, it will not be an easy task. All in all, Wable is strong. And, it works really well. Now, seeing pirates and other people appearing on the Fishman Island, each of them looks like a vicious existence, Ling Bai naturally understood something. Isn't it just an idea to move the population of the Fishman Island? Otherwise, for them, what valuable things does the Fishman Island have? Obviously not. To know the population here, selling to Sabody Archipelago is a very valuable commodity. Brother, I got them done. Fool Wable looked excited. He probably killed more than 100 people just now, but he didn't even have a drop of blood on his body. The soldiers of the Fishman Island guarding here have long been dumbfounded, and of course they are more afraid. They were defending against that group of people just now, preventing them from entering the interior of the Fishman Island, and the existence of that group of demons in their view made it easy to kill the latest person who came to the entrance of the Fishman Island. Soldiers of the Fishman Island feel horrified. However, Ling Bai didn't care what the group of mermaids and murlocs thought, and went straight through the crowd. Of course, because of fear, they also automatically made way for Ling Bai and the others. Seeing Wable's horror, that drop the bloody sword makes people tremble, who dares to stop them? The Fishman Island is located under the deep sea of 10,000 meters, and it is not easy for newspapers to get here, but many people don't know who Ling Bai is. My lord, I seem to have heard just now, the Big Mom pirates came here, a man named Smoothie. That's right, a cadre of the Big Mom pirates came here. Cadre. Reiju felt very horrified, but then thinking that Ling Bai is already a terrifying existence of one of the 4 emperors, Reiju calmed down. Cadres of the four emperors. In front of Ling Bai, isn't that just average? And the moment Ling Bai officially stepped into the interior of the Fishman Island, the voice of the system came from his mind. Ding, I found the sign-in, do you want to sign in? Sign in. The Fishman Island is indeed able to sign in. Ling Bai didn't hesitate either. Naturally, the more the better, but I don't know what sign-in is triggered by the Fishman Island, and what are the rewards. Sign in successfully. Reward. Ultimate observation hockey. Listen to everything. Listen to everything. Ling Bai was shocked, he didn't expect this ability. Listening to all things. For Ling Bai, it has been heard for a long time. Luo Jia has this ability, and its function is to be able to hear the voice of all things. It is said that even Luo Jia uses listening to all things to listen to the text of history, thus interpret it. As for the principle, Ling Bai is not clear either. However, the moment Ling Bai obtained this ability, he immediately released it, and immediately felt that the surrounding voices became clearer countless times, and he even knew that one grass was communicating with another. Can even grass be able to communicate with its own kind? Ling Bai couldn't help being puzzled, and Reiju next to him was even more puzzled. My lord, what are you talking about? At this time, Ling Bai stopped at the same place, and what he said to himself made Reiju very surprised. There is nothing. Afterwards, Ling Bai stopped using hear all things, so he couldn't hear those voices of all things. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai and the others continued to march towards the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and soon, Ling Bai and the others arrived at their destination, which was Neptune, the sea god. At this time, Smoothie and her men were still here. When Ling Bai came in, Nip and Smoothie were shocked to see Ling Bai. Advertisement. As for Ling Bai, it is impossible for anyone who has read the newspapers not to know, even if they don't read the news, there are countless people who have said it. Everyone felt horrified by Ling Bai's appearance. Now this is the pirate emperor coming in person. Ling Bai, with Reiju next to him, and Wable with a naive look behind him. The moment they saw Ling Bai, Neptune, Smoothie and everyone else present were shocked, especially Smoothie and the others instantly became panicked. Ling Bai is already one of the four emperors, and the character they talked about just now, the aunt of one of the four emperors is an equal existence. All of a sudden, the people on the side of the Big Mom pirates felt a huge oppressive force, and this was just their psychological effect. The appearance of Ling Bai really gave them a huge psychological pressure. The pressure, the subconscious told them, Ling Bai came here, it has something to do with them. Especially in this special period of turf competition, Ling Bai, one of the emperors of the sea, suddenly appeared here on the Fishman Island, which made Smoothie's imagination run wild. Ling Bai, he is coming to the Fishman Island, what is he doing? Big Mom pirates, do you want the Fishman Island? Really? When Ling Bai speaks, Smoothie understands what Ling Bai wants to do. He also wants to play the Fishman Island idea. Not to be outdone, Smoothie said, that's right, the Fishman Island is now the territory of our Big Mom pirates. The power of the same pirate emperor, now facing another sea emperor, Smoothie is only afraid of Ling Bai, but this does not mean that she is afraid of Ling Bai. Ling Bai said calmly, the Fishman Island, I want it, you guys go away. You. Smoothie got angry. First come, first served, understand. Don't think that you are also the pirate king, we will be afraid of you, you know, my mother is Charlotte Linlin. In a world where the jungle preys on the strong, do you still talk about first come first? Ling Bai didn't speak, but Reiju did. Hearing Reiju's tone of not to be outdone, Ling Yu couldn't help admiring. Dare to face a cadre of the One Piece Emperor's force at this time, so that Reiju can get Ling Bai's approval, otherwise, would he hide behind Ling Bai and just be a base? What's more, Ling Bai brought her here not to release her original impulse to her in idleness, but to let Reiju understand that she needs to play the role of a secretary and assistant by Ling Bai's side. Of course, in the face of a four emperors cadre, Ling Bai and Smoothie's conversations are a bit self-defeating. At this time, Reiju's speech is perfect, and Wable is just a fool. Who are you? Smoothie frowned and looked at Reiju. Facing this woman, she couldn't help being a little annoyed. What Reiju meant was obvious. For this sentence, Ling Bai also agreed, after all, the essence of this world is like this. Reiju sneered. My lord's subordinate. As for Neptune, looking at the two women who were fighting each other, of course this already meant that the forces of the two pirate emperors were fighting each other. Neptune also didn't understand, what was this terrifying human creature that killed Whitebeard doing here? Is it also for meddling in the Fishman Island? At this time, Smoothie looked at Reiju, and then his eyes fell on Ling Bai. This person exudes a powerful aura invisible, that kind of oppressive force of the One Piece, is also here at this moment, Smoothie feels overwhelmed. Ling Bai didn't speak, which also made Smoothie feel a little nervous. She seemed to realize that she underestimated Ling Bai, who looked like a harmless boy to humans and animals, but she didn't think for a while that he had killed all directions in Marineford a few days ago, seriously injured Akainu, killed Aokiji, and killed Ling Bai. The world government dispatched top combat forces, and finally ended Whitebeard. This kind of record is already terrifying, she doesn't even know if her mother can do it, although she also understands that her mother is the most powerful and terrifying woman in New World. Don't forget, every sea emperor is a monster among monsters. Even a conqueror's hockey from the Emperor of the Sea is enough to change the color of the sky. Naturally, Smoothie didn't notice that the subordinates behind him were already trembling, just because Ling Bai's current status as four emperors was not something they could bear. Boo. At this moment, the phone bug in Smoothie's pocket rang, and Smoothie's expression changed accordingly. This is her mother's phone number. Advertisement. Not answer. That is impossible, and it must be picked up immediately. Once the mother dies, death is not what she can bear. Well, it was Big Mom's unique laughter, which sounded very evil and terrifying, extremely impotent, and Neptune, the sea god who had been silent all this time, also felt another wave of pressure coming. Smooches, are you done? Where's Mommy's dessert? Mom speaks. Big Mom, Aunt, I want the Fishman Island. I advise you to stay in your kingdom and be the overlord. In the kingdom of Toto Land, the queen is the aunt. These words were exactly what Ling Bai said. Hearing that the aunt had already spoken, Reiju also became a little afraid. In this world, there are not many people who are not afraid of the ant, or in other words, the Emperor of the Sea. Ling Baiping's calm tone made Smoothie's face instantly terrified. Smoogie, who is it? At this time, the ant's tone was also a little strange. She could feel that someone was challenging her authority. On the other side, Katakuri and the others who were beside the ant also frowned. The phone bug belonged to Smoothie, but the person who spoke, but not the plaintiff. Moreover, the other party even said, the Fishman Island, he wants it. He actually told Big Mom that he wanted the Fishman Island. Who? So arrogant. Mom, that's the king of the sea, Ling Bai. He's also on the Fishman Island, right in front of me. What? On the other side of the cake castle, Katakuri and the others were immediately shocked when they heard Smoothie's words. Ling Bai, the monster that swept Marineford in the Summit War, is actually in the Fishman Island. And in front of Smoothie. Want to compete with their mother for Mono's the Fishman Island. When the ant heard Ling Bai's name, her eyes froze. Smoogie, give him the phone call, I want to talk to him. Ant's tone is also calm, but it releases the meaning of Dao. She was provoked by Ling Bai. On Smoothie's side, he was surprised by the ant's words, but he didn't dare to neglect, and quickly handed the phone bug to Ling Bai. At this time, the phone bug has already imitated the appearance of the ant, and it can be seen that the ant does not smile. She looks very serious, but seems a little angry. I heard, you want the Fishman Island. Ling Bai. That's right. Use one word to answer the other party's two questions. You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? At this time, the ant's calm face suddenly showed a ferocious smile, which was also imitated by the phone bug. Auntie, you seem to be challenging my patience. 11. Ling Bai sneered. The two pirate emperors were talking, and Smoothie and the others couldn't help trembling. Mom, with that monster. Smoothies are stressed, and so are the minions. Big Mom, you want the Fishman Island. Ling Bai. The meaning is already obvious. Interesting. Well, Aunt suddenly laughed again, and the phone bug imitated her smile and laughter, making everyone present, except Ling Bai and Han Wable, terrified. Chapter 103 Listen to everything. Interpret the historical text. Is it possible to be so crazy just after becoming the king of the sea? I have been fighting slowly over the past few decades through mountains of corpses and blood. Ant's tone is full of threats. She was able to defeat the strong giants at the age of 5, awakened conquerors hockey at the age of 5, and started the journey of invincibility at the age of 5. It can be said that Ant is a born king, the most special among the 4 emperors the presence. At this time, the Fishman Island she was looking at was also taken by a young boy of the new era. Even though Ling Bai is already the emperor of the sea with her, they are both equals, but this does not change the fact that he is a brat in front of the ant. This is the collision of the old king and the new age king. And the people present, how could they not be afraid? Ling Bai is terrifying, but Auntie is also terrifying. That woman is the scariest woman in the new world, so cruel that even her children can kill her. Ling Bai said calmly, I can also step on your dead body to Raftel. Ling Bai's words also made the faces of the people present change. The ant tried to intimidate him, and he naturally threatened to go back, and Ling Bai even said harsh words directly, but the people present would not have the slightest doubt, because summit among the top powerhouses who died in war, which one didn't die under the hands of Ling Bai. In addition, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army and Fire Fist Ace died under Ling Bai's hands, which is enough to see how cruel Ling Bai is. Interesting, are you threatening me? Well, Andy finds it funny. Even though Ling Bai's record is horrendous, Andy will not be afraid of Ling Bai, and she is not even afraid now. After so many years in the new world, Auntie, Kaido and others have never been afraid of anything. Only others to fear them. After a while, I will go to Cake Island and visit you personally. I hope you are ready, and let your people withdraw from the Fishman Island. Very good. You're funny guy. At this time, Ling Bai also threw the phone bug back to Smoothie, who listened to the conversation between his mother and Ling Bai in front of him, and even sweated on his face. As a member of the Emperor's forces, she understands that the Big Mom pirates are going to unite with the Ling Bai pirates, and it is very likely that there will be a war at that time, but I don't know when. 550. A war between pirate emperors is undoubtedly terrifying. Naturally, it is because of the Fishman Island. For Aunts, the Fishman Island has the most delicious desserts in the world, and desserts are Aunts' life. And for Ling Bai, there is Poseidon. And Ling Bai doesn't mind going to war with Big Mom. After all, he will definitely become the king of the world in the future, not One Piece. The forces that stand in his way must either be destroyed or surrendered. It's that simple. Ant is undoubtedly Ling Ri's stumbling block. Smoogie, come back first. After the ant finished saying this, she ended the call without waiting for Smoothie's answer. The aunt who calmed down for a while let Smoothie understand that her mother was angry. Apparently, Big Mom couldn't hear it anymore, she didn't understand what Mom was going to do. Let's go back. Taking a deep look at Ling Bai, with deep fear and uneasiness in his heart, Smoothie and the young people she brought left the Dragon Palace together. Of course, if she dared to provoke Ling Bai here, she would never even think about going back. As for the other side, the aunt threw the bottle angrily. If I'm not in the Fishman Island, if I'm still in Cake Island, I'll make that brat pay the price. Don't talk about whether you can defeat Ling Bai, at least the aunt thinks she can make him shed a layer of skin. After all these years, the aunt has almost no record of defeat. She has fought for a lifetime, and there is no scar on her body. The enemy is also only strong but not weak. Now, a brat who just came to power, dare to provoke her. Advertisement. Kill Aokiji. Seriously wound Akainu. Finish Whitebeard. No matter how strong Ling Bai is, there will always be a breath that the ant can't swallow, that kind. The old emperor of the sea is provoked by a new emperor. The collision of the old and the new era, how can she, a powerhouse of the old era, swallow this breath? BDBA. Mom, how do you sing now? The eldest son Peros quickly asked the other party, but at this time the aunt was angry. Everyone also looked at Big Mom, wondering what Mom's attitude towards the Fishman Island was. After all, she called Smoothie back just now. The Fishman Island, put it aside, what is mine will always be mine. In fact, the reason why the Fishman Island has a very important place in Dama's heart is because of the desserts, at least for now. What will happen if the Fishman Island is taken over by her? That is another, it has been explained, but now, and even in the future, it is impossible for her to get the Fishman Island. On the other side, after Smoothie and the others left, Ling Bai looked at Neptune and the others, and behind Neptune were his 3 sons and several ministers, all of whom were mermaids. Almost the Fishman Island had the most. The people of power are here. I won't say much. I don't want to fall into the situation in the early days of the Great Pirate Era. The Fishman Island will become my territory, and I will be my grandson, and the whole Fishman Island will not be easy for you. After Dama took over the Fishman Island, the oppression of the Fishman Island became more and more serious. 2 years after the original work, the people in the Fishman Island were already miserable. And Ling Bai took over the Fishman Island. He has no interest in things like oppression. The Fishman Island here, what interests Ling Bai is the historical text and Poseidon Shirahoshi. There are only 2 things in the Fishman Island that deserve his attention. However, this was not the case in the eyes of Neptune and the others. After all, everyone present knew Ling Bai's cruelty. However, everyone kept silent. In the face of such a powerful force, what else could they do other than tremble and surrender? Is it resistance? Obviously this is impossible. As the rulers and leaders of the Fishman Island, they shoulder the mission of developing and protecting the Fishman Island. Their every move affects the Fishman Island. Even if a bad decision is made, the Fishman Island is in a huge disaster. How do they face their ancestors? We, the Fishman Island, hope to be protected by your excellency. Glancing at the crowd behind him, Neptune saw helplessness in their eyes, and of course he had no choice. In the past few days, in order to resist those invaders, many people have died in the Fishman Island, and there have been 9 cases of missing persons. If this kind of thing cannot be contained, it will only become more and more serious in the future. Ridiculously, the Fishman Island can't protect itself. The conditions for Big Mom to take over the Fishman Island just now can be described as harsh. First of all, Big Mom Pirates wants them to produce 10 tons of desserts every month. You must know that this kind of desserts are only enjoyed by the nobles of the Fishman Island, and they don't produce much. Now Big Mom wants them to mass produce 10 tons. And this happens every month. How can they withstand it? And this is just the condition of the dessert. There are other conditions. The Fishman Island dares not speak out when being ridden on the head. Ling Bai also knows how weak the Fishman Island is. Excluding Shirahoshi who can command all sea kings, the Fishman Island itself is weak to ultimate. For example, Vanderdecken Ix who has threatened Shirahoshi for many years. Puton was even unable to catch him and bring him to justice. And that's not to mention the Fishman Island's other huge hidden danger, the Murloc Hody Jones. So the incompetence of the so-called Dragon Palace Kingdom in the Fishman Island can be imagined. In this regard, Ling Bai also kept silent. Advertisement. But for the 2 Murlocs Hody Jones and Vanderdecken Ix, Ling Bai will also come to the Fishman Island to deal with them this time. To Neptune's surprise, after Ling Bai took over the Fishman Island, he didn't put forward various conditions like the Big Mom Pirates before, and he didn't stay here after he finished speaking. It's just that Ling Bai is going to the Forest of the Sea, and Neptune can only follow. After all, there are also people in the Forest of the Sea, and they are not allowed to enter without permission. The 2 precious historical texts that the Fishman Island now has, it's all here in the Forest of the Sea. Soon, Ling Bai and the others arrived at the Forest of the Sea. A piece of historical text in normal color, and another piece of red text. The red piece is the geographic coordinates needed to lead to Raftel. It is said that the ability to listen to all things can be used to interpret the text of history. In the original book, Luogia also came to the Forest of the Sea. Ling Bai remembers that it seems to mention that Luogia uses the ability to listen to all things to interpret the text of history. Can your excellency understand the ancient text of the historical text? Neptune couldn't help being curious. Although many forces want to obtain the historical text, who in this world can interpret the historical text? Ohara has completely perished, and the Kazuki family that created the historical text has long since become history. People who can interpret ancient texts, is it also extinct? But now, Ling Bai is standing in front of the historical text, is he trying to interpret it? At this time, Ling Bai didn't pay attention to Neptune's words, and started to listen to everything directly. This is the highest level of observation haki. At the moment of listening to the opening of all things, Ling Bai knows the movement of every flower and grass here. Ling Bai noticed that the ants on the ground were communicating with their own kind, and Ling Bai also knew what they were communicating. Food, moving, working together. That's all about listening. Ling Bai was surprised, he had just received this reward before, and he didn't study it carefully, and now he discovered how powerful this ability is. Ling Bai was standing here like this. After about 10 minutes of familiarization, Ling Bai's attention first fell on the confession book. Reiju and the others behind him naturally didn't dare to disturb Ling Bai. Of course, everyone was wondering if Ling Bai could really understand ancient characters. It's just that Wable, a fool, looks at a loss. In front of Ling Bai, this is Joey Boy's confession book, because he couldn't fulfill his promise with the mermaid princess, that is, the previous generation Poseidon, and the book made this historical text and put it here. Ling Bai really couldn't understand the words on it, but with the ability to listen to everything, he heard the stone speak, and the words were the meaning of the ancient words. Joey Boy, I sincerely thank the princess for participating in the end of this war. After the war, I was delayed in order to go to Raftel and missed the appointment with the princess, so I am here to apologize and ask the princess for forgiveness. Going to Raftel, that place, was already a great place 800 years ago. And the war, what is it, and let Poseidon also participate. Ling Bai felt a little appalled, this historical text contains a lot of information. 800 years ago, Raftel, war, Poseidon participated. At this time, Ling Bai suddenly thought of a scene in the original book. After Luffy and the others entered the Fishman Island, the super-huge sea kings dormant outside the Fishman Island, the sea kings who can speak human language, are waiting. Shirahoshi seems to have mentioned the previous generation of Poseidon and that person can't be this Joey Poi. But regarding this, Ling Bai can only listen to it as a story. After all, the things mentioned above are too long ago, and the people above have long since died. However, maybe useful information too. In addition, Ling Bai is also more curious. Raftel, what is the secret? 800 years ago, this place did not seem simple. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai looked at another historical text. Chapter 104. The Secret of the Historical Text. Hear the power of all things. At this time, Ling Bai had been standing in front of the two historical texts for more than 10 minutes without saying a word. Reiju and Neptune were quite puzzled, but they didn't dare to disturb Ling Bai. Could it be that Ling Bai is really interpreting the text of history? It is possible, but this is too shocking. After all, no one can decipher the ancient characters, right? Moreover, the world government strictly prohibits the interpretation of ancient characters, and no one dares to learn this kind of characters. If things go on like this, no one will be able to interpret this kind of characters. In addition, if the stones like historical texts cannot be destroyed, the world government would have turned them into powdered. On the other side, Ling Bai has already focused on the red text, and also heard the words of this historical text. Soon, Ling Bai knew what the content of the historical text of this road sign was. The location of an island is recorded, but it is not Raftel, but an island named Valley of 1000 in the Uzumaki Sea district. This kind of information also made Ling Bai even more puzzled. What does it mean to leave the information of two places? You have to find another 3 pieces of research. Although this piece of historical text gave Ling Bai 2 locations, Ling Bai was inevitably confused, but obviously this is a good start. As long as the remaining 3 pieces of road sign historical text are found, the location of Raftel will be at that time. Naturally, the clouds bloom and the moon shines. In addition, having the ability to listen to everything, not to mention that this ability has other functions, can have a huge effect on Ling Bai in the aspect of interpreting historical texts alone, and Ling Bai does not need to rely on special interpretation people who write historical texts, such as Nico Robin. After all, Robin is now devoted to the Straw Hat, and now Ling Bai can already rely on himself to interpret historical texts, so naturally there is no need for this woman. In addition, although in this world, it seems that only Robin can interpret the historical text, but Ling Bai speculates that if that Yim is really a character from 800 years ago, he might be able to interpret that text, and it is easy to interpret. In addition, the world government should have someone who can interpret these words. As an existence that has ruled the world for 800 years, Ling Bai has reason to believe in the ability and heritage of the world government. Of course, Ling Bai has never underestimated the world government, and the same is true for celestial dragons. Although there are wastes in it, Ling Bai also believes that there must be strong people among them, and there may be many existences beyond imagination. The ancient history is not allowed to be understood by the people, but as the official world government, it is naturally possible to understand, but those should be taboo history that has a huge impact on the rule of the celestial dragons. Maybe the celestial dragons themselves have gained the right to rule the world. Maybe. Unknown things are too mysterious for Ling Bai. After reading the 2 historical texts, Ling Bai can't help but have the curiosity and impulse to continue exploring other unknowns. The red piece of historical text, I'm leaving. After stopping releasing and listening to all things, Ling Bai turned to Neptune and said. This. Unexpectedly, Ling Bai wanted to take away this historical text. Neptune naturally knew the function of this historical text, and also knew how many forces outside wanted to get it, even the world government, but the Fishman Island here having two historical texts is a secret to the outside world. Before, Luo Jia got the information and came here once with his crew. In addition, when Whitebeard took over here, although he knew that there were historical texts, he did not ask for it. After all, that man is not interested in One Piece or Raftel. Normally, Sea Forest is always guarded by heavy soldiers, and outsiders are not allowed to come here, so no one knows about the historical text here. Your Excellency, were you interpreting the text of history just now? Neptune said something that everyone was curious about. Observation Haki. Ling Bai only said this, and Neptune's heart was suddenly stirred up. Ling Bai said Observation Haki, which means that he was using Observation Haki to interpret the historical text, and Observation Haki can reach the level enough to interpret the historical text. Isn't it the legendary Observation Haki, the highest state to listen to everything? Back then, Luo Jia was here and used listen to everything to interpret the historical text. Hear everything. In Neptune's heart, a huge wave was naturally set off. The others just saw Neptune's shocked expression, but they didn't understand why Ling Bai said the words Observation Haki made Neptune look like this. Everyone was even more curious and puzzled, and the two also if you didn't continue this topic, others wouldn't dare to ask. I want to take the red piece of historical text away, so you won't need it here, right? Advertisement. Yes, Your Excellency can take this piece of historical text. That is, Your Excellency, this kind of historical text is coveted by many people outside. Ling Bai. Take it away, and they should not interpret it. Of course, Ling Bai can also believe that no one will dare to covet his things easily, right? It's not that he is conceited, but, in this world, who dares to touch the things of the four emperors of the new world? Even the world government probably has to weigh it. Right. Neptune also knows that what Ling Bai wants to take away from here, they the Fishman Island can't stop it, and a piece of historical text, they the Fishman Island can't use it, of course it's useless. After that, Ling Bai let Wable carry the historical text on their backs and put it on their boat. The weight of a piece of historical text is really nothing to Wable. However, not long after coming out of the forest of the sea, a flying knife flew in front of everyone. When Neptune and the others saw this flying knife, everyone's expressions turned bad instantly, and they rushed up anxiously to try intercept it, but their speed simply couldn't catch up. However, as a flash of lightning struck, the flying knife was directly smashed to the ground. It was Ling Bai who made the move. Only then did Ling Bai remember that there was a Vander Dakanix who had been threatening Shirahoshi and coveting the power of Poseidon's cold winter. Wable, did you see the direction the knife flew from just now? Brother, I saw it. Wable knew that he had something to do again, and the whole person became excited. Chop off the head of the person who threw the throwing knife. Ho ho, okay. Yinline. In the shock of Neptune and the others, Wable rushed out quickly. Ling Bai, are you going to deal with that guy? In addition, although Wable is stupid, his combat power is extremely amazing, and, in addition to his natural strange power and fighting talent, Wable's two kinds of haki, knowledge color and arm color, are very powerful. Through the direction of the flying knife just now, Wable quickly locked the direction, rushed over, and launched observation haki to find the target. On the other side, Vander Dakanix couldn't help being a little surprised when he knew that his throwing knife was intercepted halfway. Of course, he didn't know what was going on, he thought it was Neptune and the others who finally intercepted his throwing knife. The target fruit ability user, who can lock the target through the touch of the body, so Vander Dakanix can always lock the target and intimidate Shirahoshi, the power of Poseidon he has always dreamed of. Asking for flowers. I didn't expect that Neptune's bastards could finally catch my throwing knife once. Haha, I laughed to death, but it's only been one time after so many years. I have more throwing knives. Vander Dakanix was not in a hurry, and the interception of the throwing knife made him even more excited. It seems that some people came to the Fishman Island today. At this time, the person beside Vanderdecken was Hody Jones. Advertisement. These two people work together because of their respective goals. Is it the humans who want to hunt mermaids? No, it seems to be the Big Mom pirates, but it seems that other people have come, but don't worry about them. Hody Jones felt strangely uneasy. But at this moment, when Vanderdecken was about to throw another throwing knife, at this moment, a huge black shadow struck. It was Wable. Wable was nearly 7 meters tall, and his upper body was even more obese. Therefore, facing Vanderdecken and Hody Jones, it was like the difference between an adult and a child. I found you. Brother asked me to take your head back. Without waiting for Hody Jones and the others to react, Wable shot directly. 0. With a big knife in his hand, he slashed down fiercely. Of course, the target was Vanderdecken. Seeing the big knife that fell down like a battle axe, Vanderdecken was frightened. The aura was too strong, and it also made a coward like Vanderdecken feel frightened, and it was too late to dodge, hastily resisted with his throwing knife. However, what is frightening is that the flying knife in his hand is no match for Wable. The flying knife was split into two sides directly, and Wable's knife did not stop because of this, and it fell further, directly killing Vanderdecken's right hand and shoulder were chopped off. What? Vanderdecken screamed and fell to the ground, blood gushed out instantly, and the severe pain almost made him faint on the spot. What? You? Hody Jones' complexion changed drastically. Just now Wable's action was too fast, and he was caught off guard. Now that the alley's arm was broken, Wable Joins was shocked and angry. Immediately, he clenched the harpoon in his hand and stabbed towards Wable. However, the current Wable Joins is not the Wable Joins who took the medicine 2 years later. First, the harpoon was smashed by Wable, and then his head was also smashed by Wable, just like a watermelon was smashed. The shattered Wable Joins fell to the ground on the spot, but his body still struggled for nearly 20 seconds, like a chicken whose throat had just been cut, but finally there was no sound. It is worth mentioning that Wable Joins resisted Wable for 5 minutes. Do not come. Don't kill me, please. What? Seeing Wable Joins being brutally beheaded, Van der Dyken X lost control of his bladder on the spot, and even forgot the severe pain of his severed arm because of fear. Immediately afterwards, Wable chopped off his head completely, grabbed his hair and lifted the head away. It should be this person. Wable looked at the throwing knife on the ground and felt that this person was the target. It's so boring. I thought it was a strong man. Wable scratched his head like a deflated balloon. As for the bodies of the two, I don't know when someone discovered them, because Wable and Joins were just here in an inaccessible place. Chapter 105 The Name of the Four Emperors. World Events. Soon, Wable appeared in front of Ling Bai with the head of Van der Dyken X. Ling Bai did this to let Neptune know how powerful Ling Bai was. Ling Bai still can't understand, Neptune and the others can't deal with such a waste, and even made him arrogant for so many years. Sometimes, Ling Bai felt that, but if Neptune and these mermaids had a tougher attitude, it wouldn't be like this. It can only be said that the Fishman Island has its own reasons for being oppressed. In New World's 8 treasure navy comes from the Kingdom of Flowers and is powerful. Ling Bai believes that the Fishman Island cannot be smaller than the Kingdom of Flowers. However, the Fishman Island is so weak that even a Van der Dyken X can't deal with it. No wonder they can't deal with pirates anymore, no wonder they need shelter. Neptune is nothing but a weak king. Of course, this is just Ling Bai's idea. After all, how the Fishman Island develops has nothing to do with him. He only cares about the historical text here and the powerful Shirahoshi. As for the others, it has nothing to do with him. Looking at that head, Neptune and the others were stunned. The villain who had kept them from sleeping well for the past few years was killed so easily. Looking at Van der Dyken's face. That look of fear, those eyes that are dying. He was unexpectedly beheaded so easily just like, 647. Neptune and the mermaid rulers behind him were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. As for Ling Bai, I am even more awed by 3 points. It should be very sad to be bullied by this kind of guy. Neptune, you can't deal with people of this level. Ling Bai shook his head, very disdainful. This. Neptune was also helpless. Ling Bai also wanted to say that the Fishman Island is a bunch of trash, but he didn't say it, although it doesn't matter. In the afternoon, Neptune entertained Ling Bai and the other 3 because of the death of Van der Dyken X. Although Neptune did not like Ling Bai, who killed Whitebeard, after all, Neptune also admired Whitebeard the man. During the period when Whitebeard took over the Fishman Island entered an era of peace, and Whitebeard did not ask for anything from the Fishman Island. God knows, what will Ling Bai ask of the Fishman Island during the period when he takes over the Fishman Island. Now that we are starting the game, we will take away a piece of the historical text. The future is unpredictable, so it is disturbing. Who knows what Ling Bai will do to the Fishman Island? But the Fishman Island has no other options. With the death of Van der Dyken X, Shirahoshi finally no longer needs to live in that small shell city. Today, Shirahoshi can finally come out of the shell city. As if seeing the light of day again, Shirahoshi has been forced to fall into the shell city for 8 full years. During these 8 years, she has endured endless threats from Van der Dyken X. Now, seeing the light of day again, Shirahoshi can't help but feel nervous. I heard that a hero came from the Fishman Island. He defeated the demon Van der Dyken X. 14-year-old Shirahoshi is too innocent and thinks that Ling Bai is a hero. Of course, Van der Dyken X is indeed a demon, but compared to Ling Bai, he is only a low-level monster at best. On the other side, when Shirahoshi came out of Shell City, Ling Bai, who was being entertained by Neptune and the others, clearly felt that there were several pairs of terrifying eyes outside the Fishman Island, and their power is also extremely terrifying. What a powerful creature. Ling Bai sighed in admiration, and continued to drink the drink in his hand. My lord, what happened? Advertisement. Reiju was a little curious, she was looking at Ling Bai almost all the time. Some creatures beyond imagination are looking at this side. Creatures beyond imagination. Reiju was even more puzzled. Ling Bai. It's the overlord level beast among sea kings, the kind that can speak human language. This. Reiju was surprised. Outside the Fishman Island, there are 3 super giant sea kings here, and the Fishman Island has become a tiny place compared to their size. Just now I felt Shirahoshi's appearance from the dark deep sea area, and the 3 sea kings couldn't help but swim out. The surrounding sea kings saw them, even the giant sea kings who had been in this generation were almost frightened at this moment. Gutted. I can feel the breath of the king again. But we have to wait until she really wakes up. 800 years have passed in the blink of an eye for us who served the previous generation of Poseidon. Call. There is a very powerful human in it, the kind that stands at the apex of human beings. Is there any malice? I don't know, just observe and see. The camera returns to the Dragon Palace banquet, and Ling Ri and the others finally see Shirahoshi. Ling Bai looked calm, Reiju was extremely surprised, but was shocked by Shirahoshi's beauty, and Wable was still naive. Shirahoshi naturally also saw her so-called hero Ling Bai. As for the reason why Neptune said Ling Bai is a hero, it is because he does not want to destroy Ling Bai's innocence, but if we only discuss the matter of killing Vanderdyke and Ix, Ling Bai is indeed a hero. As for other aspects, Ling Bai is certainly not a hero. And Ling Bai, of course, also communicated with Shirahoshi's friend who has the power of ancient weapon. Naturally, Shirahoshi also likes Ling Bai very much. As a girl who has been living in a closed life for many years, Ling Bai is like the first human being she came into contact with. It is inevitable that she has a good impression of Ling Bai. Of course, this is not the kind of affection between a man and a woman, but the goodwill between friends. Still, it's a good start. With a good start, there will naturally be further in-depth exchanges. In addition, starting today, news began to spread that the Fishman Island has been taken over by Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors. As a result, the evil forces who still want to attack the Fishman Island have retreated and dare not invade the Fishman Island again. Fishman Island, although people didn't believe it at the beginning, but looking at the entrance of the Fishman Island, the flag of the Ling Bai pirates fluttering in the wind, the evil forces also began to realize that the 4 emperors Ling Bai had indeed took over here. All of a sudden, the world shook. And another thing that shocked the world, especially disturbed New World, was that the Whitebeard site was captured by the German mercenaries led by members of the Ling Bai pirates. The time lasted for nearly a month in total. It was not that these territories were difficult to attack, but that the voyage distance was indeed not very short. For nearly a month, New World was trembling. People who originally wanted to set up the Whitebeard site, as long as they appeared in the Whitebeard site, they were all killed. There is nothing to say. Especially the pirates in the territory that Shiryu of the Rain attacked, no one was let go. After all, Shiryu of the Rain is a bloodthirsty person, and civilians don't move, but the more pirates, the better. Advertisement. All of a sudden, the New World was trembling, and the forces that wanted to annex the Whitebeard territory finally paid a huge price with their lives. 1 month later, the original Whitebeard site has become Ling Bai's site, and the flag of the pirates is fluttering in the wind. From this moment on, Ling Bai's 4 emperors status is well deserved. The name of 4 emperors shakes the world. During this period of time, many major events took place in the world. The Red Hair Pirates and the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates held a funeral for Whitebeard in Whitebeard's hometown. There are 2 graves, one large and one small. Ace's hat hangs on the tombstone, while Kong Yunchi is inserted upside down on the grave, and Whitebeard's cape hangs on Kong Yunchi, fluttering in the wind. Whitebeard, this bowl of wine, one respect you. Seeing Whitebeard's cloak fluttering in the wind, the redhead poured half a bowl of wine and couldn't help sighing. And behind the red hair, there is Marco and the others with a sad face. After the funeral, the Whitebeard pirates also disappeared. Although the red hair has repeatedly advised Marco and the others not to take revenge, because the enemy is too flamboyant. But the red hair also understands that it is impossible for Marco and the others not to take revenge, it is only a matter of time, and there will always be a group of them who will take revenge. The redhead can only do this in the end, and there is a limit to being a good person. On the other hand, as in the original book, after Luffy recovered from the collapse, he and Rayleigh went to Marineford, which was being rebuilt, and pulled the big clock twice, which means, let his partners, we will meet again next year, and when the time comes, we will enter the new world again. After that, Luffy began to practice desperately under Rayleigh's teaching. The death of Sabo and Ace made him understand that without enough strength, he couldn't even protect his important people. And Luffy always remembers Ling Bai, this person. From now on, Luffy will definitely seek revenge from him. But what Luffy doesn't know is that even if he works hard day and night, Ling Bai is not something he can surpass. The gap between them is like the gap between dimensions, and it is impossible to narrow it. Another big event is, this can be said to be a super big event, world government about the world conscription after Marine's funeral. This time the world government can be said to have given enough benefits, just to attract more people to join Marine, especially the stronger the 3.4 benefits, the better. Moreover, those with strong strength can also be promoted exceptionally. In other words, as long as you have the strength, you don't need to start as a Marine at all. For example, if you have a Marine Admiral level of combat power, you can be directly promoted to Marine Admiral. But, having said that, there really won't be people of this level. The selection system of exceptional promotion immediately made many people excited. Coupled with the good benefits, many people rushed to sign up for the conscription. Of course, there are also civil justice people who are not directed at welfare. They have great strength, but with a heart of justice, they are eager to realize the justice in their hearts, and they are eager to do their part to change this dirty, chaotic, decaying, and collapsing world. During this conscription, many such people appeared. Among them, there is a folk monster, a blind man named Yishao, who bears the justice of benevolence and righteousness, and will be exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral. In addition to the world conscription, another major event happened in naval headquarters. Buddha Sengoku resigned as Marine Marshal, and Admiral Akainu took over as the new Marine Marshal. And the first thing Akainu did when he took office was to decide to move the naval headquarters to the New World, to face the troubled and turbulent evil forces of the New World.